Fernando Claughton. The Communist Movement. From Comintern to Cominform. Part 1. The Crisis of the Communist International. Translated by Brian Pierce. To my daughters, Carmen and Tanya. Contents. Part 1, The Crisis of the Communist International 1. The Dissolution 15. The last episode of a long crisis 15. The irony of history 21. An admission of bankruptcy 33. 2. The crisis of theory 46. Lenin's theoretical schema 46. Moribund capitalism 56. Lenin's last questioning 63. Stalin as revisionist, complete socialism in a single country 71. Causes of the paralysis of theory 91. 3. Monolithicity IO3. The Soviet model transplanted 103. Ultracentralism and Russification 112. The itinerary of monolithicity 117. 4. The crisis of policy 126. The German experience 127. The People's Front experience 166. The colonial experience 242. 7. Contents. The Chinese Revolution. The Last Act. Notes to Part 1. See Part 2 for index. Note to the French edition. For the French edition I have revised the Spanish text, making some changes which, in the main, concern points of detail, and are aimed at clarifying certain formulations and making some factual allusions more precise, or including new bibliographical references. The only change of substance is the merging of the last chapters of the two parts into a single chapter, an epilogue, which concludes the book. In this new text I have discarded some questions which seem to me of secondary importance, while expanding my treatment of others to which I had not paid sufficient attention in the concluding chapters of the Spanish version. FC. Note to the English edition. The conscientious work done by Brian Pierce in producing the English translation to Part 1 has enabled me to correct some errors in the original text, and also some that occurred in the French version. I take this opportunity to thank him. 9. Preface. It seems wrote Isaac Deutscher in 1950, in one of the articles collected in his book Heretics and Renegades, that the only dignified attitude the intellectual ex-communist can take is to rise audacious de la mêlée. At first sight this seems strange advice. Let us examine it more closely. In these pages, written in 1950, Deutscher analyzes the reflections on communism published by certain writers, Arthur Koestler, Ignacio Silone, André Gide, Louis Fischer, Richard Wright, and Stephen Spender, who had been either members or fellow travelers of the party, and he comes very quickly to the conclusion that it would have been better if all of them had remained silent. It is obvious that Deutscher does not like the intellectuals who were expelled from the party, or at least not those who were expelled after 1929, that is, after the defeat of the left opposition. They find it too easy, he seems to be saying, to play the role of renegades, towards which all circumstances impel them, the objective conditions, the anathemas of the expulsion procedure, and the condescending sarcasm of those whose expulsion took place a little earlier. Actually, one is always expelled at the wrong moment, either too late or too soon. Too late in relation to the objective facts about Stalinism, the USSR, and the societies that have resulted from the expansion of Russia's sphere of influence in the world, facts that one has concealed from oneself over a long period, in the ideological haze surrounding the priorities of action and the tricks played by historical reason. Too soon in relation to the possibilities of being understood and followed within the party itself, where one wages a battle in which one is always in the minority, a battle that is lost in advance. But this twofold lateness, delay in achieving awareness in relation to the objective density of the 1. Course of events, and lagging behind by the bulk of the militants as compared with the advanced minorities who want to see a new course adopted, does not result from a chance situation which could be disposed of by means of ridicule. It possesses the rigorous characteristics, of a historical law applicable to all the periods and all the crises of communism. Isaac Deutscher, then, is mistrustful of the intellectuals with whom the Communist Party parts company, or who break with it. he advises them to engage no further in politics, but to remain above the battle, in short, to cease to be involved. Deutscher would doubtless have approved of the attitude taken up by Roger Vaillant, with his abrupt switch from an alienating fideism to the agnosticism of a grand seigneur. With that taste for historical analogies which has produced such great theoretical ravages among revolutionaries, Deutscher offers as an example to the ex-communist intellectuals the attitudes taken in the past by such men as Jefferson, Goethe, or Shelley. Why does he bring forward these startling names? Because, in his opinion, it is possible to establish a historical parallel between the Stalin epoch and the epoch of Napoleon. Accordingly, the ex-communist intellectuals ought to copy Jefferson, Goethe, and Shelley because the latter were able to appreciate that despite Napoleon's violence and frauds, the message of the French Revolution survived to echo powerfully throughout the 19th century, and so they never joined in that chorus of liberals which played into the hands of the Holy Alliance. It is, as we see, a curious historical comparison. Has the message of the October Revolution continued to be spread, despite the violence and frauds of Stalin? Has the Jacobin essence of Leninism continued to make itself felt despite the Soviet thermometer? Do the intellectuals expelled from the communist movement inevitably become renegades because the party is the embodiment of historical reason? Deutscher does not formulate these conclusions categorically, but he seems to be suggesting them, with a mixture of ideological illusion and despair which is highly characteristic of the period when he wrote his article. Today, however, we live in a different period, and Fernando Claudin is not a writer who joined the communist movement on the basis of the 2. People's Front platform of defense of culture and peace and then was expelled from it for the crime of petty bourgeois humanism. A leader of the young communists in Madrid and a student of architecture, Fernando Claudin abandoned, in or about 1933, all personal ambitions in order to become a functionary of the revolution. Since that time, right down to his expulsion from the Communist Party of Spain in February 1965, his life has been merged with the life of the communist movement, with the history of the Spanish Revolution, its successes, setbacks, and mistakes. The years of the bourgeois republic, the Civil War, defeat, and emigration, underground activity against Franco, all these episodes were experienced by Claudin in posts of central responsibility in the Communist Party machine. It was at the end of 1963 that a discussion began in the Executive Committee of the Communist Party of Spain which went on until the spring of 1964 and ended with the expulsion of Claudin and some other leaders of the party. The essential questions involved in this clash had been maturing for years, ever since 1956. Sooner or later, a crisis was bound to break out at the top of the Spanish Communist Party machine. And yet the dates that define the beginning and the end of this process are not without significance. The year 1956 was not only the year of the 20th Congress, of the secret report attributed to Khrushchev, it was also, and above all, the year in which all the centrifugal tendencies burst forth in the bloc of countries subject to Russian hegemony. Some of these, nationalist in character, were essentially negative, although inevitable, since they represented, and this is one of the historical problems illuminated by Claudin's analysis, the price to be paid for all the years of barbarous subjection. 3. Of national revolutionary interests exclusively to those of Russian raison d'etat. The other centrifugal tendencies, however, were of a social nature, and these were highly positive. Over the years, from Poland to Hungary to Czechoslovakia, and despite the crushing of them one after the other by the military intervention of the Russian state, these tendencies have put on the current agenda the need for new instruments of socialist democracy, the need for revolution, in fact, for the criticism of weapons, replacing the weapons of criticism. To be sure, the political expression assumed by these tendencies has often been a confused one, since the social forces that convey them are emerging from several decades of historical darkness, bureaucratic destruction of every initiative on the part of the masses, and collective depoliticization and demoralization, which have seemed to leave open no roads but those of individual salvation, careerism, technocratic cynicism, religiosity, etc. On the other hand, 1956 was also a crucial year in Spain. It was a year of great mass struggles by workers and students, in the course of which a new correlation of class forces began to take shape, to some extent freed from the fancy dress and ideological overdeterminations of the Civil War. It was a year in which the system of political leadership inherited from the period of autarky began to enter into crisis. The very aims of Spanish capitalist economy started to change, under the pressure of objective requirements. The stage of extensive accumulation gave way to that of increase in the productivity of labor, of acquiring ability to compete in world markets. In other words, the driving force of Spanish capitalist economy could no longer be the extraction of absolute surplus value but, instead, must be the production of relative surplus value, a clear sign that Spanish capitalism was approaching its modem phase. And yet, in 1963-4, when the crisis that had been maturing in the top leadership of the Spanish Communist Party reached breaking point, none of the problems confronting the communist movement, none of the questions of the strategy of the struggle in Spain, had been solved. On the contrary, the gulf between a subjectivist and triumphalist ideological view of reality and that reality itself had become steadily wider. At every level, in all fields, this was a period of retrogression. In the USSR, de-Stalinization had not gone beyond the limits of a 4. Settlement of accounts between leading groups of the central political bureaucracy, a new distribution of roles within a system that remained intact in all essentials. In Spain, the very magnitude of the workers' struggles in 1962 served to demonstrate the definitive failure suffered by the strategy of the peaceful national strike. These struggles showed the necessity for approaching in a radically new way the problems of the revolution in Spain, the character of this revolution, its immediate and long-term aims, its class alliances. Expelled from the party in 1965, Fernando Claudin has not followed Isaac Deutscher's advice. He has not placed himself above the bat, he has not ceased to be involved. He has not sought to emulate the distant example given by Jefferson, Shelley, or Goethe, but rather that, nearer in time, of Deutscher himself. Like the latter, and however great the differences between them in style of work, method, and political conclusions drawn, Fernando Claudin has set himself the aim of arriving at an overall understanding of the reason for the failure and degeneration of the communist movement. Thereby he has, of course, put himself on trial and under interrogation. Is this not, indeed, the best way to get to know oneself and grasp the meaning of the story of one's own life, to master and comprehend the historical experience from which one has issued and which one has helped to make? In the course of his work, Claudin has rediscovered the bracing properties of critical Marxism. In undertaking a historical analysis of the Communist International, Claudin does not apply himself to the reality of the communist movement in order to find confirmation in it for his own suspicions and grudges or his theoretical intuitions. He studies this reality so as to make it unfold before us in its objective significance, its dialectical development. And it is this deployment of historical reality itself that gives Claudin's book its original formal structure, for it breaks through the narrow framework of chronological order so as to establish a dialectical order, with two planes which are complementary and contradictory, that of indispensable logical reconstruction, and that, diachronic synchronic, of history itself. But are we not here faced precisely with the features distinctive of the Marxist method? Jorge Semprún. 5. Introduction. The year 1956 marked for me, as for so many other communists, the beginning of a break with a comfortable and optimistic view of our movement's situation and prospects. Until then its past and present, and even its future, had constituted no problem. Marx and Engels, Lenin and Stalin, the supergeniuses of mankind, had solved, on our behalf, all the basic unknowns. The road of the revolution was certainly longer and harder than we had expected when we were young, and it had described a broad curve, through the backward countries, which Marx had not foreseen, but it continued to appear to us both clear and sure. Socialism, already finally established over a sixth of the earth's surface, was beginning to be built, with the same success, in a number of other countries, whereas capitalism, in its death agony, was floundering in the second stage of the general crisis. The victory of the Great Chinese Revolution heralded the collapse of imperialism's colonial rearguard. In the rest of the world we communists, individuals of a special mold, constituted the only conscious and organized revolutionary force. Possessed as we were of a scientific theory which had been verified 1,000 times by practice, and supported as we were by the formidable power which had crushed the Hitlerite armies, it was beyond question that the future belonged to us. The defeats suffered in the past were due to objective conditions and to betrayals by the Social Democrats, but our policy had always been right in essentials. With the Communist International gone from the scene, we still counted on the aid of a guide so wise and experienced as the party of Lenin and Stalin, aid that made up for the inadequacy of the other communist parties, its disciples. In short, final victory on the world scale was guaranteed. It was only a matter of time, perseverance, and effort. The revelations of Khrushchev's secret report, and then the revolts. 7. Introduction of the workers and intellectuals of Hungary and Poland against the Stalinist system, destroyed at a stroke this whole view of things. And disturbing question marks arose from its ruins. One there was, in particular, which embraced all the rest. What sort of Marxism was this of ours, with its two sides, theoretical and practical, which, instead of helping us to interpret reality, had hidden it from us and disguised it? In my own case, the answer to this fundamental question came to light through a long and painful settlement of accounts with 25 years of education in Stalinism, and through a series of conflicts within the leadership of the Communist Party of Spain, to which I had belonged since 1947. One was expelled from the party in 1965, at the same time as Federico Sanchez, the youngest member of the leadership, whose evolution had been similar to mine. As popular wisdom has it, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, and this unavoidable occurrence gave me the time and the freedom of mind needed to search out, so far as my knowledge and experience allowed, the answer to the question I have set out above. That was how this book originated. In the course of my work I came to a conclusion which had not been clear to me at the outset: the communist movement, the Stalinist party, in both its national and its international dimensions, in the exercise of power as well as in its function as an instrument of struggle for power, had entered during the 1950s into a general and irreversible crisis. By its very nature it is incapable of transforming itself, of negating itself in the Hegelian sense of the term. This does not, of course, rule out the possibility that more or less substantial sections of this movement may contribute to the creation of a new Marxist revolutionary vanguard, the need for which in our times is beyond any doubt. One must distinguish between the revolutionary subjectivity of very many communists and the ideological and organizational system which makes it sterile. I speak of a new Marxist revolutionary vanguard because in my opinion, and my work on this book has scattered the doubts that at one stage had troubled me on this score, it is not Marxism that has been shipwrecked historically, but, rather, a certain dogmatization and perversion of Marxist thought. Its critical and revolutionary essence, and many of its chief conceptions and theses, remain vital and relevant. On 8. Introduction condition, naturally, that we agree to set Marx in his own period, and to continue his work taking due account of the period that we ourselves are in. This compels us to recognize the fact, among others, that the premises of Marxism's dogmatization and perversion lie in its very function as the ideology of the revolutionary movement. It was not accidental that Stalinism was not the first, any more, perhaps, than it will be the last, of these deformations. My research on the crisis of the communist movement represents an attempt to use Marxism, conceived in this way, to make a critical analysis of the political theory and practice of Marxism since the October Revolution. The problem that is being tackled here is so vast and so complex that its elucidation can only be achieved by means of many contributions, in all branches of the social sciences. A good number of such contributions have already been made, but nevertheless the bulk of the work still remains to be done. The present book has no higher claim than to be one more such contribution. It is not a history of the movement, but an analysis of the principal factors and processes that have brought about the movement's crisis. This undoubtedly gives my analysis a negative aspect. But if this negativity can help even a little to open the way to new forms of the revolutionary movement, liberated, so far as possible, from the myths and errors of the past, then it will be, as I intend it to be, a dialectical, Marxist negativity. Does it need saying that this book is not only a criticism of the communist movement but also a self-criticism by the author? However, this last aspect is of no importance whatsoever. December 1969. 9. As in private life one distinguishes between what a man thinks and says of himself and what he really is and does, still more in historical struggles must one distinguish the phrases and fancies of the parties from their real organism and their real interests, their conception of themselves from their reality. Marx. We must not conceal our mistakes from the enemy. Anyone who is afraid of this is no revolutionary. Lenin. Part 1. The Crisis of the Communist International. I. The Dissolution. Departing from us, Comrade Lenin enjoined us to remain faithful to the principles of the Communist International. We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that we shall not spare our lives to strengthen and extend the union of the working people of the whole world, the Communist International. Stalin, 1924. The last episode of a long crisis. On June 10, 1943, the Communist International ceased to exist as the directing center of the international working class movement. This formulation signified that the national sections of the Communist International continued to exist, but were transformed into independent communist parties, freed from their obligations arising from the statutes and resolutions of the Congresses of the Communist International. 1. In the resolution of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Comintern announcing this historic decision, no other form of international tie between communist parties was provided for, nor was the slightest allusion made to the possibility of one being established in the future. From being sections of a single world communist party, directed by an executive committee whose decisions were binding on all sections of the Communist International and must be promptly carried out, 2. The communist parties became, overnight, national parties that were wholly independent and without any links between them, at least, if we keep to the letter of the official document that put an end to the Comintern's existence. It was hard to reconcile such complete independence of the communist parties with Marxist internationalism. The establishment of the 15. Third International, like that of its two predecessors, had been the logical consequence, on the plane of political praxis, of the theoretical principle enunciated by Marx in the statutes of the First International. The emancipation of the workers is not a local, nor a national, but an international problem. 3. From the international scope of this task there followed the need for an organization of corresponding type. Its structures, functioning, program, etc., would doubtless have to be modified, in the light of changes in historical conditions, but the Marxists had never questioned the need for proletarian internationalism to find embodiment in a concrete form of organization. When the Franco-Prussian War and the defeat of the Commune, together with the internal struggle between Marxists and Bakuninists, brought about the crisis of the First International, Marx and Engels looked on its disappearance as merely temporary. 4. And when the majority of the leaders of the Second International gave up internationalist attitudes in order to enter into union sacrée with their respective national bourgeoisies during the war of 1914-18, Lenin described their conduct as treason, and at once proclaimed the necessity and urgency of creating a new international. One of the features that most sharply distinguished this new international from its predecessors was the absolute primacy accorded to the international over the national. From the very first moment it elevated to a principle the necessity for subordinating the interests of the movement in each country to the common interest of the international revolution. 6. This principle was reaffirmed at each of its congresses. The triumph of the proletarian world revolution, it is stressed in the program of the Comintern approved by the Sixth Congress, compels the workers to unite closely in a single international army of the proletariat of all countries, irrespective of frontiers and of all differences of nationality, culture, language, race, sex, or occupation. 6. The Comintern is the organizer and leader of this army, its general staff, with the historical mission of elaborating and implementing the overall strategy which defines and articulates the activity of the various national detachments of the World Army of the Proletariat. 7. Lenin and his followers considered, moreover, that the need for an international revolutionary organization, firmly centralized and 16. disciplined, was especially imperative in wartime, when social contradictions become acute and the possibility of a revolutionary way out can become an immediate issue. The structures that the Comintern adopted were intended precisely to prevent a repetition of what had happened in 1914. The Third International would not collapse as the Second had done when the moment of truth arrived. This was why the Sixth Congress of the Comintern called upon all its sections to give the struggle against war a more international character and to take preparatory measures for the international coordination of revolutionary action in order that they may be in a position at the required moment to carry out important international mass action against imperialist war. 5. And it laid down that the closest possible contact must be established between all the sections before the outbreak of war, and every means must be employed to maintain those contacts throughout the whole course of the war. 8. The Seventh and last Congress of the Comintern confirmed the decisions of the Sixth as far as war was concerned, and reasserted the thesis of Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg which had been adopted by the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International. If nevertheless war breaks out, it is their duty to work for its speedy termination and to strive with all their might to utilize the economic and political crisis produced by the war to rouse the masses of the people and thereby hasten the downfall of capitalist class rule. 9. War came. The international proletariat was faced with a struggle the worldwide dimensions of which were without precedent in the history of the labor movement. This war, moreover, especially after the German attack on the USSR, did not fit into any of the patterns carefully set out by the Comintern, but presented fresh, original characteristics. 10. Looked at from the standpoint of the Comintern's principles and traditional postulates, this situation would seem to have enhanced the necessity for a center to ensure strategical and tactical guidance of the world proletariat, both during the war and at the moment of victory. But it was precisely when the international army of the proletariat was engaged in the hardest struggle against fascist imperialism, and when the ulterior motives of the other sector of imperialism, which circumstances had made the USSR's momentary ally, were becoming clearly 17. defined, that the General Staff of the World Revolution decided to dissolve itself. What happened? Was it an act of betrayal, as the Trotskyists at once declared? Or was it a measure that was proper and timely because it facilitates the organization of the common onslaught of all freedom-loving nations against the common enemy, as Stalin declared? Was it a decision dictated by the Comintern's historical experience which had revealed the inadequacy of its structures, as the Executive Committee of the Comintern itself declared? As all have said who have studied the question critically, and as I shall endeavor to show afresh, the Comintern was dissolved quite suddenly, in the spring of 1943, on Stalin's orders, so as to facilitate negotiations with Roosevelt and Churchill, whose aim was not merely to secure Germany's defeat but also to ensure the partition of the world among the Big Three. The reality was concealed from the Communists in the resolution of the Presidium of the ECCI, behind specious arguments about the dissolution corresponding to the most fundamental interests of the international proletariat, being inspired by the example that Marx had given, and so on. The resolution proclaimed that the Comintern had succeeded historically, and gave a clean bill of health to the communist movement. Over a quarter of a century later, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is still putting out the same deceptive explanation of what happened. And this is equally true of almost all the other communist parties, as could be observed when the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Comintern and the 25th anniversary of its dissolution came to be celebrated. 11. In reality, Stalin was able to get rid of the Comintern so expeditiously because the latter had been gravely ill for a long time. Its inglorious death, at a crossroads of world history, closed the final episode of a long crisis, the premises of which has already begun to be created in Lenin's time, when the actual course being taken by the capitalist world came into contradiction with certain presuppositions, theoretical, political and organizational, of the Communist International. The history of the Third International is the story of its inability to overcome this contradiction by means of a self-reform that would have made it capable of 18. Interpreting reality correctly and acting effectively upon this reality so as to transform it in a revolutionary way. However, what is of interest in the dissolution of the Comintern is not confined to the fact that it expresses in concentrated fashion the ultimate phase of the crisis of that institution. This event contains, at the same time, the premises of the subsequent crisis of the world communist movement, of that movement whose birth certificate was written in the death certificate of the Comintern. The dissolution in fact, failed to eliminate the factors that determined the crisis, it merely shifted them forward, either in other forms or else without any change at all, into the new stage of the communist movement. The crisis of the latter, which forms the principal subject of my investigation, cannot be understood without a thoroughgoing examination of these factors. In other words, an analysis of the crisis of the Comintern is indispensable if one is to make intelligible the present crisis of the communist movement. This is why I have devoted the first part of my book to a study of the crisis of the Communist International. I begin by analyzing the dissolution because knowledge of the eventual point of arrival helps one to understand the process. Study of the latter will then enable us to come back to the dissolution of the Comintern equipped with awareness of all the implications that it involved for the subsequent development of the communist movement. The official version of the dissolution of the Comintern is contained in 3 documents which I have reproduced in full 12 because of their relative brevity and because of the repeated references I shall make to them. These documents, the only sources at our disposal, are the resolution of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, May 15, 1943, the statement issued by the same body on June 9, and the declaration made by Stalin on May 28 of the same year. The discussions that may have taken place within the Presidium, the views expressed by other communist leaders, the specific terms of Stalin's intervention in the matter, the precise facts of the interconnection between the dissolution of the Comintern and the strategic and diplomatic problems confronting the government of the USSR at that moment, all these are questions the answers to which still remain. 19. Locked in the secrecy of the Soviet archives. In investigating this, as with many other problems of the Comintern, we come up against the notorious difficulty that even Togliatti pointed out in 1959, the sources are now difficult of access, scattered in different places, in publications that it is almost impossible to obtain in the West. Even in the Soviet Union, republication of the documents essential for a historical study has hardly begun. And one cannot but add that in addition to the material difficulties, there are others which are related to the substance of the themes that a history of the Comintern would have to deal with. 13. Even of this discreet criticism by Togliatti of the Soviet leaders should be replaced by especially, in order to come closer to the truth. 4. At the time when Togliatti wrote those lines, and this is still truer for the following years, many more documents of the Communist International had been republished in the West than in the Soviet Union. 14. Furthermore, Marxist criticism has need not merely of republication of documents that were public when they originally appeared, but also of access to the internal documents of the Comintern. Naturally, where the history of a revolutionary organization is concerned, a great deal of its activity is clandestine and certain aspects cannot be made public even a long time after the events. But, on the one hand, the Comintern's activities took place between 25 and 50 years ago, and, on the other, the substance that Togliatti mentions does not essentially consist of matters connected with conspiratorial technique, it is above all political in character, and relates to the internal struggles of the Soviet Communist Party and the Comintern, the methods used in this struggle, the connections between the activity of the Comintern and Soviet foreign policy, and so on. It is obvious that this state of affairs is a real scandal from the standpoint of the interests, theoretical and political, of the revolutionary struggle. It constitutes, very concretely, a barrier to critical utilization of the rich experience embodied in the 25 years of the Comintern's existence. In the inaugural address of the First International, Marx called upon the workers to master the mysteries of international politics. He certainly never suspected that it would prove so hard for Marxists, in the course of time, to master the mysteries of their own organization. Despite these difficulties, analysis of the accessible documents does provide us with significant pointers to the 20. Immediate cause of the dissolution, Stalin's raison d'etat, and also shows that the dissolution gave expression, as I have already said, to the historical crisis of the Comintern. The irony of history. It is well known that questions of procedure are sometimes revealing, especially in politics. At first sight, the procedure followed for the dissolution of the Comintern was as democratic as the circumstances allowed. It was of course impossible to convene a Congress, which would have been obligatory under the statutes for a matter of such importance, but the Presidium, anxious not to decide on its own, did submit the question to consideration by the sections. 31 affirmative replies came back to it, including those of all the most important sections. No objection would be raised. What more could be required under wartime conditions? And yet, if we look more closely at this consultation, matters appear in a different light. In the first place, the Presidium statement shows that the dissolution was approved by only a minority of the sections. According to the last Congress of the Comintern, the latter embraced 66 sections. 15 thus, 35 parties, over half of the total, were not able to send in their decisions. Among these were nearly all the parties of the colonial and dependent countries of Asia and Africa. Since, according to the statement by the Presidium, the most important sections had sent in their views, this means that, for the leaders of the International, none of the communist parties of Asia, apart from the Chinese and Syrian communist parties, belonged to this category, a significant fact, which for the moment I merely mention. Furthermore, among the 31 sections which gave their opinion there were 14 which were operating illegally at that time, in the fascist countries or those countries occupied by the forces of the latter, and separated from Moscow by the war fronts. Is it conceivable that these parties should have been able to reply within a few days to the Presidium's request? Their reply is accounted for, in almost every case, by the fact that certain leading cadres of these sections of the Comintern were living as refugees in Moscow. It was 21. They, no doubt, who gave approval to the dissolution, in the names of their respective parties. Another significant fact is this: the resolution of May 15 was published immediately. On May 28 Stalin's declaration appeared, speaking of the dissolution as an accomplished fact. Thus, before the Presidium had been able to collect a decent number of representative yes votes, the dissolution was put before the whole world as a matter already decided. The consulting of the sections was only an artifice serving to hide the way it was done. This obviously shows that the dissolution of the Comintern was an urgent matter. Imperative reasons rendered it impossible to wait. Yet at the same time it would have seemed going too far to dissolve it by mere decree. The solution found was to hide the decree behind the parody of a consultation. Why was it so urgent for the Comintern to disappear? After the Soviet victory at Stalingrad and the defeat of the Axis in North Africa, there was clear prospect of victory for the anti-fascist alliance. What reasons stood in the way of waiting until the end of the year, when the parties might examine at their respective congresses such an important question as the dissolution of their international organization? The resolution of the Presidium does not say. Its fundamental argument is that the Comintern's experience had proved that it was impossible to lead the movement from a single international center. Even if this argument be accepted as valid, I shall consider this point later, it still does not justify the urgency of the dissolution. If the alleged impossibility really existed, it would have sufficed to freeze the working of the leading organs of the Comintern until a Congress could take a decision. The true key to this urgency shows through, however, in the declaration made by Stalin, the dissolution of the Comintern is proper and timely because it facilitates the organization of the common onslaught of all freedom-loving nations against the common enemy, is perfectly timely, because it is exactly now that it is necessary to organize the common onslaught of freedom-loving countries, because it will result in a further strengthening of the united front of the Allies. 22. The precise meaning of these formulations is well explained in the book by William Z. Foster, A History of the Three Internationals. Foster, chairman of the Communist Party of the USA until his death, was from 1935 onwards a member of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, and was always well known for his total identification with the attitudes taken by the Soviet leaders. His book corresponds completely to the schemas of Stalinist history writing, but it is just because of this that the following passage is so interesting. It is significant that the historic decision was taken right at the most crucial moment of the fight to establish the Second Front. This front was very greatly needed for a quick and decisive victory, but the Western reactionaries were blocking it. Undoubtedly the favorable impression all over the bourgeois world made by the dissolution of the Comintern helped very decisively to break this deadly logjam. It was only a few months later that there was held the famous Tehran Conference, at which the date for the Second Front was finally decided. 16. The deadly logjam referred to was this. The Comintern had not formally discarded its program of world revolution, left lying dormant during the Popular Front period. It was brandished once more by the Comintern during the period of the Soviet-German Pact, and in the direction, moreover, of just those capitalist states that were soon afterwards to become the Soviet Union's allies. The bourgeois world continued to take this program seriously. Thus, the New York Times wrote on February 14, 1943, swiftly, inexorably, the Russian armies continue to drive toward the west. Their victories foreshadow the collapse of the new order which Hitler started to impose on the world. But as the Red armies plunge forward, they are also raising many questions in many minds as to what other order they have written on their banners. And these questions carry the danger that they will provide a fertile ground for the latest Nazi propaganda with which Hitler hopes to escape the consequences of defeat, the propaganda which raises the bogey of a Bolshevist domination of Europe, in an effort 23. To scare the world, divide the United Nations and therewith pave the way for a compromise peace. In order to win the war, the Soviet army had to advance and destroy the Hitlerite army. But fear of revolutionary consequences from the defeat of Germany might break up the anti-Hitler coalition. It was therefore necessary to break the deadly logjam by defining clearly, and in a way acceptable to all the interested parties, the aims of an Allied victory. And, of course, the prospect of revolution in Europe was not acceptable to the USSR's capitalist allies. So far, no document has come to light to prove that Roosevelt and Churchill officially called upon Stalin to do away with the Comintern. But this demand shows through like a watermark in certain articles published in the most responsible organs of the bourgeois press and certain public statements by front-rank official personages. For example, the same New York Times wrote on December 20, 1942 that it was because of the subversive and, in the result, suicidal activities of a communist international guided by the Trotskyist ideology of the proletarian world revolution that Hitler could raise an issue which frightened many Germans into his camp and won a following for similar crusaders elsewhere, including the United States. And the Vice President of the United States, Henry Wallace, speaking about future relations between the USSR and the Western Allies, declared on March 8, 1943 that World War No. 3 would be inevitable if Russia should again embrace the Trotskyist idea of fomenting worldwide revolution. 17. As will be shown in the chapter devoted to examining Stalin's strategy during the war, he yielded to the blackmail of his allies not so much through fear of a separate peace as because the renouncing of any intention of fomenting worldwide revolution was the necessary condition for a far-reaching agreement, based on a share out of spheres of influence, with American imperialism. And this was one of the essential aims of Stalin's policy. Coming to an agreement about the Second Front, especially about its location, amounted to taking a decisive step towards the share out of the continent of Europe. This was why Stalin could not refrain from eliminating that unknown factor which gave rise to hesitation on the part of the bourgeois world. 24. The reasons why it was urgent to dissolve the Comintern thus appear plain enough. Even if there were also other reasons for doing it, the moment chosen was entirely determined by the urgent need to give guarantees to the capitalist states so far as the political objectives of the USSR were concerned. With the problem arising in this way, it is conceivable that Stalin could not wait for a Comintern Congress to meet, nor even for the communist leading group in each country to be consulted. In the last analysis, anyhow, the decisive element in settling what it was desired to settle was not what the communists thought but what Roosevelt and Churchill thought, the attitude of the bourgeois world, as Foster puts it. Let us note in passing, without stopping to dwell on details that would take us too far from our subject, that the dissolution of the Comintern seems to have been synchronized with a number of measures which all pointed in the same direction. Not long afterwards, Stalin received Metropolitan Sergius, head of the Russian Orthodox Church, and announced, at the end of a long and friendly interview, his decision to restore the Holy Synod. At the same time, the Internationale was abolished as the official anthem of the Soviet state, and replaced by a song in praise of Great Russia. And on May, 5 days before the date that appears at the foot of the resolution dissolving the Comintern, a Pan-Slav Congress was held in Moscow, under the chairmanship of Dimitrov, symbolic changing of the guard. But could the dissolution of the Comintern prove really sufficient to make fear of revolution vanish from among the allies of the USSR? According to Stalin, this measure would mean a strengthening of the united front of the allies and would facilitate, exactly now, the organization of the common onslaught, for it exposed the lie that Moscow interfered in the affairs of other nations so as to Bolshevize them, as well as the calumny that the communist parties were acting not in the interests of their people but on orders from outside. The Nazis and the adversaries of communism within the labor movement, said Stalin, represented the Comintern as being the instrument of this interference, and so its dissolution would finally put an end to these calumnies. 25. The dictionary tells us that a calumny is a false accusation, brought forward out of malice in order to do harm. If accusing the Comintern of meddling in the affairs of other countries was a calumny, then this must mean that the Comintern did not actually involve itself in the problems of the different countries and did not give orders to the various communist parties. If that was so, then dissolving it made no substantial change, at any rate for well-informed persons. This gesture could possess only propaganda value, aimed at ignorant people who mistook calumnies for the truth. Was it possible to include in this category the leaders of world capitalism, men like Roosevelt and Churchill? What was at stake was setting up the political premises for an agreement that would decide the fate of the world for an entire epoch. Could the dissolution of the Comintern exercise an important, even decisive, according to Foster, influence in this great diplomatic process if, in fact, it changed nothing and amounted merely to abolishing something that did not exist? Stalin calmly reduced 25 years of history to nothing but a calumny. The statutes, the program, the resolutions of the Comintern proclaimed that the Comintern existed, and its executive committee operated continuously with a very specific aim, to lead the revolutionary struggle in every country, through the corresponding national section, and to coordinate these national struggles on the international scale, in a world strategy of the socialist revolution. The bourgeoisie of every country and international capitalism had always made use of Comintern theory and practice in order to charge the communists with being under Moscow's orders, and so forth. Lenin and the communists had not answered these charges by denying the facts but by refuting the reactionary interpretation that was put upon them. The undeniable intervention of the Comintern in the internal affairs of each country, they declared, was in conformity with the interests of its proletariat. The national aspect of the struggle had to be subordinated to the international aspect. The Soviet state had a duty to help the revolutionary struggle in every country, an obvious form of interference in internal affairs, etc. Moreover, the various communist parties and the Comintern itself acknowledged openly that the CPSU was the leading party of the Comintern. Besides, the very resolution of the Presidium 26, which dissolved the Comintern, provided a categorical denial of the calumny thesis. By stating that the Comintern was dissolving itself in order to put an end to the method of solving the problems facing the movement in each separate country from an international center, it admitted that the Comintern had interfered in the internal affairs of each country. The dissolution of the Comintern thus put an end not to a calumny but to a reality, to what it had really been, with all its successes and mistakes. That was why this measure could facilitate the negotiations between Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill. Why did Stalin resort to the subterfuge of talking about calumny? Perhaps he saw in this a way of concealing from the communists and from the working masses the profound significance of the concession he was making to the leaders of world capitalism. Presented like this, the dissolution could be interpreted, it was indeed in this way that the communists generally understood it, as a ruse de guerre. The transformation of Stalin into a holy figure, a process that the Comintern had systematically promoted, made it very difficult for the communists to read the declaration of May 28 in a critical spirit. 18 Stalin did not merely bury a calumny, he sought to reassure the Allies that it would never recur. The communist parties, he told them in effect, were no longer an internationally organized force, from now on they would confine themselves to action within a strictly national framework. This was certainly the significance of the resolution's strange silence on the possibility of international links, of any sort, between communist parties. But neither the dissolution of the Comintern nor the tacit promise not to re-establish it in a different form was adequate for the experienced politicians of imperialism. For them it was obvious that a connection did continue to exist, however clandestine its functioning, namely, the link between each communist party and the Soviet center. Unless the communist parties were to be dissolved, too much to hope for, however great Stalin's goodwill, what was essential for the bourgeois rulers was to know in what direction Moscow's influence would be exercised. In short, what would the policy of the communist parties be in the final phase of the war and the post-war period? Were they going to strive with all their might to utilize the economic and political crisis 27 produced by the war to rouse the masses of the people and thereby hasten the downfall of capitalist class rule, as the last Comintern Congress had urged? It is in the reply given to this question that there lies the fundamental concession granted by Stalin to the Allies. The resolution of the Presidium does not, in fact, confine itself to dissolving the International. It also defines an orientation capable of satisfying the capitalist states that were members of the anti-Hitlerite coalition, not because it constituted an infallible guarantee against revolution. The communist parties themselves had no power to offer such a guarantee, even had they wished, but because it allowed the bourgeois parties a wide field of maneuver in which to ward off any danger. Events were to show that they knew how to make intelligent use of this facility. Anti-fascist alliance without difference of party or religion, that was the generic expression covering the tactics which the Comintern, in departing from the scene, recommended to the communist parties and to the proletariat at large. This very general formulation could cover a variety of very different contents. As is known, the first manifestation of the policy of anti-fascist unity was the People's Fronts. Then, however, it explicitly included a prospect of revolutionary deepening of the struggle, inspired by the Leninist strategy of transforming the bourgeois democratic revolution into the socialist revolution. At the same time as the People's Front policy was adopted, the Seventh Congress, as had been pointed out, reaffirmed the Comintern's traditional orientation, to take advantage of the crisis that a new world war must produce in order to attack the very foundations of capitalism. In the resolution of the Presidium, not only is silence maintained on these prospects, but also tactical directives are supplied which are clearly intended to keep the anti-fascist struggle within the bounds of bourgeois democracy. As regards the states allied with the USSR, it is declared that the sacred duty of the Communists consists in aiding by every means the military efforts of the governments of these countries, each party working within the framework of its own country. There is not even any advice to maintain a critical attitude towards these military efforts, which, in a number of cases, left a great deal to be desired. As regards the countries of the Hitlerite bloc, the tasks of the Communists, says the statement, consist in contributing to the defeat, 28. and downfall of the governments responsible for the war. No reference is made to German and Italian monopoly capitalism, chief promoter of the aggressive policy of these countries. In short, the prospect of transformation of the anti-fascist struggle into the socialist revolution was tacitly dropped. It may be objected that this prospect could have survived in the secret intentions harbored by the communist parties. Even if this were so, however, the problem is not essentially altered. Revolution is prepared only by way of open ideological and political activity, in which objectives, methods, and so on, are formulated clearly. The rigorous correlation between the political last will and testament of the Comintern and the requirements of the negotiations between the USSR and its allies is shown in another feature of the resolution. It contains not the slightest allusion to the struggle for national liberation of the peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies. Some of these were at that very time striving to profit by the difficulties of Anglo-French imperialism to break the chains of colonial subjection. The Comintern remains prudently silent on this struggle so as not to upset the allies of the USSR. Others, like the revolutionary Chinese people, were participating in a war of liberation against Japanese imperialism, which was itself at war with the USA, the USSR's ally. The consideration just mentioned could therefore not apply where the USA was concerned. But the Soviet Union had signed in 1941 a pact of neutrality and non-aggression with Japan which was to remain in force until, when Japan was practically beaten, the USSR declared war against her so as to make sure of occupying some strategic positions in the Far East. In order not to disturb the Soviet-Japanese pact, the resolution of 1943 kept silence about the great revolutionary struggle being led by the Communist Party of China. And this entire orientation which the Comintern prescribed for the Communist parties at the moment of its disappearance from history, an orientation which included, and not just as an established fact of the moment but as something to be respected in the post-war period, the maintenance in its integrity of the chief nucleus of imperialist capitalism, this orientation was presented, in the resolution of the Presidium and 29. In Stalin's declaration, as providing assurance of the friendship of nations based on their equality, and as capable of clearing the way to the future organization of a companionship of nations based upon their equality. Thus, the topmost leaders of the communist movement were spreading among the masses the illusion that equality and fraternity between nations were compatible with the survival of the principal imperialist states, the illusion that these states, by virtue merely of being at war with their capitalist rivals alongside the Soviet Union, really intended to build an ideal world. The leaders of capitalism were to show themselves able to profit by this additional allowance of moral credit granted to them by the leaders of communism, just as they were to profit skillfully from the margin of maneuver that was allowed them by the restriction of the aims of the communist parties to the framework of bourgeois democracy. It is not out of place to stress the fact that the implicit-explicit appeal made by the resolution of 1943 F-R anti-fascist struggle not to be taken beyond limits acceptable to the capitalist powers occurred at the moment when the offensive phase of the war had begun for the anti-Hitlerite coalition. This phase was marked not only by offensives on the military fronts but also by powerful advances on the part of the resistance in the occupied countries and the reinforcement within the resistance of the most radical tendencies. This was a phase in which the danger of a renversement d'alliances was present, though the overall political setting made this less and less likely, but also one in which a new force was growing that was rich in revolutionary potentiality. I shall come back to this question in the second part of my study. For the time being I will confine myself to the following observation. No objective research has yet been done on the Second World War that takes account of all the complexity of the correlation and dynamics of the military, social, and political factors in this phase of the great drama. One therefore cannot brush aside the hypothesis that the resolution of 1943 did in fact correspond to a realistic appreciation of this correlation of forces, of the dangers present and the actual possibilities opening before the revolutionary vanguards. Even if this were so, however, the resolution would still appear as absolutely opportunist, owing to the deceptive manner in which the concessions granted to anti-fascist 30. Imperialism were presented, and the illusions that the policy of the communist parties, inspired by this life, put about among the masses of the people. These were deceptions and illusions that could only aid the leaders of the free world in the task of cheating their peoples. To be sure, the capitalist allies paid something too. In order to secure victory over their rivals in exploiting the world, they had to contribute to the victory of the state born of the October Revolution. The second great share out of spheres of influence to be effected in the 20th century, begun at the Tehran Conference with the decision about where the second front was to be opened, defined more closely during the Stalin-Churchill conversation of October 1944, and finally consecrated at Yalta and Potsdam, meant that the victorious capitalist states recognized the Soviet glacis in Eastern Europe. 19 This glacis implied the establishment, in the east and southeast of Europe, of regimes that gave full and absolute guarantees to the Soviet Union, something that was hardly compatible with the retention of capitalist structures. The revolution, a certain revolution, that had been ruled out by the testament of the Comintern would be reintroduced so far as these particular countries were concerned, under the pretext of raison d'etat. When we take a close look at the matter, we must admit that the tribute paid by the imperialist states to the working class ally that circumstances had given them, although not negligible in so far as it strengthened their great socialist competitor, was not exorbitant, either, from the standpoint of the interests of these states. In exchange for the crushing of their capitalist rivals and for guarantees against revolution in the industrially developed west of Europe, as also in the strategically important Mediterranean zone, they accepted the strengthening of the Soviet state and the abolition of capitalism in the most backward part of Europe. But it must not be forgotten that the capitalist system was emerging from a period in which it had experienced the most serious economic crisis and the most terrible armed conflict in its entire history up to that time. Nor must it be forgotten that, while saving Western Europe and the great capitalist state in the Far East, capitalism was also strengthening itself in a spectacular way in the USA. Events took it upon themselves to show that the guarantees given by Stalin to his allies, that the anti-fascist struggle would not go too far in the direction of revolution, did indeed operate effectively in those places where they were supposed to. In France and Italy, during the last phase of the war and the immediate post-war period, the politico-social balance of forces was undoubtedly more unfavorable to the bourgeoisie than it was in most of the countries of Eastern Europe. The communist parties enjoyed enormous influence and a substantial left-wing tendency existed among the social democrats. But these parties knew how to take prudent account of the external factor. In Greece, where the internal situation was plainly revolutionary, the Communist Party did not observe the same prudence, and was crushed. Now, the external factor consisted not only of the will to intervention on the part of the Anglo-American forces, as official communist history maintains, but also of the will to non-intervention on the part of the Soviet forces. The same was true, inversely, where the countries of the Soviet glacis were concerned. The external factor was the compromise agreed to between the three principals, Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, with only one true God between them, raison d'etat. Thanks to this compromise, the revolution did not develop beyond the stage of potentiality in France and Italy, was crushed in Greece, and was unable to raise its head in Spain, but eventually imposed itself throughout the countries of Eastern Europe. The Comintern was both abolished and utilized in order to achieve this compromise. Abolished so as to demonstrate, by means of so spectacular a gesture, that the Soviet leaders renounced any intention of stimulating the revolution in the vital centers of their allies, utilized so as to give positive form to this renunciation, preparing the communists and the European proletariat, politically and ideologically, to accept this compromise. The resolution of May 1943 was at one and the same time the death certificate of the past and the document destined to serve as guide in the present and the immediate future. For this was the irony of history, established in 1919 to organize joint action by the proletariat of the different countries which pursue the one goal, the overthrow of capitalism, the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of an international Soviet Republic. 21. 32. The Comintern resolved to dissolve itself in 1943 so as to facilitate joint action by the first Soviet state and the capitalist states which had organized armed intervention in order to crush it in its cradle. Bomb with a program of world revolution in the near future, it died 25 years later postulating a prospect of brotherly collaboration between the Soviet state and the capitalist states. An admission of bankruptcy. As could have been expected from the style that had prevailed in the Comintern for a long time before the dissolution, the document of the Presidium carefully avoided any explicit reference to the fact that the measure adopted was due to the urgent requirements of the negotiations between Stalin and the Allies. Its entire argument rested on the thesis that the dissolution was dictated by the historical experience of the International. The fact that this argument served to hide from the Communists the aspect which I have just analyzed does not mean that it lacked any substance or importance. The argument was based, as we have seen, upon the view that the Comintern's activity had itself shown that it was not possible for the working class movement in every country to be led from an international center. The resolution depicted a process whereby an ever wider gap opened between the Comintern, as the form of international organization and method of direction, and the needs of the working class movement. The schema of this process was as follows: a first stage, the duration of which was not defined, in which the Comintern was the organization that corresponded to the needs of the movement. In this period apparently, solving the problems facing the movement in each separate country was possible from an international center. A final stage in which this method came up against insurmountable obstacles, and in which the Comintern even became a drag on the further strengthening of the national working class parties. It was not made clear exactly when this final stage began, but that date placed some time long before the war. Togliatti, a signatory of the resolution of 1943, declared in 1959 that from 1934 onwards, at latest, it became 33. Impossible and even absurd to think of being able to carry out a real task of leadership from a single center. 22. Unless we are to suppose that a sudden metamorphosis took place in the Comintern, from being an organization appropriate to the needs of the working class movement into an obstacle to it, we must assume that between the first stage and the final stage there was an intermediate stage during which the inadequacy was already present, even if it had not yet attained the dimensions of absurdity. In short, the resolution of 1943 recognized, even if it did not say this explicitly, that, as a matter of fact, during the greater part of the history of the Comintern, the latter was not the type of international organization that the working class movement needed to have. It is true that this admission of bankruptcy related exclusively to the Comintern as a method of leadership, an international structure. The resolution of 1943 made not the slightest critical allusion to the theoretical and political work of the International. If, however, one looks at the question in a Marxist way, is it possible to conceive that the unsuitability of the method and the organizational structures can have had no negative influence on the political resolutions and the theoretical constructions? The argument used by the Presidium of the ECCI in order to make clear the failure of the mechanism based on the international ultra-centralization of the movement is consistent and coherent. It starts, indeed, from an unquestionable fact, the principal aspects of which it enumerates, the deep differences of the historic paths of development of various countries, the differences in their character and even contradictions in their social orders, the differences in the level and tempo of their economic and political development, the differences, finally, in the degree of consciousness and organization of the workers. From this unquestionable fact it deduces something else no less unquestionable, namely, the existence of different problems facing the working class of the various countries. And from these two unquestionable facts it draws a corollary, the impossibility of settling the problems of the labor movement of each separate country from any international center whatsoever. The validity of this corollary has been confirmed, the resolution stresses, by the Comintern's entire practical experience. 34. And yet this experience convincingly showed, says the resolution, that the form of organization chosen by the first Congress of the Comintern in order to unite the workers was a form that answered the conditions of the first stages of the working class movement. How is this thesis to be linked with the preceding argument? Was there not in these first stages a deep diversity in the historical paths and the social and political orders? Were there no contrasts in the level of consciousness and organization of the working class movement? It is enough to glance at the spectacle presented by Europe and the world on the morrow of the War of 1914-18 to appreciate that those features were as obviously apparent then as in the subsequent periods of the Comintern. What are involved here are generic features that are to be found in absolutely any period of the working class movement, and the common basis of which is well known, namely, the existence of nations. All the arguments used by the Presidium to justify the dissolution amount to admitting that the Comintern was shipwrecked on the fact of nationality. And this was, indeed, one of the essential causes of its crisis. Since its creation, with its 21 conditions, 23 its ultra-centralism, its draconic subordination of the periphery to the center, of the base to the summit, the Comintern ignored in practice, in its own internal life, the fact of national differences. Thereby it made difficulties for itself when it came to taking account of this fact in the outside world, despite its theoretical theses and political declarations recognizing the right of nations to self-determination. However, the fact of nationality is not among those that allow themselves to be overlooked easily. The last 20 years, from the Yugoslav crisis to the Czechoslovak crisis, by way of the Hungarian, Polish, Romanian, Albanian, Chinese, etc., crises, have recorded the history of the open revanche of the fact of nationality in the communist movement. Before then there was the stage of underground revanche, gradually sapping the Communist International. I shall return several times in the course of my analysis to this fundamental factor in the Comintern crisis, a factor that made itself felt at every level, theoretical, political, organizational. The thesis according to which the form of organization of the Comintern corresponded, in its first stages, to the needs of the revolutionary movement was not supported by any proofs in the resolution of 1943. 35. On the contrary, all the arguments intended to show that the other periods saw a growing contradiction between this form of organization and the needs of the movement can be applied perfectly well, as I have shown, to the first stages. It is impossible not to think that the attempt to exclude this initial period was dictated by a subjective motive, namely, to save the face before history of the creation of the Comintern, an event inseparably linked with the name of Lenin. In the first stages there was indeed a correspondence, but not that which was indicated in the resolution. The Comintern's ultra-centralized structure, its methods of leadership, corresponded not to the real needs of the working class movement but to a certain theoretical conception of the course to be followed by the world revolution, and to the tactical and organizational requirements of this course, the conception held by Lenin and the Bolshevik nucleus. The contradiction between the Comintern's organizational structures and the needs of the working class movement was only the concretization on the practical level of the contradiction between the theoretical conception of the course of the world revolution as a sort of tremendous civil war on the international scale, and the actual course taken by events in the world. To sum up, it can be said that the Comintern crisis was due not merely to its organizational structures, it was also a theoretical and political crisis. It is significant, in this connection, that at the time when they dissolved the Comintern and drew up its historical balance sheet, the leaders were unable to record any revolutionary victory to its credit. They had to confine themselves to 4 positive generalizations, each of which serves to disguise the alarming negative side of the balance. The historic role of the Communist International, says the resolution of 1943, consisted in upholding the principles of Marxism from vulgarization and distortion by the opportunist elements in the working class movement, in helping to promote the consolidation in a number of countries of the vanguard of the foremost workers in real working class parties, and in helping them to mobilize the workers for the defense of their economic and political interests and for the struggle against fascism and the war the latter was preparing and for support of the Soviet 36. Union as the chief bulwark against fascism. 24. No mention is made of the fact that the great majority of the working class of the capitalist countries was still, 25 years after the creation of the Comintern, under the influence of reformism, and that, in the principal fortress of capitalism, the influence of Marxism upon the proletariat was practically nil. 25. Nothing is said of the fact that, in most of the advanced capitalist countries, the communist parties were a political factor of little weight or none at all, that, where they had played a role of importance, they had suffered severe defeats, and that the strongest of them, the model party in the capitalist world, had proved incapable of effectively resisting fascism. The resolution also avoids dealing with a fundamental fact: in the quarter century of the Comintern's existence, capitalism had undergone the gravest economic crisis in its history, followed soon after by the Second World War, and yet the Comintern had been incapable in any country of finding a revolutionary way out of the great economic crisis, and at the moment of its dissolution, when the war was already moving towards the defeat of fascism, it was bequeathing to the communist parties the prospect of re-establishing or defending bourgeois democracy. The resolution was silent on the defeat of the Chinese Revolution of 1926-7 and the general weakness of the Comintern in the colonial countries, the defeat of the Spanish Revolution, the frustration of the People's Front in France, and so on. No communist party can guarantee the proletariat a path without defeats or setbacks, but what is one to think of a Marxist party that reviews its own history as though the defeats and setbacks in which it had played the major part had never taken place? The somber picture sketched above, contrasting with the note of self-satisfaction sounded in the resolution of 1943, is attributable not only to subjective factors, to the Comintern's mistakes and shortcomings. Powerful objective factors played their part, helping to explain to a large extent why capitalism was able not only to survive these hard tests but even to strengthen itself in a whole series of essential secrets. But it must not be forgotten, first, that in the dialectic of the objective and the subjective, what is subjective becomes objective fact, and vice versa, and, secondly, that one of the Comintern's chief weaknesses consisted, precisely, in its inability to take account theoretically of these objective factors and to work out, on 37. That basis, the appropriate forms of action. Defeats and setbacks are tribute that the revolutionary struggle cannot avoid paying in order eventually to attain victory, but this tribute is fruitful only when the revolutionary party is able to assimilate critically the experience of its defeats and the mistakes it has made. What was worst in the way the Comintern was wound up was that it turned the page without subjecting the experience accumulated to a rigorous critique. And this it did at a moment when a new epoch of radical worldwide change in every sphere was opening, when fresh millions of revolutionaries were going into action, and when the success of their action depended to a large extent upon Marxist assimilation of past experience. The war could not provide any justification for failing to undertake this task, at least in its most urgent aspects. If the communist parties were really the revolutionary vanguard, the communists could not be regarded as mere anti-fascist soldiers or officers, they should have been called upon to work out, even while engaged in the struggle, revolutionary strategy and tactics that could utilize to the utmost, in each country and internationally, the possibilities offered by the profound crisis of the capitalist system and the revolutionary wave that was beginning to rise. From this standpoint, experiences like those of the Spanish Civil War and the People's Front in France, which had revealed the dead ends into which the tactic of anti-fascist unity could lead, possessed inestimable value in the situation in which the communist parties were going to find themselves in the last phase of the war and after the war was over. Furthermore, in the conditions of anti-fascist war on the European scale, when the outcome of the struggle in each country depended less than ever on the mere internal relation of forces, coordination of activity between the different communist parties. 38. Was obviously called for. The resolution of 1943 ran directly counter to these two requirements. In the first place, it laid down a uniform line for all the parties, instead of calling upon them to work out on their own initiatives the policies that would best correspond to the concrete peculiarities of each country. In other words, the International dissolved itself, declaring that the method of leading the revolutionary movement of every country from an international center had proved historically bankrupt, while at the same time making use of this very method. Secondly, this line was derived above all from the requirements of negotiations between the big three of the anti-Hitlerite coalition, a fact that could not but accentuate to the maximum the right-wing tendencies that had shown themselves in the period of the People's Front policy. Thirdly, the Comintern was dissolved without any consideration being given to the problem of new types of link between the communist parties. The failure of the form of international organization represented by the Comintern was tacitly presented as proof that no form of international organization of the revolutionary movement ought to exist. In a situation that clearly called for close coordination of the activities of the communist parties, the resolution of 1943 imposed on each of them a limitation of their activity strictly to the national framework. In practice, as we know, each country had to restrict itself to the limits of its own country, but to do this in close relationship with the superior guidance of the Soviet Union. Actually, the Comintern's method survived its departure. Not merely did it, at the moment of death, lay down once again a uniform line for all the communist parties. Henceforth, the role of the ECCI, as go-between for the CPSU in running the Comintern, was taken over directly, even though not openly, by the political bureau of the Soviet Party. 20. Under these conditions, not merely the general formulation of the line laid down by the resolution of 1943, but also its concrete application would be subject to adjustment, at a moment's notice, to the needs of the USSR's high politico-military strategy. In the second part of this volume we shall see in detail the consequences this dependence entailed for the communist movement that succeeded the Comintern. 39. In the subsequent chapters of this first part I propose to back up the opinion, formulated above, that underlying the liquidation of the Comintern at a turning point of world history was the reaching of a critical moment in a long crisis that had begun already in the earliest years of the International. And I shall start by looking at the commencement and course of this crisis on the plane of the conceptions that served as the theoretical foundation for the Comintern's political activity and organic structures. Appendix to Chapter I. Text of the Resolution of the Presidium of the ECCI 27-1. The historic role of the Communist International, which was founded in 1919 as a result of the political collapse of the great majority of old, pre-war working-class parties, consisted in upholding the principles of Marxism from vulgarization and distortion by the opportunist elements in the working-class movement, in helping to promote the consolidation in a number of countries of the vanguard of the foremost workers in real working-class parties, and in helping them to mobilize the workers for the defense of their economic and political interests and for support of the Soviet Union as the chief bulwark against fascism. 2. The Communist International from the first exposed the real meaning of the Anti-Comintern Pact, as a weapon for the preparation of war by the Hitlerites. Long before the war, it ceaselessly and tirelessly exposed the vicious, subversive work carried on in other countries by the Hitlerites who masked it by their screams about the so-called interference of the Communist International in the internal affairs of these states. 3. But long before the war it became more and more clear that, with the increasing complications in the internal and international relations of the various countries, any sort of international center would encounter insuperable obstacles in solving the problems facing the movement in each separate country. The deep differences of the historic paths of 40. Development of various countries, the differences in their character and even contradictions in their social orders, the differences in the level and tempo of their economic and political development, the differences, finally, in the degree of consciousness and organization of the workers, conditioned the different problems facing the working class of the various countries. The whole development of events in the last quarter of a century, and the experience accumulated by the Communist International, convincingly showed that the organizational form of uniting the workers chosen by the First Congress of the Communist International answered the conditions of the first stage of the revival of the working class movement, but has been outgrown by the growth of this movement and by the complications of its problems in separate countries, and has even become a drag on the further strengthening of the national working class parties. For the world war that the Hitlerites have let loose has still further sharpened the differences in the situation of the separate countries, and has placed a deep dividing line between those countries which fell under the Hitlerite tyranny and those freedom-loving peoples who have united in a powerful anti-Hitlerite coalition. In the countries of the Hitlerite bloc, the fundamental task of the working class, the toilers, and all honest people consists in giving all help for the defeat of this bloc, by sabotage of the Hitlerite military machine from within, and by helping to overthrow the governments who are guilty of the war. In the countries of the anti-Hitlerite coalition, the sacred duty of the widest masses of the people, and in the first place of the foremost workers, consists in aiding by every means the military efforts of the governments of these countries aimed at the speediest defeat of the Hitlerite bloc and the assurance of the friendship of nations based on their equality. At the same time, the fact must not be lost sight of that separate countries which are members of the anti-Hitlerite coalition have their own particular problems. For example, in countries occupied by the Hitlerites which have lost their state independence, the basic task of the foremost workers and of the wide masses of the people consists in pro-41 moting armed struggle, developing into a national war of liberation against Hitlerite Germany. At the same time, the war of liberation of the freedom-loving peoples against the Hitlerite tyranny, which has brought into movement the masses of the people, uniting them without difference of party or religion in the ranks of a powerful anti-Hitlerite coalition, has demonstrated with still greater clearness that the general national upsurge and mobilization of the people for the speediest victory over the enemy can be best of all and most fruitfully carried out by the vanguard of the working class movement of each separate country, working within the framework of its own country. 5. Already the 7th Congress of the Communist International, meeting in 1935, taking into account the changes that had taken place both in the international situation and in the working class movement that demand great flexibility and independence of its sections in deciding the problems confronting them, emphasized the necessity for the Executive Committee of the Communist International, in deciding all questions of the working class movement arising from the concrete conditions and peculiarities of each country, to make a rule of avoiding interference in the internal organizational affairs of the communist parties. These same considerations guided the Communist International in considering the resolution of the Communist Party of the USA of November 1, 1940, on its withdrawal from the ranks of the Communist International. 6. Guided by the judgment of the founders of Marxism-Leninism, communists have never been supporters of the conservation of organizational forms that have outlived themselves. They have always subordinated forms of organization of the working class movement and the methods of working of such organizations to the fundamental political interest of the working class movement as a whole, to the peculiarities of the concrete historical situation and to the problems immediately resulting from this situation. They remember the example of the great Marx, who united the foremost workers in the ranks of the Working Men's International Association, and, when the First International had fulfilled its historical task, laying the foundations for the development of 42. The working class parties in the countries of Europe and America, and, as a result of the matured situation creating national working class parties, dissolved the First International inasmuch as this form of parties, dissolved the First International inasmuch as this form of organization already no longer corresponded to the demands confronting it. 7. In consideration of the above, and taking into account the growth and political maturity of the communist parties and their leading cadres in the separate countries, and also having in view the fact that during the present war some sections have raised the question of the dissolution of the Communist International as the directing center of the international working class movement. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, in the circumstances of the World War not being able to convene a Congress of the Communist International, puts forward the following proposal for ratification by the sections of the Communist International. The Communist International, as the directing center of the international working class movement, is to be dissolved, thus freeing the sections of the Communist International from their obligations arising from the statutes and resolutions of the Congresses of the Communist International. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International calls on all supporters of the Communist International to concentrate their energies on wholehearted support of and active participation in the war of liberation of the peoples and states of the anti-Hitlerite coalition for the speediest defeat of the deadly enemy of the working class and toilers, German fascism and its associates and vassals. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, G. Dimitrov, M. Ercoli, W. Florin, K. Gottwald, V. Kolarov, J. Kolenig, O. Kyosinin, D. Manuilsky, A. Marty, W. Pike, M. Therese, A. Zdanov. The following representatives of communist parties also append their signatures to the present resolution: Bianco, Dolores Ibarruri, Letinin, Anna Pocker, Matyas Rakosi. 43. Statement of the Presidium of ECCI on the dissolution of the Communist International. At its last meeting on June 8, 1943, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International considered the decisions received from its sections in connection with its proposals of May 15, 1943 on the dissolution of the Communist International, and decided the following: 1. That the proposal on the dissolution of the Communist International has been approved by the Communist parties of Australia, Austria, the Argentine, Belgium, Bulgaria, Great Britain, Hungary, Germany, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Canada, the United Socialist Party of Catalonia, the Communist parties of China and Colombia, the Revolutionary Communist Union of Cuba, the Communist Party of Mexico, the Workers' Party of Poland, the Communist parties of Romania, Syria, the Soviet Union, Uruguay, Finland, France, Czechoslovakia, Chile, Switzerland, Sweden, Yugoslavia, the Union of South Africa, and the Communist International of Youth. 2. That not one of the existing sections of the Communist International sent in any objection to the proposal of the Presidium of the EC. In view of all this, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International declares: 1. That the proposal for the dissolution of the Communist International has been unanimously approved by all sections able to send in their decisions, including all the most important sections. 2. It considers that, as from June 10, 1943, the Executive Committee of the Communist International, the Presidium and Secretariat of the Executive Committee, as well as the International Control Commission, have been dissolved. 3. It entrusts to a committee composed of Dimitrov, Manuilsky, Ercoli and Pike to carry out the winding up of the affairs of the organs, apparatus, and property of the Communist International. On behalf of the Presidium of the ECCI, Dimitrov. 44. Stalin's reply to Reuters chief Moscow. Correspondent. Question: British comment on the decision to dissolve the Comintern has been very favorable. What is the Soviet view of this matter and of its bearing on future international relations? Answer: the dissolution of the Communist International is proper and timely because it facilitates the organization of the common onslaught of all freedom-loving nations against the common enemy, Hitlerism. The dissolution of the Communist International is proper because it exposes the lie of the Hitlerites to the effect that Moscow allegedly intends to intervene in the life of other nations and to Bolshevize them. From now on an end is put to this lie. It exposes the calumny of the adversaries of communism within the labor movement to the effect that communist parties in various countries are allegedly acting not in the interests of their people but on orders from outside. From now on an end is also put to this calumny. It facilitates the work of patriots of all countries for uniting the progressive forces of their respective countries, regardless of party or religious faith, into a single camp of national liberation, for unfolding the struggle against fascism. It facilitates the work of patriots of all countries for uniting all freedom-loving peoples into a single international camp for the fight against the menace of world domination by Hitlerism, thus clearing the way for the future organization of a companionship of nations based upon their equality. I think that all these circumstances taken together will result in a further strengthening of the united front of the Allies and other United Nations in their fight for victory over Hitlerite tyranny. I feel that the dissolution of the Communist International is perfectly timely, because it is exactly now, when the fascist beast is exerting its last strength, that it is necessary to organize the common onslaught of freedom-loving countries to finish off this beast and to deliver the people from fascist oppression. 45. 2. The crisis of theory. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the womb of the old society. Marx. Lenin's theoretical schema. For Lenin, as for Marx and Engels, the socialist revolution was essentially a world revolution, even if it was not possible for the working class to take power simultaneously in every country, or even, except in unusual circumstances, in several countries at once. This worldwide nature of the socialist revolution followed, for Marx, from the very nature of modern productive forces, which makes capitalism a world system, an economic system that tends towards the integration of human society on the planetary scale. A fortiori, socialism, being the product, in the last analysis, of a transition of the productive forces to a still higher level, cannot really exist otherwise than as a world system. Hence the necessity for the revolution to win through in the advanced countries when a great social revolution shall have mastered the results of the bourgeois epoch, the market of the world and the modern powers of production, and subjected them to the common control of the most advanced peoples, then only, Marx emphasized, will human progress cease to resemble that hideous pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. 2. The version according to which Lenin revised Marx on this point, by establishing theoretically that it was possible to build socialism in one. 46. Country taken separately, does not correspond to historical truth. It was manufactured by Stalin in order to furnish the support of authoritative arguments to his own theses on the question. The present Soviet leaders have developed these theses so far as to proclaim the possibility of building communism in the USSR even if capitalism continues to dominate a considerable proportion of the world's productive forces. 3. Stalin's manipulation of Lenin's ideas on this subject was facilitated by the very widespread confusion between two concepts which are commonly formulated in the same terms, the concept of the socialist revolution as a social revolution, as the socialist transformation of economic and social structures and of political and cultural superstructures, and the concept of the socialist revolution as a political revolution, marked with the distinctive feature of the capture of power by the working class. The first content of the concept socialist revolution wholly includes the second. Every social revolution, whether socialist or bourgeois, includes as a necessary stage a political revolution, the taking of power by a new class. The second content, however, includes the first only partly. Every political revolution, unless it is merely a coup d'état that transfers power from one group to another within the same ruling stratum, has a more or less developed social content, and this is all the more so when the political revolution in question is the one implied by the capture of power by the working class. But this politico-social content is only the first stone of a building the construction of which is subject to laws and conditions different from those that made it possible to lay that first stone. In order to distinguish between the two contents of the concept revolution, Lenin brought in the expressions revolution in the broad sense and revolution in the narrow sense, and these I shall make use of from now on, for the difference of content between the socialist revolution in the broad sense and the socialist revolution in the narrow sense includes, among other fundamental aspects, a difference of space and time. In the first case, the space is worldwide and the time covers an entire epoch of history. In the second, the space is national and the time is reduced to a brief period of history. When Marx and Engels speak of the possibility of a victory of the socialist revolution in some particular country, taken separately, they are employing the 47. Concept in its narrow sense. They do not contemplate the hypothesis that this victory may remain isolated, within a nationally confined space, for a long period. This problem was thrown up by practice itself, when the proletarian revolution was crushed everywhere except in Russia, in the years following the War of 1914-18, while Soviet power became consolidated. The failure of Marxists, from Marx to Lenin, to consider this eventuality was due to the fact that their theoretical conception of the socialist revolution as necessarily a world revolution caused them to rule out any such possibility. 5. Starting from this conception of theirs, the assumption made by Marx and Engels about how the socialist revolution would develop concretely went as follows. This revolution would cover a whole period of history and would be a long process, not an act, a process in which structural transformations affecting politics, culture, and so on would follow one another and overlap on a worldwide scale, but the beginning of this process, the essential condition for it to start, was a victory of the revolution in the economically most advanced countries. And although Marx and Engels never supposed that this victory could occur simultaneously in all those countries, they nevertheless saw it as a succession of socialist political revolutions following each other closely and being closely dependent on each other. As we shall see, Lenin did not depart in essentials from this overall conception. Owing to the changes that took place in the situation in Europe in the 1840s and in the second half of the 19th century, Marx and Engels put forward a series of more precise prognostications regarding the way the revolutionary process would begin. While keeping to their central thesis, namely that the socialist revolution would begin in the most advanced countries, they considered the possibility that other types of revolution, bourgeois democratic, national liberation, etc., which might break out in the backward countries of Europe could serve as a prelude to the socialist revolutions in the advanced countries, eventually becoming merged with these in a single revolutionary process. In the 1840s they thought that the German Revolution might play this role. In the last quarter of the 19th century they transferred their hopes onto Russia. 8. Echoing Marx, Kosky wrote in 1902 that the center of revolutionary thought and revolutionary action is shifting more and 48. More to the Slavs, and he saw in the Russian Revolution, the warning signs of which were already undeniably visible, the storm that will break the ice of reaction and irresistibly bring with it a new and happy spring for the nation. 7. During the revolution of 1905-7 Lenin reflected upon the dialectical interdependence between the Russian Revolution and the Socialist Revolution which, as he saw it, in common with Kosky and other orthodox theoreticians of the Second International, had matured in Europe. The way in which Lenin understood this interdependence is of capital importance for appreciating the attitudes he took up in 1917 and after October. Not only did he consider that the Russian political revolution would be made the prelude to the socialist revolution in Europe, 8. He also thought that the fate of the Russian Revolution depended on its nature as a prelude, that is, on its being followed by a socialist revolution in the West. This was the conclusion to which Lenin was led from his starting point in an analysis of the revolutionary process in Russia. As this process went deeper, he thought in 1905, the liberal bourgeoisie and the well-to-do peasants, and even a section of the middle peasants, would go over to counter-revolutionary positions. A new crisis would break out, in which the proletariat, while defending the democratic gains won in the first phase of the revolution, would now put forward the socialist revolution as its immediate aim. In this new phase, had it come to that, wrote Lenin, defeat would have been as inevitable as the defeat of the German Revolutionary Party in 1849-50, or the French proletariat in 1871, had the European socialist proletariat not come to the assistance of the Russian proletariat. Given this aid, however, the Russian proletariat can win a second victory. The cause is no longer hopeless. The second victory will be the socialist revolution in Europe. The European workers will show us how to do it, and then together with them we shall bring about the socialist revolution. 9. In order to be able to see with such assurance this prospect before the Russian Revolution, Lenin needed to have confidence in the revolutionary maturity of the proletariat in the West. This predisposition on his part accounts, perhaps, For the optimism characteristic of the views he expressed in this period, the masses of workers in Germany, as well as in other countries, are becoming welded ever more strongly into an army of revolution, and this 49. Army will deploy its forces in the not far distant future, for the revolution is gaining momentum both in Germany and in other countries. 10. Only the blind can fail to see that socialism is now growing apace among the working class in Britain, that socialism is once again becoming a mass movement in that country, that social revolution is approaching in Great Britain. 11. Or again, this figure must be expressed in the subordination of local and particular interests to the common and enduring interests of the movement. 60. This amounts to recognizing that, despite an essential community of interest between all the components of the world revolutionary movement, transient contradictions may appear which necessitate a hierarchizing of interests, priorities, options, etc. Immediately the building of socialism in the USSR had been defined as the essential, determining factor in the world revolution, it became ipso facto the representative of the common and enduring interests of the revolutionary movement. All the rest, local and particular, would have to be subordinated to it. As, however, a frank expression of this subordination lent itself to attacks by the enemy, to his calumnies, as Stalin was to say in 1943, it was convenient to deny it. Everything done by the USSR in its internal and external policies was declared to be absolutely and permanently identical with the interests of the revolutionary struggle, considered internationally or in any part of the world. There could be no contradiction between the former and the latter. Any claim that there could became sacrilege for communists. The subordination recognized had to be denied in order that it might be effective. The theory of socialism in one country, having become the theoretical foundation for Comintern strategy, signified, in the last analysis, that the world revolution, in all of its phases and episodes, was to be subordinated to the requirements of building socialism in the USSR. Let us be clear about this. Revolution, wherever it really appears, does not bow to any authority or theory. What was made to bow was the political and theoretical activity of the Comintern, of its national sections. The 77. Comintern's ultra-centralized structures, with its all-powerful executive committee at the top of the pyramid, itself supervised by the Soviet Party leadership, constituted the ideal mechanism for ensuring this subordination in practice. Trotsky was, as is well known, Stalin's chief theoretical adversary in connection with the problem that concerns us here. Trotsky's importance in criticizing the phenomena of bureaucratic and nationalistic degeneration of the Russian Revolution is now obvious to anyone who does not shut his eyes to historical truth. His analysis of certain problems of the revolutionary movement in a number of countries is also of great value. On the matter of the concept of the world revolution, however, Trotsky does not go beyond the old schemas of Marx and Lenin, merely attaching to them the label permanent revolution. In the chief work that he wrote on this subject, three basic aspects of his problematic can be distinguished: the question of passing from the democratic revolution to the socialist revolution, the characterization of the socialist revolution itself, and the international character of the socialist revolution. 61. Trotsky's principal thesis on this third point is formulated as follows: the completion of the socialist revolution within national limits is unthinkable. The socialist revolution begins on the national arena, it unfolds on the international arena, and is completed on the world arena. Thus, the socialist revolution becomes a permanent revolution in a newer and broader sense of the word. It attains completion only in the final victory of the new society on our entire planet. 62. Trotsky does not solve the problem that really arises, that of the discontinuity of this permanent process, of the alternation within it of revolutions in the narrow sense together with non-revolutionary, evolutionary phases. Historical practice had begun to show that the permanence of the revolutionary process throughout the great epoch of social revolution was demonstrating itself, by denying itself. As Gramsci observed, the theory of permanent revolution is nothing but a generic forecast presented as a dogma, and which demolishes itself by not in fact coming true. 63. 78. When the Trotskyist conception of the world revolution comes down from the level of abstraction to that of concrete analysis of the world's situation and prospects, we see repeated the schemas that had been worked out by Lenin and by Trotsky himself in the period of the First World War. The defeats that followed that first great crisis of capitalism, the fidelity of the majority of the proletariat to social democracy, the proof given by capitalism of its capacity to recover, all this taught Trotsky very little. He explains all these phenomena by means of the old concept of betrayal by social democracy, to which he now adds that of betrayal by the Comintern. In his transitional program 64 he writes, mankind's productive forces stagnate, even if in the historically privileged countries the bourgeoisie can still for a certain period permit itself the luxury of democracy, this is done at the expense of national accumulation. In this epoch of decaying capitalism, there can be no question of systematic social reforms and the raising of the masses' living standards. The New Deal represents but a special form of political perplexity. The objective prerequisites for the proletarian revolution have not only ripened, they have begun to get somewhat rotten. All now depends on the proletariat, i.e., chiefly on its revolutionary vanguard. The historical crisis of mankind is reduced to the crisis of the revolutionary leadership. The answer to the problem is, the Fourth International. The orientation of the masses is determined firstly by the objective conditions of decaying capitalism and secondly by the treacherous policies of the old workers' organizations. Of these factors the first, of course, is the decisive one: the laws of history are stronger than the bureaucratic apparatus. No matter how the methods of the social betrayers differ, from the social legislation of Blum to the judicial frame ups of Stalin, they will never succeed in breaking the revolutionary will of the proletariat. As time goes on, their desperate efforts to hold back the will of history will demonstrate more clearly to the masses that the crisis of the proletarian. 79. Leadership, having become the crisis in mankind's culture, can be resolved only by the Fourth International. This is why Trotsky is so optimistic, not only as regards the future but even as regards the most immediate future. The danger of war and a defeat of the Soviet Union is a reality, but the revolution is also a reality. If the revolution does not prevent war, then war will help the revolution. Second births are commonly easier than first. In the new war, it will not be necessary to wait a whole 2 years and a half for the first insurrection. Once it is begun, moreover, the revolution will not this time stop halfway. 65. We seem to hear an echo of the Lenin of 1914-17, with just this tittle difference that there are now 2 traitor internationals and that the problem is to be solved by the fourth. And yet, in 1938, historical experience had been considerably enlarged, and, if no account were taken of this, and the right answer found to the new problems that had arisen, any attempt at reconstructing the revolutionary leadership must be vain. Why this sinister historical recidivism on the part of the internationals, this recurrence of their betrayal? Could it be explained by the leaders of the second having sold themselves to the bourgeoisie and those of the third to Stalin? How was the influence of these leaders over the different sections of the proletariat to be explained, if the latter indeed possessed a revolutionary will, as Trotsky alleged? Why, if the laws of history were stronger than the bureaucratic apparatus, had they not smashed the apparatus of the Second International, which had been in existence for half a century already, and why had they not prevented the establishment of that of the Third? Could all these phenomena be accounted for if one took account only of the highest levels of the political superstructures? Was it not necessary to take up afresh the task of analyzing the whole social body as the indispensable condition for working out revolutionary strategy and tactics? Was it not necessary, finally, to examine what that capitalism was, and what that proletariat was, which had emerged from the First World War? Today we know that the problem, or at least one essential aspect of the problem, did indeed lie there, that the New Deal and the restructuring of monopoly capitalism carried out under fascism embodied the first elements of the transition to a new 80. Phase of capitalism, state monopoly capitalism, and that this process implied fundamental structural changes in the proletariat, changes that began precisely at that time. To this should be added the new problems created by the building of socialism in the USSR and by the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, to which no answer is to be found in the communist documents of the period, except at an empirical level and almost exclusively with regard to the tactics to be adopted. This was the case, for example, with the problem of the alliance with the peasantry, which constituted the central problem of the building of socialism in the USSR and of the struggle for liberation in the countries oppressed by imperialism. Rarely do we find sociological studies of this peasantry, of its actual structures and its cultural world. In short, the crisis affected not only revolutionary leadership, in the narrow sense of strategic and tactical leadership, but also revolutionary theory, the capacity of this theory to analyze reality so as to transform it. What matters is, of course, not just to note this phenomenon, which it is easy enough to do from our present standpoint in history, but to explain it. Why this paralysis of Marxism? Needless to say, I do not claim to give a satisfactory answer to this question here, though directly connected with the purpose of my book, it is a task which goes a long way beyond that. In the section I devote later on to studying the crisis of the Comintern in its organizational aspects and in its political activity, I point to fragmentary elements contributing to an explanation of this theoretical paralysis, which, in turn and as it developed, had a negative effect on political activity and promoted organizational rigidity. At the end of this chapter, I shall put forward some hypotheses regarding the most general, and in my view most fundamental, causes of the theoretical crisis of the Comintern. First of all, however, I must conclude my analysis of the Stalin-Trotsky polemic on the problem of the world revolution and of the consequences that Stalin's ideas had for the Comintern. As we have already seen, Stalin subordinates the entire process of world revolution to the building of socialism in the USSR, whereas Trotsky makes it depend on the victory of the socialist revolution in Europe in the immediate future. On this victory, according to him, even 81. The fate of the Soviet Union itself depends. Only the European proletariat, implacably opposing its bourgeoisie, can protect the Soviet Union from destruction. 60. Trotsky's extreme Eurocentrism clashes inflexibly with the no less extreme Russocentrism of Stalin. In the ardor of his polemic against Stalin's Russocentrism, Trotsky falls into a major contradiction. On the one hand, he sees capitalism as being in an extremely acute state of crisis, economically helpless and torn by insurmountable inter-imperialist contradictions, but, on the other, he considers that, in the event of a world war, defeat of the USSR is inevitable, at any rate unless the European Revolution intervenes, and this whether the USSR finds itself alone against the capitalist states or whether Stalin's strategy of allying with one imperialist group against another proves successful. Defeat is inevitable for the USSR in the first case, writes Trotsky in 1936, because in a technical, economic, and military sense, imperialism is incomparably more strong. 67. In the second case it is inevitable because, when the war has reached a certain point, imperialist antagonisms will always find a compromise in order to block the military victory of the Soviet Union. 68. The only way to prevent this compromise would be for the USSR to make decisive concessions where its social order is concerned, in other words to accept a restoration of capitalism. 09. Accordingly, Trotsky concludes, without the interference of revolution, the social bases of the Soviet Union must be crushed, not only in the case of defeat, but also in the case of victory. 70. Here Trotsky falls into a methodological error which is frequent with him, that of seeing only as absolute the antagonisms between classes, both on the national and on the international scale, and underestimating the mediations, which are often extremely complex, that intervene. In the present instance he regards it as inevitable that the class antagonisms between the capitalist states and the workers' state should take precedence over the inter-capitalist antagonisms as soon as the working of the latter may facilitate victory for the workers' state in a war. Practice has shown that, in the concrete historical situation of the Second World War, it was possible for inter-imperialist rivalries to predominate, within certain limits, GNCT class contradictions both national and international. Stalin's skill consisted in operating within these limits, without 82. Making the absolute concessions which, in Trotsky's view, were unavoidable. Instead of making concessions at the expense of the foundations of the Soviet social order, Stalin made them at the expense of the revolutionary struggle in the capitalist countries. In the period of the Soviet-German Pact, this brutal realism gave a sinister look to Soviet policy. In the second phase of the war, brought about by Hitler's historic mistake in attacking the Soviet Union, Stalin's policy coincided with the real and vital interests of great masses, of entire peoples. But the revolutionary struggle for socialism in the capitalist countries was thrust back to second or even third place. It was not the European Revolution that decided the fate of the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union that decided the fate of the European Revolution. The result did not prove that socialism could be completely built in the USSR without a victory of the revolution in the vital centers of imperialism, but it did bring out very forcibly what the real basis was that gave substance to Stalin's ideas, the relative autonomy of the Soviet Revolution in relation to the World Revolution. The interwar period had already provided an empirical demonstration of this autonomy, and the Second World War gave further backing to this demonstration. The theory of the socialist revolution worked out by Marx and Engels did not allow of such autonomy, except as regards the improbability of a simultaneous conquest of power by the working class in all the advanced capitalist countries. Once the revolution had begun in one of these vital centers of the capitalist system, thought Marx and Engels, it could not fail to spread, without any break in continuity, to the other vital centers, otherwise it would perish. The Russian Revolution revealed two new facts: that the conquest of power by the proletariat might not begin in the vital centers of capitalism, and that this revolution could maintain and consolidate itself even if the socialist revolution should be delayed in the advanced capitalist countries for a period that it was hard to define. The conception of socialism in one country was only an empirical generalization of the second of these facts, giving it, however, an 83. Absolute significance, as constituting sufficient proof of the possibility of building complete socialism in the USSR regardless of whether the revolution had triumphed or not in the advanced capitalist countries. Actually, this second fact proved only that the building of socialism could be begun, and that it was possible to make progress in this direction. As I have pointed out, provision of theoretical grounds for the leap made by Stalin necessitated at the very least showing that the socialist socio-economic formation in its fully developed state was compatible with the regional framework, that it did not require, as an indispensable condition, a worldwide structure, which was what Marx had assumed. This was done neither by Stalin nor by Bukharin. All their arguments tend to show that a socialist reconstruction of agriculture is compatible with maintaining the alliance between workers and peasants, the political foundation of the Soviet regime. 71. For his part, Trotsky does not reject this possibility, but he maintains, and rightly, that this does not solve the other problem. This is the strong side of Trotsky's position. Its weak side is that it underestimates the relative autonomy of the Russian Revolution, in relation to the process of world revolution. Whereas Stalin makes this autonomy absolute, Trotsky reduces it to its most modest expression. The relative autonomy of the Russian Revolution, in relation to the world revolutionary process going on outside the USSR, implied the relative autonomy of the revolutions that were in gestation, both in the West and in the East, in relation to the Russian Revolution. Conscious recognition, with theoretical understanding, of this reciprocal autonomy and of its relative nature, its limits would have been extremely fruitful for the revolutionary movement, for the Comintern itself. It would have opened the way for theoretical, political, and organizational autonomy of the communist parties and for a new structure of their international organization. It would have made possible presentation of the major problem of defense of the USSR not in terms of unconditional acceptance of the Soviet model, in respect both of the path followed to the taking of power and of that followed in building socialism, and in connection with the external policy of the Soviet Party, but in terms of mutual collaboration and support, without reciprocal criticism being ruled out, in terms that 84 would have corresponded, moreover, to the specific conditions in which each communist party had to operate. But Stalin's conception held within it a paradox. While in one way it recognized the existence of this relative autonomy, at the same time it denied this, on the one hand, by carrying it to extremes, that is, by not recognizing its relative character, where the autonomy of Soviet socialism in relation to the world revolution was concerned, and on the other, by reducing it to zero, denying it in practice, as regards the autonomy of the revolutionary movement in the capitalist world in relation to the Russian Revolution. Magri is doubtless right when he says that this paradox is not to be explained exclusively by the theoretical mistakes or weaknesses of the Bolshevik leadership. The extremely difficult objective conditions in which the Soviet experience was proceeding must also be taken into account. The different aspects of the problem overlap and condition each other, and it is only through a close and objective historical analysis that it will be possible to determine the weight of each element in the successive phases of the Soviet regime. In the present state of research one can do no more than formulate broad, approximate hypotheses. The intense political struggle that developed within the party, the Soviets, and the trade unions during the first years of the Soviet regime, the sharp attitude taken up by Lenin on the eve of his death, in opposition to bureaucratism and great Russian nationalism, and to theoretical complacency, Trotsky's line after 1923, and that of Bukharin, all this shows clearly that the path and the means chosen by Stalin did not constitute an inevitable choice, but were the result of the defeat suffered by other tendencies and options. And this was a defeat that was not inflicted on the level of theory, for Stalin's faction never managed to give its actions a Marxist theoretical basis, but on the level of political and organizational activity. The prospect of building a complete socialist society in one country was not a scientifically worked out aim but a myth that was lifted up before the Soviet people in order to justify the immense sacrifices that were required of them. This was why it did not help to mold the masses into a conscious subject, critical and demanding in relation to what it had itself created historically, but, on 85. The contrary, cultivated in them an uncritical and conformist attitude, and made of them an object easy to manipulate. Like all myths that appear in response to demands of reality which have not been resolved scientifically, the myth of the complete building of socialism, to be achieved as the result of a few 5-year plans, played an effective instrumental role, arousing illusions, kindling faith, facilitating mobilization of the masses and suppression of every critical attitude. When, however, the stages laid down had been accomplished and the time came to announce that socialism had now been built, the myth began to disintegrate. Faith gradually gave way to skepticism, generous feelings to cynicism, political ebullience to political indifference. In order to keep the myth going it was necessary to resort to terror. Problems were becoming more complicated every day, their quantitative aspect was giving way to a qualitative one, but the level of theoretical capacity to deal with these problems fell lower and lower, the ideas in circulation were poorer and poorer, and brains were increasingly atrophied by terror and, especially, by the habit of never thinking for themselves. The Soviet Union was plunged into war when this process had hardly begun, when only a minority had started to become aware of the myth, and had paid dear for its clear-sightedness. Patriotic feelings then came to the rescue of the myth, and the great victory of 1945 gave it fresh vigor, but not for long. The gigantic industrial, technical and cultural leap forward that Russia had made was unquestionable. But was this socialism's? The 20th Congress gave the answer: socialism did not yet exist in the USSR. During the 30 years of Stalin's rule there had been a bureaucratic and police autocracy, not a proletarian democracy. And without proletarian democracy how could one speak of genuine possession of the means of production by the working masses? But I do not intend to tackle here the crucial problem of the nature of the social system that has been established in the USSR. This will be done in another part of the book. Let us return to the Comintern. At the time of the 6th Congress, 86, Stalin's myth was approaching its zenith. Very few were the communists outside the Soviet Union who cast doubt on Stalin's conception of socialism in one country and the absolute priority accorded to the Soviet Revolution in the process of World Revolution 73. The Bolshevik opposition to Stalinism inside the USSR found itself tragically isolated in the international communist movement. The latter did not insist on the autonomy which was expressed objectively, even though in distorted fashion, in the idea of socialism in one country, but unconditionally submitted to every interpretation given by Stalin of the higher interests of the USSR. It was not, of course, out of the question that, at one moment or another and to a greater or lesser degree, this interpretation might actually coincide with the interests of the world revolutionary movement. Whether this was so, however, remains something that the communist movement could not decide, since it had no means of analyzing and checking the decisions taken by the Soviet leaders. At the same time, the communist movement was obliged to submit to all these decisions, from the moment when safeguarding the construction of socialism in the USSR was consecrated as the key problem for the world revolution. The Comintern and, consequently, the communist parties had to determine their strategy and tactics primarily in relation to Soviet policy. If the Comintern was regarded by Moscow as a reliable ally of the USSR, then the Chinese communists had to come to terms with it. If the German Social Democrats turned away from the spirit of Rapallo, the German communists had to concentrate their fire on the German Social Democrats. If Leon Blum showed a positive attitude towards the USSR, the French communists had to take care not to oppose him, even when he was sacrificing the Spanish Republic and smothering the great struggles of the French proletariat in 1936. If Largo Caballero failed to follow Soviet advice, the Spanish communists had to get rid of him in favor of Negrin, who had a better grasp of the needs of Soviet foreign policy. If safeguarding the pact with Hitler's Germany in 1939-41 necessitated that the communists of all countries cease to treat fascism as their main enemy, those communists must not hesitate to call black what they had called white the day before. And if the Comintern constituted an obstacle to a better understanding with Roosevelt and Churchill, the communists of the whole world must hail. 87. Its dissolution, together with the moment and the way in which this was effected, as the ideal and only solution to the problem of the impossibility, proved by historical experience, of leading the working class movement of every country from an international center. History thus confirmed the definition given by Trotsky in 1936, at the present time, the Communist International is a completely submissive apparatus in the service of Soviet foreign policy, ready at any time for any zigzag whatsoever. 74. The possibility that this submissive apparatus might become an embarrassment for Soviet foreign policy was objectively created as soon as the supreme purpose of the Comintern had been recognized as being to safeguard the building of socialism in the USSR. True, insofar as the principal capitalist states accepted the accomplished fact of the Russian Revolution, and concentrated all their efforts on preventing new facts of the same order, there were increased possibilities for establishing peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world, or, if the worst should come to the worst, for alliance with one group within that world against another. But the bourgeoisie is a class with a practical, prosaic outlook, brought up to believe in the principle of fair exchange. It was therefore to be expected that, in exchange for help in the building of socialism, by trading, by renouncing armed intervention and so on, it should want to be given something. Bukharin expressed the situation very well in his report to the 15th Congress of the CPSU at the end of 1927. Chamberlain tells us, "We have no objection to doing business with you, but be so good as to close down the Comintern." Bukharin added that it had become difficult to attack the USSR directly, the capitalists now winked at it, but they asked it to close down the Comintern. And he revealed that the Independent Labour Party had sent a letter asking whether the Second and Third Internationals could not be merged. 75. In the epoch of the 6th Congress these siren songs were treated with disdain. After overcoming the Trotskyist opposition, Stalin found himself suddenly faced with a serious economic and social situation in the USSR. The building of socialism at a snail's pace, as Bukharin had 88 put it, leaving too much freedom to the kulaks, suffered a dramatic crisis in the supply of foodstuffs in the first months of 1928. Stalin then made a 180-degree turn, and crushed the opposition offered by the Bukharinite wing of the party, using the methods that had already proved their efficacy when the Trotskyists were put down. From the snail's pace Stalin switched to the gallop, from excessive consideration for the kulaks to ruthless liquidation of them overnight. As, however, a large section of the middle peasants, in other words the majority of the peasantry, and even some of the poor peasants as well, were under the influence of the kulaks, the repression launched against the latter fell, and with unheard of violence, upon tens of millions of peasants in the USSR. This forced collectivization accompanied the first 5-year plan, which demanded real heroism in labor from the mass of the workers. Stalin had adopted, in fact, part of the Trotskyist program, and Preobrazhensky's plan of socialist primitive accumulation, but had speeded up the pace of it, in accordance with the delay and with the empirical way in which he had made this turn. The turn gave rise to severe inner tensions in the party and in Soviet society. At the same time Stalin was observing with anxiety the policies of Britain and France, and especially the activity of perfidious Albion. He thought that a new anti-Soviet intervention was being planned. It was this set of circumstances that determined the ultra-left direction then taken by Stalin's policy, both internally and in the Comintern. This was no time for liquidating the Comintern but, on the contrary, for utilizing it against the right opposition in the Bolshevik Party, and also for hurling it into a furious offensive against the Social Democrats and the Catholic Centre Party in Germany, against the Socialists and Radicals in France, and against the Labour Party in Britain, all of those being seen as the most dangerous potential accomplices in an Anglo-French war of intervention. It was the time of social fascism and class against class. Hitler's victory changed the European scene, causing Soviet policy to veer towards seeking alliance with the democratic capitalist states. The latter did not dismiss the possibility of such alliances, even though they entertained mental reservations. But it was precisely in these countries that, after the smashing of the German Communist Party, the most important sections of the Comintern were to be found, in France and 89. Czechoslovakia especially and, from 1934 onwards, in Spain too, where the Communist Party was beginning to play an important political role in the young republic established in 1931. A period was thus opening in which the Comintern, and the program approved by the Sixth Congress, was to become an embarrassment for Soviet foreign policy. In the eyes of the international bourgeoisie the Comintern embodied world revolution. The fact that the latter figured in the Sixth Congress program with the building of socialism in the USSR as its center merely confirmed the leaders of capitalism in their notion that the Comintern was under Moscow's direct control, the instrument used by Stalin in order to interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries. The request made by Austin Chamberlain to which Bukharin had referred in 1927 now became more pressing. It is significant that the seventh and last Congress of the Comintern did not meet until 7 years after the sixth, despite the statutes providing for an interval of only 2 years between Congresses. It is also significant that the very words Communist International almost completely vanished from Stalin's speeches, articles, and political reports after 1933. Unless I have missed something, he alluded to the Comintern only twice thereafter, in his report to the 18th Congress of the CPSU, in March 1939, when he waxed ironical about those who look for Comintern hotbeds in the deserts of Mongolia, in the mountains of Abyssinia, or in the wilds of Spanish Morocco, and in 1943, when he said that the dissolution had put an end to a calumny. The 7th Congress met in July 1935. The first noticeable innovation was that the principal personages were no longer Russian, as they had been at all the previous Congresses. 76 Dimitrov delivered the main report, and Ercole the one next in importance. The Soviet Party was represented by Manuilsky, a secondary figure among the Soviet leaders. Thérèse appeared in the forefront, Stalin remained in the wings. The Congress focused its attention on the problems of struggle against fascism and war. The policies of Workers' United Front and People's Front clearly tended towards an alliance with the socialist parties and the democratic and liberal section of the bourgeoisie. From a formal standpoint, this strategy seemed to be subordinated to an overall prospect of struggle 90 against capitalism, but the emphasis was laid on immediate aims, defense of bourgeois democratic freedoms, in face of the fascist threat, fight against the danger of war, support for the collective security policy of the USSR. It is noteworthy that even the very words World Revolution made not a single appearance in Dimitrov's lengthy report. This final Congress of the Comintern revealed certain tendencies to renovation then appearing among the communist parties, which were seeking to rid themselves of meaningless schemas and sectarian traditions. At the same time, however, it was the least theoretical Congress ever held by the Comintern. The transition to what Dimitrov called a new tactical orientation 77 was effected without any critical analysis of the past. Thus, the crisis of the Marxist theory of world revolution was resolved by renouncing, in practice, any explicit theory of world revolution. Causes of the paralysis of theory. We have seen that the Leninist theory of the course of the world revolution made necessary a world party, strongly centralized on a global scale, with a semi-military discipline and rigorous ideological unity. As we have also seen, the urgency of creating this party was due to Lenin's view that the objective conditions had arrived for the world revolution to be victorious. All that was lacking was a party capable of putting itself at the head of the irresistible revolutionary process. We have seen, too, that this conception of Lenin's was refuted, both in its general theoretical aspect and in its conjunctural aspect, by the actual march of history. The crisis of theory thus opened was not recognized as such, but remained, in fact, subjacent all through the internal struggle that went on in the Bolshevik party leadership and in the Comintern. Stalin resolved the problem by means of an empirical revision of THJ theory of world revolution, propounded by Marx and Lenin. As a result of this revision, the victory of the revolution in the industrialized part of the world ceased to be a necessary condition for building socialist society, which could now be fully constructed within the national limits 9I of the USSR. Nevertheless, Stalin's revision still retained the conception of a moribund capitalism which had reached the end of its historical evolution and was incapable of allowing for any substantial new development of the productive forces. The coming victory of the world revolution was inexorably determined in advance by the junction of these two processes, building socialism in the USSR, and decay of capitalism, becoming ever more acute. The key factor became the building of socialism in the USSR, whereas the Western proletariat, and along with it the peoples of the colonies and semi-colonies, saw themselves relegated to the role of auxiliary factors. In this way the Comintern's total subordination to Soviet policy was given theoretical justification. This was the essence of Stalin's theory of the world revolution, which was taken over by the Comintern. A victim of its own logic, the theory was itself set aside when the security of the USSR, as seen by Stalin, required that this be done. And, to conclude, one day it became opportune, by virtue of this same requirement, to put an end to the Comintern, the World Party conceived by Lenin. In Chapter 3 I shall examine more closely the way in which the Leninist conception of the world revolution concretely determined the structure and working of the Comintern and how the bureaucratic centralism resulting from this became increasingly a brake on the theoretical and political activity of the Comintern. Before taking up these subjects, however, let me close the present chapter with some brief thoughts on the most general causes of the progressive sclerosis of Marxist thinking in the Comintern. The Bolsheviks, said Rosa Luxemburg in her essay on the Russian Revolution, by their determined revolutionary stand, their exemplary strength in action, and their unbreakable loyalty to international socialism, have contributed whatever could possibly be contributed under such devilishly hard conditions. But she added, prophetically, the danger begins only when they make a virtue of necessity and want to freeze into a complete theoretical system all the tactics forced upon them by these fatal circumstances, and want to recommend them to the international proletariat as a model of socialist tactics. 78. The danger. 92. Did indeed begin there. For, on the one hand, the Russian revolutionary theoreticians yielded to the temptation to make a virtue of necessity, and, on the other, the admiration and enthusiasm with which the Russian Revolution filled the revolutionaries of all countries predisposed them to accept its message uncritically. This development was favored by the fact that the theoretical forces formed in the Second International had all deserted the camp of revolution. Their critique of the Russian Revolution, from reformist or liberal positions, contributed to reinforcing still further, for the revolutionaries of the capitalist world, the authority of the Bolshevik conceptions. 79. At the moment when critical thinking was most necessary, the October Revolution introduced theoretical complacency. Everything seemed to have been settled, in principle, the paths of the revolution, the tactics to be used, the model for the party, when in reality everything had become more problematical than at any previous moment in the history of the labor movement. This was so in the West, where the revolution had been beaten and the bulk of the proletariat turned a deaf ear to revolutionary Marxism, and in the East, where the revolution was awakening in a setting that Marxism had hardly yet explored. It was so even in Russia, where the proletarian revolution was isolated, encircled internationally by the capitalist world and bogged down internally in the peasant and petty bourgeois march. Unlike Marx, however, the heralds of the October Revolution proclaimed to the revolutionaries of all countries, "Behold the truth, and bow down before it." This doctrinaire attitude could not but encourage sectarianism and authoritarianism, favoring the dogmatization of Marxism in its Bolshevik version and leading to underestimation of the national originality of other countries, those of advanced capitalism as well as those oppressed by imperialism. Lenin himself, though he often emphasized the need to avoid copying Russian experience in a mechanical way, wrote in Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, not merely several but all the primary features of our revolution, and many of its secondary features, are of international significance. And even though he stressed that, when the revolution had triumphed in an 93 advanced country, Russia would then become a backward country. From the socialist standpoint, he added, at the present moment in history, however, it is the Russian model that reveals to all countries something, and something highly significant, of their near and inevitable future. In the conclusion to this famous lesson in tactics, Lenin reiterated the need to take into account the concrete features which the struggle assumes and must inevitably assume in each country, in conformity with the specific character of its economics, politics, culture, and national composition, its colonies, religious divisions, and so on and so forth. It was a matter, however, of taking these concrete features into account in order to apply a theoretical and political set of ideas, regarded as having already been worked out and tested by historical experience, so far as its essential components and principles were concerned. To those inherited from Marx some new elements were added. Soviets constitute the universal form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the party of the Bolshevik type is the universal model of the Marxist Revolutionary Party, etc. At no stage was it suggested that the diversity of national realities and the New World reality might require a new Marxist analysis in depth capable of bringing forward new revolutionary theories. There seemed to be no notion at all that events, instead of fully confirming the theory of the revolution inherited from Marx and Engels, enriched by Lenin's contributions, had called in question some essential aspects of this theory. The mental attitude of the Bolsheviks, which was transmitted through the Comintern to the non-Russian communists, could be summed up as follows: the October Revolution had made it possible to complete the Marxist theory of the revolution with regard to questions on which, owing to their lack of concrete experience, the two great masters had not been able to get far enough. For example, the contradictions of imperialism, the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, problems of strategy and tactics, the type of party, etc. What still remained problematical thenceforth was not the theory of the revolution as such, but only its particular interpretation in relation to the specific conditions prevailing in each country. On a more general theoretical plane, the October victory was seen as irrefutable proof of the absolutely scientific character of Marxism. It is therefore clear, wrote Bukharin in his Historical 94 Materialism, that Marxists have a perfect right to regard proletarian science as true and to demand that it be generally recognized. 81 The depository of this true science in the world outside the Soviet Union was the Comintern. But the Comintern concentrated its attention, since the basic questions of the theory of the revolution were seen as having been settled, on strategic, tactical, and organizational forms of action. Philosophical, economic, historical, and sociological investigations were of only secondary interest. Political schemes became increasingly detached from the social sciences and, in general, from the cultural milieu in which they were to be applied. In the Comintern's discussions on the colonial problem, for example, the categories remained, baldly, proletariat, peasantry, national bourgeoisie, etc., without ever, or only rarely, taking into account the cultural universe characteristic of those countries, so radically different from that of the West. The contradiction between theoretical positions and actual development began to find symptomatic reflection in the passionate discussions on tactical problems that dominated the first congresses of the Comintern. No one, however, formulated clearly the idea that there was a crisis of theory. 82 After Lenin's death, as though in an attempt to overcome all doubts and misgiving, the tendency to theoretical complacency and the dogmatization of Marxism rapidly intensified. One must not hesitate to defend the Marxist dogma, wrote Bolshevik, the theoretical journal of the Soviet Party. Only by fulfilling this task without deviation will it be possible to keep unspotted the flag of the theory of the proletarian revolution, the flag of the Marxist dogma. It is quite pointless to be afraid of this word. The fight against dogmatic Marxism has always been an activity of reformists far remote from Marxism, such as Bernstein. All that is best in the working class movement has always fought for the dogma of Marxism. 83 The dogma was, needless to say, Leninism. History repeated itself. After Lenin's death, the young Third International was making the same mistake as that made by the second after the death of Marx and Engels, when it canonized their doctrine. In 1924 Zinoviev recalled that the first people to speak of Leninism were, in 1903, the adversaries of the Bolsheviks, when they sought to 95. Counterpose Lenin's ideas to Marx's principles. Lenin/Zinoviev adds, would undoubtedly have been against the use of the term, for reasons obvious to all who knew his modesty. But we, his contemporaries and disciples, must speak of Leninism now, just as the continuators of Marx's work spoke of Marxism. And as the supporters of Darwin spoke of Darwinism. 84 Leninism, Zinoviev went on, is the Marxist understanding and explanation of the new historical phases of the evolution of society, the new experience of the world working class movement, of everything that has emerged since Marx. Lenin could not have been Lenin without Marx, Zinoviev acknowledges, but it was necessary to declare that now, there can be no revolutionary Marxism apart from Leninism. 85 Here, Zinoviev is only repeating what Stalin had been the first to proclaim, in April 1924, in his lectures on Leninism. For the moment, Stalin's formulations coexisted with those of Zinoviev, Bukharin, etc. Soon afterwards, they were to become the only orthodox definitions of Leninism, and every militant in the Comintern would have to know them by heart. Indeed, after the crushing of the Trotskyist and Bukharinist oppositions, there was to be a transition from Leninism, the only valid Marxism of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution, to Stalinism, the only valid Leninism of the epoch of imperialism, proletarian revolution and socialism in one country. After a Marx adiosum Lenini came a Lenin adiosum Stalin. And the oppositions that rose up against the second made the mistake of remaining enclosed within the first. This process of dogmatization and continual shrinking of the theoretical foundations of the Comintern was clearly reflected in the communist parties. Those which, when they were formed, lacked any national heritage of theory vegetated in a routine written activism, those which possessed such a heritage were unable to cultivate it. The theoretical work of Rosa Luxemburg was doomed to ostracism, as was, later, that of Gramsci. In his report on the Comintern delivered to the 15th Congress of the CPSU, Bukharin alluded to the theoretical weakness of the communist parties in general, and of their leading circles in particular, as constituting one of the Comintern's main 96 shortcomings. He emphasized how few intellectuals there were in these leading groups, noting that the series of crises which we witnessed in our communist parties, since the time when the revolutionary wave subsided, affected first of all the intellectual upper stratum. With a careful choice of words, he mentioned that this misfortune had not left the Soviet Party untouched. The leaders of the USSR, he observed, are overburdened with general work and cannot give enough attention to the theoretical work. And this weakening in theoretical work through the Comintern was taking place at a time when the situation now is much more complicated and much greater demands are made on the executive than before. As regards theoretical leadership, A.D. Bukharin was one of the few leaders of the Comintern who, during the 1920s, began to think about fundamental problems connected with the structure of capitalism, the changes taking place in the working class, the colonial question and so on. The concentration and centralization of economic life, he said in the report already quoted, is advancing with 7 league boots. We might even affirm that there is taking place a trustification of the state power itself, i.e., that the state of power of the bourgeoisie is becoming more and more dependent on the great and powerful capitalist concerns or combinations of concerns. This is not an altogether new phenomenon, though I must admit that as long as capitalism has existed these processes have never developed so far as is now the case, a fact which appears to me to be of great significance. After analyzing different forms assumed by this process in Germany, Italy, Japan, and Austria, he concluded, thus we have on the one hand a growth of the differences among the various capitalist states. On the other hand, we see the further process of an organization of capitalist forces within the countries expressed in a tendency towards state capitalism. Examining the situation of the working class, he mentioned, among other things, the structural changes observable in the industrial wage-earning class in Germany. The percentage of office workers among them had increased from 9% in 1907 to 36 to 5% in 1925 to 6. And he noted that these changes made it easier for the capitalists to integrate part of the working class, operating through this office worker stratum. He pointed to the increasing role of the trade unions in effecting this integration, although this did not mean that there were no 97 more strikes. 87. All these observations, and especially the ones referring to the process of organization going on within capitalism, were to be entered in the file of evidence that was used to condemn Bukharin not long afterwards. He was to be accused, for instance, of adopting Hilferding's views, despite the criticisms that Bukharin expressly formulated regarding the reformist conclusions drawn by Hilferding from his scientific observations. In the same report, Bukharin commented that the Comintern had only a very general notion of the colonial problem. The Chinese Revolution, he said, had made it possible to perceive this weakness, the entire complication of the social class entanglement, the great difficulty of the tasks connected with the conduct of such a tremendous colonial revolution, only faced us quite recently in grim reality. 88. In each concrete case, Bukharin emphasized, it was necessary to analyze the class structures. The Comintern's theses on the colonial question provided it with only a very general basis. All these incitements to tackle the new problematic presented by world development were to be swept aside during the struggle against the right-wing deviation as the main enemy. Even so, neither the prestige backing that the October Revolution had brought to the dogmatization of Leninism as Marxism's last word, nor the repressive and administrative mechanism of the Comintern, is sufficient to account for the progressive paralysis that overcame revolutionary Marxist thinking in the capitalist world between the wars. During this same period, within the framework of the Comintern, the Chinese revolutionary intelligentsia did begin to break out of the schemas manufactured by the Comintern Center in Moscow and really to follow the Bolshevik example. They took the first step towards the elaboration of a revolutionary theory of the Chinese Revolution, just as the Bolshevik intellectuals had done when they created an original theory of the Russian Revolution. 89 But the Chinese Communists not only had the Comintern, they also had a revolution underway, just as the Bolsheviks had not only had Marx and the Second International but also the revolution taking place in Russia. It is therefore legitimate to wonder if it was not a deeper lying reality, the objective immaturity of the socialist Revo 98. Lucian in the countries of advanced capitalism, that conditioned the paralysis of theoretical thinking among the revolutionary Marxists of the West, even if the factors that have been mentioned did contribute strongly to aggravating it, or can account for it as, specifically, a state of paralysis. It is not my intention, of course, to claim that the productive forces of advanced capitalism did not already constitute, in the period of which I write, an adequate material basis for the socialist transformation of society. I refer to the immaturity of the revolution, which is a very different matter, despite the frequent confusion made between these two problems. If we start from Marx's theoretical theses on the objective maturing of the socialist revolution, taking the concept of revolution in its broad sense and not in the narrow sense of the capture of power by the working class, then it is not enough for this maturity to have arrived that productive forces should exist that can sustain a new social order. It must also be the case that capitalism is incapable of developing new productive forces. If, at certain moments of their lives, Marx and Engels foresaw the victory of the socialist revolution in Europe, this was because they thought that capitalism had reached this terminal situation. We see that conviction expressed already in the manifesto. Lenin made a similar appreciation regarding capitalism as transformed into the imperialist system. The Comintern's leaders took this over as it stood, and built upon it all their strategic and tactical plans. As we have seen, the thesis of socialism in one country is justified as a new theory of the world revolution insofar as it presupposes, besides the prospect of building socialism in the USSR, the reality of the stagnation and decay of capitalism, now incapable, as Trotsky was to say, in complete agreement on this point with his implacable adversary, of any new development of the productive forces. However, the two world wars and the world economic crisis of 1929 proved to be not the expression of capitalism's arrival at the terminal situation mentioned, but essential means for transforming it structurally, and giving it a new capacity to expand the productive forces. Monstrous means, to be sure, but the monstrous is a moral category, not an economic one. The two world wars, in particular, furnished a most striking illustration of the infernal logic of capitalism, of that 99. Logic in which, as Marx put it, progress resembles the pagan idol who will not drink the nectar otherwise than from the skulls of his victims. If we were to approach the problem exclusively from the moral standpoint, it would be hard to understand how mankind, faced with such obvious monstrosities, has not yet put an end to capitalism. This, however, would be to forget that a system that is capable of developing the productive forces also develops its own moral justifications. The reformist ideology, secreted organically by the system's capacity to develop the productive forces, holds a place of honor among capitalism's moral as well as political justifications. Would fascism have been able to exert such attraction upon millions of petty bourgeois, peasants and workers between the two world wars, constituting one of the most monstrous forms of ideological justification of capitalism, if there had not been, behind the demagogy of Mussolini or Hitler, the capacity of German and Italian monopoly capitalism to restructure the system for a new development of the productive forces? No terminal situation seems to have yet to have occurred for capitalism, in the sense of incapacity to develop the productive forces. And the theoretical problem of whether such a situation is now foreseeable, and what processes might lead to it, remains open. but the objective immaturity of the revolution under the advanced capitalism of today does not in the least signify that between the two world wars, and at the end of the second of these, no situations were presented that were propitious for a bold stroke by the revolutionary party that could have put an end to the monstrous logic of capitalist development in one or another of the industrial countries. Nevertheless, there must be an underlying connection between this objective immaturity and the theoretical and political immaturity hitherto demonstrated by the revolutionary vanguards formed under advanced capitalism, when it is a matter of profiting by situations propitious to revolution. The first immaturity represents a considerable barrier, operating through a very complex series of justifications, such as those already mentioned and many others as well, across the road by which current 100. Social consciousness can arrive at a root and branch condemnation of the system. And theoretical consciousness, which can arise only in the intellectual strata, suffers from the absence of this pressing stimulant. When society is really in a situation of general crisis, this is not only reflected, in a more or less confused way, in ordinary social consciousness, the theory-producing stratum is affected by it, too, in its own social existence as well as in the values and conceptions that have until then made up its cultural universe. It is not only the experience of society as a whole but its own most immediate experience that impels the stratum to find a revolutionary theory appropriate to the prevailing crisis. This is what happened in the societies of Russia and China, as it had happened already in the society of Germany in the middle of the 19th century, without our needing to go any farther back in history. However, as we know, the terminal situations of these societies did not result from the contradictions inherent in capitalist structures, but from the contradictions between the latter and pre-capitalist structures. It was on this basis that the objective premise of the revolution theorized by Marx became a reality, namely, the incapacity of the existing socio-economic system to cope with new productive forces. For the problem that concerns us here we have no need to dwell on the well-known reasons why the Russian and Chinese revolutions did not remain within the bourgeois framework but became transformed into proletarian revolutions. What is of greatest interest here is to bring out the fact that elaboration of the theory of revolution in the advanced 101 capitalist countries has up to now lacked the powerful stimulant that was enjoyed by both the Russian and Chinese revolutions. What has been absent is that general crisis which official Marxism sees as having been present since the First World War, and which has been said to have now entered into its third stage, but which has not yet expressed itself in what should have been its main feature, namely, incapacity of the capitalist mechanism to develop the productive forces. Such development is a fact, and it is going forward at a rate never previously seen. But recognition that this handicap exists for the theory of the revolution in the advanced capitalist countries does not mean acceptance that no such theory is possible. This may be the necessary first step in a theoretical effort to open new prospects for revolutionary transformation of the societies of advanced capitalism, on the basis of a more rigorous knowledge of these societies. In any case, the first condition for arriving at such a theory is that all the schemas and principles that social practice has shown to be erroneous shall be reconsidered, along with the methods and institutional structures that have contributed to preventing the discovery of error. The Comintern's theoretical paralysis may be explicable in the final instance by the objective immaturity of the revolution in advanced capitalist society, but, even so, we must concern ourselves above all with those other instances that contributed to accentuating and aggravating the effects of the final one. 102. 3. Monolithicity. The functioning of a given party furnishes discriminating criteria. When a party is progressive it functions democratically, when it is regressive it functions bureaucratically. 5. The party in this second case is purely executive, not deliberative. It is then technically a police organization and its name of political party. 5 is pure mythological metaphor. Gramsci. The Soviet model transplanted. The triumph of reformism in nearly all the parties of the Second International undoubtedly put the need to create a Marxist party of a new type on the order of the day during the period of the First World War. But there was more than one way of tackling this task, and Marxists contemporary with Lenin were aware of the choice of approaches. Many elements on the left of the socialist parties considered that it was not necessary, and would even be very harmful, to treat as essential, from the outset, the carrying through of a split in the labor movement, especially in the trade union field. A political and ideological fight against reformism could be begun within the organized labor movement, basing oneself on the experiences of the war and the October Revolution as well as on the revolutionary struggles of the post-war years. Other revolutionary Marxists, despite their agreement with Lenin on the immediate need to set up new parties, thought that a communist international could be formed only when these parties had really struck root in their respective national soils. This was the attitude taken by Eberlein, representing the German Spartacists, when the question was 103. Discussed at the meeting that was to transform itself into the first Congress of the Comintern. The need for a communist international, he said, is absolutely obvious, but founding it now would be premature. The communist international should be definitively established only when, in the course of the revolutionary mass movement gripping nearly all the countries of Europe, communist parties have sprung up. One Eberlein was expressing the view of Rosa Luxemburg, which was inspired not only by concern for realism but also by fear lest the Comintern adhere rigidly to the Bolshevik party model. But the enormous authority that the October victory had conferred upon Lenin got the better of the hesitations of both groups. In the end, the Comintern and its national sections conformed in every way to the conception held by the Bolshevik leaders not only of the march of the world revolution but also of the type of party that was needed. As regards the first point, we have already looked, in the previous chapter, at the general features of Lenin's conception, from which there logically followed the urgent need to create the Comintern, the World Party of the Revolution. In order, however, to appreciate how this conception was to determine the structures and working of the Comintern, it is not enough to take account of its general content, one has to come down to more concrete levels. For the Bolsheviks, as for many revolutionaries of other countries, the Russian Revolution had shown in a detailed and precise way that which Marxist theory of the revolution had only been able to forecast in broad outline, the inner mechanism of the revolutionary process, the forms of struggle, the relationship of one to another among these, and so on. In the Russian Revolution almost every imaginable form of struggle had been combined, from political propaganda and agitation to armed insurrection and civil war, and including political strikes and demonstrations, as well as wars between the new revolutionary state and the bourgeois states. Parliamentary and trade union activity also figured in this many-faceted experience, though only to a limited extent. The decisive forms of struggle in the Russian Revolution were extra-parliamentary, and the role played by the trade unions was an extremely modest one. One of the most important characteristics of the combination of all these forms of struggle, over a period of 12 years, was the sudden transitions that took place from one form to another. 104. Together with the overlapping of a whole series of them, which objectively demanded of the Revolutionary Party that it be capable of rapidly altering its tactics, moving flexibly from one form of activity to another. The Russian scene had also displayed combined operations between the army of the revolutionary state and the internal revolutionary forces of counter-revolutionary states. It must not be forgotten that, thanks to the German invasion, before and after the signing of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, and, subsequently, to the intervention by the Entente, a number of nation-states arose on the huge territory of the former Tsarist Empire, states that were headed by bourgeois parties or by Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries and other opponents of Bolshevism, in the Ukraine, the Caucasus, the Baltic region, etc. Lenin's order in October 1918 that an army of 3 million men be formed, to come to the aid of the international revolution, like, later, the Red Army's offensive against Warsaw in the summer of 1920, resulted from this experience of combining different methods of struggle which had been developed within the Russian Empire. It needs to be kept in mind, too, that before becoming a union, in which the national independence of the component units actually disappeared, the Russian Revolution assumed the constitutional form of a federation of national Soviet states, in which Lenin and the Comintern saw the prototype of a worldwide federal republic of Soviets. The Bolshevik Party had taken shape under the conditions of a large multinational state. It was the single international party of the Russian, Ukrainian, Georgian, Polish, Finnish, and other revolutionaries working within that state, in fact, a little international in itself. Inside the party, nationality did not count, formally speaking. In practice, however, contradictions between national and international factors often manifested themselves, and Russian hegemony was latent. The circumstances in which this type of party had to maintain its cohesion and effectiveness, illegality, repression, the situation of the proletariat as a minority in a peasant and petty bourgeois milieu, centrifugal tendencies derived from national oppression, etc., account very largely for the semi-military features of its structure and mode of operation. The years of civil war were to intensify these features, giving rise to habits and methods that left deep traces on the subsequent life. 105. The Party. The eventual establishment of Stalin's system cannot be understood except against this background. Generalization of this Russian model in an empirical way led to the World Revolution being conceived as a gigantic revolutionary war embracing all the forms of struggle that have been mentioned, as a joint operation by the different national detachments of the International Army of the Proletariat, necessitating a central general staff, akin to that which the Bolsheviks had provided for the Russian Revolution. The military terminology that we find in Comintern documents is merely the linguistic expression of this manner of conceiving the world revolution, its forms of organization and leadership and its strategic and tactical demands. Just as the Bolshevik Party had organized joint action by the proletarians of the different nationalities of the Russian Empire in order to establish the Russian Federal Soviet Republic, so the Comintern came into being, as the first article of its statutes declared, in order to organize joint action by the proletariat of the various countries, with the aim of establishing a world federal Soviet republic, and as we have seen in the preceding chapter, with this not a distant aim, but the practical task of the moment. Just as the Bolshevik Party had been the single party of the revolutionaries of every nationality in the Russian Empire, so the Comintern was organized as the one world party of the revolutionaries of all lands. Its permanent leading organ, the Executive Committee, was endowed with extraordinary powers. Its directives had immediate force of law for all the national sections. It could expel members of groups or members belonging to any country, or entire national sections. It could change the leadership of a national section, even against the will of the majority of its members, and so on. Under these conditions, the national leaderships held in practice merely the power that was delegated to them by the Executive Committee of the Comintern. From top to bottom, an iron discipline and a most rigorous centralization were established, for, in the present epoch of acute civil war, the Communist Party will be able to fulfill its duty only if its organization is as centralized as possible, if iron discipline prevails, and if the party center, upheld by the confidence of the party membership, has strength and authority and is 106. Equipped with the most comprehensible powers. 2. The comprehensive powers were always understood to be held in descending order. Each committee was omnipotent in relation to those below it and impotent in relation to those above it. The way in which the Comintern was set up had a marked effect on the characteristics that it assumed from the very start. Taking for granted that the world revolution was irresistibly on the march, that the masses were in movement, and that everything depended on the formation of a vanguard that would be uncompromising in its attitude to reformism and centrism, the Comintern adopted draconian measures from the outset to ensure the purity of the new parties. This was the aim of the 21 Conditions, a model of sectarianism and bureaucratic method in the history of the working class movement. 3. As the introduction states, the purpose of the 21 Conditions was to prevent the entry into the Comintern of groups and parties that have not in fact become communist. The criterion for recognizing those that had already in fact become communist was complete and unconditional acceptance of the 21 Conditions. These points synthesized the conception of the party that has been set out above, and insisted upon the immediate purging of groups and parties wishing to join the Comintern, so as to ensure that all posts in the party press, in trade unions, parliamentary groups, cooperatives, and municipalities, not to mention the leading organs of the party, were held exclusively by reliable communists who have proved their devotion to the cause of the proletariat, with all reformists and centrists of every stripe eliminated. An immediate and total break had to be made with all centrist and reformist organizations, both political parties and trade unions. The Reformist Trade Union International, which at that stage embraced the majority of the organized workers in the West, was described as a yellow organization which the parties belonging to the Comintern had to wage an unyielding struggle against, spreading within the unions the slogan of a break with this international. On the one hand, the 21 conditions signified in practice that the communists were organizing a split in the labor movement, and were doing this, moreover, in a mechanical way and not through a political and ideological process that would have enabled the working people to 107. Convince themselves that it was necessary. On the other hand, they signified the introduction into the sections of the Comintern, and into any new parties that might join it, of a mechanism of internal purging based on a distinction between reliable and proved communists and those who were infected with the reformist or centrist virus, at a stage when the majority of both categories were only just taking their first step towards communism. A large number of socialists and trade unionists who wanted to join the Comintern because they were in sympathy with the Russian Revolution and shared, generally speaking, the revolutionary objectives of the new international nevertheless disagreed with it on certain points, especially where structure and methods of work were concerned. Above all, they regarded the policy of splitting the labor movement as wrong, particularly in the trade union field. The 21 conditions shut the doors of the Comintern to all these elements, who included many of the best cadres of the movement, inspired by sincere revolutionary feeling. At the same time, numerous elements who had no connection with the masses, and for whom it was therefore easier to declare war on the traditional organizations, were able to stand forth as good communists by the mere fact of showing neophytes' zeal in relation to the new catechism. Under the influence of the 21 conditions, and in general of the methods adopted by the Comintern in its struggle against reformism and centrism, a sectarian and dogmatic spirit began from the very beginning to clear a way for itself in the communist parties, disguised under a revolutionary verbalism that concealed its remoteness from reality. Members thought they were applying the Bolshevik model when, in fact, they were utterly denying the spirit of the Bolshevik party that had made the October Revolution and established the Soviet state. That party had been formed during a long and complicated process, through a political and ideological struggle against the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, carried on in close connection with the real problems of the social and political world of Russia. It had been formed by going through the experience of the 1905 revolution, of the counter-revolution that followed, and then of the new revolutionary upsurge, by operating in illegality and in the Duma, in Soviets dominated by the 108 Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, and in Soviets dominated by the Bolsheviks themselves, in the fire of political strikes, insurrection and civil war. This experience, without parallel at that time in the history of the revolutionary movement, had brought about the selection of a nucleus of intellectuals and workers who were able to take advantage of an exceptional situation in order to seize power. What was now proposed was to create chemically pure Bolshevik parties overnight, and to do this on the basis of a working class which had for decades been trained in the reformist spirit, in parliamentary and trade union activity, a working class which, in its great majority, had supported the trader leaders in entering into union sacrée with their respective bourgeoisies. In so far as this working class possessed some recent revolutionary experiences, mainly in the strike field, these offered characteristics that differed from those of the Russian movement. For example, the trade unions played a far more important part in the West than they had played in Tsarist Russia. How did it come about that Lenin, fully aware as he was of the complexity of the process that had forged the Bolshevik party, could have adopted the method symbolized by the 21 conditions? I can suggest no other answer than that put forward in the previous chapter to account for Lenin's optimism regarding the imminence of the world revolution. Until the Third Congress, the 21 conditions seemed to be the open sesame of the Comintern for winning the working masses and forming exemplary communist parties. Expel the reformist wing from your party without delay, Lenin told the Italian delegates to the Third Congress, and the masses of workers will follow us, for practice immediately showed that such expectations were out of true with the reality of the European countries, even those where the revolutionary crisis had gone farthest. The break with reformism thus effected resulted in a break with the mass of the workers. Except in rare cases, the communist parties remained confined to minority sections, sometimes tiny ones, of the proletariat. 5. And, what was worse, they appeared, in the eyes of the workers who had stayed loyal to their organizations, as splitters responsible for the division in the ranks of the working class. Their historical mission was, to use the military jargon that was favored, to 109. Conquer for the Comintern's ideas the international army of the proletariat, in order to transform it into the army of the revolution. But they began by putting themselves outside the main bulk of this army, leaving it in the hands of the reformist leaders and providing the latter with splendid arguments for charging the communists with splitting, sectarianism, unconditional submission to an alien and remote center that took no heed of national realities, and so forth. Only the deep sympathy that the Russian Revolution inspired in the working class masses, even those grouped in the reformist organizations, palliated a little the negative effects which this way of breaking with reformism brought upon the communist parties and the Comintern. When the attempts at revolution failed everywhere outside Russia, the words and attitudes of the socialist and trade union leaders became especially convincing to the majority of the workers. What matters now, they said, is to improve our economic situation, enforce the 8-hour day, achieve reforms, and so on. And the workers knew from experience that, in this field, their traditional organizations had secured good results. The Comintern tried to remedy the situation with its tactic called the United Front, inspired above all by left-wing communism. As, however, this turn was purely tactical in character, without any strategic consideration apart from recognition that the conjuncture had changed, with an ebb in the revolutionary tide, and as it was not accompanied by any fundamental analysis of the problems of capitalism, the roots of reformism, etc., it encountered incomprehension among many Comintern members. Their reaction is easily understood, since the communist parties, which had only just been formed in the spirit of a thoroughgoing breach with the reformist traitors, were now being called upon to establish a common front with these same traitors. Thus, this first big turn by the Comintern at once multiplied its internal conflicts and led to the widespread appearance of left-wing communists, for whom the United Front tactic, putting partial aims in the forefront, with utilization of parliament, etc., seemed to be a return to reformism, a betrayal of the revolution and of Comintern principles. Furthermore, while the ebbing of the revolutionary wave was certainly a fact on the European scale, it showed great diversity as between different countries. In Germany, for example, the situation continued confused. The attempt at insurrection organized by the Communist Party in March 1921 had doubtless been an adventure, but all the same one could not rule out the prospect of serious political crises, as was shown by the events of 1923. The situation was equally uncertain in some other countries, such as Poland and Bulgaria. In prescribing a general retreat to all its sections, the Comintern's policy came into conflict with national diversity, just as had happened with the line of the general offensive in 1919-20. The consequences could not be other than harmful, especially where newly created, inexperienced parties were concerned. Thus, and contrary to what was claimed in the resolution of 1943, already in this first stage the guidance of communist policy in every country from an international center possessed of full powers, together with the method used to establish these parties, came into sharp conflict with the needs of the revolutionary struggle in each country. As early as this epoch, too, the Russian viewpoint greatly influenced Comintern policy, even though it was not imposed by the methods that Stalin was to use later on. Just as the line of an offensive at all costs, in 1919-20, had been largely inspired by the idea that the survival of the October Revolution depended on its rapid extension to the West, so the universal retreat decreed by the Comintern in 1921 was strongly influenced by the appearance, in the international situation surrounding the Russian Revolution, of a new, unhoped-for possibility, namely, peaceful coexistence and economic relations with the capitalist states. In the meantime, Russia's internal situation had gravely worsened. The economic and social crisis, reflected in workers' strikes, the peasant boycott and, above all, the Kronstadt revolt, dictated a withdrawal that would ensure that the party did not become cut off from the masses, and so the new economic policy was introduced. There can be no doubt that the two circumstances mentioned, one international and the other national, had considerable influence on the outlook of the Bolshevik leaders where the problems of the revolutionary movement outside Russia were concerned. And it was they who were the Comintern's actual leaders, not so much, for the moment, because of the way the Comintern worked as because of the great prestige they enjoyed among the world's proletariat. Ultracentralism and Russification. Hardly had it been set up than the mechanism conceived for the purpose of leading and coordinating great revolutionary struggles on a world scale was obliged to apply itself to directing activity which became increasingly bound up with concrete situations, and, in the end, increasingly reformist, as the great revolutionary prospects faded. From a faraway center installed in the beleaguered fortress of socialism in a single country, decisions were promulgated on all the details of the political situation in every country, the tactics to be followed were laid down, and party leaders confirmed or replaced in accordance with their willingness to apply the policy prescribed by the ECCI. The contradiction between this system of leadership and the demands of national reality in each country was reflected in the constant conflicts that arose between the all-powerful executive committee and the general staffs of the national sections, in the internal crises of the sections, and in the stagnation or even the actual decline of most of the parties. Between 1921 and 1931 the membership of the Comintern was steadily reduced. 1921, 1922, 1924, 1928, 1931 887,745, 779,102, 648,090, 445,300, 328,716 on the world plane. The Comintern was an essentially European organization. In 1924 the distribution of its membership between the continents was as follows: Europe 659,090, America 19,500, Asia 6,350, Oceania 2,250, Africa 1,100. In Europe, 4/5 of the figure given were accounted for by four countries: Germany, Czechoslovakia, France, and Yugoslavia, which means that, in the majority of the countries of Europe, the communist parties were very small and had very slight influence. This was true also of the USA 7 to be sure, so marked a decline cannot be attributed exclusively to the political and organizational effects of the contradictions between the Comintern system of leadership and the demands of national reality in 112. Each country, it was partly due to objective conditions. The post-war revolutionary wave was followed, in several countries, by the establishment of reactionary dictatorships which severely persecuted the communist parties. It would, all the same, be quite wrong to underestimate the first mentioned factor. Besides, the reactionary dictatorships were established in the most backward countries of Europe, in the South and Southeast, and in Poland. In the advanced capitalist countries the communist parties were legal, but they became bogged down, and their membership, outside Germany, Czechoslovakia, and France, remained very small. Theoretically, the need to adapt the policy and methods of operation of each party to the national peculiarities of its country seemed obvious to the leaders of the Comintern, and all their documents spoke of it. The campaign for the Bolshevization of the parties, which was carried on in the years immediately following Lenin's death, included this demand among its principal slogans. But the Comintern's very structure, the way it was actually run, came into radical contradiction, as was eventually to be recognized in the resolution dissolving it, with this need to adapt the working of the parties to their respective national realities. Between the Second and Sixth Congresses, the statutes of the Comintern were amended in such a way as to strengthen still further centralism and the powers of the Executive Committee. The statutes approved at the Second Congress laid it down that the instructions of the ECCI were binding on all the national sections, and that the Executive Committee of the Communist International has the right to demand that parties belonging to the International shall expel groups or persons who offend against international discipline, and it also has the right to expel from the Communist International those parties which violate decisions of the World Congresses. The Fifth Congress emphasized that the directives of the Executive Committee were imperative and must be applied immediately. The ECCI had the power to annul or to amend decisions of both the central organs and the Congresses of the sections, and to take decisions which the central organs are obliged to carry out. It could expel parties, groups, or individuals from the International for transgressing not only the decisions of World Congresses but also those of the Executive Committee. Furthermore, the ECCI and its Presidium were empowered to send plenipotentiary delegates to the individual sections, persons who would receive instructions from the ECCI and are responsible to it for their actions. They must be admitted to all meetings and sessions of the central organs and the local organizations of the sections to which they are sent by the ECCI. At congresses, conferences, and meetings of the section they may, in the interests of the consistent execution of ECCI directives, put forward opinions differing from those of the Central Committee of the section concerned at congresses, conferences, or meetings. The report of the Statutes Commission at the Sixth Congress, though acknowledging that it was absolutely impossible for the ECCI to carry out its leading role directly from Moscow, put forward no real scheme for decentralization. A number of bureaus were set up within the leading center itself, to help the ECCI in conducting the struggle in certain regions of the world. This meant considerably strengthening the bureaucratic apparatus at the disposal of the Executive Committee. The latter was also given by the Sixth Congress the right to send to the national sections not only delegates but also instructors. Instead of being loosened, the Gordian knot of the ultra-centralistic structure of the Comintern was drawn still tighter. It was becoming ever harder, moreover, for the initiative in correcting this constitutional fault of the Comintern to come from the lower levels, which were in direct contact with national realities. As the mechanism of the Comintern kept on working, it promoted a process of selection within the active nucleus of each national communist party in favor of those elements that were readiest to submit to the will of the center in Moscow. Whoever showed too much critical spirit found himself removed from posts of responsibility. Innovatory initiatives stood no hope of success unless they came from above. But the docility of the lower levels made it difficult to see from above what the new problems were, to grasp in good time the changes that were underway. Increasingly, as conformism became more widespread in the national and local organizations, the information and reports they sent up to the ECCI tended to reflect back to the latter its own view of things. The same phenomenon occurred at congresses, the delegates to which were the product of the 114 selection process already mentioned. Monolithicity became established in practice before it was proclaimed as a principle, and, once consecrated as a principle, this accentuated the monolithic character of praxis. Gradually, at every level of the Comintern, from the party cells up to the Executive Committee itself, and including the leaderships of the national sections, political and theoretical discussions degenerated into a kind of ritual, by means of which the truth emanating from on high, from the supreme depository of truth, was passed on to those down below. In so far as this ritual act could still be called discussion, its function was purely operational. The task was merely to discover the best way of putting into effect, in a given situation, the line thus received. The distorting effect of this mechanism was intensified still further by the increasing weight of the interests of the Soviet state in the Comintern policy. Without repeating what has already been said on this point, or anticipating what will be shown later in detail in connection with some of the Comintern's most important experiences, it is proper to stress that the premises for the transforming it into an appendage of the Soviet state were present from the first day of its creation, even if this transformation was not inevitable. Thanks to the enormous theoretical and political authority they enjoyed in the eyes of the communists of other countries, the Bolshevik leaders filled the chief posts of responsibility in the ECCI and thus had at their disposal the extraordinary powers possessed by the latter. The ECCI was housed in Moscow, and the technical and financial resources of its apparatus were dependent mainly on the Soviet state. The role played by the Russian Party in the Third International has often been compared to that played by the German Party in the Second. But this analogy is valid only in a very general way. The Social Democratic Party of Germany was indeed the center of the international socialist movement, on the theoretical and political plane, but it had no effective power of decision. Besides, in those days, no socialist leader would have tolerated the wielding of such power. In 1906 Kosky wrote an article on the driving forces of the Russian Revolution, with which Lenin expressed full agreement. In a preface written for the Russian edition of this article, Lenin emphasized Kosky's merits and said that the revolutionaries of all countries had 115 need of the help of the movement's authorities, but he added at once, important though this authority is in widening the horizon of the fighters, it would be impermissible in the Workers' Party to claim that the practical and concrete questions of its immediate policy can be solved by those standing a long way off. The collective spirit of the progressive class-conscious workers immediately engaged in the struggle in each country will always remain the highest authority on all such questions. 9. Nevertheless, the Comintern took upon itself this impermissible role, and, through the ECCI, the Soviet Party. So long as the Bolshevik leaders remained faithful to the theoretical schema of the world revolution that had been held by Marx and Lenin, the Russian Revolution was seen as a factor subordinated to the world revolution, and this helped to endow Comintern policy with an international outlook, although, even at this stage, the impermissible role produced negative effects in relation to a whole series of aspects of the political activity and internal life of the national sections. But the theory of socialism in a single country led, as we have seen, to the security of the Soviet state being treated as the matter of highest concern for the world revolution, and, consequently, to the interests of the movement in every country being subordinated to the raison d'etat of the Soviet Union. From that time on, the requirements of the Soviet government's foreign policy weighed even more heavily in the scales when the Comintern made decisions on strategy and tactics, and also increasingly dominated the Comintern's internal life. The same happened with the internal problems of the Russian Party, the struggle against Trotskyism, Bukharism, etc., poisoned the whole life of the Comintern, provoking crises and splits in the various sections that were not justified by their respective national realities, and weakening the revolutionary movement in each country and also internationally. In 1926 Gramsci wrote a prophetic letter to the Central Committee of the CPSU, in which he said, "Today you risk destroying your own handiwork, you are degrading and may even annul completely the leading position which the CPSU acquired under the direction of Lenin. It seems to us that your passionate absorption in Russian questions is making you lose sight of the international implications of these questions, and is causing 116. You to forget that your duty as Russian militants can and must be fulfilled only with reference to the interests of the international working class." 10. Stalin followed the directly opposite path, enclosing the interests of the international proletariat firmly within the framework of Russian questions. The itinerary of monolithicity. As we have seen, the Leninist conception of the structure and functioning of the Revolutionary Party, which served as the model for the Comintern, was a highly distinctive product of the Russian Revolution. It corresponded to the type of difficulty that the proletarian revolution had to overcome in a backward country where the overwhelming majority of the people were peasants and where there were no democratic traditions or institutions. This conception, however, as Rosa Luxemburg saw very clearly, bore within it a tendency towards authoritarianism, the dictatorship of the leader, the establishment of bureaucratic uniformity, Towards what can be summed up in the word monolithicity. 11. This tendency was countered, though, until the last years of Lenin's life, by other powerful factors. In the first place, there was the vigor, depth, and richness of the Russian revolutionary process, which set its mark on the Bolshevik Party. It was a process that formed revolutionary intellectuals of resolute character, with a sharply critical spirit, who were heirs to a philosophical and political tradition which prepared them to assimilate Marxism in a way that was appropriate to Russian reality. The history of the Bolshevik group records continual conflicts, controversies, and debates revealing the permanent tension between the tendencies to ultra-centralism and military discipline on the one hand, and the party's intense theoretical and political life on the other. Lenin's unusual personality, in which a will to scientific rigor was combined in remarkable fashion with a will to effectiveness in struggle, contributed in no small degree to maintaining this dynamic tension within unity. Freedom of discussion, of tendencies, and even of factions was also retained during the Civil War period, when the Comintern was founded. In the Comintern, the risk of monolithicity inherent in its mechanism was countered by the spirit of criticism and free discussion that emanated. 117. From the Bolshevik Party, and which was also characteristic of the left-wing sections of the European socialist parties that joined it. The tendency to monolithicity began to predominate in the Bolshevik Party, as in the Comintern, with the beginning of the constructive phase of the Russian Revolution. Under the pressure of grave social and economic problems, the internal struggle in the party reached unprecedented intensity. Lenin tried to resolve it by following, in essentials, the Marxist method, through open and unlimited discussion, in the party and in the Soviets. Eventually, however, driven to this, no doubt, by the seriousness of the situation, he resorted to a measure without precedent in the history of the party, namely, a formal ban on factions. Lenin's speeches at the party congress at which this measure was adopted show that he saw it as something temporary, dictated by circumstances, and not to be elevated to the status of a principle, as was done later by Stalin. 12. But the first step towards this principle had been taken. The next step followed during the struggle against the Trotskyist opposition. The ban on factions was followed by a ban on tendencies, and at last came the turn of ideas themselves, in so far as, however individual, they might cast doubt on the policies and conceptions of Stalin. Nowadays, as we know, wrote Trotsky in 1929, commenting with bitter irony on the situation at which the Comintern had arrived, all ideas and actions of man are divided into two categories, absolutely correct ones, that is, those that comprise the general line, and absolutely false ones, that is, deviations from this line. This, of course, does not prevent what is absolutely correct today from being declared absolutely false tomorrow. 13. One of the gravest manifestations of this practice was the elimination from the publications of the parties of any opinion differing from the official criteria. In the previous period, despite the Comintern's centralistic and authoritarian regime, it had been possible to set forth opposing views in the press and other publications of the International. This became an increasingly rare occurrence after the Sixth Congress. In the Comintern, as in the Soviet state, a regime of censorship was installed to which might well have been applied the criticism of the Prussian censorship made by the young Marx, or Engels's angry reaction in 189-1 against the leaders of the German Social Democratic Party, who 118 were claiming the right to censor Die Neue Zeit 3, the party's theoretical organ, edited by Koski. It is in fact a brilliant idea, exclaimed Engels, scandalized, to put German socialist science, after its liberation from Bismarck's socialist law, under a new socialist law to be manufactured and carried out by the Social Democratic Party authorities themselves. 14. The brilliant idea of the German Social Democratic bureaucrats was put into practice to perfection by Stalin's bureaucracy, both in Soviet society and in the Communist International Organization. Soviet historians generally look upon the Third International as the most correct embodiment of Marx's conception of what a revolutionary international ought to be. Nothing is farther from the truth. As regards, for example, the method by which the international which he led might succeed in working out a common theoretical platform, Marx declared. Since the various sections of working men in the same country, and the working classes in different countries, are placed under different circumstances and have attained to different degrees of development, it seems almost necessary that the theoretical notions, which reflect the real movement, should also diverge. The community of action, however, called into life by the International Working Men's Association, the exchange of ideas facilitated by the public organs of the different national sections, and the direct debates at the general congresses, are sure by and by to engender a common theoretical program. Consequently, it belongs not to the functions of the General Council to subject the program of the Alliance to a critical examination. We have not to inquire whether, yes or no, it be a true scientific expression of the working class movement. All we have to ask is whether its general tendency does not run against the general tendency of the International Working Men's Association, viz. the complete emancipation of the working class. The general tendency referred to here means, as the context shows, recognition of the principle of class struggles. Elsewhere Marx states, the international rules speak only of simple workers' societies, all following the same goal and accepting the same program, which presents a general outline of the proletarian movement, while leaving its 119. Theoretical elaboration to be guided by the needs of the practical struggle and the exchange of ideas in the sections, unrestrictedly admitting all shades of socialist convictions in their organs and congresses. 15. It may be objected, and is habitually objected by the school of historians mentioned, in order to be able to claim that there was continuity in difference, that the conditions under which the Third International was bombed and in which it had to work were different from those of the first or second. Indeed they were, but not in a way that affected the profound reasons determining the methods recommended by Marx. The diversity of conditions in which the different sections of the working class lived, the need for theoretical elaboration to start from the demands of the practical struggle, and to take the exchanging of ideas as its principle, with free expression in the publications of all the sections, these were governing factors that were just as absolute, from the methodological standpoint, in the epoch of the Third International as in those of the second or the first. What is involved is, in fact, the basic condition needed for the working out of a revolutionary theory and policy that are not dogmatic but correspond to the demands of the actual movement. In absolute contradiction to the conception that Marx and Engels held of what a revolutionary party ought to be, on the national and international planes alike, the Comintern increasingly introduced, following Stalin's inspiration, a bureaucratic conception of the party's work, and of its unity, not merely political and organizational but also theoretical. Unity was identified with unanimity, monolithicity. This unanimity, said Trotsky, is represented as a sign of the particular strength of the party. When and where has there yet been in the history of the revolutionary movement such dumb monolithism? The whole history of Bolshevism is the history of intense internal struggle through which the party gained its viewpoints and hammered out its methods. The chronicle of the year 1917, the greatest year in the history of the party, is full of intense internal struggles, as is also the history of the first 5 years after the conquest of power. Despite this, not one split, not one major expulsion for political motives. Whence then this terrible monolithism of today, this destructive unanimity, which transforms each turn of the unfortunate leaders into absolute law for a gigantic party? No discussions. Because, as Rotfani explains, in this situation we need deeds not speeches. Repulsive hypocrisy. The party must accomplish deeds but renounce participating in discussing them beforehand. 16 Trotsky is here referring to the German party, but his arguments are valid for any and every one of the sections of the Comintern, and for the Comintern as a whole. He was right in pointing out that this terrible monolithism did not exist in the past in the Bolshevik party, down to Lenin's death. But he did not see that certain premises for it already existed at that time, and that was why he clung dogmatically to that past period, which for him embodied what the party ought to be. Discord arising in a party, and seeming to be a misfortune for it, is on the contrary a sign of its good fortune, said Hegel. In order to appreciate this truth, however, it is necessary to start from a dialectical conception of what a party is, and the fundamental fault of Stalin's conception was precisely the abandonment of this dialectic. From Stalin's standpoint, the contradictions inherent in the development of the party had to be resolved by measures of an administrative, bureaucratic character. And in order that these solutions might triumph, party unity had to be elevated into a myth. The myth, in this case, consisted in making party unity the highest good, which must be protected like the apple of one's eye. The ideological justification was simple and certain to be effective, for it appealed to common sense. Can the party, engaged in a hard fight against a powerful enemy, be victorious unless it possesses iron discipline? Must one not, therefore, sacrifice for the sake of unity any political or theoretical discussion that might arouse difference of opinion? For these may become tendencies, tendencies may become factions, and factions may lead to splits. This evil must be nipped in the bud. It is not enough for the minority to accept the will of the majority. There must be no minority. If it so happens that divergences appear, it is not good enough to bow to the opinion of the majority, it is necessary to think like the majority. This is how monolithic perfection is arrived at. All differences vanish not only as regards action but also as regards thought. This is, reduced to 121. Essentials, the ideological and organizational schema that was brought into force in the Comintern during the 1930s. Its logic tended to establish the idea that the principal virtue of a revolutionary, called upon to change the world, and allegedly upholding the most advanced of social ideologies, was not to think. After Hitler's accession to power, the threat of fascism and war, the danger of aggression against the Soviet Union, furnished powerful arguments in support of the metaphysics of monolithicity. Anyone who tries to break the iron unity of our ranks by any kind of factionalism will be made to feel what is meant by the Bolshevik discipline that Lenin and Stalin have always taught us, Dimitrov threatened in his closing speech at the 7th Congress of the Comintern. Let this be a warning to those few elements in individual parties who think they can take advantage of the difficulties of their party, the wounds of defeat or the blows of the raging enemy, to carry out their factional plans, and to further their own group interests. The party is above everything else. To guard the Bolshevik unity of the party as the apple of one's eye is the first and highest law of Bolshevism. 11. The warning given and the methods its execution implied become fully comprehensible if we observe that Dimitrov himself gave as an example of the way in which unity must be guarded, not only in the party but in the working class movement in general, the merciless struggle against the enemies of the people, Trotskyite Bukharinite spies, diversionists, and agents of fascism, which, in that same period, was being carried through in the Soviet Union. 18. Terror and lies became the exemplary method for guarding the monolithic unity of the communist movement, and even that of the working class movement in general. The dialectic of the real movement was to take ever more cruel revenge for the metaphysics of monolithicity. Its first victim was to be the Comintern itself. The period when monolithicity was fully enthroned coincided, paradoxically enough, with the period when the Comintern became a hindrance for Stalin and the communist parties. First, as we have seen, because it got in the way of diplomatic agreements between the Soviet state and the democratic capitalist powers in face of the danger of Hitlerite aggression. Secondly, because it was politically embarrassing, on the national plane, to the alliance between the Communist 122 parties and the Social Democrats and the anti-fascist sections of the bourgeoisie. Thirdly, because the appearance on the scene of the first two factors removed the ideological postulates which had hitherto prevented acknowledgement of a third, historically the most important, namely, the impossibility of leading the revolutionary movement in every country by means of a system that was ultra-centralized on the world scale. It was for this reason, and not because no contradictions had existed previously, that the Comintern leaders became aware of this impossibility during the 1930s, as Togliatti was later to admit. In other words, a certain institutional, structural, determined form of monolithicity had proved bankrupt. It had come into contradiction with the national factor, both the Russian national factor and the national factor in every other country. As emerges from what has already been said, however, this contradiction differed in character depending on whether what was involved was the Russian national factor, to which the Comintern remained subordinate, or the other national factors, in relation to which it was an instrument of subordination. The first aspect was certainly the decisive one in its suppression, the second being only complementary. This was why its dissolution was to give only partial satisfaction to the non-Russian national factors in the revolutionary movement. They would continue to be subordinated to the interests of the Soviet state, owing to the retention of Stalin's system of monolithicity in other forms. If the impossibility of leading the communist movement in every country from an international center became clear to the leaders of the Comintern from the early 1930s, and if, moreover, its very existence became an embarrassment for the new foreign policy of the Soviet Union after Hitler's accession to power, why was its dissolution not contemplated at that stage? According to the testimony of William Z. Foster, the idea was actually being considered in the leading circles of the Comintern on the eve of the 7th Congress. One of the most basic elements tending to render the Comintern obsolete in its existing form was the coming forth actively of the Soviet Union in the mid-30s as the world champion of the people. Prior to this time the USSR was largely on the defensive, and the Comintern led. 123. The world fight. But the burning menace of fascism and war, against which the Soviet Union stepped forward on the world arena as the basic opponent, gave that country a world political leadership of the anti-fascist forces. This was clearly expressed in Manuelsky's report to the 7th Congress, when he said that because of the victory of socialism in the USSR and because of its fight against fascism and war, it had become the center of attraction and the rallying point for all peoples, countries, and even governments which are interested in the preservation of international peace. Already therefore, on the eve of the 7th Congress, at the supreme height of Comintern activity, discussions were had at which it was indicated that the new, active world role of the Soviet Union, as the great champion of peace and democracy, tended to render obsolete the world political leadership of the Communist International. 19. This passage shows us not only that in 1935 dissolution of the International was on the agenda but that the aim of this dissolution, besides answering to the current needs of Soviet foreign policy, was not to do away with any and every international center of the communist movement, but to leave in being, freed from the mediating institution that was compromising it, the center that had already long been undertaking the real leadership of the communist movement, namely, the Soviet Center. And yet Stalin and the Comintern leaders did not decide in 1935 to dissolve it. One day the Soviet archives will show us the precise motives that led them to put off this operation. Meanwhile we can only guess. Perhaps a preparatory phase was thought to be useful, during the new tactical orientation, in order to use the Comintern's apparatus to overcome any resistance to it that might be manifested in some of the national sections. Certain passages in Dimitrov's report, such as the one I have quoted, lead one to this assumption. It may be that the Soviet leaders feared that if they were to give up programmatic positions that were strongly rooted in the communist parties, this, along with the effect of the frightful purges and trials in Moscow against the Bolshevik Old Guard, might lead many communists to interpret the dissolution of the Comintern as the total liquidation of everything that the international revolutionary movement created by Lenin had stood for. Perhaps they were also afraid of provoking a crisis that would facilitate. 124. The efforts of Trotsky and his supporters to form a Fourth International. 20. Another hypothesis is also plausible. In face of the threatening storm, Stalin was not playing one card alone in his foreign policy. At no stage did he rule out the possibility of achieving a modus vivendi with Hitler's Germany, such as he had achieved with the Italy of Mussolini. Alliance with the capitalist states that were rivals of the Third Reich constituted only one of the possible alternatives, nothing more. In the public statements made by Stalin in the period between Hitler's accession to power and the Second World War, he obviously manipulated these two cards of his with extreme prudence. So long as neither of the alternatives had actually been realized, the Comintern might continue to serve as a useful instrument of pressure on the international gaming table. In short, at the time of the Seventh Congress, it was already a hindrance to Soviet foreign policy without, however, having lost all operational value. It was not yet a definitive hindrance. It was to become that in 1943. 125. 4. The crisis of policy. Never put too much trust in the stupidity of your opponents. Talleyrand. Our tactical and strategical methods still lag behind the excellent strategy of the bourgeoisie, which has learned from the example of Russia and will not let itself be taken by surprise. Lenin. The contradictions that appeared from the beginning of the Comintern, between the theory of the world revolution which provided its theoretical foundation and the realities of historical development, between its ultra-centralized structure and national diversity, between its growing subordination to Soviet policy and the needs of the revolutionary movement, on both the national and international planes, these contradictions, which we have looked at in the previous chapters, could not but have a negative effect on the political activity of the Comintern and of each of its sections. It was at the level of policy that the crisis of the Comintern found general expression. In analyzing this aspect of the Comintern's activity, I shall focus attention on certain experiences which, in my view, had a decisive effect on its destinies and which have also had repercussions on the subsequent course of the communist movement. What is lost in length by proceeding in this way will probably be gained in depth. I propose to study Comintern policy from its creation until the beginning of the 1930s in terms of the German experience. I shall then examine the policy of the People's Front, analyzing its two main experi. 126. Inces in France and Spain. Thirdly, I shall consider, though only briefly, the Comintern's colonial policy with special reference to its Chinese policy. Lastly, I shall deal with its final period, that of the Soviet-German Pact and the initial stage of the anti-Hitlerite coalition. The German experience. The greatest disaster suffered by the Comintern, the foremost place among the Comintern sections in capitalist countries, has been, and is, taken by the German Communist Party. It is one of the best organized communist parties, the largest numerically, with deep roots in the working class, and the leader of the broad masses. 1. This was the view taken by the leaders of the Comintern in 1930, when the German Communist Party had 124,000 members and 4,500,000 voters. From that time until Hitler's accession to power, the party's strength grew steadily. In 1932 it had 200,000 members and 6 million voters. The latter figure, added to the number of voters for the Social Democratic Party, exceeded by 1,500,000 the voters for the Nazi Party, whose influence began noticeably to decline during the final months of 1932. 2. Yet, in January 1933, Hindenburg gave power to the Nazis. In March, Hitler dissolved the KPD by decree, confiscated its property, occupied its premises, expelled its 100 deputies from the Reichstag, and began imprisoning its members en masse. Soon afterwards he did the same with the Social Democratic Party. The working class put up no resistance. The model party of the Comintern vanished from the scene as an effective political force. It was the greatest disaster in the Comintern's history, the one that was to have the most serious and lasting consequences for the subsequent course of the revolutionary movement in Europe. The collapse of the KPD not only enabled Hitlerite imperialism to launch the Second World War, it also contributed very largely to the fact that the great world crisis of capitalism did not result in a socialist revolution in Europe. When, in 1943, the defeat of Nazism appeared on the horizon, and in all the countries of Europe, including fascist Italy, popular and revolutionary forces began to rise up, communism. 127. Continued to be practically non-existent as a political factor in Germany. and yet it had had 10 years in which to reorganize its forces, and was to dispose of 2 years more in which to try and act in the phase of the retreat and ultimate downfall of the Third Reich. Even so, it did not raise its head. In 1968, 35 years after its suppression, the German Communist Party has not yet succeeded in recovering substantial influence among the proletariat of capitalist Germany. This is sufficient to show how important was the defeat suffered in 1933. A month and a half after Hitler's accession to power, Trotsky wrote, "The criminal role of the social democracy requires no commentary. The Comintern was created 14 years ago precisely in order to snatch the proletariat from the demoralizing influence of the social democracy. If it has not succeeded up to now, if the German proletariat found itself impotent, disarmed, and paralyzed at the moment of its greatest historic test, the direct and immediate blame falls upon the leadership of the post-Leninist Comintern. That is the first conclusion which ought to be drawn immediately. 3. It was a judgment that was too sharp and oversimplified, a fault often to be found in Trotsky, but which contained a large element of truth. 2.5 years later, Dimitrov was implicitly to admit that Trotsky had been right, though without openly recognizing the grave responsibility borne by the ECCI, which would have implied direct responsibility on the part of Stalin. In his report to the 7th Congress of the Comintern, Dimitrov made explicit criticism of the mistakes committed by the KPD, while keeping silent on the responsibility borne by the ECCI for these mistakes. After saying that, in general, in our ranks there was an impermissible underestimation of the fascist danger, he went on. Our comrades in Germany for a long time failed fully to reckon with the wounded national sentiments and the indignation of the masses against the Versailles Treaty. They treated as of little account the waverings of the peasantry and petty bourgeoisie. They were late in drawing up their program of social and national emancipation, and when they did put it forward they were unable to adapt it to the concrete demands and to the level of the masses. 128. There was shown a narrow sectarian attitude in formulating and solving the immediate political tasks of the party. The KPD continued to concentrate their fire against the Weimar Republic when the fascists were organizing and arming hundreds of thousands of stormtroopers against the working class but this list of errors, which is far from being exhaustive, failed to answer the question that was essential from the Marxist standpoint: why had the KPD made mistakes of such importance? The victory of fascism, said Dimitrov, had not been inevitable in Germany. The working class could have prevented it, but for that purpose it should have achieved a united anti-fascist proletarian front, and forced the social democratic leaders to put a stop to their campaign against the communists and to accept the repeated proposals of the Communist Party for united action against fascism. 5. In reality, a fact that Dimitrov kept silent about, the KPD did not approach the national leadership of the Social Democratic Party and the trade unions, to propose joint action, until the very last months before Hitler took power, and then only in a form that made it difficult to reach agreement. It was for the KPD above all a matter of unmasking the Social Democratic leaders, an attitude that actually favored the maneuvers of the latter 8 down to the summer of 1932, as a French communist historian observes. The unity of action which was proposed seemed sometimes to mean that the workers were to leave the Social Democratic Party and join the KPD. 7. And, what was worse, for several years the leaders of the KPD described the Social Democratic Party, as such, as social fascist state. How could the Social Democratic workers force their leaders to put a stop to their campaign against the communists if the communists did not put a stop to their campaign against the social fascist leaders? How could they force their leaders to accept proposals that were non-existent until the very eve of the catastrophe, and that were regarded as unacceptable by the Social Democratic workers themselves? How could the German working class show maturity when its own vanguard party was showing immaturity, as Dimitrov reveals? Under no circumstances, said Lenin in 1922, shall we thrust the blame for the mistakes of our communists upon the proletarian masses. 9. As we shall see later on, in the section of this chapter devoted to the People's Fronts, the 7th Congress of the Comintern formulated this. 129. new tactic without carrying out any critical examination of the previous experience. And it omitted to do this, among other reasons, because such an examination would have meant coming to the same conclusions as Trotsky, that direct and immediate blame fell upon the leadership of the Comintern, and in particular upon Stalin, for the disaster suffered by the German Communist Party. For many years, indeed, the KPD had not taken a single step without strictly obeying the orders of the ECCI. The KPD was not only the largest section of the Comintern after the Soviet Party, it was also the section that was most closely and directly subjected to aid by the ECCI, or, more precisely, by the Soviet leaders of the International. This special position held by the German section in the Comintern was due to Germany's very special position both in the Comintern's general strategy and in the Soviet Union's foreign policy. Until the Nazi victory, Germany figured in the Comintern strategy as the most likely place for the next revolutionary breakthrough in the imperialist system. For the fate of the October Revolution, it was vital that this expectation should be realized. But Germany was also, after Rapallo, the capitalist state with which the Soviet Republic maintained truly most favored relations. Half of the USSR's foreign trade was carried on with Germany. German industry and German technicians contributed to the industrialization, and even directly to the armament, of the young workers' republic. In return, the Soviet government allowed the military engineers of the Reich to perfect on Soviet territory types of weapon that were forbidden to Germany by the Treaty of Versailles. De facto collaboration was established between the Reichswehr and the Red Army. Not only were the two economies complementary, the military and diplomatic interests of Soviet Russia and defeated Germany were in perfect harmony in that period. The Bolshevik leaders of the new international and the new state thus found themselves confronted by two tasks that were hard to reconcile. On the one hand, they had to organize a revolution against the German state, as the first priority in the strategy of the World Revolution. On the other, they had to safeguard the alliance with the German state, as the first priority in the foreign policy of the Soviet Republic. Each of these two tasks was sufficiently important for the leaders of the Soviet Party to supervise the German Party very closely, and the difficulty in reconciling them required that the supervision be made even closer. Premature insurrections and premonitory expulsions in 1919-20. The problem before the Soviet leaders was not yet so complicated. Their political will was wholly directed towards a single aim, the victory of the revolution in Germany. On that, they thought, depended the fate of the revolution in Russia. The reasons, belonging to the realms of theory, of information, and of psychology, that account for Lenin's optimistic view of the German Revolution have already been mentioned. This view may also explain why he did not draw the necessary conclusions from the premature attempts at insurrection made by the Spartacist group in January-May 1919. And yet it was the burden of this tragic experience that was to weigh heavily upon the subsequent development of the party and of the political situation in Germany. The party emerged from it beheaded and drained of blood, having lost the best members of its leading group, a theoretician of Rosa Luxemburg's stature, Karl Liebknecht, its most popular leader, other able cadres like Leo Jogi-Ces and Eugen Levin, and hundreds of cadres of middle rank. But what the experience proved was no less serious, namely, that the great majority of the German proletariat were firmly controlled, politically and ideologically, by social democracy. Without changing that central reality, what possibility of proletarian revolution could there be in Germany? It is worth stressing a fact that is not very well known. Liebknecht and Luxemburg regarded as premature the Berlin insurrection of January, and Levin the establishment of the Soviet Republic of Bavaria in April. They were aware that the revolutionary vanguard could not rely on support from the masses, and that the bourgeoisie, aided by the social democratic leaders, was engaged in provoking the communists. 131. And the revolutionary workers to hurl themselves into armed struggle under unfavorable circumstances. 11. But they were overwhelmed by the most radical element in the proletariat and in their own party, whose enthusiastic determination to follow the Russian example, and indignation against the policy of the social democratic leaders, matched their inexperience of revolutionary struggle. The decades of comfortable reformist practice had produced this twofold result: on the one hand, loyalty of the masses to the party under whose leadership substantial economic and political reforms had been won, and which was now promising, as the party in power, to carry out socialization under conditions of democracy and legality; on the other hand, the extremism of a minority that was not content with reforms, a republic, a constituent assembly, the 8-hour day, recognition of workers' councils in the enterprises, but aspired to immediate capture of power, as in Russia. The new leadership of the party, formed during the second half of 1919, with Paul Levi at its head, tried to work out a policy that started from this reality, but at the same time it behaved in a sectarian way towards the ultra-left, which was unshakably hostile to any participation in elections or in the reformist trade unions. The chief leaders of this tendency were expelled in February 1920 and formed the Communist Workers' Party, taking nearly half the party members with them. The Paul Levi leadership, which was joined by Clara Zetkin, who broke with the independents, 12 strove to assimilate the lesson in tactics given by Lenin in LE/FJFMG communism, an infantile disorder. But the idea that the Soviet Comintern leaders still held regarding the maturity of the world revolution, which meant, above all, the maturity of the German Revolution, was not such as to make easier the task of the KPD leadership in correcting leftism within the party. The Second Congress of the Comintern, as we have seen in Chapter 2, considered that the hour of decision was approaching and that soon the working class would have to go into battle, arms in hand. In March 1921 the Comintern representatives in Germany encouraged the leaders of the KPD, who no longer included the Levi-Zetkin group, for reasons that will be seen later, to reply with armed insurrection to the government's latest provocation. 13 The defeat suffered was complete. 132. And its consequences grave. Of the 360,000 members which the party had at the end of 1920, it retained only half at the end of 1921. Once more, proof had been given that the majority of the working class followed the Social Democratic Party in a disciplined way. The new fact was that a considerable section of the party did not, this time, support the adventuristic line of the national leadership and the Comintern. Not long before the March action, as this episode was thenceforth to be called in the documents of the Comintern, Levi, Zetkin, and others among the top party leaders had opposed the Comintern on the 21 conditions. Finding themselves in the minority in the Central Committee of the KPD, they resigned from their posts. The new leadership, in which the chief figures were Brandler and Thalheimer, though most of them did not belong to the leftist wing, were more docile in their attitude to the Comintern representatives, and threw the party into the insurrectional movement of March 1921. The Levi-Zetkin group voiced its disapproval of this action, and Levi published a pamphlet making a thorough criticism not only of the tactics of the German party leadership but also of the methods of the Comintern. He was expelled at once, and the epithets of renegade, traitor, etc., flung after him. Coming after the passivity of the Polish proletariat in face of the Red Army's drive towards Warsaw in the summer of 1920, and the retreat of the Italian labor movement before the spectacular offensive of Mussolini's fascists in the winter of 1920–21, the attitude taken up by the German proletariat towards the insurrectionary attempt in March revealed a general setback of the revolutionary movement in Europe. This fact was recognized by the Third Congress of the Comintern, which altered its diagnosis of the immediate prospects for the world revolution. As Lenin said, one had to go over from assaults to sieges. In this context the Third Congress came to the conclusion that the March action had been a mistake, and its analysis coincided essentially with Levi's critique. Nevertheless, the Congress ratified the expulsion of Levi, justifying it for reasons of discipline and also on the grounds. 133. That this critique ought to have been made within the party and not under the eyes of the enemy. At the same time, the Congress demanded of the opposition in the German party that they immediately dissolve any factional organization, stating that any factionalism constituted the greatest danger for the entire movement. 14. In the course of the lively history of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev and the other Russian Marxists who were now at the head of the Comintern had often acted in the same way as Levi and the German opposition of 1921. 15. Lenin had said many times that revolutionaries should not conceal their mistakes from the enemy. Now, however, they applied different rules, those which had just been imposed in the Russian party. The latter's 10th Congress had approved the famous resolution forbidding factions, and the party was in full retreat. During a retreat, Lenin was to say later, referring to the period that opened with the 10th Congress, discipline is 100 times more necessary. Anyone who introduced an undertone of panic or insubordination would have doomed the revolution to defeat. 10. What might be justified by the dramatic conjuncture in which the Russian Revolution found itself was made to apply to the German party, as to the other sections of the Comintern, which were in a very different situation, not in power, only recently formed and seeking their way forward, which required, above all, complete freedom of discussion, internal struggle, etc. Imposition of the Bolshevik model of 1921 meant negation of the Bolshevik model of 1903-21. The Levi case, the first of its kind in the history of the Comintern, acquires premonitory significance in the light of the circumstances and when looked at with our historical perspective. So long as Lenin was alive, the method was not yet converted into a system. Under Stalin, however, it was to be carried to its logical consequences. A changed viewpoint, revolution in Germany, becomes a danger to NEP Russia. In 1923 a situation arose in Germany that was particularly propitious for testing the tactic, recently formulated by the Fourth Congress of the 134 Comintern, of communist participation in workers' governments along with left-wing social democrats. The occupation of the Ruhr by French troops and the policy of passive national resistance proclaimed by the Cuno government in reply thereto, with the disastrous collapse of the mark caused by this policy, resulted in an economic and political crisis that tended to develop into a revolutionary one. 17 In the first months of 1923 the Soviet leaders did not dramatize the situation in Germany, quite the contrary. A British journalist asked Trotsky this question: if the French had marched into the Ruhr in 1919, Moscow would have seen that as a revolutionary crisis. Why did it now see the matter in a different light? Trotsky's reply reflected perfectly the new viewpoint of the Bolshevik leaders since Rapallo and under the conditions of NEP. A new war in Europe, he said, would be contrary to the aims of socialism. A Europe exhausted and drained of blood and reduced to ruins might mean a most severe lowering of European culture over a long period and, accordingly, not the approach but, on the contrary, the postponement of revolutionary perspectives. 18 At the enlarged plenum of the ECCI in June 1923 the policy of the KPD, which was following a line of united action with the Social Democratic left in order to prepare the conditions for a possible revolutionary outcome, without, however, taking the view that the revolution had arrived, was examined and approved without any essential modifications. However, Zinoviev, the president of the Comintern, who in October 1917 had considered the situation unripe for armed insurrection in Russia, decided, when the general strike broke out in Berlin in August 1923, that power was now within reach in Germany. Trotsky, too, allowed himself to be carried away by this fever. Lenin was already out of action, and Stalin was not yet in control of the Comintern. The latter did, though, send a letter to Zinoviev and Bukharin setting out his views. Should the communists at the present stage try to seize power without the Social Democrats? Are they sufficiently ripe for that? That, in my opinion, is the question. When we seized power, we had in Russia such resources in reserve as the promise of peace, the slogan, the land to the peasants, the support of the great majority of the working class. 135. And the sympathy of the peasantry. At the moment the German communists have nothing of the kind. They have, of course, a Soviet country as neighbor, which we did not have, but what can we offer them? Should the government in Germany topple over now, in a manner of speaking, and the communists were to seize hold of it, they would end up in a crash. That, in the best case. While at worst, they will be smashed to smithereens and thrown away back. In my opinion, the Germans should be restrained and not spurred on. 19. His was the same viewpoint as Trotsky's, shown in the latter's reply to the British journalist, but held to more consistently. Stalin did not allow himself to be impressed by the general strike in Berlin. The German crisis undoubtedly confronted the Soviet Republic with a dramatic choice. If the crisis resulted in a civil war, the Entente powers would certainly intervene in support of the German bourgeoisie and generals. The Soviet state could not refrain from going to the help of their brother proletarians in Germany. This would mean war again, and war with the economy in ruins and the peasant masses unsure, if not hostile, in their attitude to the Soviet power. A few months earlier, Lenin had said to the Ninth Congress of Soviets, "We have before us a highly unstable equilibrium, but one that is, nevertheless, certain, obvious, indisputable. I do not know whether this is for long, and I do not think that anyone can know. That is why, for our part, we must display the utmost caution. We must remember that we are always a hair's breadth away from invasion." And after dwelling on the sufferings that the World War and then the Civil War had inflicted on the workers and peasants of Russia, and on the incredible calamities endured, he declared, "We are ready to make the greatest concessions and sacrifices, in order to preserve the peace for which we have paid such a high price." 20. From another angle, victory of the revolution in Germany had been the great dream of Lenin and all the Bolsheviks since 1917, the real consecration of the triumph of the Russian Revolution, its final consolidation, the path to victory for the revolution on the scale of Europe, of the whole world. Suddenly, 2 years after they had seen this hope grow distant, here it was, apparently, drawing near again. What was to be done? Were the German communists to be held back or to be spurred? 136. On. It is pointless to speculate on what Lenin's attitude would have been in this situation. To judge by his last writings, it would seem that Stalin's attitude was closer to the caution that Lenin advised than was the fever that had taken hold of Zinoviev and Trotsky. Nevertheless, the spirit of his reasoning would probably have been substantially different from that of Stalin, whose letter reveals, indeed, an outlook in which we can already perceive some of the elements that were later on to inspire his conception of the revolutionary movement outside Russia. Mechanical transposition of the premises that enabled the Bolsheviks to take power, making them the criterion for judging whether it is possible to take power in other countries. It was certainly the case that the German communists did not have available the banner of peace, but the invasion of the Ruhr had handed them the banner of struggle for national independence against the oppression of the Treaty of Versailles, with the possibility of using this against the ruling classes, who were taking the line of capitulation. It was true that the German peasants were not revolutionary, but at that moment they were in deep crisis, and, besides, the peasant factor was far from possessing the same importance in industrial Germany as in agricultural Russia. It was true that the majority of the working class were still under the influence of the Social Democrats, but precisely in those months an important tendency favorable to the Communist Party began to appear among the Social Democratic workers. Stalin was probably right in thinking that the situation was not ripe for an immediate seizure of power. 21. But the possibility of a deepening of the crisis could not be denied, and this, accompanied by an intelligent policy on the part of the KPD, might have created conditions favorable to a revolutionary outcome. Lack of confidence in the revolutionary capacity of non-Russian communists. In assuming the possibility that the power of the bourgeoisie might topple over and so fall into the hands of the German communists, Stalin denied them the capacity to do what the Bolsheviks had done, use their possession of state power to dominate the adverse factors implicit in the exceptional situation that had enabled them to conquer it. He saw their ending up in a crash as inevitable. Complete subordination of the problem to the situation of the Soviet state. What can we offer them? Not, what can revolution in Germany offer to the revolutionary struggle in Europe, and vice versa? To what extent could a German revolution have revolutionized the whole European situation, and the situation in Russia itself? Even if the revolutionary wave of 1919-20 had ebbed, the situation in a number of countries was highly unstable. Bulgaria was practically in a state of civil war, and in September the Communist Party hurled itself into armed insurrection. In October a general strike took place in Poland, with an insurrection in Krakow. The Italian labor movement had not yet been crushed by fascism. In several countries solidarity was being shown with the German workers against the intervention of French imperialism. Owing to the historical significance of the German labor movement, and the economic and political importance of Germany, a socialist revolution in that country must produce a much greater echo than the Russian Revolution in the proletariat of Europe and America. The whole situation could be changed. But Stalin preferred to stick to the old peasant adage, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Trotsky shared Stalin's concern regarding the risks that a deepening of the German crisis would entail for the Soviet state, but in the end it was a wider outlook that predominated with him. His mistake, and that of Zinoviev and other Comintern leaders, consisted, no doubt, in seeing as ripe certain conditions which were still only potential, and in imposing their view on the German communist leaders. In mid-September the ECCI summoned them to Moscow, where agreement was 138. Reached on immediate preparation for armed insurrection. It was also decided that the party should enter the left-wing Social Democrat governments of Saxony and Thuringia, the calculation being that this would facilitate the launching of armed insurrection throughout Germany. The leaders of the communist organization in Saxony were opposed to entering the government, and Brandler, the principal leader of the KPD, had doubts, but he bowed to the will of the ECCI. 22 Trotsky, who always showed feeling for grand historical effects, proposed that the date of the insurrection be fixed for some time between 7 and November 9, the anniversaries, respectively, of the Russian October Revolution of 1917 and the German Revolution of 1918. In the end it was thought wiser to let the Germans themselves fix the precise dates of their insurrection. 23 The insurrection was eventually arranged for the first week in October. But the central government took the initiative, sending 60,000 troops into Saxony. Brandler put forward the party's plan at the Conference of Factory Workers' Councils of Saxony, but the majority of the worker delegates, who were left-wing Social Democrats, rejected the communist proposals. Faced with this situation, the leaders of the KPD suspended the order for the armed rising. This took place, nevertheless, in Hamburg, where the countermanding order came too late. Several hundred communists fought bravely for 3 days against the army and the police without receiving any active support from the proletarian masses of the city. The Reichswehr disarmed the workers' militias that the party had set up in Saxony and Thuringia, and the communists were ejected from the 2 provincial governments. The October events were described by the Comintern as a defeat for the KPD. This is a highly questionable view, since the party's influence increased among the masses, as was shown in the elections of May 1, 1924. Moreover, what was even more important, the party had succeeded, for the first time since its creation, in establishing united front relations with the left wing of the Social Democrats. The result could not be described as a defeat except on the assumption that all the conditions had been present for the taking of power, an assumption that is far from confirmed by 139. Historical investigation. 24 The Hamburg Rising itself showed that, while a certain radicalization of the German proletariat had indeed taken place, they were nevertheless not ready to hurl themselves into armed struggle. In reality, the decision of Brandler and Thalheimer, called treason in the official historiography of the Comintern, probably saved the German party from another crushing defeat such as it had suffered in March 1921. The October defeat was to provide the subject for bitter argument in the KPD and in the Comintern during the months that followed. In accordance with a method that was beginning to become a tradition, the ECCI unloaded all responsibility onto the national leaders, blaming the policy they had followed in the preceding period for the miscarriage allegedly suffered by the German Revolution. In reality, after Levi's expulsion, the leaders of the KPD had kept strictly to the orders received from the Comintern. 25 The first and last independent act performed by this leadership was to call off the order for insurrection when they realized that the party was going to remain isolated again, as in 1919 and 1921. At the 5th Congress of the Comintern, in June-July 1924, Clara Zetkin declared, without anyone being able to prove her wrong, "We are told here about Brandlerism and Radekism," regardless of the fact that until quite recently Radek was one of the most ardent champions of the left wing. The policy of the former Central Committee was endorsed by the executive until the October defeat. Therefore, if the German party is indeed guilty of any sin, the executive is equally guilty, because it has not acted with the utmost vigor against the opportunist policy. And she added that, by refusing battle under those conditions, Brandler rendered great service to the party. 26. What need for a theory of the German Revolution if Stalin and the C-Leninist policy are there? The assumption that the events of October 1923 constituted a defeat served as pretext for liquidating one of the tendencies in the KPD which, in the eyes of the ECCI, presented two serious faults. In the first place, while it was true that in the period 1921-3 the KPD had faithfully carried out the United Front policy of the Comintern, the logic of 140. This policy had caused it to take increasingly into consideration the actual situation in Germany, which clashed with the method by which the Comintern was led, and, secondly, the Brandler-Thalheimer leadership had shown too much sympathy for the groups which, in the Russian party, were defending inter-party democracy. 27 In the left of the Germany party as well there was a strong tendency opposed to unconditional subordination to Moscow's orders, but the leaders of the left took advantage of the condemnation of Brandlerism to strike a compromise with the ECCI. In exchange for their cooperation with the all-powerful Executive Committee in the struggle against the Brandler-Thalheimer group, the leaders of the Left 5 secured the ECCI's help in winning a majority in the leadership of the KPD. This happened despite the fact that the left was in disagreement with the Comintern on tactical questions, that is, on the United Front policy, as a result of which it had been subjected to severe criticism by Lenin at the Third Congress of the Comintern. The campaign for Bolshevization of the communist parties which began in 1924 was expressed in the German party, as in the others, by a strengthening of bureaucratic centralism and a rejection of national realities. This process went forward, in its first phase, under the sign of struggle against the rights, who at that moment were the chief contenders for greater autonomy in relation to the ECCI and greater democracy within the parties. In a declaration signed by Brandler, Thalheimer, and Radek in March 1925 it was stated that true Bolshevization demands the most careful adaptation to the peculiarities of the development of each country, that Bolshevization may be achieved only through free discussion in the organizations, by a regime of party democracy rendering possible the selection of the party leadership from among the most experienced comrades. The development of the Western European communist movement calls for a synthesis of the leading elements which became crystallized in the battle of ideas against social democracy while they were still in the ladder and which later, breaking with the social democracy, established the Communist Party, and the young elements which came to communism in the battles of 1919 and later. For this reason they declared that it is necessary to reinstate in the party. 141. More than 50 proletarians, the founders of the Communist Party of Germany. 28 At the same meeting of the ECCI at which this declaration was published, Clara Zetkin said, "I must decidedly protest against the presence of a powerful tendency in the German party to call all the old Spartacus right wing and accuse the Central Committee of not having fought resolutely enough against this tendency." She went on to affirm that the proletariat does not recognize any unity of action without freedom of discussion and criticism. In our organization statutes the same is said in substance. I believe that the interests of the party require that just the critical elements in the party be allowed to speak. It is primarily a question as to whether in the future expulsion and disciplinary measures of a mechanical nature should be continued as before. 29. The future was to answer yes to the question put by the old militant with so much service behind her. Expulsions and disciplinary measures were to be not merely continued but intensified, and they were, in the succeeding period, to be directed mainly against the left. The victory won by the latter was, indeed, only a Pyrrhic one. It coincided with the beginning of the duel between Stalin and Trotsky, and the majority of the leading group of the German left supported Trotsky's line. Around Thalmann a so-called centrist group was formed which, with Stalin's support, succeeded in taking control of the German party leadership at the end of 1925-30. The offensive against the German left was carried through in full synchronization with the great battle against the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition in the Russian party. Between 1926 and 1928 hundreds of working-class militants, experienced officials, and valuable intellectuals were eliminated from leading posts or even expelled from the party. In 1928-9, at the time of Stalin's offensive against the right in the Russian party, political elimination of the survivors of Brandlerism was carried out in the German party, in particular the removal of Brandler and Thalheimer themselves. At that period, in other words, the period when the decisive phase of Germany's political evolution was opening, leading to the victory of Hitler, the KPD was deprived of nearly all of its original leading groups, which had come from Spartakism, on the one hand, and the left of the Independent Social 142 Democratic Party, on the other. After 1928 Thalmann became the absolute master of the party, as the unconditional executor of Stalin's policy. In that same year the Central Committee of the KPD had decided to remove Thalmann from the party's general secretaryship, but Stalin had obliged the Presidium of the ECCI to veto this decision. 31. To appreciate the full significance of the amputation suffered by the KPD, account must be taken of the fact that the left and the right in the German party, despite their differences on tactical and strategic questions, had in common from the party's beginnings a more or less explicit desire to decide the party's policy and implement it independently of outside control. They declined to be mere executants of the orders of the international center dominated by the Soviet Party. Rosa Luxemburg's report on the program, at the party's Foundation Congress, set forth a strategic conception of the course of the German Revolution that was very different from the Bolshevik conception. The imprint of this differentiation is to be seen in documents of 1919 and 1920. 32 differences also appeared regarding the internal working of the party, and regarding the relation between the party and the masses, both in the phase of struggle under capitalism and after the taking of power. Rosa Luxemburg stood for real democracy, in the party and in the new social order. The original leading group of the party, despite their disagreements on tactical questions, were all soaked in the theoretical heritage of Luxemburgism. And this heritage became ever more valuable as experience of the evolution of the Soviet regime and the German party confirmed some of Rosa's criticisms and forebodings. It was not accidental that Levi, after his expulsion, proceeded immediately to republish her complete writings. Despite the fact that Rosa Luxemburg's theoretical and political work, like that of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, presented certain aspects that were contradicted by experience of social practice, it is clear that this work, carried out in close connection with German reality, with the reality of the German labor movement, constituted a valuable contribution to the building of a distinct theory of the German Revolution. Critical account ought also to have been taken of the views of the theoreticians of the Social Democratic Center and Right, such as Koski, M3, Hilferding, Bernstein, etc., even if only to obtain a better understanding of the roots of reformism in the German proletariat and the specific characteristics of German capitalism. But all this theoretical heritage was thrown overboard after the first years of the existence of the German party, when transplantation took place, in a more and more sweeping way, of the Soviet model of socialism and of the party, with unconditional application of the tactical and strategic theses of the ECCI. The Communist Party of the country where Marxism was born, the Revolutionary Party of the German workers, of whom Engels wrote that they belong to the most theoretical people of Europe, and they have retained that sense of theory. 33 presented in 1928, when Stalin succeeded in establishing his control over the German Communists, a spectacle of the most deplorable theoretical sterility. The party's intellectual nucleus had been decimated and practically destroyed. It was in 1926 that Stalin gave the signal for sweeping away any remaining survivors. In a speech in the German Commission at the 6th Enlarged Plenum of the ECCI he said, "We hear the voices of certain intellectuals asserting that the Central Committee of the German Communist Party is weak, that its leadership is feeble, that the work is adversely affected by the absence of intellectual forces in the Central Committee, that the Central Committee does not exist, and so forth. That is all untrue, comrades. I consider such talk as the antics of intellectuals, unworthy of communists. It is said that theoretical knowledge is not a strong point with the present Central Committee. What of it? If the policy is correct, theoretical knowledge will come in due course. Knowledge is something acquirable. If you haven't got it today, you may get it tomorrow. But a correct policy, such as the Central Committee of the German Communist Party is now pursuing, is not so easily mastered by certain conceited intellectuals. The strength of the present Central Committee lies in the fact that it is pursuing a correct Leninist policy, and that is something which the puny intellectuals who pride themselves on their knowledge refuse to recognize. Comrade Thalmann, use the services of these intellectuals if they really want to serve the cause of the working class, or send them to the devil if they are determined to command at all costs. 34. 144. And, indeed, those intellectuals who remained in the KPD were sent to the devil, not exactly because they wanted to command at all costs or were unwilling to serve the cause of the working class, but because, in their stubborn way, they would not give up their baneful habit of thinking. Freed by the infallible leader from the boring necessity of basing its activity upon theoretical knowledge, the Central Committee of the KPD continued to apply the correct Leninist policy which led it to the catastrophe of 1933. The starting point of this policy was the revision effected by the Fifth Congress of the Comintern of the tactics that had been followed in the preceding period. When they condemned Brandler's policy, the ECCI were actually challenging the policy of the Workers' United Front as this had been conceived by Lenin and formulated by the Comintern at the enlarged plenums of the Executive Committee in December 1921 and February 1922, and at the Fourth Congress, in December 1922. The ECCI gave this policy a sectarian twist, which was formalized at the Fifth Congress, in June-July 1924. In order to appreciate what this revision meant for the KPD in particular, we must pause to examine, even if only briefly, the significance of this policy. Another reason for doing so is that the policy of the Proletarian United Front, in its 192 1-3 version, was to provide a precedent when the Comintern made its change of line in 1934-5. A united front under capitalism and a single party under socialism. The United Front tactic was originally conceived as a defensive policy, based on the following circumstances: the ebb of the revolutionary movement in most of the capitalist countries, the capitalist counter-offensive against the standard of living of the masses and their economic and political gains, and the split in the working class, the majority of which continued to belong to the reformist parties and unions. In these conditions the struggle for power receded as an immediate prospect, whereas the working class was faced with the urgent necessity of counterposing a united front to the offensive of the employers and the state. Several reformist organizations shared this point of view. The so-called 2.5 International, which brought together some 145 entire socialist parties along with fragments of certain others which refused to choose between the second and the third, took up as an urgent task the re-establishment of working class unity. 35 In its first theses on the Workers' United Front, approved by the plenum of the ECCI in December 1921, the Comintern proposed agreements between political and trade union organizations of all tendencies, including agreements on the international plane, while the Communist International puts forward the slogan of the Workers' United Front and permits agreements between the various sections of the International and the parties and unions of the Second and 2.5 Internationals. It can itself obviously not reject similar understandings at the international level, the theses declare. 38 At the beginning of 1922 the 2.5 International addressed the other internationals, proposing that they hold a meeting of their top leaderships to discuss the basis for possible joint action. The proposal was accepted and the conference took place in Berlin on 2–5 April 1922. The Conference of the Three Internationals, as it was subsequently known, was one of the important events of 1922. For the first time since 1914 the highest representatives of the three great sections resulting from the split in the old social democratic movement found themselves face to face engaged in studying the possibilities of arranging for at least a minimum of joint action. At this confrontation some of the chief ambiguities and contradictions in the tactic of the Workers' United Front adopted by the Comintern were revealed, those that were to be fully demonstrated in the period following 1934. 37 For the Comintern the United Front policy was not merely a means of resisting the capitalist offensive more effectively. It was thought that this policy would enable the communist parties to tighten their links with the masses, influence the latter towards a revolutionary policy, detach them from reformist control and prepare them for offensive battles in the future. In the theses adopted by the Fourth Congress it was foreseen that, in a revolutionary or pre-revolutionary situation, the Workers' United Front could lead to the formation of workers' governments in which communists, left-wing socialists, and other advanced groups would participate, or workers' and peasants' governments in which, alongside representatives of the working class, there would be 146 representatives of the radicalized middle strata, especially the peasantry. According to these theses, governments of this type would not yet constitute an expression of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but might be able to prepare the way for its arrival, covering a certain transitional stage between the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and the dictatorship of the proletariat. At the same time it was affirmed that the complete dictatorship of the proletariat is represented only by the real workers' government, which consists of communists. 38 In other words, any other tendency in the working class movement, however radical, could accompany the communists only along part of the road leading to the complete dictatorship of the proletariat, and must in the end give place to exclusive leadership by the Communist Party. It was the pattern that had in fact been followed in Russia. To the Allies of today it was proposed that they collaborate in creating conditions that would enable them to be eliminated tomorrow as a political force. The proposals that the communist parties and the Comintern would put to the reformist parties and unions, in order to arrive at agreements for joint action, would be useful, from the standpoint just explained, whether they were rejected or accepted. In the former case the reformists would be exposed at once. In the latter, the proposals would lead to the same result later, in one or other phase of the movement, since these leaders did not really intend to protect the workers' interests in a consistent way, and the communists would in due course be able to denounce their hesitations or betrayals. These forecasts were based on two assumptions that have already been mentioned, but which it will be useful to recall in the Comintern's own words. Not only is capitalism in decay incapable of ensuring the workers' decent living conditions, so that the workers who fight for partial demands will be automatically forced into a struggle against the entire bourgeoisie and their state apparatus, but the social democrats, the reformists of all countries, are proving every day that they do not want to wage any struggle even for the most modest demands put forward in their own program. 39 If, nevertheless, they sometimes accept the communists' proposals for joint action, they do this under constraint, forced by pressure from the masses, among whom the capitalist offensive has aroused a spontaneous striving towards unity which literally cannot be restrained, and because 147. The democratic and reformist illusions which, after the end of the imperialist slaughter, were reborn among the workers are fading before they reached full bloom. 40 These assumptions were soon shown to be mistaken. Not long after the United Front tactic had been formulated there began a phase of economic development in the capitalist world which the Comintern called the phase of relative stabilization. The reformist parties and unions were once again of service to the working class in obtaining certain economic satisfactions, which were compatible with the system. Except in very special cases, minimum demands did not prove to be the ideal lever for separating the masses from the reformists. The Comintern's conception of the situation capitalism was in prevented it from seeing that reformism was rooted not only in the policy followed by the reformist leaders but also in the very nature of the demands being put forward, which were capable of being digested by capital, and even of functioning as a stimulant to its technical development. The harsh accusations that the communists hurled at the reformist leaders did not greatly contribute to rational explanation of the problems arising, or to convincing the workers who were imbued with democratic and reformist illusions. They did, however, provide the reformist leaders with some excellent polemical arguments. An appeal is made for union, said van der Velde at the conference of the three internationals, for the realization of the united front, but no secret is made of the intention to stifle us and poison us after embracing us. Whilst we are being told, for example, that men like Jouerho, Meraim, and Henderson, van der Velde or Longuet, are serving the interests of the bourgeoisie, it is, to say the least of it, strange that these men should be invited to take part in the defense of proletarian interests. We are social traitors, social patriots, we are yellow, we are supporters of the bourgeoisie. Zinoviev has even said that I have committed crimes, and in spite of all this you consider that it would be useful to meet us in conference. The logic of this reasoning was doubtless more comprehensible to the masses in the reformist organizations than the logic of the Comintern. 148. Synthesized in Rodek's reply to van der Velde, you came to this conference because you had to, you were the instruments of world reaction, and now, whether you want it or not, you must be the instruments of the struggle for the interests of the proletariat. The proletariat's answer was this: between 1921 and 1928 the number of communists in the capitalist countries fell by half, from nearly 900,000 to about 450,000, whereas the number of social democrats doubled. At the conference of the three internationals one of the chief inner contradictions of the United Front policy was revealed with particular acuteness, the contradiction between the content of this policy in the capitalist countries and the political process that was developing during the same period inside the USSR. The socialist leaders skillfully exploited the paradox of the situation, while the Comintern, led by the Bolsheviks, was calling for a united front of all socialist tendencies in the capitalist world, so as to defend the standard of living of the masses, democracy, and the Russian Revolution. In the Soviet world the Bolsheviks were repressing these same tendencies, depriving them of all their rights in the political and trade union fields. 41 Similarly, they exploited the fact that, although the right of self-determination for all peoples had always been one of the essential points of the Bolshevik program, the peoples of the periphery of the former Russian Empire found themselves in practice unable to exercise this right. They made particularly vigorous play with the case of Georgia, which country had recently been invaded and occupied by the Red Army, despite the popular support enjoyed by the country's Menshevik government. 42 The Comintern's representatives at the conference replied by applying the well-known principle according to which the best defense is attack. They set out, once more, the long list of surrenders and betrayals by social democracy of the cause of revolution during and after the World War. But two wrongs do not make a right. For the imperialists, more or less directly helped by the social democrat leaders, to trample on democracy and the rights of people to determine their own destiny was in accordance with the nature of these political forces and, at least so far as the imperialists were concerned, it seemed to the mass of the working people perfectly logical. But for the socialist revolution to 149. Attack proletarian democracy and not to respect the right of self-determination was in contradiction with the nature of the Bolshevik Party, as it had defined itself. The Bolshevik representatives remained wholly on the defensive on this subject at the conference. Rodek, who was allotted the tenor role, avoided giving any explanation, and Bukharin remained altogether silent. 43 The conference made plain that the United Front is a double-edged weapon, while, in some circumstances, when the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie becomes acute, it can help to set the masses against the reformist leaders. in others it can help the latter to reach the masses under communist influence, through their critique of those aspects of the Russian Revolution that infringe workers' democracy. Drawing the lesson that seemed to him to emerge from the conference, Lenin wrote, "Once again, the bourgeoisie, in the persons of their diplomats, have outwitted the representatives of the Communist International. In my opinion," he wrote in the same article, "our representatives were wrong in agreeing to the following two conditions: first, that the Soviet government should not apply the death penalty in the case of the 47 socialist revolutionaries; second, that the Soviet government should permit representatives of the three internationals to be present at the trial." The Comintern delegation had indeed made these two concessions, and also another which Lenin does not mention, the setting up of a commission of the three internationals to study the problem of Georgia. His silence on this point is significant, for it was at this period precisely that Lenin began to show concern at the great Russian chauvinist methods employed by Stalin in Georgia. In a note written in December 1922 he sharply warned the party about the danger of displaying imperialist attitudes towards oppressed nationalities, thus undermining all our principled sincerity, all our principled defense of the struggle against imperialism. 44 Lenin considered that the Comintern delegation made a mistake in granting the concession mentioned, because we got nothing in return. Nevertheless, thanks to these concessions, the conference did register the first positive result in united action by the proletariat in the capitalist world. To start with, a permanent committee of the three internationals was set up, with the task of preparing an international workers' conference to which the 150 trade union organizations would also be invited. Then, agreement was reached on holding workers' demonstrations on April 20 or May 1 with the following slogans: for the 8-hour day, against unemployment, for united action by the workers against the capitalist offensive, for the Russian Revolution, for aid to famine-stricken Russia, for resumption of political and economic relations by all states with Soviet Russia, for re-establishment of the Workers' United Front in every country and in the international. It was doubtless in the light of these positive results that Lenin said, "The mistake that comrades Radek, Bukharin, and the others made is not a grave one. It would be an incomparably greater mistake to reject all terms, or all payment for admission to these fairly well guarded and barred premises where the representatives of the bourgeoisie are influencing the workers." 45. Considering this view expressed by Lenin, it is not easy to understand why the ECCI decided soon afterwards to withdraw from the committee set up by the conference and interrupt the process that had begun. Was it in order to avoid new open talks on the international level, in which the internal problems of the Russian Revolution would be discussed? The Comintern's official explanation was that the leaders of the other internationals did not sincerely mean to implement the agreements arrived at in Berlin. But they could have formed that view before the conference even met. Why, then, was it held at all? And, since, in spite of everything, some positive agreements had been reached, why not put to the test the sincerity of those who had undertaken to implement them? Anyway, the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, which met at the end of 1922, no longer laid stress on achieving the united front on the international scale. Apart from this implicit correction, the policy of the Workers' United Front underwent no modifications until the October defeat in Germany. The Fourth Congress spoke out strongly against the fascist danger and declared in its theses that it is one of the most important tasks of the communist parties to organize resistance to international fascism, to lead the entire working class in the struggle against the fascist thugs, and to make vigorous use in this field also of the United Front tactics. The menace of fascism, it was pointed out, was directed not only 151 against the proletariat but against the very foundations of bourgeois democracy. 46 Social democracy equals social fascism equals main enemy. This tactical conception was revised at the Fifth Congress of the Comintern, as a result, as we have seen, of the supposed failure of the Workers' United Front policy applied by Brandler during the events of 1923. Instead of using this experience to analyze thoroughly the range of problems presented by German capitalism and the German labor movement, The Comintern settled the question by sticking the label right-wing opportunism on the Comintern United Front policy in its Leninist version, and making a sectarian retreat that was to have baneful consequences for the entire communist movement, and for the German party in particular. It was not, of course, German matters alone that determined this retreat, the contradictions in the United Front policy which have already been mentioned, and the impossibility of overcoming them without a fundamental revision of the tie-up between the Comintern and Soviet policy, together with the structure of the Comintern, certainly told in the same direction. The Fifth Congress began by blurring the contradiction between fascism and bourgeois democracy which the Fourth Congress had strongly emphasized. In its theses we read, as bourgeois society continues to decay, all bourgeois parties, particularly social democracy, take on a more or less fascist character. Fascism and social democracy are the two sides of the same instrument of capitalist dictatorship. In the fight against fascism, therefore, social democracy can never be a reliable ally of the fighting proletariat. 47 and Zinoviev, the fascists are the right hand, and the social democrats the left hand of the bourgeoisie. The most important factor in all this is, that the Social Democratic Party has been converted into a wing of fascism. As proof of this assertion he mentioned that in France the Socialist Party had agreed to joint lists with bourgeois parties for election purposes. 48 Zinoviev lumped them all together, fascism, social democracy, French radicals, German Catholic Center, etc. Whereas the Fourth Congress had sounded the alarm regarding the fascist danger, the Fifth looked upon it as having practically disappeared. 152. Paired, because of its internal contradictions, fascism, after its victory, becomes politically bankrupt. Where, without having won formal victory, it is forced openly to support and defend the bourgeois regime, it gets into a similar state of crisis. 49 The United Front tactic was reduced by the Fifth Congress to being only a method of agitation and revolutionary mobilization of the masses over a period. Any possibility of reaching agreements with the socialist parties was practically brushed aside. The United Front was to be applied almost exclusively from below, and talks with the socialist leaders were to be undertaken with the sole aim of unmasking them. The Congress categorically rejected the eventuality of workers' governments formed as a result of an agreement between Communist and Socialist parties. 50 After the Fifth Congress the United Front policy became a monotonous appeal to rank-and-file socialists only, invariably accompanied by denunciation of the socialist leaders, without any restraint on the insulting epithets employed. Yet this impotent sectarianism did not prevent Stalin, with his proverbial pragmatism, from applying the United Front, when the interests of Soviet policy made this seem advisable, in an extremely broad way, as happened in the case of the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Committee, which the British reformist leaders were able to use with great skill in order to maintain their authority in face of the radicalization of the British labour movement in 1925–651. Soon after the Fifth Congress, Stalin deepened the formulations of Zinoviev on social democracy and fascism. Fascism, he said, is the bourgeoisie's fighting organization that relies on the active support of social democracy. Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. These organizations do not negate but supplement each other. They are not antipodes, they are twins. Fascism is an informal political bloc of these two chief organizations, a bloc which arose in the circumstances of the post-war crisis of imperialism, and which is intended for combating the proletarian revolution. The bourgeoisie cannot retain power without such a bloc. It would therefore be a mistake to think that pacifism signifies the liquidation of fascism. In the present situation, pacifism is the strengthening of fascism with its moderate, social democratic wing pushed into the forefront. 153. Stalin meant by pacifism, as he explained in the same passage, the advent to power, direct or indirect, of the parties of the Second International, the pacifist democratic rule of Ario and MacDonald. 52 Vulgarly distorting Lenin's policy in the different stages of the Russian Revolution, Stalin formulated in 1924 the fundamental strategic rule of Leninism, according to which the Communist Party must always strike the main blow against the intermediate parties. In reality, Lenin's idea was to crush the resistance of the main enemy while paralyzing and neutralizing the instability of the hesitating intermediate forces. 53. Stalin's fundamental rule was to become a strategical dogma for the communist parties down to the turn of 1934-5. An example of how it was applied is seen in the tactics of the KPD in the presidential elections of 1925. Ruth Fischer and Maslov, spokesmen of the left in the party leadership, proposed that a candidate be put forward jointly with the Social Democrats to oppose Hindenburg, a typical representative of German militarism and nationalism. Thalmann, however, with Stalin's backing, insisted on a separate communist candidature, Thalmann himself. Hindenburg was elected with a majority CF less than 1 million votes over the candidates of the Social Democrats and the Catholic Center. Thalmann had received nearly 2 million votes. 54. One cannot rule out the possibility that Stalin's attitude over the presidential elections was also determined, or at least influenced, by pragmatic considerations other than the dogma of the fundamental strategic rule it was at this time that France and Britain were carrying through, on the initiative of the demo-pacifists, a policy of rapprochement with Germany that was to lead to the Treaty of Locarno. The Catholic Center Party, which headed the central government of Germany, and the Social Democrats, who ruled in Prussia, supported the idea of a security pact with yesterday's enemies, an idea in which Stalin clearly perceived an anti-Soviet tendency. By its own logic, the foreign policy of the USSR was interested in widening the gap between the Weimar Republic and the Entente powers rather than narrowing it. And it is signify. 154. Kant that Stalin interpreted the election of the nationalist Hindenburg as a symptom of Germany's will to resist the powers that stood behind the Treaty of Versailles. 55. Did the concern of Soviet policy to undermine what has been called the spirit of Locarno affect the attitude taken by the KPD in the presidential elections of 1925? This is a question that it will not be possible to answer until Soviet historians have freedom of research. One can, at any rate, note an objective coincidence between the tactics of the KPD and the game being played by Soviet diplomacy. And it is quite possible that throughout the following years, right down to Hitler's accession to power, this factor may have continued to have a bearing on the tactics of the German communist leaders in relation to the Social Democrats and to Brüning's party. At the end of 1927, Stalin's hard fight against the left-wing opposition in the Russian party and the Comintern was crowned with victory. As we saw in Chapter 2, this victory coincided with a grave economic situation in the USSR which compelled Stalin to make a sharp turn, and put into effect some fundamental features of the opposition's program. He then came into conflict with Bukharin, who, since 1926, had stood at the head of the Comintern. The new struggle that opened in the party was to have, like its predecessors, profound repercussions in the Comintern. One of the arguments used by Stalin at the 15th Congress of the CPSU to justify the need for speeding up the pace of industrialization was that the capitalist world had entered a new stage, one of the chief features of which was an aggravation of the danger of intervention against the USSR. This thesis was in its turn based on the idea that capitalist stabilization was breaking down and Europe entering a new phase of revolutionary upsurge. Bukharin opposed this view, considering that, for the time being, there was no new element to be observed in capitalist stabilization. 56. The Ninth Plenum of the ECCI endorsed Stalin's views, though the concrete data on which its analysis of the political and economic situation of the capitalist Welt was based offered no serious grounds for such conclusions. On the contrary, capitalism was then at the zenith of the rising curve it had traced since 1924. It was legitimate to expect, on the basis of a Marxist analysis, that this upward movement would, eventually, lead to a new 155 cyclical crisis, but it was also clear that, for the moment, there were no changes pointing in that direction. So far as the labor movement was concerned, this showed two main characteristics: increase in reformist illusions about economic development, and weakness of the communist parties. In 1926 the British Labour movement had suffered one of the most grievous blows in its history. The same year had seen Pilsudski's accession to power in Poland and, in Italy, the prohibition of all non-fascist parties and organizations. To assert, in these circumstances, that Europe was obviously entering a new phase of revolutionary upsurge and that a third period had begun, as the ECCI did and the Sixth Congress confirmed, was clearly a most subjective appreciation of the position 57, but Stalin's subjectivism had its reasons. Bukharin's line in the Comintern differed substantially from Zinoviev's revolutionary verbiage and also from the schemas of Stalin which have just been mentioned. Bukharin's analysis of the condition of capitalism has already been referred to, in Chapter 2. As regards the policy of the communist parties, Bukharin tried to correct the sectarian version of the United Front tactic that predominated after the Fifth Congress. He also advocated greater participation by non-Russian communists in the ECCI. And these attitudes of his met with response in the leading circles of some of the parties and in factions within others, as in the case of the German Brandlerists. The battle against Bukharin in the Russian party involved a risk of evoking resistance in the Comintern. Stalin needed, as during his fight against the left opposition, to wage an offensive simultaneously in the Russian party and in the Comintern. Stalin's views, set out above, were destined to serve this purpose, following a simple logical succession of ideas which he expounded like this: the elements of a new revolutionary upsurge are accumulating in the capitalist countries. Hence the task of intensifying the fight against social democracy, and, above all, against its left wing, as being the social buttress of capitalism. Hence the task of intensifying the fight in the communist parties against the right-wing elements, as being the agents of social democratic influence. 156. Hence the task of intensifying the fight against conciliation towards the right-wing deviation, as being the refuge of opportunism in the communist parties. 58. Stalin set forth this rosary of tasks in April 1929. In July, the 10th plenum of the ECCI began to carry them out, with assiduity, Bukharin having already been removed from his post as representative of the Russian party in the Comintern leadership. The main report to the plenum, presented jointly by Manuilsky and Kuusinen, did indeed seek to intensify the Comintern line in all the directions mentioned. The identification of social democracy with fascism was completed, and social democracy became social fascism. The aims of the fascists and the social fascists, it was said, are the same, the difference consists in the slogans, and partly also in the methods. There is also a certain difference in that pure fascism does not employ any left wing, while to social fascism such a wing is absolutely necessary. It is the special task of the left wing of social fascism to operate with pacifist, democratic and socialist slogans. Nevertheless, even these slight differences were tending to disappear. It is clear that the farther advanced the progress of social fascism, the closer it gets to pure fascism. This was a lengthy process. And Stalin's spokesman proceeded, with the precision of zoologists, to classify the parties of the Second International in accordance with the stage they had reached in this lengthy process and biological development. British Labourism can perhaps be described as social fascism in the caterpillar stage, whereas the Social Democratic Party of Germany is already in the butterfly stage. But this alleged evolution towards fascism of the parties enjoying the allegiance of the majority of the European working class did not trouble Manuilsky and Kuusinen overmuch. They even presented it as a positive phenomenon that would facilitate the revolution. Since social fascism openly shows itself up as fascism, it will no longer be difficult to win the majority of the working class in Germany for the proletarian revolution. 59 Thalmann and the other representatives of the KPD at this plenum of the ECCI declared that they fully agreed with the theses of Manuilsky and Kuusinen. For several months already the KPD's propaganda, I-57, had been claiming that reformism is socialism in words and fascism in deeds. Nevertheless, Thalmann made a self-criticism before the ECCI. For only a month previously the party leadership, at the 12th Congress of the KPD had recorded their own failure to interpret immediately the big political change which is taking place within the social democracy as a decisive step towards the present social fascism. 60 This was an indirect acknowledgement of the resistance put up by some sections of the party to the ultra-sectarian new line at the same time as it intensified the struggle against social democracy, and above all against its left wing. The 10th plenum intensified the struggle against the right-wing deviation within the Comintern. Where this task was concerned, Stalin's official spokesman left the responsibility for the onslaught to their semi-official colleagues. The German party leaders deserved this honor for, since the end of 1928, they had been carrying out a great purge of Bukharinist rights from the ranks of the KPD, expelling Brandler, Thalheimer, and other heretics. On this question too, however, Thalmann criticized himself, declaring that the purge had not gone far enough. He announced that numerous cadres would be replaced, at all levels of the party, by elements capable of fulfilling the tasks to be accomplished in the third period, that is, elements who understood the fascist character of social democracy and the need for an implacable struggle against the right-wing deviation in the party. Strong in the prestige that this achievement conferred on them, the German delegates at the plenum launched a formal attack upon Togliatti, who was suspected of Bukharinist inclinations and specifically accused of two sins, having, at the 6th Congress of the Comintern, opposed the purge in the German party, and having shown excessive liberalism towards the rights in the Italian party. Thalmann brought forward as evidence these statements made by Togliatti at the 6th Congress. As to the diverse currents which exist in the political bureau of the party, we think that the differences which exist there are differences which can exist normally in the central committee of a party without necessarily causing factional and group struggles. If, on the strength of these divergences in the German party, it came to a group struggle or else to the adoption of 158 organizational measures on the part of the majority of the political bureau against the minority, this would be a very dangerous state of affairs because it would be tantamount to a shrinking of the basis of the Central Committee. Moreover, it might also narrow down the political line of the party and its internal democracy. 61 This did indeed prove to be molto pericoloso for many sections of the Comintern. But the most harmful consequences were suffered by the German party, which was at the decisive stage in the struggle against fascism, the moment when it was urgent and necessary to make the maximum effort to secure unity of action by the working class and raise the ideological, political, and organizational level of the party. It must be emphasized that those who were accused of rightism were, in general, the most resolute advocates of the policy of Workers' United Front against the fascist menace that hung over Europe. In the specific case of Germany, it was the 10th plenum of the ECCI that initiated the grave errors committed by the KPD. Subsequently, after the catastrophe, the ECCI was to condemn these errors, but to keep silent about its own responsibility for them, and the responsibility borne by Stalin. The road to catastrophe. The period improperly described as relative stabilization of capitalism, in fact it was a period of rapid growth of the productive forces, the prosperity of which, hailed by the cheerleaders of the bourgeoisie and by the social democrats, was only a facade behind which the great world economic crisis of 1929–33 was being prepared, was a period that should have been devoted to theoretical, political, and organizational preparation of the communist parties for new revolutionary situations in the future. But the process, already analyzed, of theoretical paralysis and stifling of internal political life in the parties, the ever heavier imposition of a sterilizing bureaucratic centralism, the successive purges of the right and the left, the increasing adaptation to the zigzags of the internal and external policies of the Soviet state, the liquidation of the fruitful element contained in the policy of the Workers' United Front worked out in Lenin's time, all this was inevitably bound to lead the parties to dissociate themselves further and further from national I-59 realities, to isolate themselves from the masses, and in practice to play into the hands of the reformist policy of the Social Democrats. The parties stagnated instead of becoming transformed into genuine vanguards of the proletariat. This situation did not, of course, prevailed to an equal extent in all the parties. Depending on the objective conditions peculiar to each of them, the characteristics of the leading group, and so on, some parties put up better resistance than others to the steamroller that had been set moving. Some of them, such as the Spanish party, became insignificant groups. Others, such as the Italian party, managed to preserve to a certain extent the connection between their policy and national realities. In the case of the German party, this period was marked by stagnation on both the political and organizational planes. The theoretical level was on the downgrade. Between 1925 and 1930 the party's membership remained practically stationary, 1925 to 122,755, 1926 to 134,248, 1927 to 124,729, 1930 to 124,000. At elections the percentage of votes won by the party followed an almost horizontal line, 1924 to 127%, 1928, 10*2%, 1930 to 131%. 62 The month of October 1929 saw the beginning of the world economic crisis. Germany, where the effects of the crisis were experienced sooner and more seriously than in any other country, did not undergo the revolutionary upsurge that Stalin had been forecasting since 1927, but saw, on the contrary, a spectacular advance by fascism. At the elections of 1930 Hitler's party received 6,400,000 votes, that is, 5.5 million more than in 1928, whereas the KPD gained only 1,300,009 votes, its percentage of the total votes rising from 10.2% to 13.j%. The Social Democratic Party lost 500,000 votes. The progress made by the KPD was certainly substantial, but it was also extremely relative when compared with the dizzy rise of the fascists. A far from negligible share of the votes received by the fascists came from working-class elements, especially the unemployed. The KPD's position in the factories was even more disquieting than the election results. In January 1931 the percentage of factory committees led by the Communists was only 4%, while the Social Democrats controlled 84%. Towards the end of 1932 only 10% of the party members belonged to trade. 160. Unions. One of the main reasons for this situation was the slogan of breaking with the reformist trade unions and setting up parallel trade union organizations, which had been put forward by Stalin during the meeting of the Presidium of the ECCI held in December 1928. Stalin mentioned Germany specifically as one of the countries where such a line should be followed. The Fifth Congress of the Profintum, held in September 1930, decided that the trade union opposition in a certain number of countries must leave the trade unions and form independent organizations. In practice, these were to become mere duplicates of the party organizations. This trade union tactic was bound up with the thesis about the beginning of the third period, that of the revolutionary upsurge. According to this thesis, it was better to have organizations which, though small, were well under the party's control than to work perseveringly to convince the masses within the big traditional trade union organizations. For the KPD the consequences of this line were translated into the figures given above. Its electoral gains among the workers were due mainly to the votes cast by the unemployed. The great majority of the workers in the factories and in the trade unions remained under the control of the Social Democrats. This accounts for the failure of all the KPD's attempts to organize political strikes, since it was not applying a tactic of workers' unity that would have enabled it to establish real contacts with the social democratic masses of the employed workers. 63 Moreover, the election results revealed the going over en masse to the fascists of the middle strata of the population in town and country. In this context, to call for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as an immediate issue, meant blocking the road to unity of action by the working class and hurling the middle classes into the arms of fascism. Yet this was the program of the KPD. Many years after the catastrophe, Wilhelm Pike was to admit that one of the worst mistakes of the German party had been to struggle for the establishment of a German Soviet Republic, to refrain from putting in the forefront the fight to defend democracy and the political rights of the masses, to attack the Nazis and social democracy at one and the same time, and not to have 161. Understood the seriousness of the fascist danger. 64. As an aggravating circumstance, one might add the fact that Soviet Russia was always put forward as the model for the creation of a German socialist republic. It was in Germany that criticism of the anti-democratic aspects of the Soviet model had met with the widest echo among the workers, thanks to the efforts of the powerful propaganda apparatus of the Social Democratic Party. The aims of this propaganda were certainly far from pure, but what was said was factually true, nevertheless. If the KPD had undertaken such a criticism, on a revolutionary Marxist basis, while defending the Soviet Revolution, and had put forward a new model of socialism for Germany, the course of events might have been very different. It must be acknowledged, of course, that, for this to have happened, a different type of communist party would have been needed. Pike said essentially the same as Trotsky, with this difference, that Trotsky was already saying it in 1930, when there were still some chances of changing the situation. Opposing the theory of social fascism, Trotsky showed the fundamental contradiction that existed between fascism and social democracy. No matter how true it is that the social democracy prepared the blossoming of fascism by its whole policy, it is no less true that fascism comes forward as a deadly threat primarily to that same social democracy, all of whose magnificence is inextricably bound up with parliamentary democratic pacifist forms and methods of government. One must be in a state of complete bureaucratic idiocy to refuse to utilize correctly and systematically the great, sharp contradictions between fascism and the social democracy in the interests of the proletarian revolution. On the basis of this assumption, Trotsky called for a consistent united front policy as the only way to bar the path against fascism. The policy of a united front of the workers against fascism flows from this whole situation. It opens up tremendous possibilities for the Communist Party. A condition for success, however, is the rejection of the theory and practice of social fascism, the harm of which becomes a positive menace under the present circumstances. We will inevitably have to make agreements against fascism with the various social democratic organizations and factions. In the war against fascism we were ready to conclude Perk 162. To call military alliances with the devil and his grandmother, even with Niski and Zoergebel. 65. In opposition to Thalmann's theses, Trotsky declared that the United Front must not be put forward in conjunction with the slogan of immediate overthrow of capitalism, for the Social Democratic workers remain Social Democrats precisely because they still believe in the gradual, reformist road to the transformation of capitalism into socialism. The communists should address them in these terms: you put your stakes on democracy, we believe that the only way out lies in the revolution. Yet we cannot and we do not want to make the revolution without you. Hitler is now the common foe. After the victory over him we shall draw the balance together with you and see where the road actually leads. In another of Trotsky's writings of this period we find the shrewd observation that the guilt of the Stalinist bureaucracy is not in that it is irreconcilable but in that it is politically impotent in this attitude of irreconcilability. For Trotsky, the attitude taken up by the middle classes, who were for the moment in sympathy with fascism, was of great importance. For the social crisis to bring about the proletarian revolution, it is necessary that, besides other conditions, a decisive shift of the petty bourgeois classes occur in the direction of the proletariat. 60. However, he did not indicate how these middle strata were to be won to the side of the working class in the phase of anti-fascist struggle. The social fascism thesis even led the KPD to participate, alongside the Nazis and the Stahlhelm, in the referendum of August 9, 1931, against the Social Democratic government of Prussia. Many years later, the German communist leaders were to see this as one of the most serious mistakes committed by their party. It made it possible to present the communists as being allies of the fascists in the eyes of a large part of the working class. It set up a new barrier between communists and social democrats at a moment when the fascist danger was already grave and could not be dealt with otherwise than by united action of the working class. 67 But Pravda of August 12, 1931 wrote, "The results of the voting signified the greatest blow of all that the working class has yet dealt to social democracy." For its part, the Comintern offered the event as an example of the application of the United Front. Trotsky's comment was, "In what way the intervention in the plebiscite alongside 163. The fascists, against social democracy and the party of the center, is an application of the policy of the United Front towards the social democratic and Christian workers, will not be understood by any proletarian mind." And he went on to say, to come out into the streets with the slogan "Down with the Brüning-Braun government," at a time when, according to the relationship of forces, it can only be replaced by a government of Hitler-Hugenberg, is the sheerest adventurism. 68 In May 1932 Trotsky prophesied that if the most important organizations of the German working class continue their present policy, the victory of fascism will be assured almost automatically, and in a relatively short space of time at that. He urged that the KPD at once take the political initiative and propose an agreement for struggle to the Social Democratic Party and the leadership of the free trade unions, from below up to the very top. There is no other path for the German working class. The question of the fate of Germany is the question of the fate of Europe, of the Soviet Union, and in a considerable measure, the fate of all humanity for a long historical period. No revolutionary can avoid subordinating his forces and his fate to this question. 69 Events were soon to show how clear-sighted were Trotsky's analyses and suggestions in his writings of 1930–32 on Germany. But neither the Comintern leaders nor those of the KPD were willing to take account of them. The ferocious persecution of Trotskyism in all sections of the Comintern, which proceeded side by side in these years with the no less relentless struggle against the rights and conciliators, led to any proposal for a united front with the social democratic parties and bourgeois democratic forces, to hold up the fascist advance, being seen as an opportunist heresy. At the end of 1932, faced with the extreme aggravation of the fascist danger, the KPD began to modify its policy towards social democracy, but it was then too late. The whole political evolution of Germany from 1930, when the fascist threat was first revealed in its full magnitude, gives grounds for assuming that the course of events could have been entirely altered if, from that time onwards, the Comintern and the German Communists, correcting their previous policy, had applied a flexible tactic of anti-fascist unity. In fact, despite the ultra-sectarian policy of the Commu 164 NIST party, a growing number of social democratic workers did become more and more aware of the danger, and took up left-wing positions in favor of unity. The ebbing of Nazi influence was shown by the elections of November 1932, when Hitler's party lost 2 million votes. The two workers' parties then had, between them, 13 million votes, as against 117 million votes for the Nazis. The Communist Party's vote came to 6 million, which was 13 million more than in 1930. An intelligent policy of anti-fascist unity, undertaken in time, could clearly have expanded to a considerable degree the Communist Party's influence among the social democratic masses, the Catholic workers of the Centre Party, and the middle classes. It would have given support to the pressure from below in favor of unity that existed inside the Social Democratic Party, and helped the advance of its left wing. The historical value of Trotsky's pronouncements during this period does not lie merely in the fact that events proved him right, but also in the fact that they demonstrate that it was possible to put such proposals forward. They show that the lag by the Comintern in grasping the nature and gravity of the fascist danger in Germany and in developing a policy to combat it is not to be accounted for by unclarity in the objective situation or by the communist movement's lack of experience in this matter. After the elections of 1930, the menace of fascism in Germany was glaringly obvious. In Italy for several years the working class movement had known what fascism meant. The policy of Workers' United Front, including agreements with the social democratic leaders, had been worked out and put into practice in Lenin's time. And in that same period the Comintern had combated the ultra-leftism of Bordiga and other Italian communists, which was hindering the united struggle against Mussolini's fascism. Then and in subsequent years Gramsci clearly analyzed the phenomenon of fascism. So also did Togliatti, until, in 1929, he bowed to Stalin's thesis of social fascism. And yet, when the menace of fascism began plainly to take shape in Germany, the Comintern, far from going forward with understanding of the fascist phenomenon, adopted the line we have examined above, thereby wiping out all earlier experiences and analyses. This political blindness on the part of the Comintern, in face of the advance of Hitler, cannot be explained merely by an accumulation of 165 mistakes, as Dimitrov was to claim at the Seventh World Congress, throwing, moreover, all the blame for these upon the KPD. The mistakes were in this case the reflection of a deep-going sickness, atrophy of the theoretical faculties, bureaucratization of the organizational structures, sterilizing monolithicity, unconditional subordination to the maneuvers of Stalin's Camarilla, and, as a result of all these factors, widening divorce between the Comintern's policy and the actual situation, internationally and within each country. Hence the helplessness of the Comintern to intervene as a decisive revolutionary force in the terrible duel fought between proletariat and bourgeoisie against the background of the world economic crisis. Hence its impotence before Hitlerism. The historical bankruptcy of the Third International was consummated, like that of the Second, on the German scene. The Comintern collapsed in the very country where its own First Congress had situated the new focus of the world revolution. The turn effected at the Seventh Congress would not revive it, that would be only its swan song. The People's Front experience. Capitalist recovery and working class counteroffensive. A wave of pessimism and alarm swept over the bourgeois world during the 3 years that passed between the outbreak of the economic crisis and Hitler's accession to power. The events that took place certainly boded no good for the capitalist system. The fall in production, and the confusion in trade and finance, went further than ever before in the history of capitalism's cyclical crises. At the lowest point of the curve of the depression the number of wholly unemployed varied between 25 and 30 million. Europe and the USA were shaken by waves of strikes, mass demonstrations, hunger marches and clashes between the workers and the armed forces of the state. Social and political agitation reached a level unprecedented since 1919-20. Some European countries underwent political changes which the ruling classes feared might develop similarly to the Kerensky episode in Russia in 1917, the fall of the monarchy in Spain in April 1931, the formation in Bulgaria, in June of 166. The same year, of a government of the National Bloc, the defeat of the right wing in the French elections in May 1932. Liberation movements pressed forward in Asia and Latin America. But there was another side to the medal. Fascism and the traditional reactionary forces multiplied their activities, with unrestrained violence and demagogy, and found response among the millions of desperate members of the middle classes who had been severely affected by the crisis, and even among the proletariat. The reformist socialists and bourgeois liberals maneuvered on two fronts, against the fascist threat and against the threat of revolution. Indefatigably, the communists called for Soviet power. Hitler's triumph led to the beginning of a clarification process, eliminating the threat of revolution in the country where this represented the greatest danger to European capitalism. Later, the explosion of June 1936 was to occur in France, but it was in Spain that the spectre of revolution found embodiment. And just as, centuries earlier, the Europe of rising capitalism had united against imperial Spain, so now mature capitalism united to crush revolutionary Spain. Yet the fact that in Europe, as in the USA, capitalism succeeded in overcoming the crisis of the 30s cannot be explained solely by the victory of the ruling classes in the political sphere, whether won by resorting to fascism or by more or less traditional methods. Victory on this political plane enabled the recovery mechanisms inherent in the crisis itself to operate fully on the plane of economic structures. The thesis in vogue in the Comintern during those years, describing capitalism as in the grip of its final crisis, resulted precisely from a denial of this capacity for recovery. 70 The production structures of capitalism underwent self-rationalization after 1929, just as in previous cyclical crises, by way of the ruin of millions of small producers in town and country, the bankruptcy of hundreds of thousands of medium-sized capitalists and of a certain number of big sharks, and the dismissal on the spot of millions of redundant workers, in short, in accordance with the logic of its natural laws. This time, however, practical capitalist economists, and certain theoreticians, became aware of the possibility and necessity of bringing these natural laws under some form of control. This was the first challenge offered to the Marxist thesis that claimed it. 167. NWS not possible to correct the anarchy inherent in capitalist production. The very dynamic of this anarchy in the industrially advanced countries had brought about a high degree of monopolistic concentration, creating thereby the objective conditions for curbing this anarchy, since the mass of private capitalists were closely dependent on a few hundreds or dozens of big monopoly units. The linking of the state with these trusts provided an incomparable instrument of coercive power at all levels: economic, political, ideological, scientific, cultural, etc. Thenceforth the role of the state was no longer to be confined to keeping the exploited in a condition of obedience. It had, in addition, to subject the private interest of each individual capitalist to the general interest of capitalism. By one of those ironies that history knows how to produce, the first successful proletarian revolution contributed substantially to making the capitalist classes aware of the need to discipline its natural laws, and of the means that must be used in order to achieve this end. The Russian Revolution helped them to appreciate better the risks involved in laissez-faire, laissez-passer. 3 And the gigantic state trust created by the revolution, together with its first 5-year plan, helped them to perceive the services that the state might render in the economic sphere. Following the trail blazed by its enemy, the bourgeois state thus made its historic irruption into the holy of holies of capitalist economy. It had been obliged to do this more than once on previous occasions, during wars, but when this happened it was always an exception to the rule. Now the exception became the rule. Fascism in Germany and the New Deal in the USA represented the two poles of the set of political and economic solutions that monopoly capitalism was to make use of in order to restructure industrial society. But this polarity was mainly political. The barbaric nationalist, racial and anti-working class violence of the former and the paternalistic idealism of the latter covered an economic process that was similar in their two countries. Contrary to what many believed at that time, the fascist variant was ultimately nothing but an emergency solution forced on monopoly capital in the great industrial power that Germany was, by virtue of its weakness in relation, internally, to the labor movement, and, externally, to the encirclement by its rivals. 168. With their colonial monopoly, whereas the American variant was to be revealed as the first tryout of the neo-capitalism of the future. To sum up, the most serious economic crisis in the history of capitalism, instead of being the final crisis that was to result in the proletarian revolution, as the Comintern expected, turned out to be the birth pangs of a new phase of capitalist development, state monopoly capitalism. Preparations for the Second World War, and the war itself, made it possible to pass quickly through the stages of this mutation, not only by hastening in every country the transformation of the state into the principal economic power, but also by obliging technical and scientific progress to develop at feverish speed and intensifying the dynamic of economic and political concentration. Once more the monstrous logic of the capitalist mechanism showed itself stronger than the conscience of mankind and the class consciousness of the proletariat, and more cunning than the strategic and tactical contrivances of the World Party of Revolution. Nevertheless, fresh opportunities to oppose this logic and change the course of events arose in Europe between Hitler's coming to power and the start of the worldwide slaughter. In the countries where the labor movement had not been crushed by fascist or near-fascist dictatorships, the terrible lesson of Germany produced a salutary reaction among the masses, in the workers' parties and trade unions, and even in some political parties of the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie whose existence was traditionally bound up with the parliamentary regime and the freedoms bequeathed by the bourgeois revolutions. The increased danger of war also contributed to stimulating the masses to engage in political activity, though in some cases the fear of war inclined them to the most abject surrenders. In the working class, the anti-fascist reflex was accompanied by a growing hostility to capitalism, stimulated by the harsh effects of the crisis. The reformist method was discredited among extensive sections of the workers, and left-wing tendencies gained ground rapidly in the social democratic parties and trade unions. The year 1934 showed several symptoms of this radicalization. In February, in Vienna, the socialist workers' militia fought bravely against Dollfuss's dictatorship. In Paris, communist and socialist workers demonstrated in the streets. 169. Against the fascist-tending leagues. The same month saw the Great Hunger March on London, in organizing which communists worked side by side with members of the Labour Party and the ILP, and trade unionists. In October came the revolt in the Asturias. Although the movement against the entry into the Madrid government of the pro-fascist Popular Action Party did not, in most of Spain, go beyond the stage of a revolutionary general strike, in the Asturias the miners seized power and defended it heroically for 15 days against the greatly superior armed forces sent by the government to crush their revolt. During the Asturian Commune, communists, socialists, and anarchists fought shoulder to shoulder. This counter-offensive of the working class movement against the fascist advance and intensified capitalist exploitation reached its climax in 1936. After the election victory of the People's Front in Spain and France, the working class did not wait passively for the election promises to be honored. This was due not only to the fact that the programs of the two People's Fronts were extremely moderate and offered no solution to the fundamental problems of the two countries, but also to the workers' lack of confidence in the new governments. They knew that the political situation their struggle had created was favorable to them, and they must profit from this situation without losing any time. Between February and July, strikes, demonstrations, attacks on prisons in order to release political prisoners, seizures of land, settlements of accounts with fascists and reactionaries, and the formation of armed workers' groups spread ever more widely over Spain. And when the generals rebelled, the workers replied with armed struggle and revolution. In France, without waiting for Blum to form a government, the working class masses went on strike and occupied the factories during the month of June. The closeness of the two movements, Spanish and French, both in space and time, created a unique opportunity to begin a process that might have altered the European scene in a radical way. Undoubtedly, deep revolutionary feeling and fighting spirit were at that time stronger in Spain than in France. But the French movement did have a revolutionary potential that was deliberately held back by those who should have encouraged it. The Spanish Revolution was thus isolated by the frustration of the revolutionary possibilities of the Move 170. Meant in France, and this was one of the essential reasons for its military defeat. The road was opened for Hitler's aggression and the Second World War. The responsibility borne by international social democracy, and especially by the French Socialist Party, for the course that events were to take was no less great than that borne by the German Social Democratic Party for the triumph of Hitler. It is, however, highly unlikely that history will absolve the Communist International from all blame. The turn of 1934. A change in the attitude of the socialist leaders towards the question of a united front with the communists began to become apparent immediately after Hitler's accession to power. In a call addressed to the workers of all countries, the leadership of the Labour and Socialist International declared in February 1933 its readiness to open conversations with the Comintern for the purpose of organizing joint action against fascism, giving as its only condition the ending of mutual attacks. 71 During the conference held by the LSI during August of the same year, its left asterisk wing, represented at that time by Nini, Grimm, Zyromsky, Spock, and others, took up a position similar to the one advocated by the Comintern. The only course open to the working class in face of the advance of fascism was the direct struggle for power. Adler and Blum, representing the center, kept to the traditional reformist positions, while accepting the principle of joint action with the communists, provided the latter honored the condition mentioned above. 72 In the early months of 1934 the Spanish Socialist Party declared itself in favor of the workers' alliances and proposed to the Communist Party that it join them. 73 In 1933 the French Socialist Party stated it was ready for concerted action with the Communist Party on condition that the latter put an end to insulting polemics between the two parties. After the events of February 6, 1934 the leaders of the Socialist Party in the Seine Departement proposed to the leaders of the Communist Party a joint meeting to decide the basis for an honest agreement and bring about united action by the working people. 74 Similar moves by other socialist parties could be mentioned. 171. The reasons for this evolution of an important section of social democracy towards a political alliance with the communist parties were complex. One of the most widespread was, undoubtedly, a defensive reaction to the fact, then being made obvious, that fascism did not confine its blows exclusively to the extreme left. The dramatic experience in Germany had shown that fascism, as Trotsky pointed out in 1930, was a deadly threat to social democracy. At the same time, the collapse of the great Social Democratic Party of Germany gave hegemony within the LSI to the socialist parties of the Versailles powers threatened by the revenge-seeking spirit of Hitlerism. And these states, in which the socialist parties played an important role, were beginning to contemplate the possibility of an alliance with the Soviet Union. Improved relations between the socialist parties and the Comintern and its national sections might facilitate such an alliance. In some cases this evolution by social democracy was dictated by narrow party considerations. It was a matter of not clashing directly with the tendencies in favor of unity and a more radical find that were spreading among the masses. However, it was not just opportunism. The experience of fascism led some of the social democratic leaders, though not many, to be sure, to carry out a fundamental revision of their reformist doctrines. Otto Bauer, one of the outstanding figures of the Austro-Marxist school, provides a typical instance. After the elections in Austria in April 1927, Bauer forecast in almost mathematical fashion the route that the socialists would have to traverse in order, by means of electoral support, to come to power and introduce socialism. TN 1920, he said, we won 36% of the votes. At the elections before last, we got nearly 40%. In 6.5 years we have gained approximately 7% of the votes. How many do we still have to obtain? The road that we still have to cover in order to reach power will require a period of time roughly the same as has elapsed since 1920. 1 or 2 elections more, and we shall have finished with government by the bourgeoisie. 75 At the end of the journey, however, it was the bourgeois government that had finished with the Austrian Socialist Party. In 1936 Otto Bauer wrote that the experience of fascism destroys the illusion of reformist socialism that the working class can fill the forms of democracy with. 172. Socialist content and develop the capitalist into a socialist order without a revolutionary jump. 76 This conclusion was widespread at the time among left-wing socialists. An interest in the theoretical problems of the revolution was often to be observed among them, which contrasted with the pragmatism then prevailing in the Comintern. While condemning reformism, many of these socialists advocated the creation of a new Marxist party that would unite revolutionary socialists and communists, without excluding the Trotskyists. These attitudes were maintained in the left wing of the Socialist Party and its youth organization in Spain, in the Zyromsky and Marceau Pivot tendencies in the French Socialist Party, in a section of the Independent Labour Party, in a group of German revolutionary socialists who in September 1934 published a political platform entitled Towards a Socialist Germany etc. 77 There were thus, for the first time since the split in 1919, real possibilities not only of united action by social Democrats and Communists, but also of the unification in a single party of all the different revolutionary tendencies inspired by Marxism. Yet the year 1933, and half of 1934, went by without the Comintern modifying in any way the ultra-sectarian attitudes that had already caused the destruction of the KPD. It did not agree to the meeting proposed by the LSI in February 1933. It did not grasp the significance of the left-wing tendency that showed itself at the LSI conference in August 1933. 4 months later, at its 13th plenum, the ECCI continued to counterpose the United Front from below to the United Front from above, still regarding social democracy as a whole as the main social basis of the bourgeoisie, with its left wing as its most crafty and dangerous section 78 faithful to this principle. The Communist parties rejected all the offers of unity that were put to them. The Communist Party of Spain refused to join the workers' alliances. For its part, the leadership of the French Communist Party replied in these terms to the proposals, already mentioned, made by the socialist leaders of the Paris area: more than ever do we fraternize with the socialist workers, more than ever do we appeal to them for joint action with their communist comrades. And more than ever do we denounce the socialist leaders, the Socialist Party, lackeys of 173. The bourgeoisie and last bastion of capitalist society. 79. A few days later, demonstrations summoned separately by the Communist Party and the Socialist Party converged upon the same point, and 100,000 Paris workers hailed united action. For the French Communist Party leadership, however, this was merely an example of the united front from below. During the months that followed, the campaign against the Socialist Party was strengthened still further. 80. Moscow suddenly gave the signal for a turn. El Humanite of May 31, 1934 reproduced an article from Pravda of May 23 which said that it was perfectly admissible to propose united action to the socialist leaders. The same issue of El Humanite published an appeal to the workers and to the branches of the Socialist Party which was also addressed to the National Administrative Committee of the Socialist Party. 81. From that moment onwards, pacts for united action between socialists and communists followed quickly one after another. The French one was signed in July and the Italian in August. In September the Spanish Communist Party joined the workers' alliances, despite the presence within them of the Trotskyist organization, and the Spanish Communist and Socialist youth organizations began talks with a view to merging. It became plain, in fact, that the initiatives for unity that had been coming forward for more than a year from the ranks of the socialist organizations were no mere maneuvers, and that the Comintern's persistence in its ultra-sectarian line had done grave harm to working-class unity during all that period. This was all the more serious because, in the situation created in Europe by Hitler's accession to power, gaining time was a matter of life and death in preparing the revolutionary forces for the battles to come. What were the factors that prevented the Comintern from making this turn sooner? And why did it make the turn in May 1934? The situation, analyzed above, in which the Comintern found itself in 1933 is adequate to explain the delay. The mentality and political habits created by 10 years of sectarian rigidity, purges and steady increase in bureaucratic centralism were exactly the opposite of what the new situation called for. These characteristics were especially pronounced in the group of functionaries from the Soviet Party who, after the elimination of Bukharin and the Bukharinists, formed, under Stalin's direction, the 174 actual leadership of the Comintern. It is probable that some of the European communist leaders had, in their hearts, already for some time been aware of the need for a change of tactics. They could not but be affected by the pressures of events, the urge for unity that was growing among the masses and in the social democratic parties, and also by the increasing threat from fascism. In order, however, to revise the Comintern's policy in the way the situation required, it would have been necessary to abandon conceptions and norms for action which had been laid down by Stalin. And after the elimination of the Trotskyist, Bukharinist and other oppositions it had become practically impossible to go against Stalin's views in the Comintern. One might break away, but one might not discuss. For the turn to be made, Stalin's green light was indispensable. We have not sufficient information to determine exactly how and why the decision was taken in May 1934, precisely. According to the Soviet historians Leibson and Shirinya, it was the Comintern leaders, and particularly Dimitrov, who took the initiative in making the turn during 1934-5. Given the danger that threatened the USSR, Stalin did not oppose their moves, but he insisted that the tactical turn be effected without any criticism of the previously prevailing conceptions, which were his own. The change in policy must be based exclusively on the change in the situation. There must be no questioning of the correctness of the general line followed during the previous 10 years. The leaders of the parties, including those of the KPD, were alone to be held responsible for the mistakes made in applying this line. In this way the infallibility of Stalin would be preserved. 82 Nevertheless, Leibson and Shirinya, despite the obvious interest they have in providing support for their thesis, and although it may be that they have consulted the minutes of meetings of the ECCI held in this period, do not adduce a single document to prove that the question of the turn was ever discussed by the leading group in the Comintern before the appearance of the article in Pravda which I have mentioned. This article, which, by recommending agreements from above between communist and socialist parties, radically altered the rules that had been followed by the communists for the 175 preceding 10 years, would never have been published by Pravda without Stalin's explicit approval. Moreover, the information given by the two Soviet historians proves that the discussion in the ECCI and in the preparatory commissions of the 7th Congress began immediately after Pravda had given the go-ahead. The turn did not result from discussion in the leadership of the Comintern. On the contrary, the leaders were able to discuss it only because Stalin had decided that there should be a turn. This is not to say that the version given by Leibson and Shirinya may not contain a part of the truth. I shall say something later about this aspect of the problem. Why did Stalin give the signal for the turn at this time? To judge by the information available, the explanation lies, as with other turns made by the Comintern, in Soviet policy, and, more specifically, in Soviet foreign policy. I have already mentioned, in Chapter 2, that after Hitler came to power the Soviet government began actively to seek alliances with the democratic capitalist states. For a certain period, however, between Hitler's triumph and the beginning of 1934, this endeavor was combined with an effort to preserve the spirit of Rapallo. The protocol renewing the Soviet-German Pact of 1926, which was a prolongation and amplification of the Treaty of Rapallo, was ratified 3 months after Hitler became Chancellor. After Japan and Germany left the League of Nations, the Central Committee of the Soviet Party declared in favor of the USSR joining it, but at the same time Molotov said that the Soviet government had no reason to modify its policy towards Germany. 83 In his published writings, Stalin maintained a prudent silence on the international situation during an entire year, between January 1933 and January 1934. He broke this silence at last on January 26, 1934, when he delivered his report to the 17th Congress of the CPSU. He began by observing that, quite clearly, things are heading for a new war. He considered all the forms that this war might assume, and warned the capitalist states that, in any event, the adventure could end very badly for them. They ran the risk of finding themselves face to face with revolution. However, of all the possible variants, Stalin emphasized, there can hardly be any doubt that would be the most dangerous war for the bourgeoisie. And he added, 176. The bourgeoisie need have no doubt that the numerous friends of the working class of the USSR in Europe and Asia will endeavor to strike a blow in the rear at their oppressors who have launched a criminal war against the fatherland of the working class of all countries. It can hardly be doubted that a second war against the USSR will lead to the complete defeat of the aggressors, to revolution in a number of countries in Europe and in Asia, and to the destruction of the bourgeois landlord governments in those countries. He then referred to the new rulers of Germany. Provided they did not depart from the old policy, which was reflected in the treaties between the USSR and Germany, there was no reason why Soviet-German relations should worsen. Of course, we are far from being enthusiastic about the fascist regime in Germany. But it is not a question of fascism here, if only for the reason that fascism in Italy, for example, has not prevented the USSR from establishing the best relations with that country. It would be a quite different matter if Germany sought to go over to a new policy, which in the main recalls the policy of the former German Kaiser, who at one time occupied the Ukraine and marched against Leningrad. Stalin noted that this new policy is obviously gaining the upper hand over the old policy. And, so that the Nazi leaders should have no more room for doubt regarding the alternative that was open to the USSR if they were to persist in this new policy, he went on to mention the very great significance for the whole system of international relations of the then recent restoration of normal relations between the USSR and the USA, not only, Stalin continued, because it contributed to the maintenance of peace, but also because it forms a landmark between the old position, when in various countries the USA was regarded as the bulwark for all sorts of anti-Soviet trends, and the new position, when that bulwark has been voluntarily removed, to the advantage of both countries. And Stalin ended by saying, the USSR does not think of threatening anybody, let alone of attacking anybody. We stand for peace and uphold the cause of peace. But we are not afraid of threats and are prepared to answer the instigators of war blow for blow. Those who want peace and seek business relations with us will always have our support. 84 Nowhere in I-77. This report was anything said to the effect that, in the event of a conflict between the capitalist states provoked by German aggression, the Soviet Union would come to the rescue of the countries attacked. Up to that time the Soviet state had concluded no pacts of mutual assistance with other countries, only pacts of non-aggression. Everything in this report was carefully measured out and proportioned. The bogey of revolution if war should come was brandished as an argument to keep the capitalist states back from the slippery slope of armed conflict, but references to the class struggle in the capitalist countries were much less numerous than at previous congresses, and, for the first time in a report to a party congress, no mention whatever was made of the Communist International. An exemplary balance was kept in defining the relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist states. The fascist regime prevailing in Germany, it was made clear, constituted no obstacle to the preservation of good relations with that country. Everything depended on its attitude towards the Soviet Union. In the light of this speech, it is easy to understand why the moment for political alliances between communist and socialist parties had not yet come. Berlin might have interpreted such moves as signifying a one-sided orientation of the Comintern, and so of Stalin, towards the states that were Germany's rivals. But on that same day, January 26, 1934, when Stalin was making his so carefully constructed speech, Poland and Germany were signing a pact which, as Leibson and Schiranya point out, constituted an obvious step towards aggression by Hitler against the USSR. And it was indeed in that sense that the pact was interpreted in Moscow. Paris saw the pact as a serious crack in the system of anti-German alliances that had been patiently built up by French diplomacy. The Quai d'Orsay and the military leaders of France drew the conclusion that the time had come to give serious thought to a return to the traditional strategy of the French governments of the period before the First World War. Neither under the Tsar nor under Stalin had Russia shifted its location, it still lay to the east of Germany. Nor had France shifted, they reflected in Moscow. Geography dictates. At the beginning of May, Bartho defined the French position, proposing to the government of the USSR a Franco-Soviet pact of mutual assistance which 178 should be expanded into an Eastern Pact and included in the framework of the League of Nations. Since this plan implied the assent of Great Britain, Bartho warned London that, if it were to offer opposition, then France would conclude a direct military alliance with the USSR. On May 25 Bartho told the Chamber of Deputies that Russia's entry into the League of Nations would be a considerable event and, since I am concerned for peace, I say it would be a considerable event from the standpoint of the peace of Europe. 85. 6 days later came the article in V Humanity reproduced from Pravda, urging the Communist Party of France to reach an understanding with the French Socialist Party. But agreement with the French Socialists was not the only aim, it was, indeed, merely a stage. On October 24, at Nantes, on the eve of the first day of the Radical Party Congress, Thérèse put forward the idea of a broad People's Front in which the party of Édouard Herriot would have a place. This was the party which Trotsky said was the one with whose aid the big bourgeoisie preserves the hope of the petty bourgeoisie in a progressive and peaceful improvement of the situation. 86. In his autobiography, Fils du Peuple, Thérèse wrote that this initiative of his was taken in despite of the Comintern's counsels, as transmitted to him by Togliatti, and he offers this as proof that, even at that time, the French Communist Party did not submit unconditionally to the Comintern's directives. In view, however, of what relations were like in the upper hierarchy of the Comintern, and considering the subsequent behavior of Thérèse in the face of directives sent from Moscow, it is hard to believe that he would have ignored the opinion of the Comintern representative unless a higher authority had backed, or even suggested, his initiative. 87. In any case, the appeal to the radicals coincided perfectly with the tasks that Soviet diplomacy had on its agenda at that time. French reactionary circles, favorable to Germany, were trying by every means to torpedo the plan for a Franco-Soviet pact, and they profited by the assassination of Barthot to intensify their maneuvers. The support of the radicals was indispensable if the plan was to succeed. The Franco-Soviet pact was signed in Paris on May 2, 1935, and, in the days immediately following, conversations were held in Moscow. 179. Between Laval and Stalin. The communiqué published at the end of these talks included this passage: Comrade Stalin expressed complete understanding and approval of the national defense policy pursued by France with the object of maintaining its armed forces at a level consistent with its security requirements. The Communist Party had until then kept up an unwavering opposition to any national defense policy, regardless of which particular bourgeois parties were in the government. The party's deputies voted regularly against the military budget. 6 weeks before the signing of the pact, Thérèse declared in the chamber, "We shall not allow the working class to be dragged into a so-called war for the defense of democracy against fascism." 88. According to some historians, Laval believed he had killed two birds with one stone. Besides getting the pact, he had put the communists in an awkward situation and hindered their rapprochement with the radicals. But the communists' reply was a striking one. Throughout France, party posters appeared proclaiming "Stalin is right." El Humanite did its utmost to explain that there was national defense and national defense, army and army, so-called war for defense of democracy and genuine war for defense of democracy. In short, what the party was saying was that from the moment when the defense of the Soviet Union was at stake, everything became different. That was plain enough. What, however, presented a problem to a revolutionary party was how to proceed from that general observation to the definition of a policy that would enable this contradiction to be resolved, namely, how to contribute to the defense of the USSR while at the same time fighting against a bourgeoisie which, by virtue of the pact, had become an important factor in the Soviet defense system. There could be no doubt for a revolutionary that Stalin was right to sign a pact of mutual assistance with bourgeois democratic France against the threat from fascist Germany. But it was much more difficult to agree that he was right to give complete approval to the national defense policy practiced by Paris, even if the problem were to be looked at exclusively from the standpoint of the pact's military effectiveness. And it became highly questionable if one looked at the problem from the angle of the anti-fascist and revolutionary struggle in France. Stalin's words, besides furnishing the bourgeois parties with a splendid argument 180, meant to justify their national defense policy, represented a transparent invitation to the French communists not to restrict the breadth of the People's Front to the radicals alone. In the last resort, if the interests of the defense of the USSR should require it, ought one not to go so far as the Union Sacrée, as in 1914? On May 17, 2 days after the publication of Stalin's statement, Thérèse gave the party the theoretical justification for it. If, he said, a war against the Soviet Union is not being conducted by all the imperialist countries, if some, owing to the contradictions of interest between them and the rest, are acting in concert with the land of socialism, then their action objectively serves the cause of peace, which is identical with the cause of the power of the working people. It objectively serves the cause of the proletariat, which cannot be separated from the safeguarding of the country where the working people have become masters of their fatherland. 89. Consequently, if the French imperialist bourgeoisie organizes joint action with the Soviet Union against Germany, this action is identical with the cause of the French proletariat. Not long after, Thérèse was to put forward the slogan of the French Front. For the moment, however, what mattered was to ensure the agreement of the radicals. The General Secretary of the French Communist Party did not hesitate to offer the support of the party to a radical government that would carry out the Radical Party's program. On May 31, Thérèse said in the Chamber of Deputies, "We Communists, renewing the Jacobin tradition, would be ready to give you our support, Monsieur le Président Herriot, if you or any other leader of your party would take the leadership of a radical government, since the radical group is the largest of the left-wing groups in this chamber, of a radical government, I say, that would really implement the policy of the radical party." And already at this stage Thérèse put forward the idea that it would be appropriate to broaden this front in the rightward direction. It is even possible that the radical party may be joined by other Republicans, more or less moderate in tendency, but who simply have sufficient perspicacity, sufficient common sense and sufficient heart to appreciate the danger that the fascists represent for the country and for peace. 90. But Monsieur le Président could make nothing of this extraordinary piece of political intrigue. He exclaimed, "I am not a man 181 of the right, but I am tired of seeing my party taken in tow by the extremists. The Radical Party is in no sense a revolutionary organization." 91. However, and the Young Turks of the Radical Party understood very well that it was not a matter of the Radical Party being taken in tow by the extremists, but rather of the extremists being taken in tow by the Radical Party. The latter would not have to give up its glorious historical role and become a revolutionary organization. The Communist Party would have to give up its historical role and cease to be a revolutionary party. Since the Communists had accepted the policy of the Radical Party, not excluding national defense, why not include them in the new Cartel de Gauche, styled People's Front? When, on July 25, 1935, the 7th Congress of the Comintern opened in Moscow, the French version of the People's Front was going strong. It had not yet taken, and indeed would never take, any of the new Bastilles, but it had already had its July 14. Thérèse, Blum, Daladier, and the 10,000 representatives of the People's Front organizations who had come from all parts of France to the Buffalo Stadium that day swore a solemn oath to remain united, to disarm and dissolve the factious leagues, to defend and develop democratic freedoms, and to ensure peace for mankind. Eternal France presided over this now historic day, Joan of Arc and 1789, the Marseillaise and the Internationale. 2. In a short time little of all that would remain, apart from holidays with pay. The 7th Congress of the Communist International. The policy of the United Front of the Working Class was a reprise, under the conditions of the struggle against fascism, of the policy followed by the Comintern in the years 192–1–3. The People's Front policy, however, had no precedence in the history of the Comintern. Dimitrov tried to find some in the resolutions on tactics passed by the 4th Congress, but in no way did these conceive of collaboration with bourgeois parties. Neither policy, however, originated in a critical analysis of the problems of the class struggle under the capitalist system, in the light of the experience of the revolutionary movement in the previous period. They were both adopted as a pragmatic response to the urgent requirements of 182. Soviet foreign policy, after Berlin, ignoring Stalin's warning, had given its policy a direction that clearly implied preparing war against the Soviet Union. if Hitler had remained faithful to the Rapallo line and had concentrated his revanchard moves exclusively against the West, would Pravda have urgently called upon the French communists to reach an understanding with Blum? It is enough to put this question, a far from arbitrary one, since German imperialism did in fact revert to the Rapallo line in 1939-41, to appreciate how decisive the Soviet foreign policy factor was in the tactical turn made by the Comintern. On this occasion, however, the urgent needs of the defense of the USSR coincided with the no less urgent need for working class and anti-fascist unity, whereas, during the previous 10 years, the orientation of Soviet foreign policy, concerned to exploit German nationalism against the imperialist Versailles powers, had had a far from negligible influence, as we have seen, in giving a sectarian twist to the policy of the Comintern. It is nevertheless not possible to say that there was complete coincidence between these two needs. A section of the bourgeoisie in the democratic capitalist states, and the right wing of the social democratic leadership, might agree with the Soviet government on preventive measures to be taken against the German danger, and might even support a form of People's Front which, in the new circumstances, could play a role similar to that played by the Social Democrats in the Entente countries during the First World War. Obviously, though, they could not support a policy of workers' unity and People's Front that had a revolutionary content. Any policy that could lead to a revolutionary solution of national and international problems would inevitably clash with their interests and foster tendencies in these social and political forces that would favor a compromise with the external foe. This was contrary to the interest of Soviet policy, which sought to build an alliance between the USSR and the democratic capitalist states against Hitlerite Germany. The way the European situation developed between 1934 and 1938 showed that within this contradiction there lay fundamentally three possibilities, which were taken up more or less consciously by the different tendencies participating in the leadership of the Workers' United Front and the People's Front. Things might lead to a radical, revolutionary change, and then the defense of the USSR could be 183. Organized on new foundations, an alliance between the Soviet state and the new revolutionary states. Or workers' unity and the People's Front might be integrated in a national union under the hegemony of the bourgeoisie, and then the defense of the USSR would be based essentially on alliance with the capitalist state in question. Or, thirdly, the working class and anti-fascist movement, though not sufficiently strong to dictate the first of the three possibilities, might prove strong enough to terrify all sections of the bourgeoisie and make them compromise with Germany, thus isolating the USSR. Logically, the bourgeois political groups and the right-wing social democrats participating in the People's Front worked in a conscious way to bring about the second of the three possibilities. In the political theses of the 7th Congress of the Comintern both the first and second possibilities were indicated, though never explicitly defined. The policy followed by the Comintern, under the inspiration of these contradictory theses, contributed greatly, however, to bring about realization of the third possibility. At the time of Munich, workers' unity and the People's Front had been shipwrecked without having been able to develop their initial revolutionary potential. The USSR thus found itself isolated. Fortunately, the contradictions between the imperialists were strong enough to ensure that, the danger of revolution having been eliminated in both imperialist camps, these contradictions took precedence over the common class interest that might otherwise have led from Munich to a combined anti-Soviet intervention by all the capitalist states, fascist and democratic alike. It is usually assumed, in studies of the 7th Congress of the Comintern, that the basic purpose of its work was the formulation of tactics for the struggle against fascism and against capitalism. The Congress certainly gave its greatest attention to this theme, and the main report, presented by Dimitrov, was devoted to it. In order to grasp the underlying significance of the political line adopted and appreciate how it was applied, it is necessary to start from what the Congress itself defined as the central slogan for the communist parties, the fight for peace. 184. And for the defense of the USSR. This meant that all the activity of the communist parties, their policy and their actions, had to be considered and decided in relation to this supreme objective. The underlying reason for the contradictions that showed themselves in the tactical theses of the Congress, and in their subsequent application, lay precisely in this general line, which was made specific in the following directive from the Congress: the struggle for peace opens up before the Communist parties the greatest opportunities for creating the broadest united front. All those interested in the preservation of peace should be drawn into this united front. The concentration of forces against the chief instigators of war at any given moment constitutes the most important tactical task of the Communist parties. What were these forces interested in the preservation of peace that the Communist parties must draw into a united front? In the first place, obviously, the mass of the people, but also every group in the ruling classes that was interested in peace, including those states, large or small, which, at the given moment, had a similar interest. The resolution passed by the Congress stated that the mutual relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist countries have entered a new phase. The peace policy of the USSR has not only upset the plans of the imperialists to isolate the Soviet Union, but has laid the basis for its cooperation in the cause of the preservation of peace with the small states to whom war represents a special danger, as well as with those governments which at the present moment are interested in the preservation of peace. 993 Dimitrov explained which states were meant by this cryptic allusion. Even some of the big capitalist states, afraid of losing in a new redivision of the world, are at the present stage interested in avoiding war. These were, in short, the big European colonial powers and the USA, which were afraid of losing their monopoly of world exploitation in a war with Germany and Japan. 94 And Dimitrov went on to say that this gives rise to the possibility of forming a very wide united front of the working class, of all working people and whole nations against the threat of imperialist war. Here the already equivocal notion of whole nations attains the height of ambiguity, it would appear to. 185. Mean whole states. The World Front, as Dimitrov was to call it on other occasions, was, in fact, nothing other than the Grand Anti-Hitler Coalition, which was not able to come into being until the Nazis had begun aggression against the Soviet Union. Togliatti, whose role at the Congress was to give the report on the struggle against the war danger, declared that utilization, in order to preserve peace, of the contradictions between imperialist states was not a matter for the Soviet Union alone, it is obligatory for the proletariat and for the communist parties of the capitalist countries, insofar as these parties can and must elaborate a positive stand in deciding problems of international policy, to interfere actively in the course of events and aid tendencies that retard the unleashing of war and hinder everything that constitutes a direct immediate menace to peace. 95 At the time of the 7th Congress this was not at all an academic question, but a highly topical one, presenting itself in a most concrete way. It confronted in practice the two principal communist parties of Europe, the French and the Czechoslovakian. They were the only mass communist parties left in Europe after the crushing of the KPD, and were political factors of some weight in their respective countries. On the other hand, France and Czechoslovakia were the countries with which, 2 months earlier, the Soviet Union had signed pacts of mutual assistance. They represented to perfection the two types of state interested in the preservation of peace to which the 7th Congress alluded, the big state which was afraid of losing its dominant position in the world, and the small state which was in danger of losing its national independence. What, then, must the respective communist parties, and the Comintern in general, do to aid this fundamental aspect of Soviet policy? It was the first time that the Comintern had been faced with such a problem. Togliatti acknowledged in his report that the question gave rise to some misgivings among the communists. There have been some waverings, individual comrades even getting the idea that the conclusion of mutual aid pacts meant losing sight of the prospect of revolution in Europe. Certain comrades even compared 186. The conclusion of mutual aid pacts to a compulsory retreat under the pressure of the enemy. But these few comrades have demonstrated only that they are unable to distinguish between a retreat and an advance. Could one conceive a more remarkable success than the fact that a big capitalist country is compelled to sign an agreement of mutual aid with the Soviet Union, an agreement which stipulates defense against an aggressor, defense of peace and of the frontiers of the country of proletarian dictatorship? Practical experience has rapidly convinced these comrades that they were grossly mistaken. The new pact by which the Soviet Union confirmed its peace policy could only enhance the prestige of the proletarian state in the eyes of the working people of all countries, in the eyes of the wide world, and consequently also the prestige of socialism and the proletarian revolution. Reminding the Congress of the criteria that ought to guide the communist parties in deciding their policy in this respect, Togliatti began by propounding an axiom that had already been implicit in the program of the Comintern approved by the Sixth Congress, but which was here set out with incomparable clarity. For us it is absolutely indisputable that there is complete identity of aim between the peace policy of the Soviet Union and the policy of the working class and the communist parties of the capitalist countries. There is not, and cannot be, any doubt in our ranks on this score. We not only defend the Soviet Union in general. We defend concretely its whole policy and each of its acts. 9. This did not mean, Togliatti went on, that the tactics of the communist parties must always show complete coincidence in all acts and on all questions. He adds, numerous examples could be cited of the lack of coincidence in the positions of the proletarian parties in various countries in regard to some concrete question. Nevertheless, the examples quoted by Togliatti were all of earlier date than the appearance of the Soviet state and the Comintern. He did not quote a single case of a communist party adopting a tactical position differing from that of the Soviet party. There is perhaps no plainer confirmation to be found in all Comintern literature of the way the national sections of the Comintern were totally subordinated to the policy of the Soviet state. 96. 187. The criteria having been formulated in principle, Togliatti went on to apply them to the cases of France and Czechoslovakia. The respective parties had to act in a way that took into account the concrete circumstances. They must staunchly defend the pact, because it is an instrument in the struggle for peace and for the defense of the Soviet Union. They must vote for the pact in Parliament and expose any attempt to pursue a policy different from or in contradiction to the obligations ensuing from the pact. They must at the same time say to the bourgeoisie that we have no guarantee that the army would not be used against the working class, that it would not be the poor, as usual, rather than the rich, who would have to find the money for it, that, when the time came, the pact would actually be honored, and so on. Consequently, they must say that, so long as no such guarantee was available, they would not vote for the military budget or give up their fight against the governments in power. Togliatti concluded, those who do not understand the profound inner consistency of this position adopted by our comrades in France and Czechoslovakia will never understand anything of the real dialects of events and of revolutionary dialectics, even though they fancy themselves to be highly intelligent and logical persons, as Leon Blum, for instance, fancies himself. 97. In a very short space of time the dialectics of events in France, Spain, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere were to subject the profound inner consistency of the Comintern's new tactic to a harsh test. But the delegates at the Seventh Congress found nothing to object to in the remarkable virtuosity with which Togliatti had solved the problem of the relation between possible revolutionary developments in some countries of Europe and the Soviet Union's alliance with the bourgeois states of these countries. At the time of the Seventh Congress this possibility of revolutionary developments was located in Spain and in France, and the problem of the relation therefore arose concretely in the case of the latter country. If the French situation should come to the point of a revolutionary crisis, what ought the attitude of the Communist Party to be? Ought it to strive to intensify the crisis, urging it towards proletarian revolution, even if this situation risked endangering the Franco-Soviet pact? It was no less justified, given the way the situation in France had evolved since 1934, to bring up this eventuality than it was for the 188 Dutch delegates to ask whether, in the event of German aggression against their country, the resulting war would not bear the character of a war of national defense, despite Holland's status as an imperialist colony-owning country. Togliatti, with the approval of the Congress, answered the Dutch communists' question in the affirmative, though he added the usual qualifications, namely, that the line taken must never lead to renouncing the class struggle, and that in such cases our policy of defense of national freedom must never be detached from the real struggle for the liberation of the oppressed and exploited peoples of the colonies. He mentioned that his reply was relevant not only to Holland but also to Belgium and other similar cases. This categorical answer was in line with the complete conformity which existed at that time between the prospect of national defense of Belgium and Holland and the system of alliances which the Soviet government was engaged in building in order to safeguard itself against possible German aggression. If the Congress did not examine specifically the problem presented by the situation in France, and if Togliatti skillfully avoided speaking about it, was this not because no such conformity existed in that particular case, and that, on the contrary, it was the problem of lack of conformity that arose? In any case, the Congress gave an indirect answer to the question insofar as all the reports, all the speeches and all the theses were dominated by the idea that the supreme task was to ensure the defense of the USSR, assistance to the USSR, its defense and cooperation in bringing about its victory over all its enemies must therefore determine the actions of every revolutionary organization of the proletariat, of every genuine revolutionary, of every socialist, communist, or non-party worker, of every laboring peasant, of every honest intellectual and democrat. 98 Norin, one of the Soviet members of the Comintern leadership, indicated very plainly that, from the point of view of the prospects of the revolution, what was essential was not to wage the revolutionary struggle in the capitalist countries but to ensure the development of the USSR. This it was that, in the long run, would cause the balance to tip in favor of the socialist revolution. The communists, said Norin in his speech to the Congress, were the party of peace, striving to do everything in their power to bar the way to war, so as to be 189. Able to convince the peoples, through peaceful emulation and peaceful labor, of the necessity of socialist revolution. And he added that if the communists were for peace, it was because peace would guarantee the further progress of socialism in the USSR and the growth of its economic and political might. If peace is maintained, then the international relation of forces in the class struggle will shift daily in favor of the proletariat and to the disadvantage of capitalism. 99 As we have seen in Chapter 2, the Seventh Congress of the Comintern, unlike any of the previous Congress, did not tackle the specific theme of world revolution and its prospects. Dimitrov said, "We intentionally excluded from the reports as well as from the decisions of the Congress high-sounding phrases on the revolutionary perspective. One After what has already been shown, it is hardly necessary to explain that, in my opinion, this exclusion was due to more imperative reasons than the praiseworthy desire to avoid revolutionary verbiage. At the time of the Fifth Congress, or of the Sixth, when an objective coincidence of interests existed, on the plane of international relations, between defeated Germany and the encircled Soviet Republic, in face of the big states of the capitalist world, and when Moscow considered that it was Britain, France, and the USA that were heading the worldwide anti-Soviet drive, the Comintern could still explicitly formulate one or other strategy for world revolution, whether right or wrong is another matter, without the risk of coming into conflict with the peace policy of the USSR. But how, in the setting of the Seventh Congress, could any explicit strategy of world revolution be reconciled with the need for the USSR to conclude alliances with the imperialist colonial powers and the USA? This was why, after a period of 7 years without a Congress being held, despite what was laid down by the Comintern statutes, at a time when the world system of imperialism had just been experiencing the worst economic crisis in its history, and the question of a Second World War was on the agenda, the Seventh Congress of the Comintern refrained from undertaking any theoretical analysis of the problems of imperialism, capitalism, the socialist revolution in the West and the 190 anti-imperialist revolutions in the colonial and dependent countries. This also explains why, Of the 70 pages of Dimitrov's report on the Congress, only 1.5 were devoted to the anti-imperialist struggle in the colonies. It could be said that the 7th Congress was the most Eurocentrist of all the Comintern Congresses, but for the fact that, behind the European themes, behind the prestigious figure of Dimitrov and the other Western communist leaders who occupied the foreground, what was taking place in fact was the most Russocentrist Congress of them all. It would nevertheless be a mistaken and oversimplified view to conclude that the Comintern and Stalin had renounced any and every overall conception of the world revolution. Actually, the 7th Congress implicitly retained the conception set forth at the 6th, adapting it tactically to the situation created by the appearance of two serious threats on the Soviet frontiers, Hitler's Germany and militarist Japan. These countries constituted at the same time a grave danger not only to the working class movement in Europe and the Chinese Revolution, but also to bourgeois democracy and the independence of some European countries, as likewise to the independence of China. On the other hand, the ambitious moves of German and Japanese imperialism also threatened the interests of the great imperialist powers which had been victorious in the First World War. If we consider that the 6th Congress had introduced, as the principal element in its conception of the world revolution, the idea that the Soviet Union was the international driving force of the proletarian revolution, the base of the worldwide movement of the oppressed classes, the focus of the international revolution, the most important factor in world history, the essential factor in the international liberation of the proletariat, and so on, it is clear that, in the New World situation, the Comintern's strategy must consist in organizing around the central slogan of struggle for peace and the defense of the USSR all the interests, factors, and contradictions that lay across the path of German and Japanese expansionism. This strategic conception fitted into the general view of the condition of capitalism which the Comintern, under Stalin's direct influence, had begun to define at the time of the 6th Congress, and to which the Great 191 economic crisis had seemed to give striking confirmation. According to this view, capitalism had entered, really entered, this time, the last stage of its already protracted death agony. It was from this angle that the rise of fascism was interpreted by the Comintern. One of the dominant ideas of the 7th Congress was that the spectacular advance of fascism showed that the bourgeoisie is already unable to rule by the old methods of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy, too, and this not only in Italy and Germany but on the world scale. Foster, delegate of the CPUSA and member of the ECCI, told the Congress that there were elements of fascism in Roosevelt's policy. Other delegates said that it opened the way to fascism. And Dimitrov spoke of a danger of fascism in the USA, because, as he said, the program for the recovery of capitalism has collapsed. If this was the view taken by the Congress where American capitalism was concerned, it is easy to imagine how it saw the situation of capitalism in Europe. The logic of this conception led to fascism being seen as the final politico-social form of imperialist capitalism, after which the latter was doomed to disappear. This was, in fact, the idea set forth by Dimitrov in his report, when he defined fascism as the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. This formula, devised by Stalin, wrongly claimed to describe the class content of fascism in Germany and Italy by reducing it to a mere section of finance capital. Starting from this idea, which implied that fascism was intrinsically very weak, Dimitrov dangled before his hearers an optimistic prospect according to which the very dialectics of the development of fascism must inexorably create conditions favorable to its destruction, and lead ineluctably to the downfall of capitalism. His argument can be summed up like this. Contrary to its own aim, fascism worsens instead of curing the contradictions of the bourgeois camp. It sharpens the economic conflict between the capitalist states and stirs up the hatred and anger of the masses, thereby helping to awaken their revolutionary spirit. It weakens illusions about bourgeois democracy, giving a decisive stimulus to the workers' united front, for the social democratic workers see in fascism the consequence of the policy of class collaboration with the bourgeoisie. The initiative shown by the 192. Communist Party in the organization of the United Front and the supreme self-sacrifice displayed by the Communists, by the revolutionary workers in the struggle against fascism, have resulted in an unprecedented increase in the prestige of the Communist International, whose mission is to guide the revolution to its final triumph. Thus fascism, which has undertaken to bury Marxism, the revolutionary movement of the working class, is, as a result of the dialectics of life and the class struggle, itself leading to the further development of the forces that are bound to serve as its gravediggers, the gravediggers of capitalism. For Marx had forecast that the dialectics of motion of capital was digging capital's grave. Dimitrov explained that the last phase of this already long drawn-out process had begun now that capitalism had assumed its final form, as fascism. Deducible from this schema was the idea that barring the way to fascism where it had not yet come to power, and destroying it as a state form where it was in power, meant taking the decisive step towards the victory of the world revolution. The whole tactic of the Workers' United Front, the People's Front, and the World Front for Peace formed part of this view of how things would develop. Dimitrov ended his report with the words, "And we want all this because only in this way will the working class at the head of all the working people, welded into a million-strong revolutionary army, led by the Communist International and possessed of so great and wise a pilot as our leader Comrade Stalin, be able to fulfill its historical mission with certainty, to sweep fascism off the face of the earth and, together with it, capitalism." 5. The tactical turn made by the Comintern did not alter in any way the assumption that the revolution could be victorious only under the leadership of the Comintern and its national sections. The essential aim of the Workers' United Front was to regroup the working class of each country under the leadership of the corresponding Communist Party. Agreements could be made with the socialist parties during the transition period, which might involve the forming of governments of the anti-fascist United Front, but it was the Communist Party alone that would lead the movement when the time came to take up the direct struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat. After coming to power, the Communist Party intended to rule alone. True, the Congress contemplated the possibility of forming a single revolutionary party by uniting the Communist and Socialist parties. But the conditions laid down for this unification were such as to mean the retention pure and simple of a party of the Stalinist type, with its theoretical dogmas, tactical schemas, bureaucratic centralism, acceptance of Soviet hegemony, and so on. As a Spanish humorist of those days remarked, it was not a matter of unifying but of USS rifling. The People's Front policy called for by the Comintern had as its main purpose the regrouping around the Workers' United Front of the middle classes of town and country, who would thus be placed, albeit indirectly, under the leadership of the Communist Party. The immediate aim was to smash fascism, but, in the course of the struggle, conditions would be created that would ensure that these middle classes stood by the side of the proletariat when the hour sounded for the socialist revolution. This was the standpoint of the Comintern. But just as forming the Workers' United Front presumed that agreements would be made with the socialist parties during the anti-fascist phase of the struggle, so the regrouping of the middle classes around the working class required, according to the theses of the Seventh Congress, understandings between the communist parties and the political parties or other organizations representing these social strata. The Comintern's governing idea was that the political platforms that must serve as the basis of the Workers' United Front and the People's Front must be adapted to the level of consciousness of the great majority, and must not include excessively radical aims that might frighten off politically undeveloped sections. Given that the Workers' United Front and the People's Front were not two distinct movements, but that in fact the former was conceived as merely the tougher and more advanced nucleus of the latter, and that the essential aim of the latter was to draw the middle strata towards the proletariat, one had to ensure that the platform of the Workers' United Front did not go too far, that it must take into account the state of mind of the middle strata. Eventually, in its concern to attract the middle classes, the Seventh Congress adopted a 194 general policy that tended to align the entire movement with their outlook, this concern being fully understandable in the light of the fundamental role played by the middle classes in the victory, first of Italian, and then of German fascism. As a rule, The platforms were made up of three sections: economic demands, perfectly compatible, in principle, with the outlook of the reformist parties and trade unions; political demands that did not go further than the defense or restoration of bourgeois democratic freedoms and institutions and the suppression of fascist activities and organizations; and a section on the fight for peace. Faithful to the line proclaimed by the Comintern, the Communist parties systematically opposed the formulation of objectives of a socialist type, or what could be regarded as such, in the programs of the Workers' United Front and the People's Front. The French Communist Party, for example, declared itself against the structural reforms proposed by the Socialist Party. Two kinds of argument were put forward to justify this attitude. One kind was leftist in character: "We communists," said Thérèse, "are for socialization, we are for expropriation pure and simple of the capitalist expropriators, but we consider that one condition must be fulfilled in order to socialize, just one little condition, the possession of power, the seizure of power. Now, there is only one method of seizing power that has proved its worth up to now, that is, the method of the Bolsheviks, the victorious insurrection of the proletariat, the exercise of the dictatorship of the proletariat and Soviet power." The other argument brought against the socialization proposals was a very simple one indeed: the Radical Party was against them. For Thérèse this meant that socialization would frighten away the middle classes. 6. How, on the basis of this tactical schema, did the Comintern think it could bring the movement to the level of consciousness and revolutionary inclination necessary if the question of socialist revolution was to be raised concretely? The answer lay in the following thesis: capitalism was already incapable of absorbing or integrating the great wave of popular demands that was being prepared. Though the economic demands of the workers, peasants, civil servants, etc., were only minimum demands, capitalism, being no longer in a condition to develop the productive forces, would be unable to meet them. It would find itself, in fact, in a situation with no way out. The masses drawn into the movement would become radicalized and would reach the conclusion that, as Dimitrov put it, salvation could be expected only from the establishment of Soviet power. The defense of bourgeois democratic freedoms and institutions would lead to the same extreme situation. In fact, the defense against fascism of political forms that capitalism was thenceforth unable to use in order to maintain its domination must inevitably force the ruling classes into a situation with no way out. Bourgeois democracy thus became a mechanism that was turning upon the bourgeoisie who had created it. However, there was still the problem of peace and war. As the Comintern saw it, this was where the main danger lay: the dynamic just described might be jammed, for a whole phase of history at any rate. The Comintern feared lest fascism, by means of a terrorist dictatorship established on the world scale, might succeed in prolonging the existence of capitalism, despite the irremediable impotence of the latter to develop new productive forces. Such an eventuality might occur if the capitalist states were to unite to destroy by force of arms the international driving force of the proletarian revolution. Here too, though, the dialectics of the phase of moribund capitalism came into play. Fascism was playing the sorcerer's apprentice by intensifying to the utmost. 196. The contradictions between imperialisms and raising the question of a new partition of the world. In order to protect their sacrosanct colonial profits, the great powers that had won the First World War found themselves forced into alliance with the Soviet state, which was threatened by the same foe, an alliance either to maintain the status quo qt to fight alongside the Soviet state if it should come to war. In short, the Comintern considered that the irresistible dialectics of history, having brought capitalism to the brink of the abyss, would go on working in such a way that the socialists would be compelled to line up with the communists, so helping to create the right conditions for the establishment of Soviet power, which, once set up, would eliminate these same socialists from the political scene. As for the parties representing the middle strata, these would follow a similar itinerary. They, too, would play the role of the man who was cuckolded, beaten, and happy. Finally, the big capitalist states that were in possession of colonies would be obliged to cooperate with the Soviet Union in order to destroy their rivals and, in doing so, to destroy fascism, which was alone capable of keeping capitalism alive. In other words, these states would actually hasten the coming of the world revolution. Looked at in this light, the essential task of the Comintern's tactics worked out at the 7th Congress was above all to give a push to this irresistible dynamic of history. This would be done, first, by acting so that the broad masses, whose political consciousness had not yet matured to the point of understanding that Soviet power offered the only salvation, would follow the vanguard even if they did not appreciate very clearly where they were being led, and, secondly, by doing what was needed to ensure that those social groups, political parties, and state institutions that were destined subsequently to vanish from the scene would go to meet their fate offering a minimum of resistance. Once the world had entered the phase in which the extremely decrepit condition of the economic and political structures of capitalism was bringing society rapidly to the great moment of high Rhodas, high Salta. The most important thing was that nobody should take fright before that great 197 leap of which only the party of the world revolution knew the secret. The workers in the vanguard must avoid putting forward aims that might alarm the less advanced workers. The working class as a whole must refrain from proclaiming purposes, above all, that of proletarian revolution, which might upset the middle classes of the towns and the small and medium peasant proprietors. Finally, the mass of the workers, civil servants, technicians, intellectuals, peasants, etc., must act so as not to scare those bourgeoisies that might be willing to ally themselves with the Soviet Union to combat the German revenge seekers and the Japanese expansionists. Since this last consideration concerned the chief link in Comintern's strategy, it had to, and did, take priority over all other tactical preoccupations. The entire tactical complex that has been outlined was conceived, both on the level of the alleged objective basis on which it was grounded and on that of the party's conscious activity, as a defensive-offensive tactic. Defensive in that the objective dynamic of the process created its own defenses against the advance of the fascist menace, and in that the party's activity in order to unite the different social forces menaced by fascism operated on the basis of the lowest common denominator. Offensive because this objective-subjective dynamic intensified the contradictions and polarized the social and political forces, and because, in proportion as this new situation took shape and the correlation of forces became favorable, it enabled the party to put forward more radical aims and forms of struggle. The 7th Congress, taking account of the situation prevailing in Europe at the time, definitely stressed the defensive aspect. Nevertheless, in Dimitrov's report as well as in other contributions, reference was made to the offensive phase. We want unity of action by the working class so that the proletariat may grow strong in its struggle against the bourgeoisie, in order that while defending today its current interests against attacking capital, against fascism, the proletariat may reach a position tomorrow to create the preliminary conditions for its final emancipation. We must tirelessly prepare the working class for a rapid change in forms and methods of struggle when there is a change in the situation. As the movement grows and the unity of the working class strengthens, we must go further, and 198. Prepare the transition from the defensive to the offensive against capital, steering toward the organization of a mass political strike. 7. Soon after the 7th Congress, the transition to the offensive against capital was to arise as a real possibility in Spain and France. It is necessary to know how to end a strike. 1936 in France. The reasons for the upsurge of the working class and anti-fascist movement in France between 1934 and 1936 have been studied in a number of political and historical works. 8. They can be summarized very schematically as the combination of three main factors. First, the effects of the economic crisis, which hit France only after a certain delay, when recovery had already begun in the USA and other countries. This delay meant that the social discontent caused by the crisis coincided, and combined, with the second factor, namely, the anti-fascist reaction aroused in the working class movement and in other sections of society by Hitler's coming to power. The social struggle in France became interwoven with the political struggle against the reactionary forces which incarnated the fascist danger. Thirdly, the Comintern's tactical turn provided the will to unity that existed in the most conscious sections of the working class movement with a framework in which they could come together and organize, the German experience having shown the tragic consequences of division. The pact between the communists and socialists, and the trade union unity that followed from this, stimulated the workers' confidence in their own strength and increased the role played by the working class in the country's political evolution. The workers' parties became a pole of attraction for a substantial section of the urban middle strata, hard hit by the crisis. Discontent reached its climax with the deflationary decrees of Laval. As Thérèse put it, the 800,000 civil servants, this bulwark of the state that Marx talked about in his 18th Brumaire, are rising. The petty bourgeoisie is losing confidence in the leadership of the parties of the big bourgeoisie. 9. Discontent grew among the peasants too. Confronted with this rising popular tide, the fascist forces organized themselves and intensified their activity. One of the principal historians, 199, of this period writes, gradually a polarization took place, on the right, around the Croix de Feu, on the left, around what, since October 1934, the Communists called the People's Front. An atmosphere of latent civil war spread through the whole country. 10. In mid-1935, in his speech at the 7th Congress, Thérèse spoke of the prospect of a revolutionary crisis. The drive of the mass movement can impose a People's Front government which our party would support and in which, if necessary, it might even participate. The anti-fascist battle would become fiercer, since the reactionary and fascist assault would be brutal and immediate. But the People's Front and the Communist Party would have occupied new positions, which we would have to utilize to prepare for the establishment of Soviet power, the dictatorship of the proletariat. 11. For the moment, at any rate, the French Communist Party showed no less concern than the socialists and radicals that the anti-fascist struggle should proceed in a civic spirit. In December 1935, Thérèse, Blum, and Ibarnigere promised in Parliament that they would dissolve their respective paramilitary organizations. 12. Let the ballot decide. And on May 3, 1936, the ballot gave victory to the People's Front. Nevertheless, the expression victory of the People's Front does not truly express the real meaning of that event. The bourgeois party belonging to the front suffered a heavy defeat, losing 43 seats and being left with 116 deputies instead of 159, a considerable section of those who had previously voted for it now voted for the communists and socialists, while others transferred their support to the bourgeois right. The victory was a victory for the two working class parties, and, although the socialists became the largest group in the chamber, the major victor was the Communist Party. It was also significant that the right-wing socialist group which had broken off from the Socialist Party lost almost half of its parliamentary representation. All this testifies to the political polarization that was occurring in the country and the radicalization not only of the working class but also of an important part of the middle strata. While, from the standpoint of revolutionary prospects, this political 200 polarization revealed by the elections was highly encouraging, looked at from the angle of the Franco-Soviet pact it could seem a cause for disquiet. What would become of France's military strength if the country slid into civil war? The Moscow correspondent of Le Temps wrote, ruling circles here show no enthusiasm. The relative failure of the radicals is deplored. Litvinov, accepting with a resigned air the popular will, told the correspondent of the Petit Parisien / what is essential is that France should not allow her military strength to be weakened. We hope no internal troubles will favor Germany's designs. 13. If the wish voiced by the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs was significant, the moment at which he voiced it was no less so. It was in the first fortnight of June. The French proletariat had committed itself to troubles since the end of May, without waiting for the Blum government to be formed. The strike movement, accompanied by the occupation of factories, had spread wider and wider. The history of working-class struggle in France had never known a strike movement on such a scale. And the characteristics it displayed, taken together with the political foundation that the elections had revealed, justified the recalling by some contemporaries of that famous exchange, "So this is a revolt?" No, sire, it is a revolution. From the very first day, indeed, the movement bore the mark that is to be found at the beginning of every genuine revolution: spontaneous initiative by the broad masses, qualitative change in its state of mind, the joining together of millions of people in one single will to put an end to a certain order of things, the overflowing of habitual frameworks. Nearly everyone who has studied the event, or who lived through it, agrees in their diagnosis. From the start, says Jacques Fauvet, the movement assumed a twofold revolutionary aspect, attacking both authority and property. Annie Kriegel writes, "The big crowds, the uncontrolled masses, the reservists of revolutionary occasions, moved into action." And Jouherho, who used to the full the prestige that his long patriarchate in the trade union movement had given him, in order to put out the fire, explained while the events were in progress, the movement began without anyone knowing exactly how or where. We were faced with an explosion of discontent by masses who, humiliated and repressed for years and years, had been chewing on their discontent and who now, in the free atmosphere 201. For resulting from the affirmation of the people's will on May 3, found it possible to give expression to this discontent. 14. In fact, nobody had decreed the general strike, and still less the occupation of the factories. Everyone was taken by surprise, the trade union and political leaderships, the government and the employers, the right and the left alike. The working class had taken advantage of the election victory of the People's Front. It was fully aware that this had been its own doing, above all, and the expression of its own new strength. However, the action taken also showed how few illusions the workers entertained regarding the fulfillment of election promises. What exploded on this occasion was not merely economic discontent but also the distrust of parliamentary solutions which had accumulated over many years of elections. As the historian G. Leffren rightly points out, some of the basic attitudes of French revolutionary syndicalism reasserted themselves: lack of confidence in the state and the political parties, confidence in the effectiveness of direct action by the proletarian masses. 15. The workers had no illusions regarding the cohesion and will to reform of the coalition they had themselves elected to power. They knew where their real strength lay, and occupied the factories. General confusion prevailed. Blum, already installed as head of a socialist radical government supported by the Communist Party, admitted to the employers' representatives that the most serious aspect of the situation was that the government did not know where the movement had sprung from or where it was heading. The leaders of the CGT were no less worried. They realized that the mass of the workers had partly escaped from their control and were tending to go farther than they considered reasonable. They sought to prevent the movement from spreading to the public services. Their sole aim was to arrive as soon as possible at a negotiated settlement. 16. The Communist Party leaders took the same line. Duclos said, "We are concerned about two things: first, to avoid any disorder, and second, to get talks going as soon as may be, with a view to a quick settlement of the conflict." But the first agreements made between the CGT, the employers' organization, and the Blum government did not succeed in putting an end to the movement, even though Vie Humanite proclaimed, over a whole page, its victory. 17. By June 11 the number of strikers reached the 2,202,000 mark. In the metalworking industry, the pilot sector of the great movement, the delegates from 700 factories issued an ultimatum on June. If the employers would not agree to their demands, they would call for the nationalization of the enterprises, which would be operated by the technicians and workers engaged in them. On June 1 the rumor spread that the metal workers were going to leave the factories and march in converging columns towards the center of Paris. That same day, Thérèse assembled the communists of the Paris region and ordered them to use all their influence to bring the strike to an end. While it is important to lead well a movement for economic demands, he said, it is also necessary to know how to end it. There is at present no question of taking power. Everyone knows that our aim remains unchangeably the establishment of a French Republic of councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers. But that is not something for this evening, or even for tomorrow morning. Marceau Pivert, leader of the revolutionary tendency in the Socialist Party, had just written in Le Populaire. Now everything is possible for those who are bold enough. The slogan of the New Jacobins, however, was not boldness but caution. In his address to the Communists of Paris, Thérèse replied to Pivert, "No, everything is not possible at present." And he called on the communist militants to react against the leftist tendencies in the movement. Next day, a meeting of the metal workers, among whom the Communist Party had a lot of influence, agreed to sign a pact with the employers and go back to work. The party put forward the slogan, "The People's Front is not the revolution." And indeed it was something different. In the France of June 1936 it proved to be a break on the revolution, after having helped to open the sluice gates. In order to get the waters back into their bed, what was most important was to propagate confidence among the masses in the policy that the leaders of the People's Front were going to pursue. The workers were well aware of what to expect from the radicals, and their mere presence in the new coalition was in itself an obvious reason for mistrust. Blum's program, as his chief political secretary has recently recalled, consisted in injecting into a democratic capitalist society like that of France the maximum dose of reform. Many workers appreciated more or less clearly that this maximum would remain a minimum. 203. And this was why, after voting for Blum because it was necessary to defeat reaction at the ballot box, they repudiated him by going on strike and occupying the factories without obtaining his permission. The third element in the coalition was the Communist Party. Despite the general lack of confidence on the part of the proletariat towards the new electoral parliamentary grouping, a substantial section of the working class, which was looking for a revolutionary way out of the situation, was ready to trust the Communist Party, the only party not yet compromised by parliamentary combinations, the party which for 15 years had untiringly accused the reformists of neglecting or betraying opportunities for revolution, and which appeared the authorized representative of the only proletarian revolution that had so far succeeded. This was why a new generation of revolutionaries came forward at this time to swell the party's ranks. Similarly, the influence of the communist trade union leaders grew rapidly within the CGT, now reunited. A considerable section of the working class voted for communist candidates. 20. But the fact of greatest importance was this: at the same time as the old revolutionary syndicalist tendency revived to some extent, as I have mentioned, and that a comparatively important revolutionary tendency showed itself in the party of reformist socialism, the Marxist-Leninist party became the leading party of the French proletariat. The way the situation would evolve now depended upon this party. It could, and in fact did, put in the scale the full weight of its revolutionary prestige so as to canalize the spontaneous movement towards a governmental and reformist outcome, or it could work to develop the revolutionary potentialities that the situation held within it. The second of these solutions did not necessarily imply attempting an immediate seizure of power. Approaching the problem in this way, as Thérèse did in his June speech, was merely a trick to avoid facing the real question. This related to the two ways in which the People's Front tactic could be conceived. The first of these was set out in the passage already quoted from Dimitrov's report to the Seventh Congress: as the movement grows and the unity of the working class strengthens, we must go further, and prepare the transition from the defensive to the offensive against capital, steering towards the organization of a mass political strike. In the actual 204 conditions that had arisen in France in June 1936, this meant raising the political and organizational level of the mass movement, linking the economic and trade union demands put forward by it with other, more advanced political and economic aims, transforming the passive occupation of the factories into an active one, taking advantage of the opportunities offered by this occupation to create forms of mass organization, workers' committees, workers' councils, which, in combination with the Traditional trade union and political forms of the French working class, would constitute the embryo of a new ruling authority. 21 Only insofar as a political process like this was begun would it be possible to answer the question whether the crisis of French society was such as to make possible a revolutionary outcome, or if it could go no further than more or less radical reforms within the framework of capitalism. The other way of understanding the People's Front tactic consisted in holding the mass movement back so that it did not go beyond the limits tolerable to the bourgeois or reformist wing of the front. As we have already shown, this line coexisted with the first mentioned in the theses of the Seventh Congress, and was in reality the predominant one of the two. Thérèse carried it to caricatural extremes when he tried to show that the necessary conditions were not present for orienting the movement of May-June 1936 towards more revolutionary aims. We have not yet behind us, with us, as determined as we are to go through to the end, the whole population of the countryside. We should even run the risk, in certain cases, of losing some of the sympathy we enjoy at present among the strata of the petty bourgeoisie and peasantry. 22 It hardly needs saying that if Lenin had waited until the whole of Russia's peasantry had been as determined as the Bolsheviks to carry out the socialist revolution, if he had waited until the openly announced prospect of a proletarian revolution would not deprive the Bolsheviks of the sympathy of certain groups of the petty bourgeoisie and peasantry, there would have been no October Revolution. The Bolsheviks were supported by a part of the peasantry, who were not fighting consciously for a socialist revolution, but for peace and land. And it is well known that the middle strata put the Bolsheviks in the minority in the Constituent Assembly. In the France of 1936 there was no question of the important 205 discontented and radicalized section of the middle strata of town and country being ready to follow the workers into an abstract socialist revolution, and still less of transplanting to France the Soviet one-party system. But this section could have gone along with the workers in fighting for a series of radical political and economic measures such as the timid program of the People's Front did not include. 23 For this to happen, of course, it was essential that the proletariat should not stop halfway. As the experience of all proletarian revolutions has shown, the masses of the petty bourgeoisie of town and country, hesitant by nature, cannot be more royalist than the king. They cannot bring themselves to march along the road of revolution unless they see the proletariat doing this in a way that demonstrates convincingly its strength and resolution. The extreme weakness of Thérèse's argument was due to the fact that the essential reason for the line taken by the party was not frankly set forth and analyzed. It was only hinted at, like one of those shameful diseases that can only be spoken about in allusions. The present situation, due to the egoism and obstinacy of the employers, wrote Valiant Couturier in U Humanite of June 6, cannot be protracted without danger to the security of the people of France. And about the same time, Marcel Guitton, who was then one of the party's principal leaders, declared, "We regard as unacceptable a policy which, in face of the Hitlerite menace, would risk putting the security of France at stake." 24 What is essential is that France should not allow her military strength to be weakened. "We hope no internal troubles will favor Germany's designs," Litvinov had told a French journalist, as I have already mentioned. This was where the heart of the problem lay. It would have been possible to argue indefinitely about what percentage of peasants or civil servants were ready to march alongside the working class in a revolutionary development of the movement of May-June, and this question could only have been settled in action, but there could be no doubt at all that, in the France of 1936, such a development must mean a bitter 206 struggle in which the use of armed force, and even civil war, were not out of the question. What would become, if that should happen, of the military strength of France, and the Franco-Soviet pact? There was, of course, a revolutionary answer to this question. Proletarian France would be a more reliable and more powerful ally for the USSR than bourgeois France. But suppose the revolutionary movement suffered defeat? Nobody could guarantee that it would win. The Jacobins of 1789 first stormed the Bastille and then made their stand at Valmy. Those of 1936 thought first of Sedan, and then decided that it is necessary to know how to end a strike. The basis of the French Communist Party's attitude became perfectly clear when, following the social explosion in France, came the explosion in Spain. The History, War, and Revolution in Spain, written by an official commission of the Spanish Communist Party under the chairmanship of Dolores Ibamiri, quotes from Colette Audry's book on Blum a passage from a letter sent by the French socialist leader to friends in the USA, dated July 9, 1942, in which Blum explains that giving aid to the Spanish Republic would have worsened the internal situation in France, and adds, as soon as the situation had become at all dangerously strained, we should have had in France something similar to Franco's coup. Before any foreign war had begun, France would have experienced a civil war, and one in which there was little chance of success for the Republic. Directly after reproducing this statement by Blum, the Spanish Communist Party's historians write, even though her book is an apologia for Blum, Colette Audry admits that he distorts reality here, since the French generals were incapable of establishing a reactionary regime, presided over by Pétain, until after the invasion of the German armored divisions and the entry of the Hitlerites into Paris. Under the conditions of 1936, a fascist coup in France was doomed to failure. And yet this explanation that Blum gives of his policy of non-intervention, as being due to fear of deepening the social and political conflict in France, does in a way bear some relation to reality. Later on, the book reproduces the following commentary by Colette Audry: the socialist leader of the government of the French People's Front held in his hands the fate of two proletariats, and it would have been enough for him to allow a bourgeois commercial treaty signed by his predecessors to 207. Be honored, and advantage taken of a common frontier, in order to save the one proletariat and strengthen the other. Such an opportunity does not come twice in a lifetime. The emphasis is provided by the Spanish Communists, who add, here we touch the heart of the matter. What Blum wanted to avoid, what he feared, was that the revolutionary movement of the proletariat might be strengthened and that the People's Front might triumph completely not only in Spain but also in France. 25. It is worth noting once more the important role played by Blum in the betrayal of the Spanish Republic. It is also interesting to show that the chief reason for his policy was not the danger of war, as he alleged in his public statements in 1936 and 1937. By agreeing with Colette Audry in her view that a fascist coup in France in 1936 was doomed to defeat, the leadership of the Spanish Communist Party makes a judgment of very great significance, for it amounts to admitting that there were in France conditions that were very favorable to a deepening of the social and political struggle and a victorious outcome to the onward sweep of the revolutionary movement of the proletariat. But the history written by the Commission of the Spanish Communist Party is incomplete. Blum was not alone in fearing a deepening of the social and political struggle in France, and the possibility of civil war. Nor was he alone in invoking the bogey of Hitler in order to preach class peace in France. While Blum voiced his fears in a private letter of 1942, Maurice Thorez voiced his publicly on July 25, 1936, "We must think what would become of our country," he said on that day, "if the fascist gangs in the service of capital were to succeed in provoking, here as well, disorder and civil war, especially at a moment when besides the internal reasons that dictate calm and tranquility there are also imperative necessities of an external order. Everyone realizes that a France weakened by civil war would soon fall a prey to Hitler." 26. In these significant lines we see the underlying motivation of the policy followed by the French communist leadership when faced, first, with the pre-revolutionary situation that was created in France in May-June, and then with the revolutionary retort made by the Spanish workers to the military coup in July. This policy was not, of course, decided by the French communist leaders alone, it was the policy of the Comintern, the policy of Stalin. 208. The French Communist Party was to organize big campaigns, meetings, demonstrations, and collections for aid to Republican Spain, to denounce 1,000 times the policy of non-intervention. Its deputies were to make speeches and put down motions in Parliament, and the party leaders were to express themselves with strong feeling, as when Thorez said, "Oh, I can no longer think of Spain, of the heroic battles being fought there, which are increasingly unequal as regards the material at the disposal of the Spanish Republicans, without a flush of shame reddening my brow. It is the anguish and shame of a proletarian loyal to working-class internationalism. The anguish and shame of a Republican loyal to the traditions of the French people. The anguish and shame of a Frenchman who is concerned about the future of his country, threatened from within and from without by the bloody wave of fascism. 27. The French Communist Party was to help in the clandestine dispatch of arms to the Spanish Republicans, and, above all, thousands of French communists were to fight bravely in the ranks of the international brigades. In short, the French Communist Party was to do everything to help the struggle of the Spanish proletariat except what would have tipped the balance decisively in favor of the revolution in Spain, to pursue a revolutionary policy in France. It is not possible here to go into all the details of the other policy, which, under the mask of opposition, connived at Blum's non-intervention, the policy which, instead of promoting the revolutionary struggle in France, aimed at union sacrée under the banner of the Front of All Frenchmen, going so far as to agree to Blum's suggestion in January 1938 that it should enter a government alongside Paul Reynaud. 28. I shall limit myself to mentioning that the decisive step towards this policy was taken when the leadership of the French Communist Party adopted the attitude I have described towards the explosion of May-June 1936. Not only did this line already contain all the factors that were to determine the subsequent course of the party's policy, it also helped to set in motion a politico-social process in which the objective possibilities that existed in 1936 for finding a democratic and proletarian way out of the French situation shrank ever smaller and 209. Smaller. Once the social explosion had been damped down, the capitalists set about recovering with one hand what they had been obliged to yield with the other. A rise in prices followed the increase in wages. The shameful devaluation of the franc carried out by the Blum government helped to unload the burden of the economic crisis onto the shoulders of the workers and the middle strata. A growing proportion of the proletariat sank into passivity and scepticism once more. The petty bourgeoisie and the peasants turned back towards the bourgeois parties. At the end of 1938 the Communist Party was again completely isolated. Its policy, ever broader, was producing ever narrower results. It ended by producing results exactly opposite to those desired by its highest mentors. Instead of reinforcing in France the foundations of the Franco-Soviet alliance in face of the Hitlerite danger, it culminated in Munich. On September 8, 1936 Thérèse wrote in Humanite, TN another period, without allowing itself to be affected by the demagogy of certain elements, the Communist Party had the courage to proclaim, it is necessary to know how to end a strike. Today we say, with resolution, it is necessary to end the blockade. But the blockade of the Spanish Republic could not be broken, nor Munich avoided, nor the national catastrophe of 1940 prevented, otherwise than by revolutionary action of the French proletariat. And the impetus that could have led to such action was broken off short the day that the leader of the Communist Party declared it was necessary to end not a strike but the mightiest movement of the French working class since the Commune. The Untimely Revolution, Spain, 1936-9. The beginning of the Spanish Revolution, the only revolution to occur in Europe during the Comintern's existence, apart from the ephemeral Soviet Republic in Hungary in 1919, took the leaders of the World Party by surprise. In February 1930, Manuelski, in a report to the ECCI, spoke of the enormous perspectives that were opening up for the growth of the present revolutionary advance which he saw taking place both in the developed capitalist countries and the colonial countries, into a revolutionary situation. This revolutionary progress in the 210 advanced capitalist countries had no existence outside the imagination of Stalin's representative in the Comintern, but shortly before this meeting of the ECCI the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera had fallen, and some of the delegates present at the meeting asked about the significance to be attributed to this event. Manuelski replied, "It is not Spain which decides the fate of the world proletarian revolution. An individual partial strike may have more meaning for the international working class than this kind of revolution of the Spanish type, which takes place without the leading part being played by the Communist Party and the proletariat. 29 But this revolution of the Spanish type stubbornly persisted in advancing, even though it found no place in Manuelski's forecasts and despite the almost complete absence from it of the party whose leading role had been consecrated by history. At the time of the fall of the monarchy, in April 1931, the Spanish section of the Comintern had hardly 800 members. Even more serious than its small size was its lack of real influence among the proletariat and its theoretical weakness. 30 This last feature was common to the whole labor movement in Spain. Neither the socialists nor the anarcho-syndicalists, the two great tendencies that had divided the labor movement between them since the 19th century, had any clear notions about the revolutionary process begun in 1930–31. The former thought it was a purely bourgeois revolution, and clung to their minimum program. For them, the leadership of the Republic must be assumed by the bourgeois Republican parties. All that the Socialist Party could do was to collaborate loyally with them in carrying out a program of reforms that would also be of benefit to the working class. They were ready, in short, to follow in the footprints of European social democracy. The anarcho-syndicalists started from the same standpoint, namely that the revolution was purely bourgeois, but drew a quite different practical conclusion: they would in no way collaborate with the Republic born on April 14, 1931. It was necessary to press forward to the social revolution and the establishment of libertarian communism. The communists, being for the first few months without clear guidance from Moscow, improvised in the light of the ultra-left general line being followed by the Comintern at this period. This position can be summed up in these slogans: "Down with the Boer." 211. GOS Republic of the Capitalists, Generals, and Clergy. For a Republic of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants. The first slogan, very Spanish, had anarcho-syndicalist resonances. The second, in the given conditions, was utterly exotic and abstract. 31 Actually, nobody in Moscow or in Madrid knew what was going to happen. Soon after its proclamation, the Republic of the Clergy was to resemble a crematorium of churches, and the generals were to conspire against the Republic of the Generals. In an effort to clarify the situation, the Constitution proclaimed that the Republic was a state of workers of all classes. But the first-class workers hastened to send their capital abroad, while those of the third class went on strike and occupied the estates of the landlords, with the avowed aim of reducing the Republic to one class. The Republican Constitution defined Spain as an integral state, but allowed for autonomy, and the peripheral nationalities, subjected since the 16th century to Castilian centralism, strove to break up this integral state into 3 or 4 separate pieces. Aznar announced the surprising news that Spain had ceased to be Catholic, while Parliament, which had appointed Aznar prime minister, elected the most Catholic Alcalá Zamora to the post of President of the Republic. Araquistin declared firmly that no people is so radically socialistic as the Spanish people, while Unamano exalted Spanish individualism. Thus, when hardly bomb, the Republic presented many different images, but Ortega y Gasset, always profound, declared, "It is necessary to alter the Republic's image." All the cultivated ladies admired the philosopher's profundity, while the civil guard started altering the image by machine gunning the peasants. In short, the revolution of the Spanish type offered a rather confused picture, but the Comintern hastened to classify it as belonging to the type of bourgeois democratic revolutions that fully conformed to the theory which Lenin had worked out for Russia at the beginning of the century. According to this theory, or, more precisely, to the dogmatic form of it produced by the Comintern, the Spanish Revolution required a strategy of 2 stages, the schema of which should here be recalled. The first of these stages would see dealt with the problems left pending by the unfinished bourgeois revolution, but, as the bourgeoisie was no longer 212 revolutionary, it was the proletariat that must play the leading role in carrying out the liquidation of feudal survivals. Only when these problems had been disposed of could the proletariat go over to the attack on capitalist private ownership of the means of production, that is, pass from the bourgeois democratic stage to the socialist stage, establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Down to the middle of 1934 this strategy was applied by the Comintern in Spain in the ultra-sectarian tactical form corresponding to the period of social fascism. During the elections to the legislature in November 1933, for instance, the platform of the PCE called for struggle for Soviet Spain and declared that the parties of bourgeois democracy, together with the socialists, were and still are the center of counter-revolution. Therefore the document went on, in order to overcome fascism it is necessary to fight relentlessly against so-called bourgeois democracy, which foments and stimulates it. 32 Fortunately, the turn made by the Comintern in the summer of 1934 enabled the PCE to begin following a policy that was closer to Spanish reality. The party joined the workers' alliances and entered into relations with the Socialist Party. Its substantial participation in the Asturias Rising of October 1934 increased its revolutionary prestige. In April 1935, following the French example, the PCE proposed the creation of a People's Anti-Fascist Bloc. The idea proved successful despite the resistance of the socialist left wing, led by Largo Caballero, and of the anarcho-syndicalists, for, after the revolt in the Asturias, severe repression was imposed on the whole country, and the reactionary forces were preparing to introduce a dictatorship, the victims of which would not have been the workers' organizations alone, but also the left Republican parties. Anti-fascist unity was timely, in order to erect an effective defensive front against the menace of dictatorship and to create more favorable conditions for a popular counter-offensive. It is not very likely, however, that it would have taken shape without the election situation of February 1936. The possibility of securing, in the event of a victory at the polls for the Labour-Republican bloc, an amnesty for political prisoners and the annulment of other repressive measures helped the Cabalists to make up their minds and rendered possible the PAR. 213. Participation of the PSOE and the UGT in the People's Front. It was this, too, that decided a large proportion of the anarcho-syndicalist masses to vote for the People's Front candidates. 33 For the Comintern, however, the People's Front policy had quite a different scope. A broad anti-fascist People's Front, Togliatti was to say later on, represents the peculiar form of the development of the Spanish Revolution at the present stage, that is, the bourgeois democratic stage. 34 The fundamental conception of the character and itinerary of the Spanish Revolution to which I referred earlier remain the same, but the original form taken by its development affected this conception in what could be called a moderating way, if events had not revealed the illusory character of this moderation. It tended, first, to accord greater importance to the role that the social and political forces of the petty bourgeoisie, and even of some groups of the bourgeoisie could play in the unavoidable bourgeois democratic stage of the revolution. The first concrete expression of this moderating tendency was the election program of the People's Front. This went no further than the traditional programs of petty bourgeois republicanism. It contained no effective solution for the problems of the current stage. The land question, the most important of all, remained in the air. The PCE undertook to respect absolutely the compromise arrived at, which meant subdividing the famous stage into two parts, the first, confined to carrying out the program mentioned, in which the party would support the government which had been entrusted with the application of the said program, and the second, in which the party would go forward along with all the forces that were ready to carry through the bourgeois democratic revolution to the end. Only after this end was reached could the hour strike for the proletarian revolution. 35 In contrast to the simplistic direct action approach of the anarcho-syndicalists and the vagueness of the Caballerists' tactics, the strategic and tactical plan of the Spanish experts of the Comintern seemed a model of method, clear distinction between phases and stages, concentration of forces against the main enemy in each of these, listing 214 of the corresponding objectives in an order of increasing radicalism, etc. The PTE kept reaffirming that it did not renounce any of its revolutionary aims and that the end of the journey was still the dictatorship of the proletariat, on the Soviet model. At first glance, the plan seemed perfect. Actually, however, it had a major weakness, namely that it ran counter to the profound dynamic of the Spanish Revolution. The latter had, indeed, traveled a long way since 1930 to 31. An extreme polarization of social and political forces had taken place. The main groups of the bourgeoisie, including most of the middle bourgeoisie and large sections of the petty bourgeoisie of town and country, basically, those who exploited wage labor, formed a de facto bloc with the landowning aristocracy, the ecclesiastical and military castes and the fascist groups. It was certainly a heterogeneous bloc, not only in social composition but also in political tendencies, but it had a common denominator, fear of the advancing revolution. It was united by the idea that, in the face of this danger, the only way to save property, order, the family, religion, the fatherland, and the other eternal values was to return to a strong, dictatorial regime. And class instinct, even where there was no lucid grasp of the objective situation, did not deceive these social groups, for the proletariat had indeed gone over to extreme revolutionary positions. Deeply disappointed by the Parliamentary Republic of April 14, 1931 and by the liberal politicians, the proletariat no longer had confidence in anything but its own class organizations, and believed neither in minimum programs nor in half measures. It could be said, without exaggeration, that the Spanish workers' minimum program was the social revolution. There might be all sorts of confusion among them, ideological, political, and tactical, but one fixed idea dominated their minds: the capitalists and landowners must be expropriated, without further delay, and not only the big ones but also the medium and even the little ones. This was the state of mind in 1936 not only of the anarcho-syndicalist masses but also of those socialists who hailed Largo Caballero as the Spanish Lenin. Stimulated by the revolutionary at 215 atmosphere that prevailed in the country, and attracted by the resolution that the proletariat displayed, other social strata also took up radical attitudes. The great mass of the poor peasants, semi-day laborers, and some of the small peasants who cultivated their wretched bit of land without hired labor, important sections of the office workers, civil servants, members of the liberal professions, etc., in other words the non-exploiting middle strata, and a substantial element of the student youth and the intellectuals. These groups had also been disappointed by the liberal Republican politicians. Though the metaphor of the volcano, so much used to describe socio-political situations, is often employed in a very loose way, in the Spain of 1936 it was rigorously appropriate. The election victory of the People's Front had hardly become known when the volcano began to erupt. And then, very soon, there became apparent the groundlessness of the substage foreseen by the Comintern's strategic tactical plan and applied by the PCE. The petty bourgeois and bourgeois Republican parties which made up the government demonstrated immediately that they had remained themselves. Their policy was exactly the same as that of the period 1931-3, which had filled the people with disappointment and opened the way to the reactionary counter-offensive. The masses, however, had changed, and, as the Soviet historian Majdanek writes, having confidence henceforth only in their own strength, they took control of the streets and, without waiting for the government's decisions, began to implement the People's Front program from below, using revolutionary methods. They released political prisoners, they compelled employers to re-engage workers they had dismissed for political reasons, and they began, in March 1936, to take over the land. In the middle of the same month began a wave of strikes caused by hunger, unemployment, and fascist provocation. The strike movement grew from month to month. Factories and workshops, mines, and building sites were paralyzed, businesses closed down. In June and July an average of between 10 and 20 strikes every day was recorded. There were days when the number of strikers amounted to 400,000 or 450,000. and 95% of the strikes that took place between February and July 1936 were won by the workers. Great workers' demonstrations marched through the streets, demanding bread, work, the suppression of fascism and total victory for the revolution. The first collective enterprises were set up. Meetings of tens of 216 thousands took place, at which workers applauded with enthusiasm speakers who announced that the end of capitalism was at hand and called on them to do as they did in Russia. From strikes the workers escalated to occupation of enterprises that their owners had closed down. Their occupation of the streets, of enterprises and estates, and their ceaseless strikes urged the proletariat of towns and country on towards the highest forms of political struggle. Metternich eloquent and truthful account is confirmed by all historians of the period. But what had this revolutionary explosion to do with implementing the People's Front program? That did not provide for the occupation of estates or factories, or for the abolition of capitalism, but, on the contrary, sought to preserve private property at every level. Metternich felt obliged, no doubt, to reconcile the actual course of events with proof that the Comintern's policy was sound. 36 Between February and July 1936 a de facto state of triple power was established in Spain, the power of the legal government, which was actually very weak, the power of the workers, their parties and unions, which was manifested openly in the way I have described, and, finally, the power of the counter-revolutionaries, which, while outwardly expressed in aggressive speeches by their representatives in Parliament, in economic sabotage and in the activities of the fascist storm troops, operated above all in secret, in the barracks, preparing the military putsch. It was an open secret, though, for everyone knew that the generals were conspiring, and their plans were publicly denounced in Parliament and at meetings. Whoever studies those crucial months in the Spain of 1936 cannot but ask himself, why did the workers' parties and organizations not act in a concerted and determined way to nip the military rebellion in the bud and go forward resolutely along the road of revolution? The reply given by the proletariat to the rebellion when it came, crushing it over the greater part of the country, despite the advantage of surprise and initiative held by the rebels, showed how much in favor of the people was the balance of forces. Why did the workers' parties and unions not take the initiative? A quick look at their fundamental political positions will enable us, if not entirely to clear up this problem, at least to see what their vital motives were. In the period that concerns us, the reformists were definitely in the 217 minority in the Socialist Party and the UGT, although they retained the leadership of the party owing to the clever maneuvers of the official machine. Under Indalecio Prieto, they stood for participation in the government in order to collaborate with the Republican parties in a new edition of the policy of the years 193–1–3, a fight on two fronts, against reaction and against revolution. But the firm opposition put up by the majority of the local organizations of the party prevented them from practicing this sort of role. 37 The bulk of the workers belonging to the UGT, like the majority of the socialist militants, supported the left-wing tendency led by Largo Caballero. The Caballerists were, in fact, an independent party which stood for the socialist revolution as an immediate objective, criticizing the idea of an intermediate stage which was maintained by the communists. We must go forward, they said, to direct establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. They did not define very clearly what the structure of this dictatorship of the proletariat would be, but they were definite that it should be led by the Socialist Party, as the chief party of the Spanish working class. However, they favored union with the communists in order to form a single Marxist party. They also advocated merging the two great trade union groupings, the UGT and the CNT. Caballerism expressed the revolutionary radicalization of the bulk of the industrial and agricultural proletariat, grouped under the old flag of Spanish socialism, their will to finish once for all with the rule of the capitalists and landlords. Its main weakness lay in the lack of an effective tactic for the struggle for power. The Caballerists hoped that sheer attrition and the failure of the Republican government would cause the state power to fall into their hands like a ripe fruit. Furthermore, they underestimated the danger of counter-revolution. 38. The other great traditional current in the Spanish labor movement, organized in the trade unions of the CNT, was equally radical in its revolutionary attitude. But its doctrinal basis made it very difficult to reach an agreement with the Marxist parties, and even with the trade unions of the Marxist tendency, those of the UGT. The continual repression to which the Spanish anarcho-syndicalists had been subjected by Republican governments with socialist members had in 218. Sifted their distrust not merely towards political parties in general but also towards the workers' parties. The idea of a state of the dictatorship of the proletariat filled the anarcho-syndicalists with almost as much hostility as that of the bourgeois state. In relation to the latter, moreover, they made in practice no distinction between parliamentary democracy and fascism. They also underestimated the fascist danger no less than the Kabbalists did, though for other reasons. The way the Soviet state had evolved, the fate suffered by the anarchists over there, and the reduction of the Soviet trade unions to the role of a bureaucratic instrument of the state all contributed to no small extent to reinforcing the apolitical and anti-state ideas of the Spanish anarcho-syndicalists, and especially of their leaders. Nevertheless, their experience of the failure of their previous attempts at revolution, and their recognition that the UGT was ceasing to be reformist and becoming revolutionary, brought about an important change within the CNT. Their Congress held in May 1936 offered to sign a revolutionary pact with the UGT, so as to destroy completely the political and social order that at present rules the life of Spain, leaving the problem of how to organize the new order to the free choice of the freely united workers. The Congress drew up, all the same, a very detailed plan of the structure and working of the libertarian communist society that was to emerge from the revolution. And the CNT continued to be against any alliance with the workers' political parties. 39. Within the setting of the strategic and tactical plan already described, the PCE advocated trade union unity between the UGT and CNT, but on grounds quite different from those of the CNT. In the first place, for them there was no question of making a revolution, but rather of defending and consolidating the Republican regime, exercising pressure on the Republican government so as to make it apply the People's Front program. In the second place, leadership of the united activity of the proletariat was to be undertaken by the workers' parties and not by the trade unions. The party emphasized especially the need to develop the unity in action already established with the Socialist Party, and urged that the two parties be united into a single Marxist-Leninist party. The PCE's proposals for unity, at all levels and in all fields, constituted this party's strong point, since they obviously corresponded to the pressing 219 needs of the objective situation, especially to the threat of a counter-revolutionary coup, the seriousness of which was appreciated by the PCE more clearly than by the other organizations. At the same time, however, the content of these unity proposals contradicted some essential aspects of the objective situation. The real choice, in fact, lay not between the establishment of a counter-revolutionary dictatorship and the consolidation of the bourgeois parliamentary republic, but between a counter-revolutionary dictatorship and a proletarian revolution, if only because the sole force capable of preventing the counter-revolutionary dictatorship had not the slightest intention of going on to give its support to a bourgeois republic. By stressing the urgency of united action on the basis of the first alternative, the PCE produced a sympathetic response in the minority, reformist wing of the Socialist Party, but one of reticence, and even open disagreement, among the Kabbalarist socialists, as well, of course, as open hostility on the part of the anarcho-syndicalists. The Kabbalists and anarcho-syndicalists committed a serious mistake in underestimating the fascist danger and not taking the initiative regardless of any doctrinal and tactical disagreements, for resolute and concerted action against it. What was of vital significance in their mistake, however, was not that they underestimated this danger as a threat to the parliamentary republic, but that they did not grasp its seriousness as a threat to the proletarian revolution itself. By not putting this aspect of the problem in the forefront, the PCE certainly failed to help the Kabbalists and anarcho-syndicalists to perceive their error. Unintentionally, indeed, the party helped rather to strengthen them in this mistaken attitude. The possibility of nipping the military plot in the bud was so closely linked in those months with the proletarian revolution that the only way of achieving this end would have been to remove the petty bourgeois republican government, so as to install a government that would allow the revolutionary workers to take the bull by the horns. Between February and July the Spanish Revolution entered a situation 220 that closely resembled that in Russia on the eve of the October days. Either the revolutionary proletariat would take the initiative or else the counter-revolution would. Casares Quiroga was a perfect Kerensky, but Spain had no Lenin. Instructors from the Comintern, however, were there in substantial numbers. Genuine revolutionaries like José Díaz and Pedro Checa, and people's tribunes like Dolores Ibarruri lacked the theoretical grounding needed to oppose the People's Front schemas which the Comintern imported into Spain from France. Throughout the existence of the Comintern, no communist party ever had a better opportunity than was now offered to the PCE to unite with the left wing of social democracy in a single Marxist party. Such a unification had in fact been possible since the end of 1934. The left-wing socialists went over to clearly revolutionary Marxist positions and favored unification. Their line was, of course, open to question on a number of points, and not all of their leaders always acted from the purest of motives. With some, including, no doubt, Largo Caballero himself, calculations of party advantage and strivings for hegemony obviously played a part. But the way in which the Comintern looked on this matter was not exempt from the same faults. It seemed paradoxical enough, given the role played by the Communist Party in the dictatorship of the Soviet proletariat, that one of the principal reproaches addressed to the Caballerists by the PCE was their claim to be the leading force in the dictatorship of the proletariat in Spain. The really insurmountable obstacle, however, was that the Comintern was quite sure that it possessed the absolute truth of Marxism and was alone obligatory, in its essential features, for all countries, that the Marxist-Leninist party must be organized and must operate in conformity with the model created by the Comintern, that the theory of the Spanish 221 revolution worked out by the Comintern was the only correct one, that the People's Front policy was no less suitable for Spain than for Italy or France, that a Marxist-Leninist party must look upon Trotskyism as the most disgusting of heresies and treat as above criticism the type of socialism being built in the USSR, etc. Even if the leaders of the socialist left had all been little angels of revolution, they clearly could not have accepted unification on those foundations. It was definitely possible, between 1934 and 1936, to form a big revolutionary party of the Spanish proletariat, but only on the basis of an open form of Marxism. Of course the Comintern could not contemplate such an approach without ceasing to be the Comintern. This is one of the heaviest historical responsibilities it bears, for the formation of such a party in good time would have considerably increased the chances of victory for the Spanish Revolution, and might thereby have altered the course of events throughout Europe. 40 The July days revealed the point to which the proletarian revolution had matured in Spain, and how favorable to it was the balance of forces. Although the counter-revolutionary putsch enjoyed the advantages of having the choice of moment, of conforming to a general plan and being directed by a centralized general staff, and of being able to rely on the principal armed forces of the state, it was nevertheless defeated over most of Spain, in the regions that were decisive economically and in terms of population, by the resolute counter-attack of the proletarian forces, despite their dispersed order and lack of any plan or coordinated leadership on the national level. No doubt the workers' organizations played a fundamental role, but the spontaneous élan that arose from the depths of the proletarian masses in town and country was no less decisive. The Republican state collapsed like a sandcastle, and the passive, vacillating, and even openly capitulating behavior of the petty bourgeois parties contributed to the few successes that the counter-revolutionary forces did manage to achieve. After the first few days of fighting, though the revolution had not finally conquered, the balance of forces in the country as a whole was clearly favorable to it. Had the civil war that followed been restricted to Spaniards, the ultimate outcome could hardly have been in doubt. As was bound to happen, however, the armed combat between 222 revolution and counter-revolution in Spain became automatically transformed into an international problem. 41 Until this moment the contradiction between the idea held by the Comintern about the nature of the Spanish Revolution and its actual content had not been linked in any direct way with the requirements of Soviet foreign policy. There was doubtless an indirect connection, insofar as the general line adopted by the Seventh Congress of the Comintern, and, in particular, the French version of the People's Front policy, were strongly conditioned, as we have seen, by the European strategy of the Soviet leaders. Spain as such, however, had not yet entered Stalin's field of vision. This problem was put before him suddenly and in far from easy terms. The USSR could not dodge its duty to show active solidarity with the Spanish people in arms without risk of losing all prestige in the eyes of the world proletariat. This duty coincided, in one way, with the anti-Hitlerite line of Soviet diplomacy in this period. In another way, however, it was in contradiction with the tactical forms, so to speak, assumed by this line. For the primary object of Soviet policy was to consolidate the military alliance with France and achieve an understanding with Britain. But neither the bourgeois France of Blum nor the conservative Britain of Baldwin and Chamberlain could tolerate a victory of the proletarian revolution in Spain. Contributing to such a victory therefore meant, for the Soviet government, breaking with those powers. The only way in which, it seemed, aid for Spain could be reconciled with the objective of Soviet diplomacy was to ensure that the Spanish proletariat went no further than was acceptable to the French and British bourgeoisies. And the most that they could accept in Spain was a parliamentary republic, democratic, anti-fascist, People's Front even, as far to the left as you like, but bourgeois, above all, bourgeois. It was not even certain that a solution on those lines would be acceptable to the British conservatives, but it was the only way open to Stalin whereby he could attempt to reconcile, so far as possible, the contradictory demands with which fate, once again, had burdened him in his dual capacity of tried and recognized, great and wise leader of the Communist International, as Dimitrov called him at the Seventh Congress, and no less great and wise leader of the Soviet State 42. Unfortunately, the Spanish proletariat had already left this reasonable 223 limit far behind. In the weeks that followed July 19, the capitalist regime virtually ceased to exist in the Republican zone, the means of production and political power alike passed, de facto, into the hands of the workers' organizations. All historians of the Spanish Civil War agree on this point, apart from those whose concern is not to serve historical truth but to justify the policy of Stalin and the Comintern. The latter category of historians still claim that the content of the Spanish Revolution never went beyond the bourgeois democratic stage, for to admit the contrary would mean admitting that Stalin's policy in Spain consisted precisely in obliging the revolution to retreat. The Soviet historian I have quoted was subjected to severe criticism because he dared to contradict the official theses on this question and others equally thorny. It seems to me, he wrote in his book The Spanish Proletariat and the National Revolutionary War, 1936–1937, that the events of July 19 marked the beginning of a qualitatively new stage in the Spanish Revolution. The activity of the proletarian masses and their subjective outlook both support this conclusion. July–August 1936 saw settled, in fact, the basic problems of the revolution, those of political power and ownership of the instruments and means of production. Local authority passed, in practice, into the hands of the armed proletariat. Also into their hands, and to a lesser extent into those of the peasants, passed all the instruments and means of production belonging to the capitalists and landowners. A large part of the bourgeoisie and of its state machine was liquidated on the territory held by the Republic. All this went beyond the limits of a bourgeois democratic revolution. 43. Indeed it did. But it had to be got back into those limits if Soviet aid to the Spanish Republic was to fit into the limits of Soviet diplomacy. and the substantial team of Comintern representatives installed in Spain with the mission of supervising the work of the PCE, together with the no less substantial team of Soviet military and political advisors, set themselves with all the zeal at their command to carry through this difficult operation. It was extremely difficult, for it involved nothing less than pushing the proletarian revolution back within the bourgeois democratic bounds from which it should never have escaped. And doing that was a lot more complicated than Thérèse knowing how to. 224. End a strike. One had to begin by denying the anti-bourgeois reality of the revolution, so that activity aimed at restoring bourgeois institutions might seem different from what it actually was. The Comintern, the World Party of the Socialist Revolution, could not allow itself to advocate a rectification of the socialist image of the Spanish Revolution with the same freedom that Ortega y Gasset had shown in advocating a rectification of the plebeian image of Azana's republic. The proper forms must be respected. And, for that, it was necessary to proclaim that the Spanish Revolution was in essence a popular, democratic, anti-fascist movement, the principal aim of which was to defend the republic, freedom, and national sovereignty against the fascist rebellion and the brutal intervention by the armed forces of Hitler and Mussolini. 44 Whatever went beyond those bounds was nothing but excesses by the Cabalists, the anarcho-syndicalists and the masses who were insufficiently educated in Marxism. Leninism. 45 The safeguarding of the essence was accompanied by reaffirmation of principles and symbols. The Constitution of 1931, embodying the principles of bourgeois democracy, was still in force. Parliament, half the deputies of which were on the side of the rebels, and, as regards the half of the remaining half that was made up of Republican deputies, it was hard to see what they could possibly represent in the Republican zone, retained its functions. Azana, now President of the Republic, continued at his post. The Republican state continued to be the legal authority, even if real authority was in other hands. Juridically, capitalist ownership of the means of production was not abolished, even though in practice it had been smashed. Never put too much trust in the stupidity of your opponents, Talleyrand advised, and the politicians of European bourgeoisie were clearly no imbeciles. The legal facade of the Spanish Republic did not deceive them. They required real restoration of the bourgeois regime. But the facade was useful to Stalin and the Comintern for other reasons. In the first place, it enabled them to present aid for Spain as aid to the legal, republican regime, as defined by the Constitution of 1931. In the second place, it helped to justify the theoretical fiction of the bourgeois democratic character of the Spanish Revolution. In the third place, it furnished an ideological, political, and juridical structure that could serve to welcome and promote the method. 225. Eichel transformation of this fiction into reality. Clearly, this last operation, the essential one, could not be carried through without the support and collaboration of the Spanish revolutionary forces themselves, and that this would be forthcoming was extremely doubtful. However, Stalin and the Comintern had at their disposal a decisive weapon, more precisely, they had weapons, arms for Spain. Regardless of whether the revolution asserted its proletarian content, or retreated in order to assume a bourgeois democratic content, as the Comintern wished, or went back to the liberal bourgeois content dreamed of by the Azanas and Prietos, one thing was quite plain: unless the military forces of the rebel generals and their Italian and German allies were beaten, every possible content of the revolution was doomed in advance. And, to win in the military field, the revolution needed arms, urgently, together with technicians to give instruction to how to use them. It became clear very soon that these could come from nowhere but the Soviet Union. And it was equally clear that the USSR would send them only if the Spanish leaders carried out the policy considered necessary by the Soviet government in order to harmonize their aid to the Spanish Republic with Stalin's general strategy. From the first months of the Civil War, all the Spanish leaders, from Azana to Nin, understood this condition and sought to adapt themselves to it, but they did not all do this in the same way. 46 For the PCE, of course, there was no problem, since the Soviet Union's policy, that of the Comintern, and its own all formed an indivisible whole. What was required was to apply the general line of the 7th Congress of the Comintern. In order to overcome fascism, the main enemy, the essential task was to ensure united action on the widest scale by all its adversaries. There was no contradiction between the international policy of the Soviet Union and the national policy of the communist parties. Once fascism had been beaten, the road to the socialist revolution would be open, in the case of Spain a great deal more certainly than in any other country, since the proletariat occupied a position of hegemony within the alliance. Once the war had been won, it would be possible to go over to the next stage and proceed to establish the dictatorship of the pro. 226. Letariat. In order to win the war, however, it was essential to retain the anti-fascist alliance, on the national plane no less than the international, and this required that socialist aims must not be proclaimed in Spain at this stage, and excesses of the revolution must be corrected. Concessions should even be made to the Republicans and reformist socialists, so as to test whether thereby Blum could be persuaded to help the Spanish Republic. The schema seemed at first sight to be highly coherent, provided that all the interested parties agreed to play the role assigned to them. This, however, was not at all the case. The liberals of Azan's type and the reformist socialists like Prieto were readiest to do what was asked of them, for this line corresponded to their own chief preoccupations of the moment, to restore the republican state, liquidate extremisms, get closer to the Western democracies, etc. It was not accidental that, during the month and a half of the existence of the Giral government, a government composed exclusively of representatives of bourgeois republican parties, the constructive, unity-seeking policy of the Communist Party, which subordinated everything to the needs of the war, found an increasingly favorable response in governmental circles. Nor was it accidental that Azana said to foreign journalists, "If you want to know what the situation really is, and to meet men who really know what they want, read Mundo Obrero." 47 But Azana himself knew very well what he wanted, and that was certainly not to win the war in conditions that would give hegemony to the PCE and open its road towards the dictatorship of the proletariat. As his memoirs clearly show, what he aimed at was restoration of the Republic of 14 April, and his tactics were to make use of the communists, in a first phase, against the socialist left and the anarcho-syndicalists, so as, in a second phase, to reduce the communists to impotence, profiting by the fact that in the first phase they would have come into conflict with the majority of the revolutionary proletariat. The lines of Prieto and of Negrin were similar, and in Azana's memoirs we see revealed the close collaboration between these three, Azana, Prieto, Negrin, in the second stage of the war, that which opened with the fall of the government of Largo Caballero in May 937-48. The Cabalists also adapted themselves to the Stalinist strategy. 227. Without, however, giving up their own ideas and aims, the chief weakness of which, as I have said, was lack of precision, ultimately, the absence of a coherent policy. Reflecting the will of the proletarian masses, they proposed to preserve the socialist content of the revolution, but in pursuit of this end they relied neither on a program that gave precise form to this content nor on tactics that could enable them to fight effectively in favor of it in the very complex situation of the Civil War. They wanted to play the leading role in the bloc of the labor movement and the Republicans, although in reality they tailed behind the PCE on some questions and behind the anarcho-syndicalists on others. But it was just these characteristics that made the Caballerist socialists the ideal formation to occupy the front of the stage in the drama that was now beginning. Their revolutionary reputation, and in particular the myth of Caballero himself, together with the vagueness of their assumptions, enabled them to represent the revolution in its most general expression, not the Bolshevik revolution, and not the libertarian revolution, but the revolution of the proletariat, with capital letters and no adjective. Their largely trade union composition made it easier for them to reach understanding with the CNT. And the fact that they had neither a coherent policy nor a well-structured organization constituted an advantage in the eyes of those who had both. For the proletariat, Largo Caballero at the head of the government meant a guarantee of revolution. For Aznar and Prieto, as for Stalin and his representatives in Spain, it could mean a guarantee that the revolution would collaborate in rectifying itself and restoring the bourgeois republican state. For the anarcho-syndicalists it meant the possibility of retaining the enclaves of libertarian communism created in the areas where they were preponderant. For Largo Caballero and his supporters, alliance with the Republicans signified a sort of ruse de guerre in order to adapt to the international conditions in which the Spanish Revolution had to take place, while preserving its proletarian purity. 49. The adaptation of the CNT and the POUM to international conditions, and in particular to the Soviet line, was hindered by reservations which were similar to those made by the Kabbalists, but much more radical, since they were expressed in political positions that were better. 228. Defined and much harder to reconcile with restoration of the republican state than those of the Kabbalists. The libertarian revolution that the anarcho-syndicalists had begun to carry out in Catalonia and Aragon, and which they wanted to extend to other regions, was not only quite incompatible with restoration of the bourgeois state, it was also quite incompatible with the most elementary necessities, military and economic, of the war. 50. For the POUM the socialist character of the Spanish Revolution was perfectly clear, and they called for the establishment of proletarian power. But the POUM's strength was very limited. Practically confined to Catalonia, it there came up against the hegemony of the anarcho-syndicalists in the chief proletarian centers, while at the same time it was the object of implacable hostility on the part of the PCE. The first months of the Civil War coincided with the physical extermination of the opposition in the USSR, and the POUM, like the Trotskyists, became for Stalin and the Comintern a fascist agency that had to be destroyed at any cost. 51. The whole evolution of the internal situation in the Republican zone during the Civil War was governed by these initial facts and the contradictions and conflicts resulting from them. It developed in two well-defined phases: first, before the fall of Largo Caballero, in May 1937, and second after that event, down to the defeat. In the first phase the front formed by the Republicans, the Reformist Socialists and the Communists was successful, in the main, in forcing the revolution back within bourgeois democratic bounds and restoring the Republican state, with the regular People's Army as its principal instrument. In the second phase, the front formed by the Reformist Socialists and Azar's Republicans busied itself with systematically reducing the positions held by the Communists in the state machine, especially in the army, the forces of order and the special services, as well as in the economic sectors, reducing still further the advanced content of the Republic, and preparing the eventual surrender. The line or the Comintern in the Spanish Revolution ended by turning against the very objective in the name of which it had been imposed, that of winning the war. And yet it was this line that had made possible the protracted and tenacious resistance put up by the Republic. This positive effect of the communist line resulted above all from the 229. fact that the Comintern and the PCE grasped from the start the decisive significance of the military aspect. With the help of Soviet technicians and communist cadres from other countries, the PCE concentrated all its energy on solving this problem. Its structures, its way of working, the training of its cadres, all this made it particularly well qualified to accomplish the task in hand. Pierre Brouet admits that the Communist Party proved to be a remarkable organizing force, a tremendously effective weapon. 52. The semi-military features of the Bolshevik model upon which it had been formed enabled the PCE quickly to become the military party of the Republic, the organizing nucleus of the army that had to be built as speedily as possible, and without which everything was doomed: libertarian experiments, Republican State Forum, political parties and trade unions. The most elementary common sense told the masses, whatever their political or trade union preferences might be, that without an army, without a unified command, without discipline, without a war economy, without iron unity, as the PCE put it, between front and rear, without subordinating everything to the urgent necessity of beating the enemy forces that were advancing, then all would be lost. If the membership of the PCE and of its great ally, the United Socialist Youth, increased rapidly in the first months of the war, together with its political influence and authority. This was because the proletariat saw the communists not as more revolutionary than the Kabbalists or the anarcho-syndicalists but as more clear-sighted and better able to deal with the crucial problem of the moment. The prestige that the USSR acquired by the help it rendered to the Republic certainly contributed to the rise of the PCE, but the essential factor was the one I have just mentioned. It was symptomatic that the party made relatively little advance, as regards recruitment of members and increased influence, in the UGT, not to mention the CNT, that is, among the organized working class. Many petty bourgeois elements hastened to join the PCE, attracted by its renown as the party of order and legality, the defender of small-scale property. But it was above all young persons, not yet shaped by the unions or the traditional workers' organizations, who joined the PCE because they were attracted by the party's military virtues and 230. By a simplified ideology in which the idea of revolution was identified with anti-fascism mingled with patriotism. 53. The PCE made a contribution of prime importance, therefore, to the organizing of the Republican Army. The Comintern formed the international brigades, and the Soviet Union was the chief supplier of arms to the Republic, not to mention the significant contribution made by Soviet military experts. Had the war been nothing but a technico-military enterprise, there would be nothing for reproach in the contribution made by the PCE, Comintern, and USSR to the Spanish people's struggle against fascism. As everyone knows, however, since Clausewitz pointed it out, war is not merely a political act, but also a real political instrument, a continuation of political commerce, a carrying out of the same by other means. 54. And this is especially true, it may be added, where the war is a civil war. The thesis of the PCE, unless we win the war, no revolution is possible, was obviously sound, but the other thesis that came to be associated with this one, by winning the war we achieve the revolution, was absolutely ambiguous. 55. For, as we have previously seen, each organization in the Republican camp had its own conception of the revolution and was fighting to ensure the victory of this conception by continuing to follow its previous policy, from the first day of the Civil War onward. The war was not a distinct aspect of the total struggle, making it possible to put between parentheses the three principal variants of the revolution that confronted each other, the proletarian, the bourgeois democratic and the liberal bourgeois. The fighting at the fronts and the directly military instruments were closely bound up with one or other type of social or political organization. And the entire future of the Republic depended ultimately upon the type of socio-political regime that would be established during the war. The military force created by the PCE, the Comintern and Soviet help was placed at the service of two main political aims, offering military resistance to the rebels and ensuring the triumph of bourgeois democracy, of a democracy acceptable to the Republicans, and in principle also to the Western democracies. As the instrument of the second of these aims, however, the military force of the PCE Comintern came into con. 231. Contradiction with the reality of the revolution and with the majority of the proletariat who regarded this reality as their greatest conquest. Such a contradiction could not but weaken the military power of the Republic. The two political aims that the military efforts of the PCE Comintern endeavored to serve were not complementary but contradictory. The second was prejudicial to the first, as events soon showed. In the first months of 1937 the Kabbalists, the anarcho-syndicalists, and the militants of the POUM realized that their adaptation to the line laid down by Moscow, which had produced no positive effect on the attitude of the Western democracies, was, however, resulting in a steady reduction in the proletarian content that the revolution had possessed at the start, and in a strengthening of the position of the PCE, the reformist socialists and the bourgeois republicans in the political and military structures. It was especially the powerful position held by the PCE in the army that worried them. And the terror launched by Stalin against the opposition elements in the USSR, added to purely Spanish concerns, brought this anxiety of theirs to a climax. The Stalin terror looked to the Kabbalists, anarcho-syndicalists, and POUMists as a prefiguring of what would happen to them in the event of the communists being in a position of power when the war should come to a victorious end. The attitude immediately taken up by the PCE was not calculated to reassure them. In perfect synchronization with the Moscow trials, the party demanded, in effect, the extermination of the POUM, and it treated as enemies of the USSR and fascist agents the Kabbalists and anarcho-syndicalists who denounced Stalin's crimes. 56 Given their blind faith in the Soviet leaders, the Spanish communists could not doubt that in the USSR they were exterminating enemies of the people, fascist spies. And when a fight to the death against fascism was taking place in Spain, and the USSR was the only country to help the Spanish Republic, only other enemies of the people, other disguised agents of fascism could be capable of daring to defend those whom Stalin was putting down, so it seemed to the communists. The introduction of this virus of mistrust and hatred brought to paroxysm the political and doctrinal divergences between the organizations and groups that represented the revolutionary proletariat. 232. During this period the reformist socialists and bourgeois republicans maintained a prudent discretion regarding the dramas that were taking place in Moscow. The gulf that opened between the PCE and the other sections of the revolutionary proletariat made Azina and Prito masters of the situation. The May crisis of 1937 resulted from this process. The Kabbalists and anarcho-syndicalists were expelled from the government, and power remained in the hands of the right-wing socialists, the bourgeois republicans and the PCE. 67 Police action against the POUM began at once, followed by a political offensive against Largo Caballero and his supporters. While the PCE denounced them as accomplices of the POUM, Prito's group maneuvered to dislodge the Kabbalists from the leadership of the UGT and from the positions they held in the PSOE. At the same time, the more moderate and reformist elements in the CNT strengthened their positions. 68 A decisive step had thus been taken in the difficult task entrusted by Stalin to the Comintern, to make the Spanish Revolution get back within the democratic fence from which it ought never to have escaped. But the chief beneficiary of this operation was not its chief executant, the PCE, but the bloc of bourgeois republicans and reformist socialists who occupied the key posts in the government, the premiership, and control of the army, foreign policy, and the economy. It is true, that the PCE held a substantial part of the army in its own hands, but, given that the supreme purpose of its policy, Stalin's policy, was to retain the alliance with the bourgeois reformist bloc, the PCE was quite unable to use this force against its sacred allies. Prito, at the head of the defense ministry, could therefore proceed methodically to reduce, little by little, the specific weight of the communists among the cadres of the armed forces and the supply services. At the same time, the government's general policy evolved rapidly rightward on internal matters, and moved in the direction of a negotiated settlement of the war. Eventually, it was Azina's political line that began to predominate. For great social revolutions like the Spanish Revolution either advance resolutely to their ultimate consequences, or else retreat and end in counter-revolution. Long before the fascist troops entered Barcelona and Madrid, Counter 233. Revolution had quietly installed itself in the Republican zone. As the Civil War went on and on, with its train of privations and sacrifices, and as the balance of military power changed in favor of the enemy, discouragement and defeatism spread among the petty bourgeois strata in town and country, not without contaminating the proletariat as well. The capitulation policy of Azina and Prito found a social basis that grew wider every day, whereas the resistance to the bitter end advocated by the communists encountered growing skepticism. The PCE strove desperately to check the deterioration in the situation, but neither its propaganda nor the steps taken with a view to strengthening the army and increasing the production of arms could make up for the vacuum left by the loss of what had been the mainspring of the people's fighting spirit in the first months, revolutionary enthusiasm. The most radical masses of the proletariat felt they had been cheated, and within the PCE itself, from behind the facade of official optimism, doubt and hesitation began to show through. The policy of alliance with the bourgeois republicans and right-wing socialists came under criticism, and the view was expressed that the party ought to take over exclusive control of the conduct of the war. 59. These tendencies were connected with the opinion held by many communists that hopes of aid from the Western democracies were quite illusory. Why, then, was such respect shown to those who in Spain itself were the political representatives of the Anglo-French democratic bourgeoisie and social democrats who were betraying the Spanish people? Why sacrifice to an alliance with those who were moving towards capitulation the possibilities that still remained for a policy of revolutionary war that might revive the fighting vigor of the proletariat, impose iron discipline and make the fullest use of existing resources? Ideas such as these managed to find expression in one of the central organs of the PCE, Mundo Obrero, which, being published in Madrid, escaped to some extent from direct control by the party leadership, whose headquarters was in Barcelona, with Frente Rojo as their official organ. In the issue of March 23, 1938, the editors of Mundo Obrero presented the problem in these terms: it is impossible to say, as 234 paper does, that the only solution is for Spain to be neither fascist nor communist, because this is what France wants. The Spanish people will win despite opposition from capitalism. The PCE leadership reacted immediately. In a letter signed by José Díaz and published in Frente Rojo of March 30, the editorial board of Mundo Obrero was severely criticized. The statement that the only solution to our conflict is for Spain to be neither fascist nor communist is perfectly correct and corresponds precisely to the position of our party. As for the statement that the Spanish people will win despite opposition from capitalism, it corresponds neither to the situation nor to the policy of our party and the Communist International. In my report to the November plenum we said, there is a terrain on which all democratic states can meet together and act jointly. This is the terrain of defense of their own existence against the common aggressor, fascism, the terrain of defense against the war that threatens us all. When we speak here of all democratic states, we are not thinking only of the Soviet Union, where socialist democracy prevails, but also of France, Britain, Czechoslovakia, the USA, etc., countries which are democratic but also capitalist. We want these states to come to our aid. We consider that by aiding us they are defending their own interests. We strive to make them see that this is so, and we appeal to them for aid. The attitude that you take up in your article is very different from this, and is not correct. It would inevitably lead us once again to narrow the front of our struggle at a moment when we need to broaden it. 60. Thus, on March 30, 1938, when it was more than obvious that democratic capitalism was not going to stir a finger to come to the aid of the Spanish Republic, despite all the latter's efforts to broaden its political appeal, the Comintern, over the signature of José Díaz, continued to comfort itself with the illusion that France, Britain, and the USA were going to help the Spanish people. Soviet historians today acknowledge that from the end of 1937, connivance between the fascist states and the USA, France, and Britain was increasingly obvious. 01 And only 15 days after the 235 reprimand to Mundo Obrero, Britain made an agreement with Mussolini for the withdrawal of the Italian volunteers after Franco had won the war. In mid-June the French government closed the frontier with Spain, and September brought the Munich Agreement. Meanwhile, the broadening advocated in Diaz's letter was expressed in official abandonment of the revolutionary content that the struggle had had when it began. Gabriel Jackson says quite rightly that Negrin's 13 points, backed by the PCE, presented to world opinion the image of a regime whose aims and methods were similar to those of the Western democracies. It was a supreme effort to convince the Western governments of their own stake in the survival of the Republic. 62 But the Western governments, unlike the Comintern, saw the problem from a class angle, and the most solvent representative of Spanish capitalism was not Negrin but Franco. Democratic capitalism would not act as required except in return for the complete crushing of the Spanish proletariat, which would mean the crushing of a republic that, over a period of almost a decade, had shown its historical inviability as a bourgeois democratic republic. The Western governments might be sympathetic to the chimerical image of Spanish Republican reality that the PCE and Negrin endeavored to present, but they were organically incapable of accepting the reality that was hidden behind this image, that of a revolutionary proletariat ready to raise its head again at the first opportunity. The drama drew near to its final outcome in the very terms in which classes and the class struggle had presented the issue in the Spain of 1936, fascism or communism, understanding by communism here what everyone meant at that time where Spain was concerned, namely, the proletarian revolution with distinctive and non-transferable features, Spanish features, in short, that had swept like a tempest across the peninsula in the second half of 1936. The ideological and political concessions made by the PCE and Negrin in the last months of the war, in order to facilitate national unity, of all patriotic Spaniards in either camp, the reduction of Negrin's 13 points to 3, served merely to convince the most optimistic that the Republic was on the brink of disaster. The party of 236 capitulation grew until it became the largest in the Republican zone. There followed the catastrophic collapse of Catalonia, and Casado's successful conspiracy, leading to the final crushing of resistance. At the last moment the PCE tried to react, disregarding all concern for its bourgeois and reformist allies or for democratic capitalism, but it was too late. 63 All the sacrifice and heroism of 3 years went down with a policy that, from the first day of the Civil War, had turned its back on the essential demands of Spanish revolutionary reality in order to adapt itself to the international strategy of Stalin. The subjection of the PCE to this strategy constituted, indeed, a serious obstacle in the way of full development of the fighting reserves and creative initiatives of those forces, capable of performing miracles, that every great social revolution contains. Within the limits imposed by this subjection, the party set an example, as has been said, in organizing the army, and effectively exalted the fighting spirit of the masses, the anti-fascist and national liberation aspects of the struggle, etc. This was absolutely necessary, and even vital. But full realization of the potentialities mentioned above required, first of all and above all, that the proletariat, the decisive revolutionary force, should have no doubt at any stage that the fight to the death which had been begun would result in its liberation from capitalist slavery. And this not as a promise relating to a later stage but as an affirmation and development of the socialist content that the revolution in progress had possessed since the July days, as the translation of this content into a new legality and new institutions, in short, as the establishment of workers' nine power. All the other contents of the Revolutionary War were important and none should have been underestimated, but only provided that they were subordinated to the socialist content. On this basis it appeared necessary, and it could have been understood in this way by the proletariat, to respect small-scale property which did not exploit the labor of others, to ally with the non-exploiting strata of the petty bourgeoisie, to collaborate with the non-proletarian political groups which, because of the other aspects of the war, were ready to take part in the struggle. On this basis, the aspect of defense of national independence which the Italo-German intervention conferred upon the Civil War could 237 have meant for the proletariat something more than traditional patriotism, namely, defense of its own liberation. Recognition of the absolute priority of the proletarian and socialist essence of the revolution, reaffirmation of this at all levels, taking it as starting point for the solution of all problems posed by the war, this was all the more necessary, it must be emphasized, because this essence had already been put into practice by the masses themselves, and any retreat must inevitably provoke mistrust on their part, weaken their morale, and in the end cause them to conclude that it was not worth agreeing to such sacrifices just to re-establish the Republic of Azana. The spirit that made possible the defense of Madrid was that of the proletarian revolution, and if there was any possibility of victory it could be found only in the spreading and deepening of this spirit. But that necessitated the setting up of a revolutionary proletarian government that would leave no room for doubt as to the aims of the struggle and would undertake with inflexible firmness the solution of the tasks imposed by the war, the organization of the army and the production of armaments, the supplies needed, and so on, together with something that the government, concerned to restore the Republican state order, increasingly dominated by Azana, Prito, and Co., who were exclusively preoccupied with resembling the Western democracies, did not contemplate and could never have contemplated, namely, the organizing of large-scale revolutionary guerrilla activity in the areas dominated by the rebel generals. The political characteristics assumed by the restoration policy were expressed in the conventional way in which the war was waged. But, while the organization of a regular army, with positional and mobile warfare on the basis of large units, was essential under the specific conditions of the Spanish Civil War, a guerrilla struggle was no less essential. All that it required was a different kind of government. This shortcoming needs to be emphasized, for it had considerable influence on the ultimate outcome of the struggle. Guerrilla activity on a wide scale, for which favorable conditions existed in a number of regions of Spain, would not merely have considerably reinforced the military power of the Republic and the likelihood of victory, but would also have made possible, in the event of defeat in conventional warfare, the creation of bases for continuing the armed struggle over a long period, so as to merge, when the World War came, with the anti-Hitlerite resistance. 64. The failure of the anarcho-syndicalists to understand the problem of the state, and the tactical and organizational inconsistency of the Cabalists, were undoubtedly a big obstacle in the way of organizing the kind of revolutionary authority that the conditions of the Civil War inexorably demanded. If, however, the PCE, which had a better appreciation of the needs of the situation, had criticized anarcho-syndicalism and Cabalism from the standpoint of the proletarian revolution and revolutionary war, rather than in the name of the defense of bourgeois democracy, it would have met with a big response among the anarcho-syndicalist and socialist masses, including the best of their cadres. Durruti was no exception, for the war and the revolution taught people very quickly. In fact, substantial groups of the anarcho-syndicalists and left-wing socialists grasped very soon that a state power was needed, with an army, discipline, and so on. And they would have grasped this sooner if the PCE had not presented these problems in contradiction to the socialist content of the revolution. In the first months of the war there were great possibilities for bringing about unification of communists, left-wing socialists, POUists and anarcho-syndicalists of the Durruti kind in one great revolutionary party, or at least for close collaboration between them in building a proletarian state. For that to happen, however, it would have been necessary for the PCE to place itself unreservedly on the terrain of the revolution, casting aside all dogmatic schemas. Such a party and such a state would have had to be completely independent of the Comintern and of Moscow. Only thus could they have been accepted by the other revolutionary sections of the Spanish proletariat. None of this was possible, of course, given what the Comintern and Stalin's policy actually were. Even if we assume, for the sake of speculation, that the PCE had taken this line, the international situation of such a hypothetical socialist republic would doubtless have been desperate, in view of the opposition to be expected from the Comintern and from Stalin. To be sure, it would have been able to play cards that were not available to the People's Front Republic, enslaved to Stalin's policy. 239. And prisoner of its own petty bourgeois essence, it would have been able, by its example and by direct appeal, to encourage the revolutionary struggle of the French proletariat. The same card could have been played in relation to Stalin. Refusal to help the Spanish proletariat, given the tremendous sympathy its fight would arouse, even in the social democratic labor movement, would have dealt a heavy blow to the standing of the USSR among the workers throughout the world. And although Stalin's international strategy was based fundamentally on using the contradictions between the imperialist powers, and not on developing the world revolutionary movement, he could not do without the support of the international labor movement. He needed that, even if only for exploiting inter-imperialist contradictions, to ensure, for example, the alliance with France, and to bring about an understanding with Britain. The pressure in this direction exercised by the respective working classes of those countries was needed. A Spanish socialist republic of the type described, that is, one independent of the Comintern and the USSR, and it was only conceivable as such, would command the weapon of open criticism, the possibility of denouncing frankly before the proletariat of the world the conduct of the Moscow government, should the latter refuse to help the Spanish Revolution. It is not absurd to suppose that, faced with this danger, Moscow would have been forced to supply arms, and, possibly, at more reasonable prices, as Trotsky said 65 if, however, we look at this problem in the light of subsequent events, and in particular of the German-Soviet Pact and of the abandonment of the Yugoslav Revolution in 1948, it is not absurd, either, to think that Stalin would have reacted by denouncing our hypothetical heterodox Spanish communists for their alliance with the anarcho-syndicalists, Kabbalists, and POUmists as a sinister provocation against the USSR and the Western democracies, in order to prevent them from coming to the help of the Spanish Republic, that legal, constitutional, parliamentary, etc., institution. I will not pursue this speculation, the only point of which is to bring out the essential facets of what some Soviet historians themselves have begun to describe as Stalin's betrayal of the Spanish Republic. 60 like 240. Western historians, the Soviet writers note especially the inadequacy of the military aid that Stalin gave to the Republic. The hypothesis I put up just now sought to show the possibilities that this betrayal cut off by preventing the creation in the Republican zone of a revolutionary authority that would have considerably enhanced the fighting capacity of the Spanish people. Stalin's policy followed by the Comintern and the PCE, gave hegemony in the Republic to the bourgeois and reformist forces that sought to compromise with the enemy, with the aggravating circumstance that it did not even respect the legality and sovereignty that were the basis of the Republican state's respectability in the eyes of the Western democracies. Stalin's secret service operated in Spain just as they would have done in the Mongolian People's Republic. The most scandalous case, though by no means the only one, was the murder of Nin, after the plan to use him in a Spanish edition of the Moscow trials had fallen through. As G. Jackson notes, the Nin case was a terrible moral blow to the credit of the Negrin government. 2 months after taking office with strong pledges for the restoration of personal security and justice, the Prime Minister had been forced to tolerate the communist outrage or to fight back, at the risk of being destroyed as Largo Caballero had been destroyed. 67 This is a thoroughly correct judgment, except that the communist outrage was in reality, even more than an outrage against Negrin's prestige, an outrage against communism. The aspect of Stalin's betrayal which is emphasized by the historians mentioned is also in accordance with the facts. The stifling of the revolution and the dependence to which the Republic was forced to submit were not even compensated by military aid at least equivalent to that which Franco's generals received from Germany and Italy, although the Soviet arms had been paid for in advance, as everyone knows, by the gold of the Bank of Spain. The problem of this inadequacy will not be finally cleared up until the relevant Soviet archives are opened. Then only will it be possible to determine how far it was due to technical difficulties and how far it was a planned inadequacy, corresponding to considerations of foreign policy. What seems beyond question is that this second factor was present. Stalin could not, without altering his international strategy, help the Spanish Republic to a greater degree than was compatible with his policy of 241 alliances with the Western democracies. And the latter did not accept at all that Soviet help should give a military advantage to the Republic. Azina and the Republic's ambassador in Moscow understood this perfectly. In the President's notebook we find this record of a conversation with Pasqua on August 13, 1937, I think that, contrary to what is often supposed, there is a limit to Russia's cooperation, which is not set by the possible blockade but by Britain's official friendship. In my view, the USSR will do nothing to help us that might do serious harm to their relations with Britain or compromise their position in the policy of seeking friends in the West. There can be no doubt about that. For the USSR the Spanish affair is a matter of minor importance. Stalin helped the Spanish Republic in order that it might prolong its existence and arrive at a compromise solution acceptable to the Western democracies, within the framework of a system of anti-Hitlerite alliances, and not in order that it might win. This conclusion is forced on one by an analysis of the facts and of Stalin's foreign policy. At the time, however, it seemed to the communists and to many Spanish anti-fascists who were not communists, to be the most monstrous calumny ever imagined. Subsequent events showed, nevertheless, clearly enough, that Stalin was not one to hesitate in sacrificing to raison d'etat not merely a possibility of revolution but an actual revolution, even when this occurred close to the Soviet frontiers and there were no technical difficulties in the way of supplying the aid needed to oppose imperialist intervention. The example of the Greek resistance at the end of the Second World War is sufficiently conclusive. 69 Between the two world wars, it is Stalin's Spanish policy, applied by the Comintern and the PCE, that provides the most obvious example of the sacrifice of a revolution to the interests of Soviet raison d'etat. The colonial experience, national liberation movements and the policy of the Comintern during the gloomy spring of 1939, after Franco's entry into Madrid and Hitler's into Prague, the only substantial section of the Comintern that 242 remained on its feet in Europe was the French party. Apart from this, only the small communist parties of Scandinavia, Britain, Belgium, Holland, and Switzerland, whose political impact was almost nil, remained legal. All the other European sections had been reduced to clandestine existence after suffering heavy defeats. Soon after this the French party was to undergo the same fate, and the Second World War would begin. Capitalism was able to hurl the world into the second great massacre of the century because, during the 20 years since the first one, the majority of the proletariat in the advanced countries had steadily turned its back on the revolutionary mission which, according to Marxism, it should have assumed. Thus, the Comintern had failed in the main aim it set itself at the outset of its existence, to wrest the working class from reformism and organize it politically and trade union-wise on revolutionary principles. The Comintern did not succeed in taking a single important step in this direction in the USA, which was already the metropolis of capitalism, or in Britain, the country that stood next in importance, despite its stagnation, on account of its colonial empire. It must be admitted that in both cases the task was no easy one, given the political and ideological state of the proletariat of the Anglo-Saxon countries at the time when the Comintern came on the scene. But the International failed in Germany too, where the objective conditions were at first very favorable and where a positive achievement would have altered the world's situation to a serious degree. France was the only capitalist country of importance where the Comintern, 17 years after its formation, held positions of strength in the working class. When, however, we look at events with the advantage of hindsight, we may wonder whether the rise of communism in France in the second half of the 1930s was not, rather than a victory for revolutionary Marxism, the first step in the social democratic retrogression of the communist movement in the advanced capitalist countries. One conclusion is forced on us: in any case, the Comintern did not manage to accomplish the principal task it had set itself, namely, to become the leading party of the Western proletariat. It is in this major fact that the key to the historical failure of the Comintern lies. This is why I have focused my critical analysis of its activity upon the cases where conditions 243 were most favorable to the accomplishment of this task. I must, however, also refer, even though briefly, to the results obtained by the Comintern in another field of activity, which it regarded as being also of great importance from its very foundation: leadership of the fight of the colonial and dependent peoples against imperialism. The record here is not very impressive, either. On the eve of the Second World War, membership of the Comintern in the colonies and dependent countries was still very small, except in China, where, as we shall see later, the strength acquired by the Communist Party from the last years of the 1930s onward was not exactly due to the policy of the Comintern. In all the other Asian countries taken together there were, in 1939, no more than 22,000 communists. In Africa there were 5,000, most of these being Frenchmen in Algeria and Morocco and white workers in the Union of South Africa. Throughout Latin America the total membership was 90,000/degree, a considerable percentage of these having been recruited after the 7th Congress of the Comintern, when the Latin American parties, following the directives of the International, were applying an opportunist policy of temporizing with Yankee imperialism. This numerical weakness well reflects the very light political weight represented by the communist parties of the colonies and dependent countries in the national liberation movement. The latter experienced a great upsurge between the two world wars, but it was led, with the exception, already mentioned, of China after the Japanese invasion of 1937, by bourgeois nationalists. The first big difficulty that the Comintern came up against in dealing with the problems of the revolutionary struggle in the colonies and dependent countries arose from the fact that Marxist theory had not given much attention to this question down to that time. The heritage left by Marx and Engels in this domain was very slight, especially where questions of strategy and tactics were concerned. True, the idea of a connection between revolutions in backward countries, exploited by European capitalism, and the socialist revolution had been indicated by Marx. 244. As early as 1853. The formidable revolution of the typings, he wrote in that year, may contribute to bringing about the revolution in Europe more than any other political cause that now exists. 71. His views and analyses on the role of the national factor and the peasant factor in European revolutions contain suggestions that could be used when studying the problems that the colonial liberation movement of the 20th century was to throw up. Marx's investigation of the Asiatic mode of production might have been very useful to the Comintern in deepening its knowledge of the societies that the revolutionary anti-imperialist movement set out to liberate and transform. But Marx's principal writings on this subject remained unpublished down to 1939, and those writings that were known previously were regarded, by Plekhanov and other Marxist theoreticians, as hypotheses that Marx himself had abandoned. After the defeat of the Chinese Communist Party in 1927, a discussion took place on this subject in the Soviet Union, and the concept of the Asiatic mode of production was condemned. 72. The contribution of Marx and Engels to the problematic of the revolution in the pre-capitalist world colonized by Europe thus turned out to be very slight and indirect, which was natural enough, since the question had hardly arisen in practice in the lifetime of the founders of Marxism. But the inner logic of Marx's theory of the world socialist revolution included two essentially Eurocentrist ideas that were to weigh heavily upon the Comintern. The first, a strategic one, was that the liberation of the world exploited by capitalism must be a result of the socialist revolution in the West. The second, a cultural one in the widest sense, was that the socialist transformation of the world meant its Europeanization. Lenin based himself upon this theoretical heritage. As was noted in Chapter 2, during the years following the Russian Revolution of 1905 he became acutely aware of the new revolutionary force that was beginning to appear in the East. In contrast to the colonialist attitude of the right in the Second International and the anti-colonialism in words only of the Orthodox Center, Lenin declared with emphasis that the revolutionary proletariat of the West must make the cause of the oppressed peoples its own, render this cause resolute support, and see it as an important factor in the world's socialist revolution, a factor contributing to the destruction. 245. Of the very foundations of imperialism. Until the October Revolution, however, Lenin had done no more than touch upon the problems of the revolution in the East. 73. The First Congress of the Comintern gave them little attention, and expressed very clearly the traditional ideas that were strongly rooted in the minds of Western Marxists. The emancipation of the colonies is possible only in conjunction with the emancipation of the metropolitan working class. The workers and peasants not only of Annam, Algiers, and Bengal, but also of Persia and Armenia, will gain the opportunity of independent existence only when the workers of England and France have overthrown Lloyd George and Clemenceau and taken state power into their own hands. 74. Between the first and second Congresses, however, three things were to happen that would cause the national and colonial question eventually to acquire an important place in the discussions of the Comintern. First, the prospect of a proletarian revolution became more remote. Second, the anti-imperialist national liberation movement experienced, in contrast with the ebbing of the revolutionary tide in the West, a considerable upsurge. Third, the national and colonial question had arisen sharply within Soviet Russia. Moreover, the Second Congress was attended for the first time by delegates from the communist organizations that had begun to be formed in the colonies and dependent countries. As a result of all these circumstances, the first big discussion on the strategic and tactical problems of the revolutionary movement in the backward countries, oppressed by European capitalism, was to take place in the Communist International. The discussion revolved fundamentally around 2 points: how the national liberation movement should be evaluated as an integral part of the world socialist revolution, and what policy the Comintern ought to follow on this front. Discussion of these questions was continued shortly afterward at the Congress of the Peoples of the East convened by the Comintern and held at Baku in September 1920. This Congress was attended by representatives of the communist parties of the colonies and dependent countries, as well as by representatives of the communist organizations of 246. The peoples who had been oppressed by Tsarism and liberated by the October Revolution. At the Third Congress of the Comintern the colonial problem was hardly considered at all, for reasons that will appear later. It was discussed again at the Fourth and Fifth Congresses. In the analysis that follows I shall try to make a synthesis of the positions taken up at these first 5 Congresses of the Comintern and at the Baku Congress, before going on to look at the Comintern's chief experience in the colonial field, its policy in the Chinese Revolution. I shall concentrate my analysis on the points mentioned above. Evaluation of the national liberation movement as an integral part of the world socialist revolution. The extreme European viewpoint maintained by the First Congress was partly corrected by the Second. In face of the retreat of the revolution in the West, Lenin and the other Bolshevik leaders were readier to appreciate the significance for the defense of the Russian Revolution that was represented by the anti-imperialist liberation movement now on the march in Asia. And the communists of the Asian countries, filled with revolutionary enthusiasm and aware of the intolerable situation in which colonialism had placed their countries, could not accept that their liberation must wait upon the taking of power by the workers of London or Paris. Furthermore, some of these Asian communists openly voiced their lack of confidence in the prospect of a proletarian revolution in the West. The one among them most qualified in theoretical knowledge, the Indian communist M.N. Roy, defended an Asian standpoint that was to some extent an anticipation of Maoism. Comrade Roy defends the idea that the fate of the revolutionary movement in Europe depends entirely on the course of the revolution in the East. Without the victory of the revolution in the eastern countries, the communist movement in the West would come to nothing. This being so, it is essential that we divert our energies into developing and elevating the revolutionary movement in the East and accept as our fundamental thesis that the fate of world communism depends on the victory of communism in the East. 247. Roy based this view on the hypothesis that, thanks to the resources drawn from the colonies, European capitalism was in a position to go as far as would be politically necessary in making economic concessions to the proletariat of Europe. The European working class, he declared in the theses he put before the Congress, will not succeed in overthrowing the capitalist order until this source has been definitely cut off. Lenin opposed Roy's ideas. Comrade Roy goes too far when he asserts that the fate of the West depends exclusively on the degree of development and the strength of the revolutionary movement in the eastern countries. In spite of the fact that the proletariat in India numbers 5 million and there are 37 million landless peasants, the Indian communists have not yet succeeded in creating a communist party in their country. This fact alone shows that Comrade Roy's views are to a large extent unfounded. Nevertheless, Lenin and the Second Congress, despite the resistance of some representatives of Western parties, such as the Italian Sardi, did seriously modify the line of the First Congress. A reformulation of Roy's thesis quoted above was adopted: extra profit gained in the colonies is the mainstay of modern capitalism, and so long as the latter is not deprived of this source of extra profit it will not be easy for the European working class to overthrow the capitalist order. 75 Without giving up the traditional Marxist conception in which the proletariat of advanced capitalism and its socialist revolution constituted the key, the socio-economic and political basis, and the decisive agent of world revolution, the Second Congress assigned to the liberation struggle of the colonial peoples a role of front-rank importance in the world revolutionary process, and no longer subordinated the triumph of the colonial revolution in any particular country to the victory of the proletariat in the metropolis. This new line was to be further strengthened in the following years, and I have already mentioned that in one of his last writings Lenin expressed the view that the fate of the world revolution was in the last analysis guaranteed because peoples like those of China, India, and other oppressed peoples, together with the Soviet peoples, made up the great majority of mankind. However, this positive evaluation of the role of the colonial revolution. 248. In the process of the socialist world revolution was not to be reflected in any sustained effort by the Comintern either on the plane of theoretical and political thinking or on that of practical activity. The Eurocentrist viewpoint continued to predominate in the leadership of the Comintern and in the communist parties of the metropolitan countries, sometimes assuming a colonialist coloring. At the Third Congress Roy said, "I have been allowed 5 minutes for my report. As this theme cannot be dealt with adequately even in an hour, I wish to employ these 5 minutes for an energetic protest. The way in which the Eastern question has been dealt with at this Congress is purely opportunist, and is worthy rather of a Congress of the Second International. It is absolutely impossible to draw any practical conclusions whatever from the few sentences which the Eastern delegations have been allowed to speak." 76. At the Fourth Congress Safarov, who collaborated with Lenin on problems of the East, said, In spite of the decisions of the Second Congress of the Communist International, the communist parties of the imperialist countries have done extraordinarily little to deal with the national and colonial questions. Worse still, the flag of communism is used to hide chauvinist ideas foreign and hostile to proletarian internationalism. 77 At the Fifth Congress, Katayama, representing the Japanese Communist Party, expressed regret that Zinoviev made scarcely any mention of the Eastern question. Comrade Varga's report and thesis is also incomplete, it takes account of no other countries except Europe and America. Simon, the delegate of the Communist Party of Indonesia, complained of the Dutch Communist Party's inactivity on colonial questions and advised the ECCI to pay more attention to the colonies. Wolf, for the Mexican Communist Party said, the attention of the European proletariat should be drawn to the fact that in the Latin American peoples it and the Comintern have a potentially powerful ally. It appeared that the Communist International did not sufficiently realize this. The most severe criticism came from Nguyen Ai Quoc, who accused the European Communist parties of underestimating the significance of the colonies for the 249 World Revolution, in discussing the possibility of and the means for accomplishing the revolution, and in drawing up your plan for the coming war, you British and French comrades, and also you comrades from other parties, have completely lost sight of this extraordinarily important strategic point. This is why I say to you with all the strength I can muster, take care. 78 But translation into reality of the high evaluation that the Second Congress had made of the national liberation movement did not conflict only with the European outlook of the Western communist leaders. Even more, if possible, than in the case of the activity of the Comintern in Europe, its colonial policy was affected by considerations of Soviet foreign policy. The Third Congress provided an eloquent example of this. Discussion of the colonial problem was practically suppressed, as can be seen from the passage quoted from Roy's intervention. Zinoviev's main report devoted only a few general phrases to questions of the East and was concentrated on European matters. And yet there were weighty reasons why the discussion that had been begun in the previous year should have been pursued and carried deeper. Significant events had occurred during the Turkish and Persian revolutions. Sun Yat-sen had succeeded in establishing his base in Canton and had made contact with the Soviet government. In India the struggle against British rule was in 1921 assuming formidable proportions. As a Soviet historian writes, a wave of meetings, demonstrations, and large-scale strikes shook the entire country. The Indians stopped work in government institutions, boycotted the courts and educational institutions, burnt British goods. Millions of workers took part in this activity, and in many places the colonial administration was practically paralyzed. 79 In short, between the Second and Third Congresses a rich experience of anti-imperialist struggle had been accumulated, and new problems had arisen which called for examination by the Comintern. The Turkish experience was especially significant. In 1920 Mustafa Kemal had appealed to Lenin for military and diplomatic aid on the part of the Soviet state, and had immediately been given a positive reply. In March 250, 1921 a treaty of friendship and aid was signed with him. Despite the very great economic and military difficulties that the Russian Revolution was then experiencing, Moscow gave Kemal 10 million gold rubles and sent him substantial quantities of arms. This aid enabled the Turks to cope victoriously with the armed intervention of the Entente, carried through by means of the Greek army. All this was quite logical from the standpoint of the anti-imperialist struggle, but the question was greatly complicated by the internal policy of the Kemalists. While soliciting Soviet aid, the Turkish nationalists were inflicting pitiless repression upon the Turkish Communist Party, which had been formed in 1920, and upon the peasant movement fighting for agrarian reform. A month and a half before the signing of the Soviet-Turkish alliance in Moscow, the Kemalists arrested the best-known communist militants, 42 in all. 15 of them were immediately strangled and their bodies thrown into the sea. The rest were put on trial for high treason. Ought the Soviet government to help a bourgeois nationalist movement which, on the one hand, resisted the imperialist powers, but, on the other, murdered communists and repressed the peasant movement? What should the Communist International's policy be in this situation? The Turkish Revolution brought up from the very outset, and in extremely sharp form, one of the crucial problems of the fight for national liberation, the definition and interrelating of the policy of the Soviet state and the policy of the International, that of the Communists in the colonial countries, in relation to the bourgeois nationalist movements. The Third Congress of the Comintern constituted a good opportunity to deal thoroughly with this complex problem, especially as the development of events in Persia, India, China, Indonesia, etc., might give rise to comparable situations at any moment. True, the Second Congress had already examined some aspects of the problem, but it had done this in very general terms, without having at its disposal any experience so rich as was provided by the events in Turkey. Why was the discussion not continued at the Third Congress? Why was all attention focused at this Congress on the ebbing of the revolutionary tide in Europe, without anything being said about the upsurge of the 251 anti-imperialist movement in Asia? It could be explained, and this, apparently, was how the Asian delegates interpreted it, as a persistence of the Eurocentrist spirit, despite the discussions at the Second Congress. Even if this element did play a part, however, two facts entitle us to assume that the Soviet foreign policy factor was also involved. The first is that the pact with the Kemalists was signed after the massacre of the Turkish communists. This fact shows how deeply Soviet leaders were concerned to ensure an alliance that might guarantee their southern frontiers, the oil of the Caucasus and navigation on the Black Sea. If the problem were to be submitted to discussion by the Third Congress of the Comintern, this would incur the risk of a breach with Kemal. Significantly, though the Congress adopted a resolution protesting against the measures taken to repress the German communists after the March action, it said not a word about the murder of the Turkish communists. The second fact is even more revealing. At about the same time as the Soviet government signed its treaty with Kemal, it signed a trade agreement with Britain by virtue of which the two states undertook to refrain from any propaganda hostile to one another, and Russia, in particular, promised to abstain from any propaganda that might incite the peoples of Asia to act contrary to British interests. 3 months later, the Third Congress of the Comintern, whose discussions were presided over by Lenin, had given serious consideration to means of encouraging the struggle against British imperialism, London might have regarded that as a violation of the compromise arrived at. For the British bourgeoisie, as for the communists of the whole world, Lenin was not only the head of the Soviet state, he was also the head of the Comintern. And it must not be forgotten that 1921 was a critical year for the Russian Revolution, the year that saw the beginning of NEP, and great hopes were entertained of investments by foreign capital. Could the Soviet leaders put in jeopardy the first important step they had succeeded in making towards a modus vivendi with Western capitalism? In December 1922, when the Fourth Congress met, these hopes had largely evaporated. The Genoa Conference had not produced the expected results, but, on the other hand, the Rapallo Treaty with Germany was now in being. The Soviet Union could look more serenely upon its Western Front. And Britain, 252, which had not given up its rooted anti-Sovietism, had opposed Soviet participation in the Lausanne Conference on the Turkish problem. The diplomatic motives that had existed a year and a half earlier for the Comintern to avoid tackling the colonial problem were no longer in existence, and this was, indeed, given considerable attention. But the Turkish question was still handled in such a way as not to cause difficulties with Kemal. If already in Lenin's day considerations of Soviet foreign policy affected, to the extent we have just seen, the Comintern's activity in the colonial world, there is no need to stress that the importance of this factor grew steadily during the Stalin epoch. This is a point I shall come back to later on. First of all, though, mention must be made of the effects produced from the outset by another factor, namely, the policy of the Soviet leaders in relation to the national and colonial problem inherited from Tsarism. Lenin's attitude of principle on this question is well known. It was vigorously reaffirmed during the period between February and October 1917, and immediately after the taking of power, the non-Russian nationalities and Russia's colonies must have the right to decide freely how they chose to exist as nations, the right of self-determination, up to and including the right to separate from Soviet Russia. This was one of the main points in the Bolshevik program. 81 It attracted to the party a great deal of support from the peoples oppressed by Tsarism, who had been disappointed by the centralism and colonialism of Kerensky and such, support which substantially helped the Bolsheviks to establish their authority. Very soon, however, this point was to turn against them. In a number of nations the right of self-determination was to become the banner of political groups of the liberal bourgeoisie, Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, and reactionary Muslim nationalists, who exploited it in order to win the sympathy of the masses against the central authority of Russia, now incarnate in the Bolsheviks. The White Counter-Revolution and the imperialist intervention also sought, during the Civil War, to make play with the right of self-determination. The problem was settled by force of arms. When this arbitrament went in favor of the Bolsheviks, it happened either because the Red Army enjoyed the support of the worker and peasant majority, as in the 253 territories where the majority of the population were Great Russian, and probably also in the Ukraine, Belarusia, and some other regions where the native Bolshevik organizations were strong, or else because the Red Army established Soviet power even without enjoying the support of the majority of the population, as was the case in Georgia and some other regions. This latter practice, which departed farther and farther from the original doctrinal positions, led some Bolshevik leaders, including Stalin and Bukharin, to demand that the party delete from its program recognition of the right to national self-determination, replacing this with the right of self-determination of the working masses. Lenin opposed this categorically. Self-determination of the working people of an oppressed nation, said he, can result only from their self-differentiation from the national bourgeoisie and their struggle against the latter. If the proletariat of the nation which has been the oppressor, in this instance the great Russian proletariat, does not accord full recognition to the right of self-determination of the oppressed nation, it hinders this process of differentiation instead of facilitating it. He took the example of Finland. The Soviet government had acted rightly in recognizing Finland's right of self-determination, even though that led to separation from Soviet Russia, for the bourgeoisie were deceiving the people, were deceiving the working people by alleging that the Muscovites, the chauvinists, the Great Russians, wanted to crush the Finns. And it was in this way that one had to proceed henceforth, said Lenin. He admitted that it was possible that the Ukraine and some other nations might form themselves into fully independent states. This discussion took place at the 8th Party Congress, in March 19, 1982. The right of self-determination continued to figure in the party program, but it was never to be applied again as it had been in the case of Finland. In 1921 Georgia was occupied by the Red Army, although a Menshevik government, elected by universal suffrage, was in power there, and Moscow had signed a treaty with this government, recognizing Georgia's independence and undertaking not to interfere in her internal affairs. But there were the oilfields of the Caucasus to be considered. This was a vital area both economically and militarily for the Soviet state. At the same time, in the Muslim Re 254, publics and regions, to which a certain degree of autonomy had been conceded within the framework of the Russian Federative Republic, the right of self-determination enjoyed little better luck. From 1920 onward Stalin, as People's Commissar for the Affairs of the Nationalities, organized systematic repression not only of reactionary Muslim nationalism but also of the native communists who, perceiving that the masses were becoming less and less enthusiastic for the Soviet regime, were trying to strengthen the positions of the latter on national foundations. During the summer of 1922 Stalin took the initiative in hastening the formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, which meant in practice doing away with the small degree of effective independence of autonomy that the non-great Russian nationalities still retained. The right to self-determination, including separation, still figured among the principles of the Union, but the state mechanism that had been set up negated any actual possibility of exercising this right. How is Lenin's insistence on maintaining unchanged his traditional attitude of principle on the national question to be reconciled with a practice that systematically refuted it? It seems to me that what emerges from Lenin's writings and speeches of this period is that, for him, though such practice was inevitable owing to the exigencies of the revolutionary war against the whites and their foreign allies, it should certainly not be institutionalized so as to become a permanent attitude of the party. In the second half of 1922, when illness prevented him from intervening directly in state affairs, the information that he received from the periphery, together with the plan to form the Union, increased his fears of seeing Great Russian chauvinism permeate the structure and methods of party and state. The very day that the Congress of Soviets approved Stalin's schema, Lenin wrote a note to the party leadership which began with this significant piece of self-criticism. I suppose I have been very remiss with respect to the workers of Russia for not having intervened energetically and decisively enough in the notorious question of autonomization, which, it appears, is officially called the question of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Though bowing to the accomplished fact, he expresses doubt whether the new state structure is opportune, and says, "We cannot be sure in advance that as a result of this work we shall not take a step backwards at our next 255 Congress of Soviets, i.e., retain the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics only for military and diplomatic affairs, and in all other respects restore full independence to the individual people's commissariats." The note amounts to a violent denunciation of Great Russian chauvinism, with direct charges against Stalin. It is quite natural that in such circumstances the freedom to secede from the Union by which we justify ourselves will be a mere scrap of paper, unable to defend the non-Russian from the onslaught of that really Russian man, the Great Russian chauvinist, in substance a rascal and a tyrant, such as the typical Russian bureaucrat is. Lenin was deeply anxious about the effect that this situation might have on the people's fighting against imperialism and on the Comintern activity. The harm that can result to our state from a lack of unification between the national apparatuses and the Russian apparatus is infinitely less than that which will be done not only to us, but to the whole international, and to the hundreds of millions of the peoples of Asia, which is destined to follow us onto the stage in the near future. The harm referred to here is, of course, that represented by the unification of these apparatuses under conditions of oppression for the non-great Russian nationalities. Lenin adds, TT would be unpardonable opportunism if, on the eve of the debut of the East, just as Itis awakening, we undermined Ker prestige with its peoples, even if only by the slightest crudity or injustice towards our own non-Russian nationalities. Imperialist attitudes towards oppressed nationalities. 83. The problem of the Muslim peoples of Central Asia, the Caucasus, the Crimea, etc., was especially difficult. These peoples, made up overwhelmingly of peasants, constituted a far from negligible proportion of the total population inhabiting the territory under Soviet rule, nearly 25 millions out of 145 millions. They formed the principal colonies, in the strict sense of the word, of the Tsarist Empire. From the 1905 revolution onward a national liberation movement developed among them, like that of the peoples of the Middle East who were subjected, directly or indirectly, to Western imperialism. Immediately after the capture of power, the Council of People's Commissars, in an appeal to the Muslims of Russia and the East, informed the former subjects of Tsarism, henceforward your beliefs and customs. 256. Your national and cultural institutions, are declared free and inviolable. Build your national life freely and without hindrance. It is your right. 84. But hindrances were to appear very soon. Tsarist colonization had taken in these regions, especially in Turkestan, an Algerian form, settlement by Russian colonists, who inevitably acquired a colonialist mentality. When Bolshevik power was established in the heartland of Russia, this Russian minority in the Muslim regions at once became Soviet, and from its ranks were recruited many of the Bolsheviks who were to take over the leading functions in the new institutions. The native communists coming from the left wing of the national movement which had developed after 1905 began to find themselves in conflict with a new kind of colonialism. In 1920 Lenin sent one of his closest collaborators, Safarov, to study the problem on the ground. It was inevitable that the Rus-Wunchian revolution should have a colonialist character. The Turkestani working class, numerically small, had neither leader, program, party, nor revolutionary tradition. It could therefore not protest against colonialist exploitation. Under Tsarist colonialism, it was the privilege of the Russians to belong to the industrial proletariat. For this reason, the dictatorship of the proletariat took on a typically colonialist aspect. 85. The native communists, who were mostly intellectuals, supported by the more revolutionary sections of the peasantry, tried to find a solution to this problem by setting up a truly independent Soviet republic, bringing together the Muslim peoples, and in which revolutionary ideology would allow for the national cultural tradition. They thought it would be possible to find support in the anti-imperialist wing of the pan-Islamic movement, and that a Muslim Soviet republic could make a big contribution to stimulating and directing the struggle for national and social liberation among the 250 million Muslims of Asia and Africa. Against this tendency was unleashed what Lenin called, in the note quoted above, Stalin's spite against social nationalism. The party organizations and Soviets in the regions in question were harshly purged. The 257. Native cadres replaced by reliable proletarians, and national cultural activity subjected to rigorous surveillance. 86. It was inevitable that this policy, as Lenin feared would happen, should have harmful consequences for the Comintern's activity among the peoples of the Muslim East. An initial obstacle of major importance was the blanket condemnation of pan-Islamism contained in the theses approved by the Second Congress of the International. This condemnation was probably not merely the result of the internal problem that this doctrine created for the Soviet state, but also expressed the Eurocentrist cultural viewpoint dominant among Western Marxists, which prevented them from grasping and taking advantage of the revolutionary potentialities contained in the anti-imperialist movements connected with traditional cultures. At the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, Tan Malaka, representing the Communist Party of the Dutch East Indies, strongly criticized the blanket condemnation of pan-Islamism, explaining the revolutionary anti-imperialist significance of a considerable section of this movement, and how the attitude taken up by the Comintern had been skillfully used by the bourgeois nationalists of the Dutch East Indies in order to isolate the communists from the peasant masses. 87. It was no accident that the most resounding setback for the Comintern on the colonial front occurred among the Muslim peoples of the Middle East, those most closely related to the Muslim minorities of the Soviet state. The bourgeois nationalists at the head of the national liberation movement in Turkey, Persia, Syria, Egypt, and other countries of this region were able to exploit successfully the contradictions between the doctrinal positions of the Comintern and the inability of the Muslims liberated from Tsarist colonialism by the October Revolution to set up their own national state. The communists were presented by nationalist propaganda as agents of a state that oppressed part of the Islamic community. It is significant in this connection that until the end of the Second World War, and in some cases still to this day, the Com 258 Communist parties of the Middle East and North Africa were never able to develop beyond the embryonic stage. To sum up, we have seen that the Second Congress of the Comintern expressed high appreciation of the role that the colonial liberation movement was called upon to play in the world socialist revolution, and that this view was never formally changed throughout the history of the Comintern, but always figured, with slight variations, in its theses and resolutions. We have looked at three of the factors that contributed from the outset to weakening this evaluation and to diminishing or distorting its concrete expression in the Comintern's theoretical and political activity: the Eurocentrist outlook of the Western communists, including the Russians, the subordination of the Comintern, on the colonial front, to the interests of the foreign policy of the Soviet state, and the transformation into a dead letter of the right of self-determination, up to and including separation, where the peoples of the USSR were concerned. In proportion as the Stalinist dictatorship became reinforced, it was the second factor that emerged as the most important. Because of this, however, the consequences of the other two factors also weighed more heavily. It was in the epoch of the People's Front that the Eurocentrist way of looking at the colonial problem was to develop to the full in the Comintern, precisely because it fitted in splendidly with the momentary needs of Soviet foreign policy. The third factor did not merely serve as a negative example reducing the influence of the October Revolution, and so of the Comintern, among colonial liberation movements. For Stalin and his collaborators were also the real heads of the Comintern, and the great Russian chauvinist mentality with which they approached the problem of the non-great Russian nationalities of the USSR, especially the more backward of these, could not but affect the way in which they saw the colonial question beyond the Soviet frontier. This state of mind predisposed them to seeing in the colonial peoples, their liberation movements, and the small groups of communists struggling to expand their influence, only subordinate factors in historical creativity. The overall strategic conception by which the leading role in the world revolution belonged to the Western proletariat, with hegemony. 259. Among them exercised by the Russian proletariat, and leadership of the latter held by the Bolshevik Party, provided comfortable doctrinal pretexts for great Russian chauvinism. In any case, it became daily more obvious that, as we shall see later, in the Stalinist hierarchy of subordination, the liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries stood on the bottom rung of the ladder. The Comintern's policy on the colonial front. The main problem that faced the Comintern as soon as it prepared to intervene in the struggle of the subject people for liberation lay in the fact that this struggle already possessed, in the principal oppressed countries, a structure, line, and leadership of its own. In all these countries, as the theses of the Fourth Congress noted, at first, the indigenous bourgeoisie and intelligentsia are the champions of the colonial revolutionary movements. Moreover, as the bourgeois nationalist intelligentsia draws the revolutionary working class movement into the struggle against imperialism, its representatives at first also take the lead in the newly formed trade union organizations and their activities. By showing in practice that it was possible to overthrow the Western powers in a backward, semi-Asiatic country, the October Revolution had had profound repercussions in all the liberation movements of the oppressed peoples. The bourgeois nationalists themselves saw in the new state a practical ally against imperialism. These same theses added, nevertheless, that the representatives of bourgeois nationalism, taking advantage of the political authority of Soviet Russia and adapting themselves to the class instincts of the workers, clothe their bourgeois democratic aspirations in a socialist or communist garb in order, although they themselves may not always be conscious of this, to divert the embryonic proletarian associations from the direct tasks of a class organization. 88. What attitude should be adopted towards these nationalist movements which were anti-imperialist and yet bourgeois, which saw in Soviet Russia a possible ally and at the same time assumed the clothes of the October Revolution so as the better to establish their bourgeois influence among the peasant masses and in working class circles? This was the problem that faced the Soviet state and the Comintern on the 260 colonial front. The different aspects of this problem were as follows: the relations between Soviet Russia, as a state, and these liberation movements, as representatives of the oppressed nations, the relations between the Comintern, as representative of the revolutionary proletariat of the capitalist West, and these same movements, the relations that the Comintern should maintain, as the communist organization in the colonies, with movements of which it was in fact the class enemy. Two sets of draft theses, reflecting distinct points of view and divergent conclusions, were put forward during the Second Congress of the Comintern, in which an approach was made to this question of tactics, which could be considered as a question of strategy insofar as it was a question of defining a long-term political line. The first set was Lenin's, the second Roy's. 89. Lenin's way of looking at the problem gave priority to the first two of the aspects I have mentioned. Roy, however, based himself rather upon the third. Lenin considered that the main thing was to take advantage of the objective possibility for Soviet Russia to rally around her the oppressed peoples that were fighting as nations against imperialism. He therefore believed that the Comintern, representing the revolutionary proletariat of the West, must enter into a temporary alliance with bourgeois democracy in the colonial and backward countries. Roy's view was this: there are to be found in the dependent countries two distinct movements which every day grow further apart from each other. One is the bourgeois democratic nationalist movement, with a program of political independence under the bourgeois order, and the other is the mass action of the poor and ignorant peasants and workers for their liberation from all forms of exploitation. The former endeavors to control the latter, and often succeeds to a certain extent, but the Communist International and the parties affected must struggle against such control and help to develop class consciousness in the working masses of the colonies. Roy did not allow for any collaboration with the bourgeois nationalist movement, and took the view that the first and most necessary task is the formation of communist parties which will organize the peasants and workers and lead them to the revolution and to the establishment of Soviet republics. He acknowledged, nevertheless, that the revolution in the colonies could not be communist in its first 261 stages, and that it would be necessary to realize progressively a program which will include many petty bourgeois reforms, such as division of land, etc. And he added, but from this it does not follow at all that the leadership of the revolution will have to be surrendered to the bourgeois democrats. Lenin's theses implicitly admitted that for a long time to come the leadership of the colonial revolution would remain locally in the hands of the national bourgeoisie, even though on the world scale the leadership of the anti-imperialist struggle would be taken by the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries and the Soviet state. Roy's thesis also recognized this leading role on the international plane as belonging to the Western proletariat, but considered that it was necessary to rely directly upon the exploited masses of the colonies, without having recourse to the mediation of the bourgeois nationalist movement. Lenin's theses stressed the need, to give special support to the peasant movement against the landowners, against landed proprietorship, and against all manifestations or survivals of feudalism, while striving to lend the peasant movement the most revolutionary character by establishing the closest possible alliance between the West European communist proletariat and the revolutionary peasant movement in the East, in the colonies, and in the backward countries generally. From Lenin's point of view, however, this constituted no obstacle to an alliance with the bourgeois nationalist movement, because for Lenin the peasants were the essential component of bourgeois democracy. It was a question of giving this democracy a more revolutionary orientation. Lenin's entire strategic conception was based on two assumptions. The first of these was that the contradiction between the basic aims of the bourgeois democratic national movement, such as national independence and local capitalist economic development, and the interests of imperialism was sufficiently deep to ensure that, despite hesitations by the national bourgeoisie, the alliance between this movement, on the one hand, and Soviet Russia, together with the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries, on the other, possessed an objective foundation that was comparatively firm. The second of his assumptions was that, given its extreme numerical, economic, and ideological weakness, the working class of the colonies would be unable for a long time yet to 262. Play a leading role in the national liberation movement. The following passage, taken from his speech at the Second Congress of the Comintern, is highly significant in this connection. It is beyond doubt that any national movement can only be a bourgeois democratic movement, since the overwhelming mass of the population in the backward countries consists of peasants who represent bourgeois capitalist relationships. It would be utopian to believe that proletarian parties in these backward countries, if indeed they can emerge in them, can pursue communist tactics and a communist policy without establishing definite relations with the peasant movement and without giving it effective support. 90. The principal purpose of this statement is to stress the necessity for the proletarian parties in the colonies to establish relations with and to support. Lenin does not say lead, and this is evidently not just a slip of the tongue, the peasant movement which represents bourgeois capitalist relationships or, what comes to the same thing, to support the bourgeois democratic national movement. At the same time, however, Lenin is doubtful whether such proletarian parties can be formed in the colonial countries. And this is logical enough if one thinks of the characteristics that were essential if a party was to be regarded as proletarian from the Bolshevik standpoint. In Roy's schema this difficulty was evaded. While, on the one hand, he regarded it as indispensable that the communist vanguard take in hand the leadership of the colonial revolution from the outset, he also admitted, in these same theses, that the proletariat hardly existed in the colonies, and that the mass of agricultural workers and those employed in the few light or extractive industries were sunk in ignorance owing to the policy of the colonialists. In his theses Roy noted that, as a result of this policy, the spirit of revolt, latent in every subject people, found its expression only through the small, educated middle class. Roy solved the problem by having recourse to the leadership given by the proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries. This made his schema of the revolution somewhat inconsistent in its agiocentrism. He entrusted to the proletariat of the West, which he regarded as incapable of making the revolution in their own home countries because the surplus value X263 tracked from the colonies enabled the capitalists to inculcate a conformist outlook among them, the mission of educating, organizing, and mobilizing the exploited masses of the colonies to carry on a revolutionary struggle. Lenin took things as they presented themselves at the moment and would probably go on presenting themselves, seen from the angle of his theory of the revolution, so long as there was lacking in the colonies the social basis indispensable for creating a sufficiently solid proletarian party of the Bolshevik type. Roy's schema, centered on Asia, gave subjective expression to the revolutionary potential of the East, but without showing the paths and means by which it could rise up. 10 years after the Second Congress of the Comintern, some Chinese communists, enriched by harsh experience, were to discover these paths. It is interesting, though, to note that Lenin, while retaining in his theses the conception of the proletarian party of the Western type, the creation of which in the colonies seemed to him problematical, which inevitably meant leaving the liberation movement under the leadership of the national bourgeoisie, was beginning to wonder about the validity of this conception of the party where the subject countries were concerned. In some brief notes written during the Second Congress, which remained unpublished until recently, we find the following reflection: it will be necessary, he thinks, to adjust both Soviet institutions and the Communist Party to the level of the peasant countries. 91. This suggestion was not followed up by the Comintern. The Chinese Communist Party was to be the first to echo it, but without knowing that this was what in fact it was doing. The discussion at the Second Congress of the draft theses of Lenin and Roy resulted in amendments being made to both documents which narrowed the differences between them. Lenin agreed that where he advocated support for the bourgeois democratic movement in the colonies, this should read, support for the national revolutionary movement. Lenin had to explain to the Congress that every movement for colonial liberation is necessarily bourgeois democratic in character, given that the overwhelming majority of the population are peasants, but that it can, nevertheless, be either reformist or revolutionary. In order to show the significance of the amendments made to the draft 264 Theses, Lenin said, "We, as communists, should and will support bourgeois liberation movements in the colonies only when they are genuinely revolutionary, and when their exponents do not hinder our work of educating and organizing in a revolutionary spirit the peasantry and the masses of the exploited. If these conditions do not exist, the communists in these countries must combat the reformist bourgeoisie." 92 Time and events were to show how hard it was to find this white blackbird, a bourgeois liberation movement that was willing not to prevent the communists from educating and organizing the exploited masses in a revolutionary spirit. At the same time, however, the Turkish experience very soon showed that the Soviet leaders did not take this condition quite literally. The theses laid down as another condition, not for the bourgeois liberation movements but for the Comintern itself and for each of its sections, that an alliance with national revolutionary movement must be realized, but it must not amalgamate with it, it must unconditionally maintain the independence of the proletarian movement, even if it is only in an embryonic stage. It was also declared that a resolute struggle must be waged against the attempt to clothe the revolutionary liberation movements in the backward countries which are not genuinely communist in communist colors. 93 The Second Congress gave its approval to an important theoretical proposition which Roy brought up, and which Lenin adopted, presenting it in the following terms: the Communist International should advance the proposition, with the appropriate theoretical grounding, that with the aid of the proletariat of the advanced countries, backward countries can go over to the Soviet system and, through certain stages of development, to communism, without having to pass through the capitalist stage. 94 Marx had already in his day framed a similar hypothesis where Russia was concerned. 95 Basing himself on the first exercises provided by the Sovietization of the most backward regions of the former Tsarist Empire, Lenin also came to the following conclusion. The idea of Soviet organization is a simple one, and is applicable not only to proletarian but also to peasant feudal and semi-feudal relations. Our experience in this respect is not as yet very considerable. However, the debate in the Commission, in which several representatives from 265 colonial countries participated, demonstrated convincingly that the Communist International's theses should point out that peasants' Soviets, Soviets of the exploited, are a weapon which can be employed not only in capitalist countries but also in countries with pre-capitalist relations. 96. These were the main points of the guidelines and directions adopted by the Second Congress of the Comintern on the subject of the colonial question. The Fourth Congress, the last in which Lenin took part, looked at the question afresh and, in the light of the experience acquired during the 2.5 years that had elapsed since the Second Congress, carried further its theoretical study of some aspects of the colonial revolution, especially those connected with the agrarian question. This more thorough study, together with the behavior of the national bourgeoisie in certain countries of Asia, tending to seek conciliation with imperialism, led the Congress to sharpen its critical attitude toward the bourgeois nationalist movement. In most of the countries of the East, said the theses approved by this Congress, the agrarian question is of primary importance in the struggle for emancipation from the yoke of the great powers' despotism. Only the agrarian revolution, whose object is to expropriate the large estates, can set in motion the enormous peasant masses. It is destined to exercise a decisive influence on the struggle against imperialism. The revolutionary movement in the backward countries of the East cannot be successful unless it relies on the action of the broad peasant masses. and the theses emphasize a very important fact which makes comprehensible the attitude of the national bourgeoisie. The bourgeois nationalists' fear of the agrarian watchwords, and their anxiety to prune them down as far as possible, bear witness to the close connection between the native bourgeoisie and the feudal and feudal bourgeois landlords, and to the intellectual and political dependence of the former on the latter. This internal characteristic of the colonial revolution, together with the fact that its accomplishment strikes at the very foundations of imperialism, that a decisive victory for this revolution is incompatible. 266. With the rule of world imperialism, carries the implication that the objective tasks of the colonial revolution go beyond the limits of bourgeois democracy. This serves as the basis for a further conclusion, namely that the ruling classes among the colonial and semi-colonial peoples are unable and unwilling to lead the struggle against imperialism insofar as that struggle assumes the form of a revolutionary mass movement. Proceeding from these premises, the Fourth Congress went on to declare with much more firmness and emphasis than the second that it was necessary for the young proletariat of the colonies to fight to win an independent position within the anti-imperialist united front and become the leading force in it. The following passage in the theses summarizes the tactics that the communist parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries were to apply. The refusal of the communists in the colonies to take part in the struggle against imperialist tyranny on the ground of the ostensible defense of their independent class interests is opportunism of the worst kind, which can only discredit the proletarian revolution in the East. Equally injurious is the attempt to remain aloof from the struggle for the most urgent and everyday interests of the working class in the name of national unity or of civil peace with the bourgeois democrats. The communist workers' parties of the colonial and semi-colonial countries have a dual task. They fight for the most radical possible solution of the tasks of a bourgeois democratic revolution, which aims at the conquest of political independence, and they organize the working and peasant masses for the struggle for their special class interests, and in doing so exploit all the contradictions in the nationalist bourgeois democratic camp. The working class of the colonies and semi-colonies must learn that only the extension and intensification of the struggle against the imperialist yoke of the great powers will ensure for them the role of revolutionary leadership. 267. While on the other hand only the economic and political organization and the political education of the working class and the semi-proletarian strata of the population can enlarge the revolutionary surge of the struggle against imperialism. In another chapter, the theses stress the need for the proletariat to win the support of the peasant masses, only then will it become the real vanguard of the colonial revolution. 97. The chief inconsistency in the theses of the Fourth Congress, as in those of the Second, lay in the fact that this proletariat which was to carry out such complex and gigantic tasks was an extremely weak group in colonial society, as, indeed, Roy's own theses acknowledged. Even in countries that had experienced a certain amount of industrial development, like China, India, and the Dutch East Indies, the percentage of workers in the population as a whole was very slight. Moreover, it was a working class that had been formed very recently, lacking revolutionary traditions or political experience and with an extremely low cultural level. The great majority were illiterate. The proletariat of these countries soon manifested fighting spirit, but that quality would not suffice if it was to take on the role that the Comintern's resolutions allotted to it. It was not unusual, moreover, for some sections of the working class, those, at least, who belonged to the most up-to-date enterprises, to enjoy a material position that was privileged in comparison with the wretched majority of the population. This situation facilitated the penetration of reformist and corporatist tendencies into the trade union organizations. The communist parties of the colonial countries would have been hard put to it to carry out their mission as theoretical and political vanguard of the national revolutionary movement if their social composition had been, in accordance with the European model, fundamentally proletarian. In fact, the communist parties of the colonies formed during the first years of the Comintern were made up entirely of students and intellectuals, who were then joined by a few small groups of workers. And the leading cadres were, with few exceptions, intellectuals. Yet the Comintern considered that this predominance of intellectuals constituted the chief weakness of the colonial communist parties, and its chief concern was to proletarianize them. The Comintern was 268. Obviously unable to conceive of a colonial revolution carried through under the leadership of a party that was essentially made up of peasants, as regards the mass of militants, and intellectuals, as regards its cadres. The only thing that comes over clearly in the successive colonial theses of the Comintern is the lack of clarity as to the means of solving the problem. Most of the time it was simply dodged. Apart from this crucial problem, the theses of the Fourth Congress reflect a certain earnest endeavor to analyze, resulting from the experiences accumulated during the 2.5 years that had passed since the Second Congress. They are not, however, free from the chief characteristics of the theses of the latter, being pitched on an excessively abstract plane, with general formulations that embrace highly complex and diverse realities. Roy alluded to this in his speech. We thought that, simply because they were all politically, economically, and socially backward, we could lump them all together, and deal with this problem as though it were a general problem. But this was a mistake. We know today that the Eastern countries cannot be taken as a homogeneous whole, neither politically, economically nor socially. This Eastern question therefore represents for the Communist International a question of greater complexity than the struggle in the West, assuming that the International is prepared to take it seriously. 98. In the theses of the Fourth Congress, however, this lack of differentiation persists. Despite such important recent experiences as the Turkish and Persian revolutions, and the movements in India and Egypt, the Congress failed to attempt any fundamental analysis of these experiences. Like all the other Comintern Congresses, it devoted itself above all to the problems of the West. While the system of an ultra-centralized world party clashed here with the fact of national diversity, this contradiction was to have even graver consequences for the theoretical and practical leadership of the revolutionary struggle in the colonies. The Fifth Congress, held during the summer of 1924, not long after Lenin's death, was even more definitely slanted towards European problems, and this provoked, as at other congresses, criticism from delegates from the colonial countries. Manuelski's report on the national and 269. Colonial question was basically devoted to the cases of national oppression created in Europe as a result of the settlement after the 1914-18 war, and to praise of the way the national and colonial question had been solved in the USSR. A very interesting clause in our Constitution states that every nation forming part of the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics can leave it at any moment. This can be carried out without any restricting formalities whatever, as a one-sided act. 99. Hidden from the delegates of the foreign communist parties was the critique formulated by Lenin in December 1922, when he feared that this interesting clause might prove to be a scrap of paper. Nor were they told that if the right to separation was not restricted by any formality, this was because it was restricted by an absolute barrier that had nothing formal about it, namely, the impossibility of exercising this right in practice. Instead of undertaking a sincere analysis of the Soviet experience of the colonial question, which would have been very instructive for the foreign communists, Manuelski engaged in a bamboozling apologia. The principal innovation of the Fifth Congress, as compared with the line taken at the Fourth, was that the critical attitude of the colonial communist parties towards the national bourgeoisies was considerably modified. The Fifth Congress laid stress on collaboration with these bourgeoisies. Roy's positions were severely criticized. The period was beginning in which the Soviet Union, whose axis in foreign policy was the tacit alliance with Germany, was to see Anglo-French imperialism as its chief enemy. In Stalin's view, there was serious danger of a war against the USSR, and it was Britain that was pulling the strings of the new anti-Soviet plot. In face of this danger, Stalin looked for allies in the enemy's rear. He thought he had found them, in the West, in the shape of those trade union leaders who, because of the radicalization of the British working class movement in this period, were interested in making a show of cordial relations with the Soviet trade union leaders. In the East, looking at things with Stalinist realism, the only possible allies of any weight were the bourgeois nationalist movements engaged in conflict with Anglo-French imperialism. If Stalin was skeptical about the revolutionary capacity of the Western communist parties, he was even more so where the colonial parties were concerned, for they played a very minor role at this period. At the time of the Fifth Congress, there were in the whole of Asia 9 sections of the Comintern. These were in China, with 800 members, Java, 2000, Persia, 600, Egypt, 700, Palestine, 100, Turkey, 600, and also Japan and Korea, where small illegal groups existed, and India, where the party was not yet structured on the national scale and there were only some scattered cells with very few members. It is therefore not surprising that Stalin staked all his hopes on the national bourgeoisies of the colonial countries. This applied especially to the one which, starting in 1923-4, seemed disposed to carry out to the end its national and bourgeois democratic revolution in the Asian country of greatest importance for the strategic interests of the Soviet state, a revolution that was standing up against the two imperialisms that were most dangerous at that moment to the security of the USSR, namely, British imperialism, a threat in Europe and Asia alike, and Japanese imperialism, a permanent menace to the Soviet Far East. The idea of a China unified as a nation under Sun Yat-sen, a Sun Yat-sen who proclaimed himself a fervent friend of the Russian Revolution and sought the help of the Soviet state for his liberating enterprise, and Sun's party, the Kuomintang, was sufficiently attractive for Stalin to accord absolute priority over every other doctrinal or political consideration to alliance with the national bourgeoisie that Sun Yat-sen was supposed to represent, and, in any case, to cast into oblivion the theses of the Fourth Congress of the Comintern. The Chinese Revolution. In the first months of 1927 the Chinese Revolution entered a critical phase. The army of the Kuomintang, commanded by Chiang Kai-shek, had undertaken in the summer of 1926 the Northern Expedition, the aim of which was the unification and independence of China, extending to the whole of China the Republic of Sim Yat-sen. The latter had consolidated his position in the area around Canton from 1923-4 onwards, thanks to the Soviet aid that enabled him to create his own military. 271 forces. 2. The Republican Army advanced rapidly, and at the end of 1926 the Kuomintang government was able to establish itself at Wuhan, on the Yangtze. Its authority already extended over about 10 provinces in the southern and central regions of China. Nanking and Shanghai were liberated in March 1927. As the Republican forces advanced, however, the masses of workers and peasants went into action. Strikes and revolts followed, or even preceded and helped, the onward movement of the Kuomintang army. This happened in Shanghai, which fell into the hands of a workers' militia, organized by the Communist Party and the trade unions, before Jiang's men arrived. This movement of the worker and peasant masses assumed such proportions and manifested such features. In some districts the peasant leagues carried out their own revolution, an agrarian revolution, that it alarmed both the Chinese bourgeoisie and the imperialist powers. The latter at once sent military reinforcements to their bases on Chinese territory, the notorious concessions, and with their aid the bankers and compradors of Shanghai organized a counter-revolution. Up to that time the Communist Party had been the Kuomintang's ally, or, rather, it had formed an integral part of the Kuomintang. Its members were members of the party founded by Sun Yat-sen. They shared in the leadership, though as a minority element. The Comintern considered the Kuomintang an organization capable of carrying the Chinese Revolution through to the end of its bourgeois democratic stage. It defined the Kuomintang as a block of 4 classes, the workers, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. In March 1926 the ECCI had admitted the Kuomintang to membership of the International as a sympathizing party and Chiang Kai-shek had been made an honorary member of the Presidium. A year later, between April and July 1927, Chiang Kai-shek turned on the Chinese Communist Party and did his utmost to destroy it. On April 12, 1927 Jiang's troops, along with armed gangs formed by the Shanghai bourgeoisie, launched a surprise attack on the communist and trade union organizations in that city. Within a few days, thousands of communists and revolutionary workers, including prominent leaders of the Communist Party and the unions, had been savagely murdered or flung into prison. The Comintern leadership saw 272. Chiang Kai-shek's coup d'état as the going over of the national bourgeoisie, that is, the right wing of the Kuomintang to the counter-revolution, while the left wing, representing the petty bourgeoisie, remained in the camp of revolution. The government in Wuhan was in the hands of this left wing. According to the Comintern's analysis, the left made up 90% of the bloc of four classes and was the real Kuomintang. At first the left did indeed condemn Jiang's coup d'état, and the Kuomintang was split, politically and in terms of armed forces and territory occupied. The Wuhan government, with the forces that remained loyal to it, controlled the provinces in the interior of the country. Meanwhile, Chiang, who had formed his own government at Nanking, controlled the coast provinces, and extended to all the region in his power the terror he had launched against the communists and the workers' and peasants' organization of Shanghai. Wuhan became, according to the Comintern, the center of the revolution, and two communists entered the Kuomintang government there. However, the agrarian revolution grew more and more threatening in the territories subject to Wuhan, despite the efforts of the Communist Party to moderate it. On July 15, 3 months after Jiang's betrayal, the left Kuomintang took up the same attitude as the right, expelling communists from the party and the army, and murdering and imprisoning revolutionary militants of the labor and peasant movements. A few months later, the right and the left came to terms, and Chiang was recognized as supreme leader of the Kuomintang. The Communist Party had been decimated, broken up and reduced to illegality, along with the trade unions and the peasant leagues. Following instructions from the Comintern, the Chinese Communists tried to save the situation by organizing a series of desperate counterattacks, one of these being the famous Canton Commune of December 1927. All were crushed, and by the beginning of 1928 the bloody destruction of the Communist Party of China was an accomplished fact. Immediately after Jiang's coup, the leading organs of the Comintern, the CPSU and the Chinese Communist Party began a discussion that went through several phases, as events contributed new items to the dossier, and lasted until the 6th Congress of the Comintern, in the summer of 1928. The various lines taken up in this discussion all agreed. 273. However, on one major point, which was reaffirmed later in the versions of its own history put out by the Chinese Party, as well as those written by Soviet historians and by Western writers, namely, that the catastrophic defeat suffered by the Chinese Communists in 1927 was not the inevitable result of a certain relation of forces, but, first and foremost, the consequence of serious political errors committed by the Communist leadership. And, to some extent, the subsequent course of events was to supply practical confirmation to this view. The communist groups that managed to escape from the repression, shifting the center of their activity to the rural areas, succeeded very quickly in organizing revolutionary bases where leading organs were set up and armed forces created which became substantial in size in the years that followed. This revealed, a posteriori, that a different tactic would have been possible from that which had led to defeat. Even if the objective conditions for victory of the revolution on the all-China scale were not present, the Communist Party would have been able to avoid catastrophe if it had foreseen the betrayal by the Kuomintang bourgeoisie and had not let itself be taken by surprise by the counter-revolutionary coup d'état. The Second Revolutionary Civil War could have begun on the basis of positions much more to the advantage of the workers and peasants. 3. The analyses carried out in 1927-8 could not take this subsequent confirmation into account, but study of the forces present and of their dynamic did make it possible to conclude that the defeat suffered had not been the inevitable consequence of objective conditions, but rather that of political mistakes. On the basis of this conclusion, the problem was one of determining the nature of these mistakes and the responsibilities resulting therefrom. After a year of discussion, Bukharin summed up in these terms, In his report to the Sixth World Congress, the point of view of the leadership of the International, here we can in retrospect deal once again with some of the major problems of the Chinese Revolution. The Communist Party of China, as all of you know, has suffered a severe defeat. This is a fact. The question arises, was this defeat a result of the wrong tactics pursued by the Comintern in the Chinese Revolution? Perhaps it was indeed inexpedient to have entered into a bloc with the bourgeoisie, perhaps that was the original sin. 274. The basic error, which determined the other errors and gradually, step by step, brought about the defeat of the Chinese proletariat. And Bukharin answered his own question thus. On the whole, it is not the main line of tactics that was at fault, but the political actions and the practical application of the line pursued in China. Firstly, at the beginning of the Chinese Revolution, in the period of collaboration with the Kuomintang, our mistake was that we did not sufficiently criticize the Kuomintang. Instead of being an ally, our party was at times an accessory of the Kuomintang. Secondly, the Communist Party of China failed to understand the change that took place in the objective situation, the transition from one stage to another. Thus, it was possible for a time to march together with the national bourgeoisie, but at a certain stage of development it was necessary to foresee imminent changes. Thirdly, our party at times acted as a brake on the mass movement, a brake on the agrarian revolution, and a brake on the labor movement. These were fatal blunders and, naturally, they helped to bring about the defeat of the Communist Party and of the Chinese proletariat. After a whole series of defeats the party set to work resolutely to rectify its opportunist blunders. But this time, as frequently happens, some comrades fell into the other extreme. They did not prepare uprisings with sufficient care, they displayed glaring putschist tendencies and adventurism of the worst type. 4. Here we have an excellent summary of the political mistakes that led to the defeat of the Chinese Communist Party in 1927, provided we insert two fundamental corrections. These are, the mistakes were not made merely at the level of the Chinese Communist Party's practical application of the line, they were rooted in the main line of tactics adopted by the leadership of the Comintern, and when Bukharin speaks of the Chinese Communist Party we should read leadership of the Comintern, or the Chinese Communist Party carrying out the line and the instructions received from Moscow. The justification for the second of these corrections follows more or less axiomatically from the type of relations that the Chinese Communist Party had with the supreme center of the Comintern. This was especially 275. Obvious in the period between 1924 and 1927, when the Soviet government was intervening directly in the events in China, which attracted attention all over the world. It was inevitable that the ECCI, supervised by Stalin, should not merely determine the main line of tactics but also that it should check closely on how this line was applied in practice. The facts made known during the last 20 years, through the extensive amount of historical and political writing that has been devoted to the Chinese Revolution, allow us to assume that the tutelage exercised by the Comintern and the Soviet government over the Chinese Party in this period was very similar to that which they exercised over the Spanish Communist Party during the Civil War by unloading all responsibility onto the shoulders of the Chinese Party leadership, and in particular on its General Secretary, Chen Tuxiu. The ECCI merely followed practice that had already become a matter of routine. Trotsky showed brilliantly, in his writings of 1927 and 1928, that the mistakes listed by Bukharin were not simply mistakes of application but followed from the main line of tactics. On these two questions, the nature of the mistakes made, and the responsibility for them, it is here possible to do no more than mention very briefly the most outstanding facts. The form and content of the alliance between the Kuomintang and the Chinese Communist Party were not discussed and decided on between the two parties. They resulted from direct negotiations between Sun Yat-sen and representatives of the Comintern, and more especially of the Soviet government. The document that laid down the line for the Chinese Communist Party was the declaration issued by Sim Yat-sen and the Soviet ambassador Joff on January 26, 1923. This stated that neither the communist system nor even the Soviet system can be introduced in China. The common aim must be unification and national independence. The negotiations between the Soviet representatives and those of Sun Yat-sen also decided the form that collaboration between the Kuomintang and the Chinese Communist Party should take. Sun was against an alliance between the two parties as such, and would agree only to individual membership of the Kuomintang by the Communists, who must submit to the Kuomintang's discipline. At first the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party rejected this arrangement, AR 276. Arguing that it would mean mortgaging the party's political independence and sowing confusion among the masses. Eventually, however, the Chinese Communists accepted the Comintern's decision. Their Third Party Congress approved, though not without strong resistance, entry into the Kuomintang. Following the line laid down by the Comintern, the manifesto issued by the Congress said that the Kuomintang should be the central force of the national revolution and should assume its leadership. 6. There is no need to point out the extent to which an alliance contracted under such conditions ran counter to the theses of the Second and Fourth Congresses of the Comintern. The Sunjof Declaration was obviously not the expression of a theoretical judgment on the immaturity of the Chinese economy for the communist system, and the fact that it was stated that the Soviet system was not suitable for China, either, was highly significant. Had not Lenin said at the Second Congress of the Comintern, and on other occasions, that the Soviet system was perfectly appropriate to the agrarian countries of the East? The declaration was a political compromise whereby the Soviet leaders, and therefore the Comintern and the Chinese Communists, reassured Sun Yat-sen that they would not seek to give the national revolution a social revolutionary content. This guarantee related especially to the agrarian revolution, the specter of which haunted the Kuomintang bourgeoisie. 7. Moreover, the subjection of the Chinese Communists to the discipline of the Kuomintang proved still less reconcilable with the political and organizational independence of the Chinese Communist Party when the Kuomintang, aided by the Soviet advisors and Comintern delegates, transformed itself from 1924 onwards into a centralized party with structures similar to those of the Bolshevik Party. In short, the essence of the main line of tactics consisted, from 1923 onward, in accepting and supporting the leadership represented by the bourgeois nationalist movement of Sun Yat-sen. In the Comintern documents and in Stalin's statements of the 1924-7 period one can find a number of formulations which seem to contradict, formally at least, this essence of the main line. However, contrary to the allegation made by Bukharin at the Sixth World Congress, the practical line adopted in China was not in contradiction to the main line but was an exact materialization of its essence. 277. At the start, the Chinese Communist Party, guided by the Comintern, acted in a plainly pragmatic way. It was necessary to harmonize the Chinese communism factor, which the party could not do without, with the alliance between the Soviet government and that of Sun Yat-sen. This alliance acquired extraordinary value in the eyes of the Soviet leaders in proportion as Sun's government saw opening before it the prospect of becoming the national government of China. Once, however, this harmonization had been accomplished on the practical and political planes, the Comintern and Stalin were obliged to provide it with a Marxist-Leninist doctrinal justification. This was not at all easy if one started from the principle that the Kuomintang was the party of China's national bourgeoisie. Accordingly, in May 1925 Stalin propounded the thesis that a differentiation had occurred in China between the conservative wing and the revolutionary wing of this bourgeoisie. The revolutionary wing formed part of the Kuomintang, representing essentially the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie. Consequently, the Kuomintang could be regarded as intrinsically a workers' and peasants' party, in which was realized a bloc of two forces, the Communist Party and the party of the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie. Such a bloc was acceptable and appropriate, said Stalin, provided it does not bind the Communist Party hand and foot and provided it facilitates the actual leadership of the revolutionary movement by the Communist Party. The presence of the national bourgeoisie was so flagrant that Stalin was obliged to alter his argument very soon, naturally without admitting that he was doing this. At the sixth plenum of the ECCI, the Kuomintang was defined as a revolutionary bloc of workers, peasants, intellectuals, and the urban democracy. After Jiang's 278 betrayal, in May 1927, Stalin explained that this formulation should be understood as meaning a bloc of the workers, the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. And he also explained that he had not intended to say, in May 1925, that the Kuomintang was already a workers' and peasants' party, but that it ought to do everything to become such a party, that it was tending to become such a party. 9. Unfortunately, the opportunist mistakes of the Chinese Communist Party prevented the actual Kuomintang from becoming the ideal Kuomintang that Stalin had outlined. However, if the Kuomintang included the national bourgeoisie, how was it to be explained that the sixth plenum of the ECCI had admitted this party into the International as a sympathizing party and named its new leader an honorary member of the Presidium? In his explanation of 1927, Stalin preferred to overlook this detail, which was never thereafter to be mentioned in Soviet historiography. While Moscow was honoring him in this way, Chiang Kai-shek was launching his first attack on the Communists. During the night of 20 to 21 March 1926, he arrested the communist cadres of the military school at Whampoa, put the Soviet advisors under house arrest, imprisoned a number of Canton communists and trade unionists, disarmed the strike pickets belonging to the Canton Hong Kong Strike Committee, and surrounded the headquarters of the trade unions with his troops. Chiang did not intend for the moment actually to crush the communists, for the northern expedition was being prepared and he needed Soviet military aid. His aim was to strengthen his position in the Kuomintang leadership by weakening the petty bourgeois left and binding the communists hand and foot. He succeeded completely in this. Wang Qingwei, head of the Canton government and leader of the left, was obliged to go into temporary exile. At its meeting on 1 May 5, the Executive Committee of the Kuomintang adopted, at Jiang's instigation, a series of anti-communist measures. The Chinese Communist Party must undertake to observe strictly the Three People's Principles of Sun Yat-sen, and hand over a complete list of communist members of the Kuomintang. Communists would no longer be allowed to occupy leading positions in the Kuomintang, and their share of the membership. 279. Of the party and state apparatuses must not exceed 1/3 of the total. The Communists were forbidden to form factions in the Kuomintang. The directives of the Chinese Communist Party and those it received from the Comintern must be submitted for approval to a mixed Kuomintang Communist Party committee. 10. Chen Tusio's immediate reaction was to propose to the ECCI that the Chinese party leave the Kuomintang and renegotiate the alliance on a new basis. This position of the Chinese party was severely criticized by Pravda, and, in Canton, Borodin, the representative of the Soviet government with the Kuomintang, adopted a conciliatory attitude towards Chiang, bowing to the measures taken by the Kuomintang's executive committee. Chen Tusio was obliged to publish an article written in this spirit, an article that was to be used by the Comintern, after the catastrophe of 1927, in order to accuse Chen Tusio of opportunism. While submitting once again to the discipline of the Comintern, the leaders of the Chinese party suggested to Borodin that some of the arms being sent by the Soviet government for the Kuomintang army should be used to arm the military units controlled by the Communists, in order to prepare against a possible new attack by Chiang Kai-shek. The suggestion was rejected. Chen Tusio tells how the Comintern delegate explained the tactic that had to be followed in these words: "The present period is a period in which the Communists should do the coolie service for the Kuomintang." 11. The Northern Expedition began soon after this. The operational plans drawn up by the Soviet military advisors and their direct participation in the development of the expedition played a big part in ensuring its success. Chiang Kai-shek forbade all activity by the labor and peasant movements in the rear during military operations. The Commander-in-Chief's counter-revolutionary attitude and his dictatorial ambitions became increasingly obvious. The situation of the Chinese Communist leadership was more and more untenable, for it was caught between the pressure of the mass revolutionary movement, which was growing very rapidly, partly in a spontaneous way and partly through the initiative taken by the local communist cadres, and the obligations imposed on it by the discipline of the Kuomintang. Day by day the numbers increased of those who wanted to cut this Gordian knot by 280. Leaving the Kuomintang and recovering complete freedom of action. But Stalin opposed this categorically when the problem was raised at the 7th plenum of the ECCI in November-December 1926. He expressed himself thus: "It is said that the Chinese Communists should withdraw from the Kuomintang. That would be wrong, comrades. The withdrawal of the Chinese Communists from the Kuomintang at the present time would be a profound mistake. The whole course, character, and prospects of the Chinese Revolution undoubtedly testify in favor of the Chinese Communists remaining in the Kuomintang and intensifying their work in it." 12. At the same time he criticized the Chinese Communists for not sufficiently intensifying the agrarian revolution and the labor movement. The ECCI passed a resolution which, in fact, required of the Chinese party that it should remain within the Kuomintang at any cost and that it should boldly develop the agrarian revolution. It was easy to write such a resolution in Moscow, but it seemed impossible to apply it in China, for the simple reason that almost all the leading personnel of the Kuomintang, right and left alike, army officers and state officials, members of the party apparatus, were connected in one way or another with landed property, and not by any means with the most modest variety. 13. In the concrete situation of China in 1926-7, priority had to be accorded to one or the other of these two demands. On the spot, the Comintern delegates and the Soviet advisors resolved the dilemma by giving priority to the alliance with the bourgeois leadership of the Kuomintang. Following their instructions, the Chinese party acted in the same way, and so became, as Bukharin was to put it later, a brake on the peasant movement which was in full spate. After Jiang's coup, the Comintern intensified still further this practical line. The communist who headed the Ministry of Agriculture in the Wuhan government had to use his position in order to damp down the revolutionary peasant movement, for the excesses of this movement jeopardized unity with the left Kuomintang. On June 30, the Central Committee of the Chinese Party passed a resolution that carried this appeasement policy to extremes. The resolution stated, among other things of a similar kind, mass organizations, workers, peasants, and others, must submit to the leadership and control of the Kuomintang. 281. Authorities, the requests of the people's workers, peasants, etc., movements must conform with resolutions passed by the Kuomintang Congress or by its Central Executive Committee, as well as with government laws and decrees. 14. The party itself thus helped to paralyze and demoralize the forces which it still had at its disposal. 15 days later the left Kuomintang was able with impunity to follow Jiang's example by unleashing terror against the communists in the Wuhan government's zone. The events in China coincided with the culminating phase of the duel between Stalin and the Trotsky-Zinoviev opposition. A few days before Jiang's betrayal, the opposition had made a radical criticism of the policy being followed in China, forecasting that it would lead to the defeat of the proletariat. In the period following Jiang's coup, Trotsky carried this critique further, forecasting that the left Kuomintang would go over to the counter-revolution. In this theoretical and political debate, Stalin's situation became more and more embarrassing. Events in China were proving the opposition correct in far too obvious a way. Things began to take the same path in the Soviet Union's domestic situation as well. Stalin therefore went over from discussion to repression. In the press and in the Soviet organizations, oppositionists were prevented from expressing their views, especially on the subject of the Chinese Revolution. Soon afterwards they were expelled from the party, and in January 1928 they were deported to Siberia. 15. Yet the betrayal by Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang could not be smothered by such expeditious methods as those being used to gag the opposition. Until the last moment the press and the leading organs of the Soviet Party had regarded the Kuomintang as the great party of the Chinese Revolution, and Chiang Kai-shek had been glorified more than any leader of the Chinese Party. It was the same in Comintern publications. Two methods were used in order to escape from this awkward situation: deception in words and adventurism in deeds. It was explained that Stalin's line had always been right, that betrayal by the national bourgeoisie had always been foreseen, but unfortunately the Chinese Communists had proved incapable of applying the line and preparing themselves to deal with the 282 betrayal when it came. Consequently, as a fitting punishment, the Comintern removed Chen Tuxiu from his post as Secretary General and replaced him by Chu Chu-pai. Thenceforth, all the woes of the Chinese Communist Party from its foundation down to 1927 were to be accounted for by means of this magic formula, Chen Tuxiu. 16. The second method consisted in inciting the new leadership of the Chinese Party, which was psychologically predisposed towards this by the twofold effect of betrayal by its allies and the criticism handed down by the Comintern, to launch a counter-offensive wherever it could still command some organized forces. A few revolutionary insurrections in China, however ephemeral, could be useful for propaganda needs in Moscow and serve as dialectical weapons against the opposition. In this way the party went over, without any transition period, from right opportunism to left adventurism, which cost it new defeats and new victims. The most tragic episode was the Canton Rising, directly organized by the envoys of the Comintern. According to Trotsky, the fact that it coincided with the 15th Congress of the CPSU was not accidental. 17. When these efforts had failed and the Chinese party had been destroyed, the Comintern dismissed Chu Chu-pai on a charge of putschism. In order to proletarianize the party, Chu was replaced by a worker, Shang Tsung-fa, who proved incapable of coping with the task. The real leader of the party came to be another intellectual, Li Lisan, who was to suffer, like Chen and Chu, for his loyalty to the Comintern. In September 1930 he was dismissed, also on a charge of putschism. The new General Secretary, Wang Ming, sent directly from Moscow to take the party in hand, was to remain at his post until January 1935. Then, 3 months after the Red Army had begun its long march, the leading group of the Chinese party elected, in the little village of Xunyi, and for the first time without any intervention from Moscow, a new general secretary. With the election of Mao Zedong there triumphed in the Communist Party of China a conception of the Chinese Revolution which had been gradually worked out, since the defeat of 1927, in close relation to practice, by the group formed around Mao in the large red base in Jiangxi province. The line of the Comintern during those years was based on the same theoretical foundations as before, but on the tactical. 283. Plain it was marked by the ultra-leftism and adventurism characteristic of the third period. 18. The successive official leaderships of the Chinese party which loyally tried to apply this line came up almost always against the resistance, sometimes subterranean and times open, of the Mao group. The latter increasingly possessed real power, politico-moral authority and armed forces, in the rural bases where the party was developing, whereas in the towns it was growing weaker. In October 1932 the official leadership, hitherto clandestinely centered in Shanghai, had been obliged to seek refuge in the Jiangxi base, and apparently it there took over command of the armed forces, ousting Mao. This last attempt by the Comintern to re-establish its control and authority over the Chinese section almost resulted in a catastrophe even worse than that of 1927. The official leadership ordered a static strategy in face of Chiang Kai-shek's fifth campaign against the Red bases, and the Red Army of Jiangxi was left with no way out but to retreat to the northwest. This military setback doubtless facilitated the political victory of the Maoist faction. 19. The coexistence over such a long period of the Comintern line and the Maoist line was not due only to the position of power that Mao held at the head of the Red Army and the Soviets of Jiangxi. It must have been facilitated by another factor. At first sight, the differences between these two lines were neither theoretical nor fundamental in character. They seemed to be of a tactical and limited kind, dependent on a state of affairs that was seen as only transient, for example, the fact that the workers' movement in the towns had been crushed for the time being, so that the party was obliged to rely mainly on the rural bases, a circumstance which accounted for the tendency of immature communists to exaggerate the role of the peasantry, etc. And, above all, Mao never explicitly challenged the theoretical conception of the Chinese Revolution that was held by the Comintern. In his definition of the character of the Chinese Revolution and the stages of its development, etc., Mao was formally on the side of Stalin and the Comintern and against Trotsky's line. This theoretical conception amounted essentially to Stalin's dogmatization of Lenin's idea of the bourgeois democratic revolution. It was a transposition of this recipe to the Chinese scene, with the addition of an element that was to mark the particularity of the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution as compared with the Russian, namely, anti-imperialism. This distinctive feature served Stalin as a justification for the alliance with the Kuomintang down to the defeat of 1927. According to Stalin, the anti-imperialist character of the Chinese Revolution meant that the Chinese national bourgeoisie could play a progressive, and even revolutionary, role more thoroughly and over a longer period than the liberal bourgeoisie of Russia. Hence the theory of the block of four classes and the division of the Chinese Revolution into three stages, which had anti-imperialism in common but were differentiated by their social content, the role played by the different classes and so on. In the first stage, bourgeois democratic in character, the proletariat had as its allies the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie of the towns and the national bourgeoisie. The going over by the national bourgeoisie to the counter-revolution, taking the urban petty bourgeoisie with them for the time being, put an end to this stage. In the second stage, begun in 1927, the character of the revolution was still bourgeois democratic, but the allies of the proletariat were confined to the peasants and, perhaps, the petty bourgeoisie. Victory of the revolution in this stage would result in the establishment of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, under the hegemony of the proletariat. Once this regime had carried out its mission, abolition of feudal structures, continuation of the anti-imperialist struggle, etc., it would be possible to go forward to the third stage, the socialist revolution. Trotsky criticizes this conception very severely. As regards the first stage he calls it pure Menshevism, and sees in it the theoretical source of the policy which converted the Chinese Communist Party into a mere appendage of the bourgeois leadership of the Kuomintang, thus dooming it to defeat. Concerning the second stage, Trotsky accuses Stalin of forgetting the experience of 1917 and of repeating the mistakes he made after the February 285 revolution, disregarding Lenin's April theses. For Trotsky, the Chinese Revolution could not triumph otherwise than as a socialist revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The fact that the main and immediate enemy of the Chinese Revolution was imperialism, that it could not triumph otherwise than by overcoming imperialism, did not mean, as Trotsky saw it, that the Chinese bourgeoisie could play a more revolutionary role than the liberal bourgeoisie of Russia, but quite the contrary. On the one hand, the Chinese national bourgeoisie had interests in common with imperialism, even though it was oppressed by the latter. On the other hand, and this was his main argument, he emphasized the intrinsic weakness of the Chinese bourgeoisie. The latter was much weaker than the Russian bourgeoisie had been, if one considered the economic underdevelopment of China and the umbilical cord that tied the Chinese bourgeoisie to the existing agrarian structures. The contrast between its weakness and the tremendous power of world imperialism ruled out any vigorous action against imperialism on the part of the Chinese bourgeoisie, drawing upon national forces. The Chinese bourgeoisie is sufficiently realistic and acquainted intimately enough with the nature of world imperialism to understand that a really serious struggle against the latter required such an upheaval of the revolutionary masses as would primarily become a menace to the bourgeoisie itself. 21 History was to prove Trotsky right in arguing that the Chinese Revolution could be victorious only as a socialist revolution, but to prove him wrong regarding the road to victory and the role to be played by the various classes. For Trotsky, the Chinese proletariat necessarily had to be the principal driving force and leader of the revolution. Contradicting his own schema, since the organic weakness of the Chinese bourgeoisie could not but imply weakness of the working class as well, he applied to China the stereotype of Europe, and this caused him to underestimate the role of the peasant masses. After the defeat of 1927 he wrote, "It will be possible to speak seriously about the perspective of an agrarian revolution only on the 286 condition that there will be a new mounting wave of the proletarian movement on the offensive. 22 In Europe's revolutions, the proletarian mounting waves had indeed usually preceded those of the peasants. After 1927, however, it was the opposite that happened in China. It can even be said that there were no more proletarian mounting waves after that. 23 Trotsky's strategic conception of the revolution, which was even more European than that held by Lenin towards the end of his life, 24 was to lead him to another conclusion that history has not validated, namely that the revolution could not triumph in Asia unless it had already triumphed in Europe. Undoubtedly it was his underestimation of the revolutionary potentialities of the peasant masses in the colonies that induced him to make this assumption. Needless to say, these ideas of Trotsky's were not likely to attract Mao. Underestimation of the revolutionary role of the peasant movement and subordination of the revolution in Asia to the revolution in Europe ran directly contrary to his own conceptions. On the question of the national bourgeoisie he was closer to Stalin than Trotsky. The latter did not, of course, deny that it might be possible and opportune to make temporary compromises with the national bourgeoisie, but he had a much more negative conception of its role than Stalin had, as we have seen. Mao was never a leftist on this point. He differentiated with care between the component parts of the bourgeoisie, not merely so far as the national bourgeoisie was concerned but also among the comprador elements, and even among the latifundia owners. He was always ready to enter into compromises and alliances, so long as these were beneficial to the revolutionary movement, and during the anti-Japanese war he showed his skill in this connection. What he never consented to was to subordinate the revolutionary forces to any ally whatsoever, bourgeois or petty bourgeois, or to subordinate the Chinese revolution to either foreign models or foreign interests. In his Qiangxi writings we see the clear awareness he already has of the distinctiveness of the Chinese Revolution and of its great mission in history. It was on this basis that he came into conflict with Stalin's policy during the period of the Grand Alliance. Despite the differences mentioned, Trotsky shared with Stalin and the Comintern the same European way of looking at the Chinese Revo 287. Lushan, which reflected the historical limitations of Marxist theory, produced in the laboratory of Europe. To transcend these limitations it was necessary to have been bomb in the province of Hunan, and even then the process was a laborious one, for the schemas of European Marxism had already conquered, even though considerably later than the commodities produced by Western industry, a substantial market among China's revolutionary intelligentsia. The famous report of an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan certainly represents the first living and thorough fusion of Marxism with Chinese reality, social and political. Without any stereotyped Marxist formulas, but using the Marxist method, here we have an analysis of the anatomy and the dynamic of the fundamental part of Chinese society, namely, the life of its countryside. The report shows us this world at every level, sociological and economic, political and cultural. It describes it under the impact of a sort of earthquake that leaves nothing standing, neither property, with political and economic power, nor family relations and ancestral customs. Here is the Chinese Revolution, in capital letters, the revolution bomb from the very womb of this society. In contrast with this, the heroic insurrection of the workers' vanguard in Shanghai shrinks to its proper, modest dimensions. The Hunan experience shows plainly who is the protagonist, the decisive force in the Chinese Revolution. The Marxist Mao had written, 1 year earlier, another study, entitled Analysis of the Classes in Chinese Society, which, though of great interest, was obviously adjusted to fit an orthodox presupposition. The industrial proletariat, he wrote, has become the leading force in the revolutionary movement. In Hunan, however, he surrenders to the evidence of reality. With peasant caution, Mao does not explicitly question the role of the proletariat. He restricts himself to avoiding this thorny point and demonstrating with the eloquence of facts that the decisive force of the Chinese Revolution lies in the masses of poor country folk. He says that the party must reconsider the views it has formulated up to now regarding the peasant movement, and calls upon the party to put itself resolutely at the head of this movement. This was the time, let us recall, when the Kuomintang was beginning its repression. 288. Of peasant risings and when the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, applying the Comintern line of unity at any price with the Kuomintang, were trying to damp down the agrarian revolution. In a very short time, in China's central, southern and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. Every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test, to be accepted or rejected as they decide. There are three alternatives: to march at their head and lead them, to trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing, or to stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly. 25 Mao had already made his choice, from which he was never thereafter to swerve during his revolutionary activity. The Comintern continued imperturbably upholding the dogma of the bourgeois democratic revolution led by the proletariat. In his writings Mao bows, very briefly as a rule, to the ritual formula, but the content of these writings, the entire practical activity that they reflect, is faithful to the spirit of the report of 1927. Confronted with facts, the consolidation and expansion of the red bases in the countryside, the organization in them of an essentially peasant type of Soviet power, and the creation of a Red Army that showed itself able to repulse time and again the attacks of Chiang Kai-shek's troops, whereas, during this same period the labor movement in the towns was unable to lift its head, the Comintern tried to force them into the framework of its theoretical schema. The Soviet power in the red bases had to be seen as an embryonic realization of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry under the leadership of the proletariat, and so on, whereas in reality the workers there were only a tiny minority, and played no role except in so far as they had ceased to be workers. At the same time, however, the Comintern strove to bring about a change in the situation so as to make reality adapt itself to its representation in theory. It constantly urged the Chinese party to concentrate their efforts in the towns and give priority to 289 working class forms of struggle, strikes, demonstrations, etc. 26 But the most serious aspect of the matter, something that was to have damaging consequences which jeopardized the very survival of the red bases, was the Comintern's desire to make premature use of the armed forces organized in these bases in order to march to the conquest of the towns. The most striking example occurred during the summer of 1930, when the Red Army of the Kiangsi base and other bases in central China was thrown against the big towns of this region, Changsha, Wuhan, and Nanchang. This operation was decided on by the leadership of the Chinese party in obedience to the Comintern's instructions, for two reasons. The first of these was that the Presidium of the ECCI, at its meeting in February 1930, had come to the conclusion that there was an upsurge of the world labor movement and that enormous perspectives for the growth of the present revolutionary advance into a revolutionary situation in the leading capitalist countries and colonies. China was especially aimed at, for we witnessed the decay of the Nanking reaction, the new outbreak of the Generals' War in China, and the rise of favorable preconditions for a new upsurge of the revolutionary movement in China. 27 In June, the ECCI passed a special resolution on China, in which it was said, events are moving in such a way that the revolutionary situation will shortly encompass, if not the whole of Chinese territory, then at least the territory of a number of key provinces. And a direct order was given to concentrate efforts on reinforcing the Red Army so as to be in a position to take over one or several of the industrial and administrative centers. 28 On the basis of this resolution of the ECCI, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party passed one of its own, in this same month of June 1930, in which it declared, China is the weakest link in the chain of world imperialism, it is there that the volcano of world revolution is most likely to erupt. Consequently, thanks to the present aggravation of the world revolutionary crisis, the Chinese Revolution may be the first to break out and spark off world revolution and decisive class war in the world. 29 A month later, the plan worked out by the Chinese leadership, the brain involved seems to have been that of Li Lisan, was put into practice. But the volcano did not erupt. The operation resulted in heavy losses not only to 290 the Red Army but also to the weak communist and labor organizations in the towns attacked. 30 I have already mentioned the other reason, which was always present in the Comintern's China policy, the urgent need for an urban, working-class base for the revolution, able to provide and secure the leadership of the proletariat over the whole of the revolutionary movement. It was necessary to establish workers' Soviet power, at least in a few towns, so that the peasants' Soviet power might be given the leadership without which the revolution could not triumph. Since the workers' forces existing in these towns were unable for the moment to undertake this project on their own, the armed forces of the peasant bases must come to their aid. The thinking of the Comintern and the official leadership of the Chinese party was so clouded by the idea of proletarian hegemony that they failed even to consider the actual state of the communist and labor organizations in the towns. And yet the plan accorded priority in the struggle to them. The resolution of the Chinese Central Committee says, the great struggle of the proletariat is the decisive force as far as preliminary successes in one or several provinces are concerned. Without a wave of strikes staged by the working class, without armed insurrection in the key cities, there can be no success in one or several provinces. It is a wholly mistaken idea not to pay attention to urban work and to count on the villages to surround the towns. 31 Needless to say, this criticism was directed at Mao, who disagreed with the plan for an immediate attack on the towns and was already proposing the strategy that he was later to develop theoretically, spreading the revolutionary war in the rural areas, always avoiding battle with stronger forces, and maintaining as a long-term prospect the aim of gradually encircling and capturing the towns. In conformity with the ideas of the June Resolution, the plan of action worked out by the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party provided for a series of proletarian insurrectionary strikes, not only in the towns that were to be conquered by the Red Army, Wuhan, Nanchang, Changsha, but also in Shanghai, Nanking, Canton, Tientsin, etc. This proletarian part of the plan proved to be a complete fiasco. At Changsha, the only urban center that was actually occupied by the Red units, for a period of 10 days, the majority of the workers maintained a reserved and 291 passive attitude, even when the town was held by the communists. And in nearly all the urban centers the plan of Li Lisan had as its main result the exposure of the weak communist and trade union nuclei, which were very severely crushed as a result. In the end the tactics of the Comintern in the period following the defeat of 1927 produced effects directly contrary to those aimed at. The political weight of the working class in the Chinese revolutionary movement was still further reduced, so that it became almost minimal. 32 The events of 1927, 1930 and 1934 marked the decisive stages in the bankruptcy of the Comintern's China policy. Those of 1927 sealed the failure of the right-wing policy that made the Chinese Communist Party an appendage of the Kuomintang. Those of 1930 meant the failure of the adventuristic and ultra-proletarian line that took the place of the previous policy, and which was a sort of Chinese version of the policy of class against class which was applied by the Comintern in Europe between 1928 and 1934. And the events of 1934, the severe defeat suffered by the Red Army of Jiangxi in face of Chiang Kai-shek's Fifth Offensive, as a result of the military tactics laid down by the official party leadership, brought the collapse of the attempt to put the conduct of the Revolutionary War under Comintern control. This last episode determined the subsequent line of development of the Chinese party, for the two conceptions, which in the previous period had opposed each other in a subterranean way, were now to clash openly. The deadly danger constituted by Jiang's Fifth Offensive against the Great Red Base in Jiangxi subjected the two conceptions to the decisive test. Even though the dilemma presented itself mainly on the plane of military tactics, what was advocated by each of the two groups, the Maoist group and the pro-Comintern one, reflected their respective general conceptions of the Chinese Revolution. The Zunyi meeting consummated the victory of the Maoist conception in the Chinese Party. When, at the end of 1935, the Chinese Soviet Republic, after a year's wanderings, installed itself in Yan'an, a new chapter of the Chinese Revolution was about to begin, the war with Japan. But the China chapter of the Comintern's history was for all practical purposes at an end. As Mao said in 1943, in connection with the dissolution of the Comintern. 292. Since the Seventh World Congress of the Communist International in 1935, the Communist International has not intervened in the internal affairs of the Chinese Communist Party. And yet, the Chinese Communist Party has done its work very well, throughout the whole anti-Japanese war of national liberation. 33. The Comintern's non-intervention in the Chinese Party's policy after 1935 was certainly due to other reasons than merely the coming of the Mao Group to the headship of the party. This latter aspect accounts for the attitude taken up by the new Chinese leadership, but if the Comintern did not try to oppose it, this was mainly because Mao's policy during the anti-Japanese war largely coincided with the Soviet Union's policy in the Far East. At first sight, indeed, the policy of the Chinese Communist Party was only a Chinese version of the European People's Front. In reality, however, there was a fundamental difference. Whereas in Europe this policy subordinated, de facto, the revolutionary forces to bourgeois democracy, in China the alliance between Mao and Chiang not merely did not hinder the independence of the revolutionary forces, but the latter succeeded in increasing their political potential and military strength. In contrast with the hesitations and weaknesses of the Kuomintang in the war with Japan, and its more and more obvious subjection to American imperialism, the Chinese Party stood forward as the most uncompromising, radical, and effective champion of national independence, after having in the previous period established itself as the party of the agrarian revolution. The fusion, in its program and in its practice, of these two fundamental objectives of the Chinese Revolution gave the Chinese Communist Party the social basis and political influence that enabled it to fight victoriously when, between 1946 and 1949, the struggle once again took the form of civil war, to fight victoriously not only against the Kuomintang and its American backers but also against Stalin's renewed attempt at interference. The policy of the Comintern in the colonial and dependent countries, between the Seventh World Congress and the Soviet-German Pact, was adapted perfectly, like its policy in Europe and America, to the central aim of Soviet foreign policy, the formation of an anti-Hitlerite alliance. Since the states whose alliance was sought were precisely the great colonial powers, this adaptation was expressed in a weakening, going 293. Sometimes so far as actual abandonment, of anti-imperialist aims. In any case, revolutionary methods in pursuit of such aims were renounced. In practice, the anti-imperialist strategy was replaced by an anti-fascist strategy, and this although the Seventh Congress resolutions spoke of anti-imperialist people's fronts. The communist parties of Latin America, for example, declared that the main enemy of their peoples was no longer Yankee imperialism, but German imperialism. And, in 1937, Thérèse pointed out that although the party's fundamental demand where the colonial peoples were concerned was the right to independence, it should be kept in mind that the right to divorce does not mean the obligation to divorce. If the decisive question of the moment is the victorious fight against fascism, then the interest of the colonial peoples lies in their unity with the people of France, and not in an attitude that could favor the enterprises of fascism, placing, for example, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco under the yoke of Mussolini or Hitler, or making Indochina a base of operations for militaristic Japan. 34 Suddenly interrupted during the period of the Soviet-German Pact, this policy was to attain the zenith of its opportunism during the second phase of the Second World War and in the immediate post-war period, when the Comintern no longer existed. In the second part of this book I shall have occasion to examine that period. At this point I will merely point out that this policy did not contribute, of course, to strengthening the Comintern's role and its colonial sections in the anti-imperialist national liberation movement. As I said when beginning my analysis of this problem, the Comintern was to end its life without having succeeded in establishing solid and influential bases in the great majority of the countries under imperialist domination. Its base was still, as at the time of its birth, essentially European. The last act. Of all the turns made by the Comintern, none was more contrary to the interests of the working class movement or more prejudicial to the Comintern itself than the one that resulted from the Soviet-German Pact of August 1939. Since 1933, fascism and, concretely, the Hitlerite state, had constituted 294. A deadly threat to the proletariat and peoples of Europe. No Marxist doubted that. The Comintern's anti-fascist strategy could be criticized from the left, with good reason, not, however, because it pointed to fascism as the main enemy and sought to concentrate the maximum of forces against it, but because it did not measure up to this purpose. The opportunist spirit of its principal mentors, derived from subordination to the relations prevailing between the Kremlin and the Western powers, held back the revolutionary potential that anti-fascism possessed, preventing it from developing fully. From the moment when, under this strategy, the revolutionary forces were subordinated to the anti-fascist bourgeoisie in the capitalist countries, and to Anglo-Franco-American colonialism in the rest of the world, not only was the revolutionary potential of the anti-fascist front irremediably compromised, but its anti-fascist edge was also blunted. The solution did not lie in giving up anti-fascism and going back to the sectarian and ultra-left tactic practiced by the Comintern down to 1934, it could come only from a consistent, that is, a radical, anti-capitalist anti-fascism. Once it had seen its timorous anti-fascism, dominated by raison d'etat, result in the Munich Agreement, the Kremlin leadership did not stop at signing a pact with its enemy number one, it also required, so as to accord greater weight and significance to this ignoble pact, that the Communists drop the banner of anti-fascism at the very moment when the brown beast was hurling its legions forth to reduce Europe to slavery. The leaders of the USSR went very far indeed in the policy that was symbolized by the Soviet-German Pact, and thereby facilitated, in practice, the German conquests in Europe, through contributing to demoralize the peoples oppressed or threatened by fascism. I will limit myself to mentioning two of the most significant examples of such contributions. Soon after the pact had been signed, Molotov, chairman of the Council of People's Commissars and Commissar for Foreign Affairs, in a speech to the Supreme Soviet, presented Germany as being in the position of a state which is striving for the earliest termination of war and for peace, while Britain and France, which but yesterday were declaiming against aggression, are in favor of continuing the war and are opposed. 295. To the conclusion of peace. The roles, as you see, are changing, Molotov added, with perfect cynicism, and went on to say that everybody realizes that there can be no question of restoring old Poland. The peace that Molotov spoke of meant recognizing the partition of Poland that Hitler and Stalin had just carried out between them. It was false, moreover, to suggest that such a peace, ratifying as it did not only the enslavement of Poland but also that of Czechoslovakia and Austria, as well as the establishment of fascism in Spain, formed any part whatsoever of the plans of Nazi Germany. The Soviet leaders knew better than anyone else what Hitler's real plans were. By ascribing peaceful intentions to him they deceived those peoples of Europe who were marked down as the next victims of Hitlerite aggression, and put them off their guard. The roles were indeed changing. Now it was Stalin who had taken on the role played hitherto by the rulers of Britain and France. In the same speech, Molotov praised the new relations obtaining between Germany and the USSR. Our relations with Germany have radically improved. Here development has proceeded along the line of strengthening our friendly relations, extending our practical cooperation and rendering Germany political support in her efforts for peace. We have always held that a strong Germany is an indispensable condition for durable peace in Europe. 35 A little less than 1 year later, in August 1940, Molotov again addressed the Supreme Soviet. Hitler's armies had occupied Norway, Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. Molotov said, "The people of France are now faced with the difficult task of healing wounds inflicted by the war, and, following this, the task of regeneration, which cannot, however, be realized by the old methods." After reviewing the great successes achieved by the German armies and noting that, of all Germany's enemies, only Great Britain has decided to continue the war, Molotov stressed the positive role that had been played by the Soviet-German Pact in the victory of the German armies. This agreement, strictly observed by our government, removed the possibility of friction in Soviet-German relations when Soviet measures were carried out along our western frontier, and at the same time it has assured Germany a calm feeling of assurance in the East. Answering the foreign press, especially the Anglophile press, which often speculates. 296. About possible differences between the Soviet Union and Germany, Molotov affirmed, "The good neighborly and friendly relations that have been established between the Soviet Union and Germany are not based on fortuitous considerations of a transient nature, but on the fundamental interests of both the USSR and Germany." 36. I do not intend to discuss here the problem whether the Soviet-German Pact resulted from a deliberate choice made by Stalin. When confronted by the alternatives of an alliance with Germany or an alliance with the democracies, or whether the second alternative was in fact non-existent, as Soviet historians still maintain. This question continues to provide material for polemics between specialists, and will not really be cleared up until the day when the Soviet archives are freely open to historians. 37. I shall merely ask one question. Assuming that the main aim of Soviet diplomacy was to prevent the imperialist powers from forming a bloc directed against the USSR, and that in order to achieve this aim the Soviet government could do nothing in August 1939 but sign the pact with Germany, does this justify the way in which this pact was used and applied by Stalin? If the Soviet leaders were unable, owing to the pact, to encourage the struggle of the peoples of Europe against the occupying power, were they really obliged to deceive these peoples and lull them to sleep, as Molotov did in the first speech I have quoted, or to call on them to resign themselves to their fate, as he did in the second? Was it necessary for the Soviet government to encourage the fascist aggressor by assuring him of the firmness of the pact that ensured him calm in the East? Looking at matters from the present angle, however, it is legitimate to wonder whether behind this attitude there may not have lain something more than mere tactical maneuvers, themselves already hard enough for a Marxist to accept. Was not the Soviet-German Pact perhaps, in Stalin's mind, the beginning of a farther-reaching arrangement with Hitler's Germany? Some facts are known that seem to support this supposition. The Soviet historian Nekrich has reminded us that, on the eve of the German attack on the USSR, the Soviet government was ready to negotiate with Hitler a new, closer agreement. And, according to the historian Melnikov, when, during the Hitler-Molotov talks of November 1940 the German leader put forward a very broad general plan for dividing up the world, Mol. 297. Otov replied with some concrete proposals, claiming for the Soviet sphere of influence the Straits, Bulgaria, Romania, and Finland. 38. If we consider these 2 pointers in the light of what has happened since, namely, the de facto partition of the world into spheres of influence between the USSR and American imperialism which took place after the Second World War, and the pursuit of this policy by the USSR down to the present time, why should we not suppose that something like this was also the cornerstone of Stalin's policy towards that imperialism which seemed in 1939–41 to be the premier military power in the world? This hypothesis, if it should be confirmed, would furnish the key to the surprise of which the Soviet army was victim when the Germans attacked. If this was indeed Stalin's plan, the idea that he held of the way history would go, then reality would for him, of course, have had to conform to this idea, and all the information supplied by the secret services of his future allies, together with all the glaring evidence of Germany's hostile preparations, would have had to be brushed aside, since they were in contradiction to Stalin's infallibility. 39. As everyone knows, the main official argument used right down to the present time to justify the Soviet-German Pact and the policy of 1939-41 was that the Soviet Union needed to gain time in order to prepare more effectively, and to avoid being involved on its own in a one-front war with Germany. As things turned out, however, the USSR had to cope, practically alone and for nearly 2 years, with the bulk of the German forces, strengthened by their European victories. Because of this situation, and of inadequate preparation, the USSR was brought to the brink of defeat, as Stalin himself acknowledged in 1945. This brings up another question: did the policy that followed the Soviet-German Pact, if not the pact itself, constitute the best possible way of defending the national existence of the USSR? 40. While the justification given a posteriori was the one just recalled, the theoretical justification for the pact offered between 1939 and 1941 was derived from the character which was attributed to the war, as being an exclusively imperialist one, equally unjust on both sides. In 1946, however, Stalin declared that the Second World War against the Axis states from the very outset assumed the nature of an anti-fascist war, a war of liberation, one of the tasks of 298. Which was also to re-establish democratic liberties. The entry of the Soviet Union into the war against the Axis states could only strengthen and actually did strengthen the anti-fascist and liberating character of the Second World War. 41. After the 20th Congress, this rectification made by Stalin was rectified in its turn, in Soviet accounts of the history of the war. It was now said that the war was imperialist on both sides from September 1939 until the fall of France in 1940, meaning by both sides the Axis powers and the governments of France and Britain, but was from the outset a just war, in defense of national independence and against fascist enslavement, on the part of the peoples who were victims of Hitlerite aggression, and also on the part of the small states. And after the fall of France the war became a just war even as regards France and Britain considered as states. Until the start of the Cold War in 1948 the official Soviet version was that Britain, France, and the USA had pursued purely liberating aims between June 22, 1941 and the end of the war in 1945. When the Cold War began, a rectification was introduced: the powers named, even though they were the USSR's allies, had never ceased to pursue imperialist, anti-popular, reactionary, colonialist, etc. aims. 42. Needless to say, each of these successive rectifications corresponded to the state of relations between Moscow and the Western capitals at the relevant time. All of them, however, contained one element of truth, a truth that was hidden between September 1939 and June 1941, after having been vigorously brandished about in the period 1934-9, namely, that Hitler's Germany was the main enemy of the peoples of Europe, and the war against it, in reply to its aggression, was for these peoples an unquestionably just and necessary war, a war in defense of their national independence, and, at the very least, a war in defense of bourgeois democracy against fascist tyranny. 43. But, if the war possessed this character from the outset, how can the Soviet-German Pact be justified, and, above all, the policy of paralysing the anti-fascist struggle in Europe, a policy denounced even by Soviet historians, such as Slezkin? The Comintern leadership reproduced immediately, with an automatism unprecedented in previous turns, the Kremlin's volte-face of 299. August 1939. At first sight, the Comintern documents of the Pact years may seem highly orthodox, following the Leninist line of taking advantage of wars in order to bring about revolution. As mentioned in the first chapter, the Comintern now brandished once again the specter of world revolution, which had been laid aside since the 7th Congress. The working class, wrote Dimitrov in October 1939, is called upon to put an end to the war after its own fashion, in its own interests, in the interests of the whole of laboring mankind, and thereby to destroy once and for all the fundamental causes giving rise to imperialist wars, in other words, to do away with capitalism. 44 But the peoples were not called upon to organize a national revolutionary war against Nazi Germany and against the traitors who betrayed their nations. In the form in which it was given out, and taking account of the fact that the German proletariat had been crushed since 1933 and was now largely under the influence of Nazi demagogy, the new line could have no other practical effect than to contribute to weakening the already feeble resistance of the states that Hitler attacked. In the Comintern manifesto, published at the same time as Dimitrov's statement, the main drive was against bourgeois democracy and the Social Democrats. Blum was blamed explicitly, but Hitler's name was not even mentioned. There was no direct attack on the Nazi dictatorship, but it was said of the bourgeois democracies. It is not for the freedom of nations that they are fighting, but for their enslavement. Not for the salvation of democracy from fascism, but for the triumph of reaction. 45 The Comintern's manifestos for May 1, 1940 and May 1, 1941 took a similar line. All this meant, in brief, that fascism was no longer the main enemy, that role having been taken over by bourgeois democracy and social democracy. The offensive was concentrated, moreover, against the latter, just as in the days of social fascism. Less than a year before the invasion of the USSR, Kolenig, a member of the Presidium of the ECCI, wrote, "It is therefore the most important duty of the revolutionary forces of the proletariat to wage a relentless struggle against social democratism in all its forms." 46 As Deutsche writes, "When the balance of those strange 22 months is drawn, it is impossible to overlook the gratuitous service which the Comintern on 300 wittingly rendered to Hitler. No sooner had Molotov and Ribbentrop put their signatures to the Pact of August 1939 than the Comintern called off the anti-Hitler crusade to which its trumpeters had so long summoned governments and peoples. All the strategy and tactics of anti-fascism, all its elaborate arguments were scrapped. The European shadows of the Russian General Secretary adopted an ambiguous pose of neutrality. Both belligerent camps, it was now said, pursued imperialist aims, and there was nothing to choose between them. The working classes were called upon to resist war and fight for peace. At times the opposition to war had an unmistakably pro-German twist as, for instance, in October 1939, when the Comintern echoed Molotov's and Ribbentrop's call for a negotiated peace and blamed France and Britain for the war. The effect of that policy, especially in France, was merely defeatist, not revolutionary. It supplemented the defeatism that corroded the top of French society with a quasi-popular brand of defeatism coming from below. 47. And the French bourgeoisie did not miss this splendid opportunity to outlaw the Communist Party by accusing it of the national treason that the bourgeoisie was itself preparing. This was a dark and tragic period for the communists of Europe. Tens of thousands of them heard the news of the pact in the prisons and concentration camps of Hitler, Franco, Mussolini, and the other dictators of the center, south and southeast of the continent. Despite their blind faith in Stalin and the international, the moral and political blow they suffered was terribly hard. Many were unable to endure it. Overnight, the communists, whether in prison or at large, found themselves isolated from the masses, deprived of any ally. In the countries of fascist dictatorship, the communists were the representatives of a party whose supreme head had made a pact with Hitler. In the countries threatened by Hitlerite aggression, the communists were the representatives of a party whose supreme head had made a pact with the national enemy, objectively helping him in his aggression. As the countries of Europe were overrun one after another, the communists found themselves, as a historian of the European resistance puts it, in an extremely difficult situation, when they were not being hunted down and imprisoned by their fellow countrymen on charges of treason, they were suffering this fate at the hands of the German authorities. 48 But the 301 persecutions were not the worst of it. The most deadly aspect of the blow suffered by the Comintern was that it had given up the anti-fascist struggle at the very moment when this was becoming most necessary, the very moment when the Hitlerite legions were marching out to enslave Europe. Renouncing the anti-fascist platform in this situation meant not only throwing away the prestige and influence won since 1934, despite all the opportunist mistakes made, it meant committing suicide as a revolutionary force. However many manifestos might be issued against the imperialist war, manifestos which, moreover, did not really call for revolutionary struggle but for a peace which, in the circumstances of that time, could only be a fascist peace. If Hitler had kept a cool head despite his successes, if he had chosen to consolidate his conquest of Europe, taking advantage of the calm in the East that the Soviet government guaranteed him, and had profited by Stalin's goodwill in order to expand the area over which they shared out spheres of influence between them, it is hard to see how the Stalinist communist parties could have survived. But Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, and the new phase of the war, which was to hasten the final collapse of the Comintern, made possible the spectacular revival of the communist parties of Europe, and the consolidation of their Stalinist features. After June 22, 1941, adapting itself once more with mathematical precision to the requirements of Soviet strategy and diplomacy, the Comintern made a 180-degree turn. Now, the distinction between bourgeois democracy and fascist dictatorship, forgotten for nearly 2 years, was elevated into an idealization of the former. The responsibility of the democratic capitalist states for the origin of the war was wiped out. The imperialist aims pursued by these states in their struggle against their German or Japanese rivals were glossed over, not only in the public propaganda of the Comintern and the communist parties but also in the inter-party orientation given to militants. And, as we saw in Chapter 1, the Comintern's last resolution announcing its own dissolution, and Stalin's declaration accompanying this, spread the illusion that the defeat of the Axis powers would by itself suffice for the construction of a world of peace and brotherly collaboration between nations, based on equality of rights. The illusion was spread that such an ideal world could be compatible with survival of the main forces of 302. World imperialism. The capitalist allies of the USSR were whitewashed. To judge by the documents issued by the Comintern in the last 2 years of its existence, the class struggle was no longer, on either the national or the international plane, the basic factor in world development. The anti-imperialist national liberation movement seemed to be doomed to the same fate. An era of universal brotherhood was proclaimed. In the article quoted above, Lenin waxed humorous at the expense of the Second International, the march of events, the whole course of the imperialist war and the rapidly growing influence of the Soviet Union are expediting the decay of the Second International. Its executive committee has virtually ceased to exist, although the fact has been scarcely noticed. It has been lost on the way. Less than a year later, the policy of the Third International was to be not essentially different from that of the Second. And less than 3 years later, it was the Third International that ceased to exist, whereas the Second would resume its activity. All this was perfectly logical, since the world had reached the threshold of universal fraternization between classes and states. The reformist international still had a mission to fulfill, whereas for Lenin's international there was nothing to do but dissolve itself. Let us not pursue this irony any further. Neither Stalin nor the leaders of the Comintern had become choir boys. But nor were the premeditated silences and the explicit intentions of the 1943 resolution and Stalin's declaration, analyzed in Chapter 1, merely ruses de guerre, either. They were the condensed expression of a general line that ran through all the activity of the communist parties and determined, to a large extent, the balance of political forces in Western Europe at the end of the Second World War, so facilitating the conservation of capitalism in that part of the continent, as we shall see in the second part of this study. The defeat of fascism had to be the principal, immediate aim of every conscious revolutionary during the Second World War. The need for a policy of broad alliances between the proletariat and the bourgeois or petty bourgeois forces that were interested in this same aim seems to me today, with the 303 advantage of hindsight, to be hardly disputable. But there was not one way only of conceiving and applying this policy, either on the plane of relations between the powers or on that of the Comintern's general plane, or on that of the struggle inside each country. The way that Stalin chose, the logical continuation of his whole previous policy, meant sacrificing the possibilities created by the defeat of the fascist powers and the bankruptcy of the other capitalist states of continental Europe, in favor of a lasting partition of the world into spheres of influence of the USSR and the USA. The world of peace and brotherly collaboration between nations, of which the Comintern and Stalin spoke in 1943, was merely the false prospectus of a world divided between two superpowers. 304.